In the depths of the magical beast forest in the kingdom of Yeonam, a child's cries echoed endlessly as a middle-aged man covered in wounds fled for his life. The cries came from the very child in his arms. He clutched the child tightly and whispered, "Young master, you mustn't cry now. Please don't make a sound. We have to be quiet to survive." After running a little further, he stopped and hid behind a tree. The child in his arms would not stop crying. He warily glanced back, but seeing no movement, he finally let out a sigh and looked down at the child. "You haven't eaten, had anything to drink, or rested for days. It's only natural that you would cry. But young master, your endurance is truly remarkable. You are indeed the son of the family head." Just then the child suddenly stopped crying, looked at him, and broke into a grin, calling out, "Daddy." The man smiled gently. "Do you recognize me?" He quickly tore a strip from his own robe. "When you are grown, please forgive my impertinence." He then balled up the cloth and gagged the child's mouth with it. "I am lacking and foolish, and this is the only way, young master. You must survive." And so the child's mouth was gagged with a cloth by the man's hand. No matter how much he cried, no sound escaped. The man tied the child to a tree branch, then started running again to draw the pursuer's attention. His heart ached, but in this situation he had no other choice. The next morning an old man was strolling through the forest with a parrot. The parrot flew about squawking wah wah continuously, just like a crying baby. The old man laughed as he followed the parrot. "Hey hey, you little rascal, I hear you, I hear you. Where did you learn to mimic that sound? Is this a trick, you magical beast, or is it real?" Mid-sentence he stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on what lay ahead. The parrot was perched on the branch where the child was tied, calling out to him repeatedly. He approached, took the child into his arms, and removed the cloth gagging him. The boy burst into a loud wail. The man patted him, trying to soothe him. How did a child end up in the middle of this magical beast forest? It would be disastrous if a demonic beast appeared. "I must get back to Guimang village." He hurriedly cradled the child and turned back toward his village. In his arms the child soon fell asleep. After walking for some time, a thick mist settled around him. Suddenly another middle-aged man appeared behind him. "You've returned safely." The old man gestured for him to be quiet. "It's a boy." The man was surprised to see the child. "He's an adorable little thing. How did he get into this forest? No one who enters the magical beast forest ever makes it out alive. It's impossible for a baby who looks less than 100 days old to have come in here." The two walked on for a while. Soon the mist parted, revealing the faint outline of a village. The old man instructed the man beside him, "Since you're here, go and tell the other three to come. We need to introduce the new member of our village." A short while later, the remaining 3 villagers had all arrived. They were a burly man with a thick beard, a short old man, and finally a blonde youth. The old man brought the child before them and said, "Come say hello. From today, this child will live with us." The short old man asked, puzzled, "Where have you been and where did you get this child?" The white-haired old man's expression hardened. "Are you asking me if this child is mine?" The short old man grew tense and scratched his head. "Ha, I know very well he's not your son, elder, but are we to raise this child together?" The white-haired old man nodded. "Now you understand my meaning. From this day forward we will all raise this child together. An old man like me can't handle this role alone." At that moment the blonde youth stepped forward abruptly. "Are we raising him or teaching him? Be clear. I am missing an arm and cannot care for a child, nor do I have any intention of teaching one, therefore you bringing this child here has nothing to do with me." The short old man put his hands on his hips and snapped, "How cold, all you think about is yourself, you one-armed cripple." The white-haired old man scolded him, "Trangon, do not speak such malicious words. There are no cripples here. Are we not all just bodies with shattered inner cores?" Hearing his name, the short old man gave a hollow laugh. "In Guimang village we agreed not to reveal or ask about each other's identities. Why are you suddenly exposing our pasts? Elder, do you happen to know of a certain dashing scholar, whose natural beauty made the hearts of countless maidens flutter? Moreover, he was renowned throughout the land for his medical arts and alchemy. Your knowledge of medicine and herbs reminds me of him." The white-haired old man's face stiffened. "Are you mocking me? I am Di-Ho, the judge of life and death." The 4 of them were stunned that he had revealed his identity himself. Di-Ho glanced at them and chuckled. "You might as well confess. Why be so secretive? I imagine 4 of the 5 of us here already knew each other's identities." The middle-aged man at his side immediately cupped his hands in a salute. "I am Hoang Soun and I carry the hollow title of the Sorrowful Demon Sage. Please forgive me, elder, for not revealing my identity sooner." The short old man also spoke up. "Since the elder has revealed his identity, I will hide mine no longer. I am the Night Stalker known as Trangon, the Thousand-Faced Demon Blade." The bearded old man also smiled and stated his name. "I am Ba Ngoku." Trangon was astonished to hear his name. "Ah, so it was you, the one they called the Black Gold Yaksha. It must have been frustrating for a man of your skills to masquerade as a woodcarver." Then they all turned in unison to look at the blonde youth. The youth kept his head turned away, silent, clearly having no intention of revealing his identity. After a moment Di-Ho moved past the issue, asking, "I trust you all surmise why I have revealed my identity?" Hoang Soun answered at once, "We all understand your intention, elder. You wish for us to take this child as our joint successor, do you not?" Di-Ho nodded. "Indeed. Though we have become sinners with shattered inner cores, this child is different. He is not like us. He will only survive in this magical beast forest if we protect him. Am I wrong?" The men agreed in unison. "You are right." Trangon approached the child to inspect him, saying, "It's a fine idea, but shouldn't we check if this child possesses immortal bones?" Di-Ho brought the child close to his own face. "Who do you think I am? Of course I have my ways. This child most certainly possesses heavenly bones. He is destined for greatness before our time is up." None of you object to raising this child together, do you? Not one of the 4 men argued. Di-ho then produced a ring. Then let me show you this. This ring was on the child's body. Have any of you seen anything like it? Trangon stepped forward intending to take the ring. Let's see, it doesn't look like an ordinary ring. Allow me, Trangon, to take a closer look. After examining the ring for a moment he sighed. A pity, it seems its powers can only be activated by infusing it with spiritual energy. Brother Goku must have already recognized this as a high-grade magic treasure made of meteoric iron. Soun stared intently at the ring and said, "There are characters engraved on the inside. Sheng Huo Ten Wai Jing Tu Chang Lai. It means, when the sacred altar of fire crumbles, the pure land shall return. It must be from a place where a conflict between old and new powers has occurred." Trangon asked again, "Elder, do you have any idea where that might be?" The other 3 all shook their heads, and the blonde youth stood off to the side, silent from beginning to end. After a moment Di-ho spoke again. "What does it matter what organization we do not know? We ourselves do not know what is demonic and what is righteous, let alone anything about this child." The men nodded one by one. "The elder is right," Di-ho continued. "Now one last important task remains. We must give this child a name." Trangon said with a smile, "Elder, you are the most senior among us. Please, you should name him." Di-ho gazed quietly at the child. "Before I had 2 daughters I had a son. Sadly he fell ill, but I had to carry out a mission for the fortress lord, so I could not be by his side. When I returned I did everything in my power to treat him, but it was hopeless. A man who couldn't even save his own son. What right do I have to bear the name Judge of Life and Death?" Soun sighed sympathetically. "A sad tale. The boy has surely been reincarnated as a fine man just like you, Elder." Di-ho gave a self-deprecating laugh. "I walk the demonic path. What is so fine about me?" Soun explained. "How could a man like you, who pays no mind to worldly affairs and devotes himself solely to studying the medical arts to save people, not be considered fine?" Di-ho sighed. "Don't exaggerate. There are so many who did not survive my treatments. I buried that boy myself. His name was Sogun. As it happens, the ring that might tell us of this child's identity is made of meteoric iron. So how about we name this child Sogun as well?" Trangon smiled. "If Elder Di-ho says so, how could I have a different opinion? I will follow your wishes." Goku also smiled and nodded. "I agree." Soun nodded. "It is a fine name." The blonde youth replied coldly, "I am not that child's master. Name him whatever you please, it's no concern of mine." Di-ho laughed heartily. "From this moment on, Sogun is the joint successor of the 4 of us. Di-ho, the Judge of Life and Death, Soun, the Sorrowful Demon Sage, Goku, the Black Gold Yaksha, and Trangon, the Thousand-Faced Demon Blade. I will teach this child the medical arts and alchemy. I will also teach him knowledge of herbs and the art of using poison. And I will pass on the Jianshan Qigong." Trangon was aghast. "The Jianshan Qigong is a rare art, the likes of which are hardly seen in this world. Is it not something only the Lord of the Blood Shira Fortress can practice? Elder Di-ho, how can you pass that on to Sogun?" Soun laughed. "Ho, I have only heard rumors, but could there be a better art for cultivating spiritual energy? In that case I shall teach the boy how to distinguish and train demonic beasts as well as formation arts." Di-ho looked at him skeptically. "You won't hide those demonic formations of yours, will you?" Soun smiled and explained. "I will teach him everything from the voidless hell formation and the ghost howl hidden shadow formation, to the primal illusory form formation." Trangon glanced at Goku. "With both of you passing on such ultimate secret arts to Sogun, the pressure must be great on you, brother Goku." Goku answered nonchalantly. "I will teach him how to craft precious treasures." Trangon's eyes went wide in shock and he exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Goku, you can truly craft precious treasures, not magic treasures or magic tools. You didn't misspeak." Goku chuckled. "I did not misspeak." Trangon, looking embarrassed, avoided their gaze and waved his hands. "I have nothing to teach but thievery and the art of escape. The flash step and flying lotus step are footwork techniques not unfamiliar to others, and the earth escape art and bone shrinking art will be of great help when in danger." Di-ho looked at him and urged, "That footwork of yours is enough to leave void amalgamation stage practitioners in the dust. Make sure you teach him properly." Trangon scratched his head, looking smug, and laughed. "Haha, it's nothing really." After finishing their discussion, the 4 men looked at Sogun in silence. The child slept soundly, unaware that he had just gained 4 masters. After a moment, Trangon turned his head and looked at the blonde youth, receiving the youth's startled gaze. He quickly carried Sogun over to the youth. "You should look at the child too. Even if you're not his master, you'll have to live with him until the day you die. You don't have to be kind, just don't hate him. Sogun was dying in this magical beast forest too, just like you." Time flew by and 10 years passed in a flash. Within Guimang village, Di-ho's shouts were incessant. "How can you be so dense? Don't even think of going anywhere until you've memorized the names of all the spirit herbs today." After scolding him for a good while, he went outside. Once he was gone, Sogun, who was inside, finally let out a sigh. Just then, Trangon suddenly poked his head in from outside. "What's with the sigh? You'll make the ground sink, you little rascal." Sogun, now 10 years old, had been studying inside. Seeing Trangon, he exclaimed happily, "Fourth master." The 2 went outside to talk. Trangon asked, puzzled, "You couldn't memorize the spirit herb names again today?" Sogun nodded. "Yes, I think I must be really stupid." Trangon consoled him. "What do you mean stupid? You're learning everything your other masters teach you just fine. It's just that Elder Di-ho is too brilliant." "Everyone thinks so." Sogun sighed sadly. "Yes, I suppose so." Trangon continued. "People tend to worry more as they get older." so don't blame yourself too much and don't resent Elder Diho, Sogun asked in a sorrowful voice. Fourth Master, is it true that First Master doesn't have much time left? Trangon looked at Sogun with a gentle smile, then raised a hand to pat his head. You rascal, if Elder Diho were still a void amalgamation stage practitioner, he could have lived for another 800 years, perhaps even 1,000, but now he is just an old man with a shattered inner core. It is the natural way of things to grow old, weaken and die. Sogun, how about you focus a little more on Elder Diho's teachings? That would put his mind at ease, wouldn't it? Sogun nodded. Yes. Trangon reached into his robes as if searching for something. That's right, my good Sogun, how many times have I told you, your masters? He was halfway through his sentence when Sogun shouted, my masters will always treat me well, so I must trust and follow them, but I must be suspicious of everyone else and never trust anyone absolutely. Trangon took out a few peaches and handed them to him. Here, eat these, Sogun exclaimed with delight. Are these immortal peaches? There are 3 of them. Did you go outside? Trangon laughed. I got lucky. I caught a goat too. Sogun looked at him and said excitedly, Fourth Master, I want to go outside too. Trangon stood up, stretched, and scolded him. You can't. Have you forgotten what the First Master said? Sogun sighed sadly. Until I break through the Celestial Gate, I cannot leave Guimang Village. Trangon smiled and nodded. You are learning Elder Diho's Jianshan Qigong. You'll reach the Celestial Stage in no time. I'll go get you more peaches, so study hard. Sogun watched him leave and nodded vigorously. Yes, Fourth Master, don't worry. Before long the sun had set. Deep in the night, Sogun was still sitting by the candlelight reading a book. Just as he was starting to nod off, the bleating of a goat suddenly came from outside. Startling him awake, he quickly went to the window and peered out. In the yard, the blond youth was using his foot to feed grass to the goat. Seeing how awkward it looked, Sogun went outside. Let me help you. The blond youth shook his head. I can handle it myself, so just leave me be. Having one arm doesn't mean I'm a cripple who can't do anything. If you want, come and pet this goat. Sogun nodded enthusiastically. Yes, he sat down excitedly and began to stroke the white goat. They said this goat was caught outside. There must be so many amazing things out there, right? But is the outside world really that dangerous? The blond youth replied calmly. A little kid like you wouldn't be able to withstand the storms of the outside world. Isn't that why your masters are training you? Sogun nodded, dejected. Yes, you're right. The blond youth couldn't help but sigh, seeing the child who had been so cheerful just a moment ago suddenly sit there looking crestfallen. Come and sit next to me. After waiting for Sogun to come and sit beside him, the blond youth spoke again. You're smart enough to learn the Jianshan Qigong, yet you have no talent for memorization? Sogun nodded. Yes. The blond youth offered him a method. Then, before you sleep and after you wake, read this incantation 3 times. It will naturally become ingrained in your mind. Sogun's eyes widened in surprise. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask something, the blond youth continued. Don't ask useless questions, just memorize it. Then he recited the incantation. The videos on Hugo's Review channel are truly masterpieces. After watching, do not forget to like and subscribe. Hearing this incantation, Sogun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was greatly surprised that this blond youth was also a fan of Hugo. Seeing him sitting there dumbfounded, the blond youth explained, I'll explain it to you after you've memorized it. Don't feel too pressured. Sogun came to his senses, smiled and nodded. Thank you, the blond youth asked again. This is the first secret I've told you, right? Sogun nodded. Yes, that's right. Time flew by and another 5 years passed. Sogun was now 15 years old. He sat before Diho and recited a prescription. 4 parts yomil bamboo, 2 parts medicinal herbs, 7 parts bamboo peel, 3 parts osan ginseng. One must carefully control the fire's intensity using the high heat method. If the temperature is too high, the elixir will dry and crack. If it is too low, it will clump and not form pills. Lying on the bed, Diho praised him. Excellent, Sogun. There is nothing more I can teach you. Now you just need to make good use of the knowledge you have learned. Thanks to you, this old man was able to enjoy his final years. Even when I am gone, you must listen well to your other masters and not neglect your training. Sogun nodded seriously. First Master, I will be sure to remember your words, Diho continued. It seems my time is short. Since everyone is gathered here, I will tell you a story I have hidden for a long time. Even in this magical beast forest from which there is no escape once you enter, there is a way out. Trangon and the others were shocked to hear this. Elder Diho, is that really true? That person wasn't talking nonsense? What is the method? Diho explained slowly. I was the alchemist of the Blood Shira Fortress, one of the 3 great demonic powers of the kingdom of Yanam. My medical skills were quite famous, so some special individuals would come to me for treatment. Among them was one who was so severely injured he was wrapped in bandages from head to toe and could not move an inch. It was he who told me he was injured while fleeing the magical beast forest. He said that deep within a certain cave there is a transportation formation that must be activated with spirit stones, and that he had killed a 9-headed flood dragon guarding the place. Soun was astonished. A place where a 9-headed flood dragon lives must be rich in spiritual energy. In that case, it is highly likely to be a pond or a volcano. It won't be easy, but if Sogun wants to leave the magical beast forest, he must find that place. Diho nodded. You are right, we may have to be buried in this magical beast forest, but Sogun is different. Sogun? Sogun ran to his side. Yes, master, please speak. Diho urged him. You must escape this treacherous magical beast forest by any means necessary. Your masters wish for you to repay our kindness, Soun replied with firm resolve. Even if it means my death, I will surely repay my master's kindness. Diho smiled. That's right, of course you must. The Jianshan Qigong you have learned is a divine art, so you must train diligently to be able to go outside. However, the Jianshan Qigong is not perfect. Trang Gan's jaw dropped in astonishment. What are you talking about? Why did you teach him a martial art with a weakness? Diho explained. This incomplete Jianshan Qigong is a technique with strong yang energy. The deeper one trains, the easier it becomes to control the yang energy. Strong yang energy is a great help in breaking through gateways, but on the other hand, if you fail to control it, you will not only suffer physical pain but could also lose everything you've trained for your entire life. I once treated the Lord of the Blood Shira fortress for the side effects of Jianshan Qigong, and at that time, blinded by ambition, I secretly stole his Qigong incantation. At the same time, I also wanted to stay with my newborn daughters for a long time. I thought that thanks to the Jianshan Qigong, I would soon be able to enter the Celestial Palace stage, but I never imagined I would be discovered and chased all the way here. He reached out and took Sogun's hand. Sogun, to leave this place you must find the flawless Jianshan Qigong. Sogun nodded. Yes, master, I understand. I will find and learn the flawless Jianshan Qigong. Diho nodded. Good. When you have the chance later, stop by the Blood Shira fortress in the kingdom of Yeonam, and deliver news of me to Mistress So, my father, and my 2 daughters Sosin and Soso. And if they are in any trouble, help them with all your strength in my stead. Sogun nodded. Yes, master, I will remember. Having said all he needed to, Diho quietly closed his eyes and passed away. The men cremated his body. Though they had prepared themselves, none could hide their sorrow. My second master taught me formation arts. Since there were no materials to make magic treasures, my third master could only teach me how to control fire. The 2 of them talked day and night about the habits, power, and what could be obtained from demonic beasts. My fourth master helped me reach the realm of the Flying Lotus Step and the Flash Step. He also taught me very useful techniques like the Earth Escape art, the Bone Shrinking art, the Disguise art, and the Turtle Breathing technique. Time passed and another 3 years went by. Sogun was plucking Trangan's white hairs and said, Lately I've been feeling truly grateful to you masters. Trangan laughed. You rascal, why are you suddenly saying such things? What's this nonsense? Is something worrying you? Sogun smiled. Worry? I don't even have time to study. Where would I find time to worry? Fourth master, your hair is already half white. I'm worried you'll be bald after I pluck all of these. Trangan's expression turned serious. Stop beating around the bush and speak frankly. I've seen you sighing a lot lately. What's worrying you so much? Sogun replied. Lately I've started to feel the celestial gate in my lower abdomen. It's so solid that no matter how much I attack it with spiritual energy I can't break through. Trangan shouted in excitement. You finally felt the celestial gate. Come sit next to me. After waiting for Sogun to sit in front of him, he began to explain. For a practitioner to move to the next stage, it is a very difficult task. You have already learned the Jianshan Qigong. If you train diligently, you will soon break through the celestial gate. Sogun asked, still in a sad voice, How long will it take? I can't even take elixirs to replenish my internal energy. Before he could finish his sentence, Trangan raised a hand and slapped him on the head. You brat, you're only 18 and you're whining about not being able to enter the celestial stage. Even a naturally gifted practitioner would take at least 100 years. There are plenty who die before even entering the great celestial stage. You have learned numerous formations, so even if you fall into danger from a demonic beast you will be able to hide yourself. The magical beast forest has many precious spirit herbs and demonic beasts, so you will easily find the ingredients to make the elixirs you need for your training. Sogun nodded blankly. Yes, I understand. Trangan came over, put his arm around his shoulder and laughed. Don't go too far. You must return before the sun sets and you must absolutely avoid demonic beasts. Just quickly gather the spirit herbs needed to make elixirs and come right back. Having received permission to go outside, Sogun couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, fourth master. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Sogun left the village alone. Judging by the color of the petals, this must be earth spirit grass. Those skull-shaped petals over there are probably ghost bone grass. Those small, round, yellow petals are yellow bean root. Is the sun already setting? I need to get back to the village. Sogun immediately hurried back toward Guimang village. He exclaimed excitedly as he ran, employing his footwork. The Flying Lotus Step is so much faster and consumes less energy out here than when I used it in the narrow confines of Guimang village. Fourth master was right after all. This is truly a peerless technique. It feels so good to be out like this. It's so liberating. While running, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait, I was so focused on finding spirit herbs for my elixirs that I forgot to get a gift for my masters. I should catch a chicken or a goat. The thought of his master's happy faces upon receiving a gift brought a smile to Sogun's lips. With that in mind, he leapt up into the tree opposite him. I need to get back to the village before sunset, so I have to find something quickly. Suddenly, he frowned and looked behind him. Why do I have such a creepy feeling? Behind him, not far away, a goat was grazing. The goat noticed him too and looked up. Sogun immediately jumped down from the tree. A goat? I should use the Flying Lotus Step to catch it, but wait, what is this chilling feeling? It's a different feeling from when I encountered the goat. After a moment of thought, he turned and hid behind a tree. This is my first day out. I can't take any risks. I'll catch one next time. Just then, a huge wolf walked out from the bushes next to him. Sogun froze on the spot upon seeing the 3-headed wolf before him. The 3 wolf heads barked fiercely at him. Sogun recognized its name at a glance, a low-grade demonic beast, a three-headed howling wolf. I'm only at the elixir condensation stage, so I should avoid it. I don't have a magic tool anyway. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best policy. No, the flying lotus step is fast, but I could be caught before I even turn around. How did I end up in a direct confrontation like this? Even in this situation, my mind is very calm. Even at the moment the three-headed howling wolf attacked me, I very calmly used the flash step to dodge. This flash step consumes a lot of spiritual energy, but since it allows me to move a short distance in an instant, there's no way I'd be hit by the three-headed howling wolf's claws, right? The three-headed howling wolf had not yet noticed that Sogun had moved behind its back. Its three heads were still growling at the spot where he had just been standing. The corner of Sogun's mouth lifted. Can I catch that thing? The three-headed howling wolf finally noticed him behind it. It quickly growled and charged at him. Sogun paid it no mind, using the flash step to dodge while picking up small stones from the ground. After a moment he stopped and looked at the three-headed howling wolf seriously. Preparations are complete. Now the only attack skill I can use is the one First Master taught me. Seeing the fiercely charging three-headed howling wolf, spiritual energy immediately erupted from Sogun's body. He threw a few stones he held in his hand, unleashing the hidden weapon technique wind-chasing flash. Holes were instantly pierced through the heads of the charging three-headed howling wolf. Looking at the monster that had fallen to the ground in defeat, Sogun couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, "I did it, thank you so much everyone." The faces of the old masters in the village once again came to his mind. Only then did he suddenly realize, oh no, this is bad. I promised my master I wouldn't fight any demonic beasts. A short while later, Sogun returned to the village carrying the three-headed howling wolf. Seeing him return with the demonic beast, everyone frowned. Trangon clutched his head and shouted excitedly, "You brat, I told you to come back quickly, yet not only did you return after sunset. What else did you do?" Sogun stood before the corpse of the three-headed howling wolf and hung his head guiltily. "I'm sorry." Trangon ran up to him and scolded, "You brat, you're only 18 and you're already acting on your own. Did you think your masters would praise you if you ignored our words and even brought back a demonic beast? You were just lucky this time." Sogun explained, but fourth master, before he could finish, Trangon cut him off. "HMPH, are you trying to make excuses, you brat? Shut your mouth right now." Sogun hung his head sadly. "That's not it." It was then that Hoang Soun spoke. "Was today your first time going outside?" Sogun nodded. "Yes, it was my first time." Hoang Soun asked again. "Why did you go outside?" Sogun explained. "Because I want to break through to the celestial stage. I don't remember my master saying I could go out, but the celestial gate was so firm that it showed no signs of opening. I wanted to shorten my training time, so I went to find ingredients for an elixir needed to break through the gate." Hoang Soun was surprised. "I see, how was it being outside?" Sogun replied. "Although I gathered spirit herbs and encountered the three-headed howling wolf, it wasn't very dangerous. As I kept using the flying lotus step, I felt my chest fill with vitality." Hoang Soun turned his head again to look at Goku. "Can you make a spirit banner with the bones and hide of the three-headed howling wolf?" Goku smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Hoang Soun smiled and approached Sogun. He patted Sogun's shoulder and sighed. "Sogun, from today on you may find this Guimang village to be cramped and suffocating. You will come to resent why your masters won't let you go outside." Sogun shook his head. "No, master," Hoang Soun continued, ignoring him. "It is natural for you to feel resentment that we are stopping you from doing what you want to do. We of course also want to see you quickly reach the celestial stage. Breaking through the gate is a very difficult and dangerous task. With our abilities, we want to help you by your side while we are still alive and make you a celestial stage practitioner." Sogun exclaimed excitedly. "Is that really true, master?" Hoang Soun replied calmly. "Have I ever lied to you?" Sogun said excitedly. "Not even once," Hoang Soun laughed. "Third master will make a spirit banner for you. If you can deploy the ghost howl hidden shadow formation with those banners, I will allow you to go outside." Sogun immediately went over, grabbed Goku's arm tightly and pulled him. "Third master, please hurry and make the banners. I've learned and practiced the ghost howl hidden shadow formation so much that I can deploy the formation right away. Please make them quickly." A short while later, Sogun was making banners with Goku. Goku sat beside him making the banners and explaining, "While controlling the flame with spiritual energy, you must envision the shape of a dagger. How you control the fire is the most important factor when forging a magic tool. So remember that well. Starting with this dagger we will hunt more low-grade demonic beasts, gather more materials and hone even more profound techniques. Now use the power of the wind from the wind-controlling art to cool this blade." Hearing this, Sogun stopped manipulating the fire and immediately used the wind-controlling art to cool the blade. After a moment he handed the blade to Goku. "Master, it is done. Is this a dagger-type magic tool?" Goku shook his head. "This is just a dagger. It cannot even be considered the lowest-grade magic tool," Sogun asked in surprise. "Then how much more practice do I need to make the lowest-grade magic tool?" Goku answered without hesitation. 3 years. Now I must quickly make the 12 banners, so you go and rest." Sogun stood up and went into the house. "I don't think I'll have time to rest. I need to make elixirs with the spirit herbs I gathered." Goku nodded. "In that case, one dagger won't be enough. Make a weapon to protect yourself as well." A few days later, sounds came from Sogun's house from early in the morning. "Done." He looked at the elixir in his hand and let out a sigh. To succeed for the first time after 5 attempts, this is truly a difficult task. I've used up all the spirit herbs I gathered. If the amount of spirit herbs, their state of dryness, the fire's temperature, or the refining method is even slightly off, it's impossible to make an elixir. This 9-herb essence pill is said to remove impurities from the body, but how effective will it be for me? I'll only know if I take it. With that thought, he was about to put the elixir in his mouth. Will this help me break through the celestial gate? Just then, another voice came from outside. Are you going to eat what you just made? Isn't this an ingredient for making a cultivation elixir? Sogun retorted, his voice slightly annoyed. I don't want to talk about his words and actions. Outside, Trangon laughed. It seems you're still angry with me. You have no idea how many times I've told the other elders how well you've mastered the flying lotus step and the flash step and that nothing would happen if you went outside. Sogun was surprised. Really? Did you really say that? Trangon scoffed inwardly. Of course it's a lie, you brat. Though he thought this, he smiled and nodded on the outside. Of course. If not, do you think I would have let you go outside so easily? Sogun completely believed him, scratching his head and laughing. Ah, I see. Trangon spoke again. Brother Goku has finished making the banners, let's go see them together. Sogun stood up in excitement, so quickly. A moment later, all 3 of them, including Trangon, were standing in the yard. Soun looked ahead and commanded, Good. Now come out of the formation. No one was visible in front of them, but Sogun's voice could be heard. Yes, master. Soon after, he emerged from thin air. How was it, master? Did I pass the test? Soun nodded. Brother Goku's banners are excellent, but your formation is also perfect, Sogun. Very good. Now, with a suitable weapon, you can go outside as you please. Sogun turned, held up the weapons he had made, and smiled. 2 daggers and 8 bamboo hidden weapons called bamboo flash. Will this be enough? From that day on, the others no longer stopped Sogun from going outside, and he was able to roam freely outside the village. As he ran through the forest, he sighed to himself. This is going to be really difficult. I've scoured the area around Guimang village for the past 3 months, but besides low-grade demonic beasts and spirit herbs, I haven't seen a shadow of any other fierce beasts. He recalled Goku's request. It seems it's time to make a magic tool, find and bring back spirit stones. As Sogun ran deeper into the forest, he was lost in thought. Spirit stones are rocks that form naturally in places with abundant spiritual energy. They are usually found in mountains or on land untouched by sunlight. I should go further to find some. A short while later, he stopped at the foot of a mountain. As he got closer, he saw that the scenery was truly beautiful. It was a huge rocky mountain with no end in sight. There must be spirit herbs and spirit stones here, right? It would be easy if I could use the void walking step. Since I haven't reached the celestial stage yet, I have no choice but to climb with my bare hands. I've been climbing for an hour and it's not that tiring. The training and the many elixirs I've taken are paying off. With grass growing everywhere like this, there must be spirit herbs too. After climbing a little further, he exclaimed in excitement. My guess was right. This is a heartbreak flower. Climbing a bit more, his jaw dropped once again. Another spirit herb had appeared before his eyes. Isn't that a Manhwa to find such a precious spirit herb in a place like this? He quickly sped up to climb and pluck the spirit herb. A moment later, he warily turned his head and scanned his surroundings. I've heard that where there are spirit herbs, demonic beasts gather. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his brow furrowed. Could that be? Before he could finish his thought, a giant bird charged at him. That's a low-grade demonic beast, a radiant condor. Sogun remained completely unfazed, throwing a few stones to execute the bamboo flash technique. However, contrary to his expectations, the stones hit the radiant condor's body but inflicted no wounds. Sogun muttered to himself, This demonic beast is strange. It turned out that it had evolved to a mid-grade level by eating many spirit herbs. It's going to be a bit difficult to catch. I need to focus more to return safely. But why isn't it attacking me? Could it be that it's not attacking because it's afraid of damaging the Manhwa? If so, then the Manhwa is my talisman. After thinking for a moment, he reached out and plucked the spirit herb. The radiant condor saw this and roared in extreme rage. Sogun realized from its attitude, just as I thought, it's angry but won't attack directly. It's a shame, but I have no choice but to use the Manhwa to distract it. It's too far to go down, so I'll have to climb to the mountaintop and find a place to hide. I ignored my master's warnings and underestimated the magical beast forest. Looking at the roaring radiant condor beside him, Sogun waved his hand and threw the Manhwa downwards. As he had expected, the radiant condor immediately left him and flew towards the spirit herb. Sogun took this opportunity to speed up and run towards the mountain peak. Soon the peak came into view. He excitedly leapt upwards. Good, I can hide here. He quickly took out a few formation flags from the pouch at his waist, threw them on the ground and set up a formation. As he activated the ghost howl hidden shadow formation, his body immediately disappeared. The radiant condor soon flew up from below the mountain, looking around for Sogun, but it had no way of finding him, who had already concealed himself within the formation. Seeing the radiant condor's behavior, Sogun grew tense. This is bad. Seeing how angry it is, it won't give up on me easily. Just then the ground suddenly shook violently, and a demonic beast pig with its whole body ablaze approached from a distance. Sogun recognized it at a glance. A jade-colored pig with flames spouting from its body. That's a mid-grade demonic beast, the jade liver boar. The jade liver boar opened its mouth and gathered flames, while the radiant condor above also opened its mouth and gathered a gale. Hiding in between, watching the two demonic beasts prepare to fight, Soun grew even more tense. Soon the gale and flames began to collide and an extremely terrifying explosion spread in all directions. Soun was inwardly shocked. Is this the power of a fight between mid-grade demonic beasts? I never thought it would be this intense. As if one clash wasn't enough, the radiant condor shot its body like a giant arrow and plummeted towards the jade liver boar. Watching it charge, Soun became even more afraid. The jade liver boar below was not to be outdone. It opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, and the two demonic beasts clashed head-on. Soun was caught in the aftermath. All his formation flags were blown away and his hidden body was revealed and sent flying backwards as the two demonic beasts collided head-on. An earth-shattering explosion erupted instantly. When the dust settled, Soun's battered figure was revealed. He looked at the ruined scene before him and breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for that Manhwa, I probably would have been turned to dust by the power of that radiant condor. It's a good thing the jade liver boar appeared in time. After the collision, both demonic beasts lay unconscious in a pile of rubble. Soun quickly jumped down. I heard that mid-grade demonic beasts have an inner core. I should go down and see if there's anything to salvage. A moment later, he found the inner core in the jade liver boar's belly. So this is it. To think such a small stone can spew fire. If I also take the radiant condor's feathers, I can make a magic tool. As soon as he took the jade liver boar's inner core, he experienced another unexpected joy. It's the Manhwa that the radiant condor had caught. Having collected his spoils, he quickly jumped out of the pit. Manhwa, the jade liver boar's inner core and the radiant condor's feathers and even the spirit stones around here. It was dangerous this time, but the harvest is quite abundant. I need to quickly pack up and head back before it gets dark. The news that Soun had hunted a mid-grade demonic beast turned the entire Guimang village upside down. Goku began to make a storage pouch for Soun. A storage pouch was one of the most important magic tools for a cultivator. Though it was just a small pouch, it could hold numerous items. Though it looked like a small hemp pouch, it could store numerous useful materials. During the day, Soun would use the storage pouch to search for materials and spirit stones, and at night he worked on making magic tools and elixirs that would help him break through the celestial gate. Time flew by and another 3 months passed. Trangon stood outside the door looking at Soun and smiling. After all that anxiety, you finally finished the elixir. Soun reminded him, a poorly made elixir becomes poison. I trust your abilities, but we've come to help just in case. We've taken many elixirs ourselves, so we know how to help if you make a mistake. That's why we're all here, but it seems you've made us worry for nothing. Sitting inside the house, Soun replied calmly, I've poured all my heart and soul into it, so there will be no mistakes. Trangon smiled and admonished him, be a little more humble in front of your second master. Hurry up and drink that wonderful elixir, otherwise I'll steal it and eat it. Soun smiled at them, then put the elixir in his mouth, swallowed it and sat cross-legged in meditation. Soon sweat poured down his face like rain. It felt as if the flames of the jade liver boar were burning his entire stomach and body. Then it suddenly turned into a bone-chilling cold. It felt as if his whole body was freezing from the cold that pierced to the bone by his side. Soun loudly reminded him, you must grit your teeth and endure. If you open your mouth, half of the spiritual energy accumulated in your body will escape. Soun followed his words and desperately held on. Soon, a light emanated from his body, and spiritual energy gathered in his dantian. He unraveled the elixir's medicinal effects on his own and soon refined the elixir completely. He came to his senses within his dantian. Looking at the gate before him, his face was filled with seriousness. He stood up. Faint spiritual power swirled around his body. He approached the celestial gate and slowly reached out his hand. This time the celestial gate was not as solid as before. Soon the gate opened, and Soun also awoke from his cultivation. Trangon and the others were all holding their breath, watching him. After a moment, Soun fully regained his senses. Trangon shouted in excitement, did you succeed? You've reached the celestial stage. In my more than 400 years of life, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. Soun approached with a smile. Now you have truly entered the path of a cultivator. You will now shed your human form and gradually take on a form like the heavens. The standard for a cultivator begins at the elixir condensation stage, where they form an inner core in their body to increase their power. The next is the celestial stage. Cultivators who reach this realm shed their human form and take on a form like the heavens. One step higher is the infant soul stage. This is the stage of refining spiritual energy, and cultivators at this stage can use a spiritual energy shield to protect themselves. After the infant soul stage is the young radiant stage. In this realm, a cultivator can use the true samadhi fire and gain fire consciousness. The next is the void amalgamation stage. This is when a cultivator sets foot on the origin of all existence. By concentrating essence, chi and spirit, one finally reaches the celestial palace stage. This is the realm of a pure immortal, untainted by the dust of the mortal world. Although we became ordinary people when our inner cores were destroyed during cultivation, it would be wonderful if you could become purer and enter the celestial palace stage. Soun nodded. Yes, master. I will definitely become a celestial palace stage cultivator. Thank you for watching over me as I broke through the gate. By the way, how much time has passed? Trangon answered casually. 1 month. It has been a month since you broke through to the celestial stage. Today, Soun went outside the village again. Now his movements were no longer as difficult as before. Lightly moving his body, he reached the mountain peak in an instant. I decided to come here after reaching the celestial stage, but it's not as special as I thought. He stood on the mountain peak and looked at the distant twilight. The corners of his mouth turned up on their own. It's nothing special, but standing on this mountain peak like this feels really new. Suddenly, a mountain not far away caught his eye. That place is near the cliff where the radiant condor and the jade liver boar fought last time. From here, it looks like there's something over there. He quickly leapt and used his movement skill to rush over. I hope there are spirit stones or spirit herbs there. As he got closer, he realized it was a nest. It looked quite large, seeming to be the nest of a demonic beast. He immediately took a weapon out of his storage pouch. I can't underestimate the power of demonic beasts like last time. This is a good opportunity to test my newly made Qingwan sword and Qingwan shield. As soon as he jumped into the nest, he realized that spirit herbs were scattered everywhere. It's definitely the nest of that radiant condor from before. Just then, a sound came from behind him. Without hesitation, Soun immediately turned and raised his Qingwan shield to block when nothing attacked after a long wait. He curiously peeked out. Not far away, a piglet was lying there. Only then did Soun let out a sigh of relief. What was that? It's the jade liver boar's piglet. Did the radiant condor kidnap its baby, and that's why the jade liver boar showed up that day? Soun approached, picked up a few spirit herbs and fed them to the piglet. Seeing it eat deliciously made him very happy. It's really enjoying the spirit herbs, and it's so gentle. If I raise this one until it can breathe fire, it will be a great help in making elixirs. After that, Soun brought the piglet back to the village. Masters, look at this. Everyone was extremely surprised to see the piglet. It's a newborn jade liver boar piglet. Where did you catch it? Soun explained. I found it in the radiant condor's nest. I thought it might be useful, so I brought it back. Can I tame this one? Soun nodded. Of course you can. Even a fully grown jade liver boar can be tamed, let alone this motherless piglet. Trangon nodded in agreement. When it comes to demonic beasts, isn't your second master the best in the world? Soun stroked his beard with a smug look. I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm the best in the world, but I'm not so unskilled as to be ashamed anywhere I go. Haha. Trangon laughed coldly in contempt. Oh, you're not ashamed? Are you living up to the name of Sage Bio? Soun, when it comes to demonic beasts, you must not forget your second master. The piglet, paying them no mind at all, lay on the floor sleeping soundly. Soun excitedly asked Soun, Yes, master, but how long will it take for this little one to breathe fire? Goku stroked his chin, lost in thought. To breathe fire, it will probably take 5 years. Soun sighed sadly. 5 years? I thought it would be helpful right away. Trangon admonished him. You rascal, you've already become a practitioner. 5 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Time flew by like an arrow. Autumn passed and winter came. And in the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone. On a sunny spring day, Soun came out of his house with a sigh. It seems my training has hit a wall. I wish I could feel the infant soul stage. Just then, Trangon jumped down from a tree again. You rascal, you're already getting greedy. You've only just entered the celestial stage. Not even a heaven-sent genius can enter the infant soul stage at 20, you rascal. Soun sighed. The future seems so bleak. I was just talking. Trangon stroked his chin, lost in thought. I think it's a bit of a stretch to enter the infant soul stage right away. How about using that power for something else? Soun asked, puzzled. What? Something else? Trangon asked as he jumped off him. Did Elder Deho teach you about the elixir of youth? Soun scratched his face. First master taught me, but the ingredients are so rare. I know how to make it though. The ingredients are a bit hard to find, and the elixir of youth is just a pill to maintain a youthful appearance. Are there any other benefits? Trangon explained. I taught you the bone shrinking art and the disguise art, so you can change your appearance from a child to an old man. That's right. That alone is enough to deceive others' eyes, but if you take the elixir of youth when you're young, not only can you see through the disguise art of someone with a higher cultivation level, but you can also make your opponent let their guard down and reveal their weaknesses, making others lower their guard. This is a very big advantage. The next day, Soun was gathering spirit herbs by a waterfall in the forest. He looked at the mountain in front of him and smiled. I can't believe there are so many bixu grass plants which are needed to make the elixir of youth here. This is just the beginning. The ingredients for the elixir of youth are too rare, so I have to keep coming far from the village. I haven't had a moment to rest while training all this time. Since I've come this far, should I take a rest? Since I'm going to make it anyway, I should make a lot of elixirs of youth and give them to my masters and the uncle. As he was leisurely soaking his feet, he suddenly stood up and looked back. Something is approaching. Without hesitation, he took out a formation flag from his storage pouch. The ghost howl hidden shadow formation was quickly deployed. Only after completely concealing his body did Soun begin to analyze. It's a human voice. Are there people living in the magical beast forest? No, they might be practitioners in hiding. Soon, 2 women approached. Unaware that Soun was nearby, they saw the stream before them and chattered excitedly. Big sister Boang, it's so hot. I'll go down and wash up first. Hee, then I'll have to wash up with you. Soun was greatly surprised to see the 2 of them. What? They're different from me and my masters. Could they be women? The 2 walked and talked happily. I have to protect this young skin of mine. You should sit in the shade and rest. How could I do that? Let's go down and wash together. Soun looked at the two women before him and thought, I've never seen a woman before, but I instinctively know they are truly beautiful. Seeing the two undressing before his eyes, he immediately closed his eyes and steeled his heart. No, I must stay focused, my fourth master warned me. If I meet someone in the magical beast forest, pretend I didn't see them and go somewhere else. And he said to never trust a woman's words or get close to one. The two women quickly undressed completely and jumped into the lake to bathe. Soun blushed and looked at the clothes on the shore. That's a storage pouch. Those two were practitioners as well. If they are celestial stage practitioners, there must be magic tools inside that storage pouch. The easiest way to obtain a magic tool is to steal another practitioner's storage pouch. This was what Trangon had taught him. He recalled his master's teachings, but Sogun's heart was still conflicted. But I don't want to steal from someone who hasn't harmed me. Just then another person walked out from the bushes behind. Without hesitation he excitedly rushed over and picked up the two storage pouches. Haha, this storage pouch is mine now. The two women bathing in the lake immediately frowned and looked over. As soon as the middle-aged man touched the storage pouch, his eyes widened. Countless streams of black energy suddenly spewed out from the pouch. Seeing their opponent poisoned and groaning on the ground, the two women finally walked slowly to the shore and got dressed. So it was a fool like you, Cho-Cha Gang. Today will be the last day we see you. Soun watched the middle-aged man poisoned and writhing in pain on the ground and nodded to himself. Fourth master was absolutely right. From now on I will never trust a woman. The blonde woman looked at the middle-aged man angrily. I told you I wouldn't marry you, but I didn't know you still hadn't given up. To kidnap and try to kill big sister Boung, you are truly unforgivable. The middle-aged man, his face pale, trembled as he looked at them. What on earth did you do? The blonde woman answered calmly. Even if you are at the 7th level of the celestial stage, it's not easy to face both of us sisters who are at the 3rd and 4th levels at once. So we predicted that you would steal our storage pouches when we showed a weakness. We thought you would inhale the gas that comes out when you open the storage pouch. So we put black dispersing powder which scatters spiritual power in the fake storage pouches. If you can't use your spiritual power for a while, you'll be no different from an ordinary prisoner. So give up, the middle-aged man sighed. So that's what it was. I was blinded by lust and fell into your trap. Only after hearing their conversation did Soun realize. I thought they were vicious women, but I didn't know there was such a story behind it. I shouldn't meddle unnecessarily. That man deserves to die. Just then his eyes widened again. Danger, that man is hiding a needle in his hand. The middle-aged man took advantage of the two women letting their guard down and immediately seized the opportunity to throw flying needles at them. The two of them couldn't react to the sudden ambush and just stood there with their mouths agape. Just as the needles were about to hit the two women, a few stones flew out and knocked their needles away. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, "Damn it, who is it? What bastard dares to interfere with this old man's business?" The two women were shocked. "Aren't you affected by the black dispersing powder?" The middle-aged man clasped his hands together to cast a spell and laughed coldly. "HMPH, when I saw the two of you bathing so peacefully in this valley, I suspected it was a trap. I knew you put black dispersing powder in that pouch and prepared in advance, so what's a little poison to me? As someone born and raised in this magical beast forest, I have to use my head a little. If I can't deal with the traps from the outside, how can I survive here? If you don't want to die by my magic treasure, raise your hands and surrender." Though he boasted so confidently, he was extremely vigilant in his heart. "I can't be careless anyway, there's definitely another guy nearby. I'm not sure if he's with those girls yet. But why hasn't he shown himself yet? Could it be that he's—" Just then the brown-haired woman clasped her hands and shouted loudly, "Benefactor, thank you for your help. Although we have already received your help once, we shamelessly ask for your help one more time. If you would be merciful and save us, we will surely repay your kindness." The middle-aged man laughed coldly in contempt. "What? I thought you had set a trap and even prepared another plan in case it failed, but it was just a lucky passerby who helped you." Then he turned around and laughed loudly. "I won't blame you for revealing my trick. Rather, if you help me subdue those young ladies, I will reward you handsomely." The two women's expressions immediately hardened when they heard that. The middle-aged man paid them no mind and continued his psychological warfare. "I will give you everything I get from their storage pouches. I'll even throw in one of my low-grade magic tools." Soun, hiding behind, analyzed to himself, "That man is Cho-Cha Gang. His cultivation level is at the 7th level of the celestial stage. I have already reached the 4th level of the celestial stage, and if I join forces with those two young ladies, I can definitely defeat him." Thinking this far, he quickly walked out of the formation. The group was shocked to see him appear. He was that close. Cho-Cha Gang's heart sank. "I can't gauge that guy's cultivation level. How can this be? To be able to hide one's cultivation level like this, does that mean his level is incredibly high?" After thinking for a moment, he said to Soun, "Ahem, what is your cultivation level? You look like a prisoner and a practitioner, won't you tell me?" Soun was inwardly impressed. Fourth Master's true hiding art is really amazing. It's a good thing I can hide my skills in front of them. After thinking for a moment, he clasped his hands and said, "I have only recently formed my inner core. My current cultivation level is only at the 3rd level of the elixir condensation stage." Cho-Cha Gang stroked his beard and nodded. "If you have just entered the early elixir condensation stage, your skills will soon blossom, so it makes sense that your cultivation level is not visible. But for an elixir condensation stage practitioner, your concealment skills are excellent. To even see through my hidden needles." Sogun explained calmly. I was only able to hide like that because of a magic tool that forms a formation, and I was able to discover the needles because I trained in miscellaneous skills and improved my eyesight. Cho Cha Gang nodded and pointed at the two women opposite him. I see. Do you have any other magic tools? Take them out and help us deal with those two bitches. Sogun clasped his hands and replied. I have a sword and shield left by my parents. Cho Cha Gang nodded. Oh, is that so? He laughed coldly to himself. For an elixir condensation stage cultivation level, this little brat has a lot of precious things. After I deal with those two bitches, I'll kill you too and take all those magic tools. Hee hee. After finishing his thought, he gave an order. Young man, then help me out a bit. If things go well, I'll give you some advice later that will help you raise your cultivation level. Sogun took out his magic tool without hesitation. Since you say so, senior, how can I refuse? I will do my best to help. The brown-haired woman gripped her longsword tightly and shouted, You trash like you, they say all men are bastards and they weren't wrong. I will definitely kill you and that bastard Cho Cha Gang today. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her sword and slashed at Sogun's party. Her sword she hit Sogun's shield and was completely blocked, not even causing a scratch. After blocking her attack, Sogun put away his shield and glanced at Cho Cha Gang. He's not dodging even when she's attacking. Is he trying to test me? Was he still suspicious, so he suggested we cooperate first? While Sogun was lost in thought, Cho Cha Gang suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Young man, very well done. Now stand by my side and block their attacks with this shield magic tool. I will subdue them. After speaking in front of the two women's shocked gazes, he immediately activated his magic tool and sent one of them flying. The blonde woman was shocked to see her companion being attacked. Big sister, are you okay? The brown-haired woman wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shook her head. I'm fine, Cho Cha Gang laughed triumphantly. Haha, with that kind of skill, who are you going to kill? You have to fight properly. From now on I won't go easy on you. After speaking, he activated his magic tool and continued to attack. The brown-haired woman gritted her teeth and swung her sword, creating a sword screen to block. A defensive barrier immediately appeared around the two of them. Cho Cha Gang's attack was temporarily blocked by the defensive barrier. The blonde woman's mind raced. Cho Cha Gang is underestimating us and not using his full strength. He's just attacking to pressure us. In that case, we'll have to see who wins now. After finishing her thought, she swung her fan and two streams of pink spiritual power immediately shot out from it. Followed Cho Cha Gang's attack and flew towards his hands. He thought he would be hit by the attack, but just then, Sogun rushed in and blocked it with his shield. Having escaped the crisis, he let out a sigh. It's a good thing you blocked that guy's surprise attack. Thank you, young man. Sogun replied calmly. It's nothing. Cho Cha Gang became angry and violently erupted all the spiritual power in his body. You bastards, I went easy on you, yet you dare to ambush me, then from now on there will be no mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his magic treasure again to attack, and then shouted loudly at Sogun. Young man, now use your sword instead of your shield to attack and obscure their vision. Sogun nodded. Yes, senior, leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in without hesitation and swung his sword, slashing at the two women. The brown-haired woman was shocked. Here he comes, junior sister, get behind me. Cho Cha Gang's attack hit the defensive barrier again. Cho Cha Gang took out another magic tool. Take this too. Immediately, a few jade beads flew towards the two women. The jade beads collided with the defensive barrier, causing a violent vibration. At this rate, the defensive barrier would surely break soon. Cho Cha Gang laughed triumphantly. Ho ho, you're holding on well, but you won't be able to block my demon needle jade, which contains my spiritual power. Sogun, who was beside him, thought to himself, is this a magic tool specialized in control? The way he's talking so confidently, he must have had a trump card in that case. This is my last chance. Thinking this far, he turned his body, swung his sword, and slashed at him. Cho Jiangmeng, who was triumphant at the thought of having the two beauties in his hands soon, suddenly changed his expression. He reacted very quickly. As Sogun's sword came flying, he immediately twisted his body and retreated to dodge. Sogun was not very surprised that his attack had failed. He immediately took out a flying needle, used his movement skill to approach his opponent, and then opened his mouth to spit fire and attack him. Cho Cha Gang screamed wildly as he was burned by the flames. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Sogun didn't give him a chance to react and immediately threw the hidden weapon in his hand. Taste my wind-chasing flash. Cho Cha Gang had no way to dodge, and so the 8 blades of Sogun's wind-chasing flash were embedded in his body. Only after finishing everything did Sogun slowly descend in front of him. The two women in the distance saw the sudden change in the situation and could only stare with wide eyes full of doubt. Cho Cha Gang was completely drained of strength and knelt on the ground trembling. Well, you damn bastard. Sogun glanced at him and sneered coldly. I suppose your plan was to kill me and take my magic treasures after you got your hands on those two women. With such greed you would have harmed others sooner or later. After speaking, he swung his sword and beheaded the man. The two women behind him cupped their hands in a gesture of respect. Thank you so much for killing Cho Cha Gang. Sogun walked over to them and smiled. Thanks to Cho Cha Gang's frenzied attack on you both, I was able to seize the opportunity to kill him. The brown-haired woman sighed. It's truly embarrassing that we didn't realize you were only pretending to cooperate with Cho Cha Gang, young master. Sogun explained calmly. I even attacked you both to avoid suspicion. I am truly sorry. The woman smiled and cupped her hands. Not at all. You are a benefactor to me and Cell, young master. That's right. My name is Boung. If you don't mind, may I ask for your esteemed name? Sogun didn't hide it and immediately revealed his name. Afterward, Sogun and the Boang sisters divided the spirit stones and magic treasures they had obtained from Cho Cha Gang's storage pouch. They acquired the demon needle jade and primal phase mirror, the magic treasures Cho Cha Gang had used to subdue the two sisters, as well as some spirit herbs. As the two sisters had promised to repay his kindness, they gave Sogun the spirit herbs he was looking for. They had collected and cultivated many spirit herbs while living in the magical beast forest. Thanks to them, Sogun was able to obtain most of the spirit herbs he needed. After rummaging through the house for a long time, Boang said, "However, young Master Sogun, while we have most of the spirit herbs you need, the Yomil bamboo is too rare, so we don't have any." Sogun nodded. "I see, but this alone has been a great help to me. I'll look for the Yomil bamboo myself." Boang hesitated and asked, "Excuse me, but may I ask one thing?" Sogun nodded. "Yes, please ask anything." Boang looked at the pile of spirit herbs on the table and asked, "These are all very precious spirit herbs. May I ask what you intend to do with them, young master?" Sogun answered calmly, "I plan to make an elixir, but it's not the kind of elixir you two would need. It doesn't help increase spiritual power at all. It's an elixir that simply keeps one's appearance from aging." The two of them were extremely excited upon hearing this. "Young Master Sogun, that's the elixir of youth. We don't know how to make elixirs, so we couldn't improve our own abilities. That's why we were humiliated by people like Cho Cha Gang. The fact that you can make such a high-grade elixir makes us truly envious. And to think it's the elixir of youth. Cell is a child who cares a lot about her appearance. Even though she seems so easygoing, it's really surprising." Sogun laughed. "Haha, is that so? Lady Cell is truly beautiful," Boang asked excitedly. "Then, young Master Sogun, would you like to make a trade with us?" A short while later, Sogun bid them farewell and returned to the village. "A trade. I wonder if I made the right choice." He recalled the conversation he had just had with the two of them. "We know where the Yomil bamboo is. If we help you obtain the Yomil bamboo, could you give us the elixir of youth in return?" "I promised to trade with him." "But why on earth is a high-grade demonic beast, a Dira beast, guarding the Yomil bamboo?" Upon returning to the village, he went to find Hoang Soun and asked him about it. Hoang Soun was shocked to hear this. "A Dira beast? Don't tell me you fought it outside?" Sogun shook his head. "Ah no, nothing like that. I found the Yomil bamboo, but a Dira beast was guarding it. Yomil bamboo is very rare, so it's hard to find elsewhere. I think I have to go to the place the Dira beast is guarding." Hoang Soun nodded. "I see. Yomil bamboo grows in places with abundant spiritual energy, so it's not unusual for a strong demonic beast to be guarding it. Still, you're lucky that a high-grade demonic beast is guarding it. Usually it's a spirit beast or a low-grade demonic beast, or in the worst-case scenario, a magical beast." Sogun was surprised. "Then the easiest way would be to fight the Dira beast and get the Yomil bamboo," Hoang Soun explained. "Its webs will probably be the biggest nuisance, so I'll teach you how to make a solution that dissolves them. Since it's a high-grade demonic beast, you must be careful when facing it." Sogun nodded. "Yes, second master, thank you." As soon as Sogun stepped out into the yard, he sighed. "Anyway, I don't feel comfortable hiding the fact that I met people outside. It would be best to tell my fourth master and ask for his advice." When night came, he went to find Trangon. "Is something worrying you?" "Yes, fourth master, I met people outside. There were 3 of them, but 1 died." Trangon frowned and glanced at him. "Did you kill that person?" Sogun nodded. "Yes, he was a bad person." Trangon lifted a pig's leg, took a bite, and praised him. "Well done, it was right to kill him. Of course bad people should die. Weren't you about to die yourself before you ended up like this? Don't hesitate in times like these." Sogun nodded. "Yes, fourth master, but there's more." He quickly told Trangon everything that had happened with the Boang sisters. That's how it happened. By the time he finished his story, Trangon had also finished eating the pig's leg. He patted his stomach and burped. "Boang, I thought you had met someone I knew, but I've never heard that name. Cho Cha Gang probably didn't even know you had reached the celestial stage, right?" Sogun asked, puzzled. "Can I trust those 2 ladies?" "We promised to go hunt the Dira beast together." Trangon pointed at him and laughed. "You rascal, you already think those 2 are good people, don't you, even though I told you to be wary of women?" Sogun was momentarily embarrassed, his face turning red, and he couldn't answer. Trangan's expression turned serious as he reminded him. "In any case, you must never let those 2 get behind you. What will you do if they suddenly attack you when you're in danger because of the Dira beast?" Sogun sighed helplessly. "But they didn't seem like bad people." Trangon stood up and nodded. "Well, if what you say is true, those 2 might be good people, not bad. I think so too, just like you. But Sogun, ambition makes people evil. Practitioners are generally like that, so you must always remain vigilant. Understand?" A few days later, Sogun went to the place where the Dira beast was with the Boang sisters. The group soon arrived at a bamboo forest full of spiderwebs. Boang looked ahead and reminded them, "This is where the Yomil bamboo that the Dira beast is guarding grows." Sogun took out a jade bottle. "Since it's guarding the area around the Yomil bamboo, let's get as close as possible. Ladies, please apply this to your weapons. It's a solution that can dissolve the webs. It will surely be helpful." The 2 quickly applied the solution to their weapons. "You even prepared something like this?" "Thank you, young Master Sogun." Sogun instructed. "Then while I set up a formation near the Yomil bamboo, please draw its attention." The 2 nodded seriously. "Understood. Don't worry, young Master Sogun. But young Master Sogun, can you set up a formation effective against a high-grade demonic beast in such a short time?" Sogun answered confidently. Yes, it will definitely be effective. Boang watched Sogun take the lead, cutting through the webs, and thought to herself. From the solution to the formation, I can't even begin to fathom the depth and breadth of young Master Sogun's abilities. The three of them quickly went deep into the bamboo forest. After walking for a moment, Sogun stopped. Thanks to the snow, this is a good place to hide. It's best to be careful from now on. After walking a little further, Sogun was surprised and looked into the distance. There was a single golden bamboo tree, completely different from the others. It was the Yomil bamboo. Sogun whispered, puzzled. Didn't you say the Dira beast was guarding the area near the Yomil bamboo? We've come this far. It should have appeared by now, but why don't I see it? Boang was also very puzzled. I'm sure I saw it guarding the Yomil bamboo from nearby last time. Sogun's mind raced. My master said that if everything is going too smoothly, it's definitely a trap. I don't see it to the left, right, front, or back. Just then, the Dira beast appeared above their heads. Sogun was immediately startled and shouted loudly, "Get back!" The spider demon shot webs at them without hesitation, attacking them. The Boang sisters were not slow to react either, immediately swinging their magic treasures to block. Then Boang shouted loudly, "Young Master Sogun will draw its attention, so hurry and set up the formation." Without a word, Sogun quickly ran back. "Understood, you two be careful." The Boang sisters blocked the Dira beast, reminding each other to be careful. The Dira beast didn't give them much time, immediately swinging its legs to attack. Boang blocked its attack with all her might, ready to die. As soon as she blocked the attack, she shouted loudly, "Sell now!" Sell didn't hesitate for a moment and activated her magic treasure, from which countless butterflies immediately flew out and flew towards the Dira beast body. Then, while the Dira beast was bewildered, they landed on its body. Sell excitedly clenched her fist. "All right?" A powerful explosion immediately spread out from the Dira beast. After waiting for a long time without any movement from the spider demon, Sell asked Boang, "Big sister, should we attack?" Boang's expression was serious as she stared ahead intently. "Wait, it's still standing there. Something feels strange." Soon, the Dira beast emerged from the dust. The Boang sisters continued to watch its movements. As soon as it came out, they immediately retreated to create distance. Sel waved her hand again, activating her magic treasure to attack the spider demon, and this blow directly hit the spider demon's head. The attack that hit the spider demon's head immediately transformed into a flower, and then a powerful spiritual energy exploded, striking the spider demon's head. Despite such a terrible blow, when the dust cleared, the spider demon that appeared was completely unscathed. Boang was shocked to see it. Even though you hit it directly with the self-immolation of the phoenix needle for it to be completely unharmed, just how tough is its shell? After being continuously attacked, the spider demon began to counterattack. It opened its mouth and gathered spiritual energy in front of its maw, and soon a powerful stream of spiritual energy flew from its mouth towards the Boang sisters. The two didn't dare to block it and each leaped to the side to dodge. Both couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What a terrifyingly cold energy, just as they were at a loss for what to do. Sogun rushed in from behind with his sword and shield. "I've set up the formation. You two have worked hard. Leave the rest to me." After speaking, he used the flash step and instantly appeared on the spider demon's back. Then he thrust his sword down without hesitation, but this blow also failed to penetrate its defense. The spider demon turned its head, opened its mouth, and attacked him. Seeing the powerful spiritual energy about to erupt from its mouth, Sogun's face immediately hardened, and he quickly leapt away to dodge. Then, without getting entangled further, he immediately jumped off its back and retreated to create distance. He was extremely surprised inwardly. To not even leave a scratch with the Qingwan sword, a high-grade demonic beast is truly different. In that case, how about this? With that thought, he threw a few hidden weapons he held in his hand. Seeing the hidden weapons flying towards the Yomil bamboo, the Dira beast immediately abandoned everything, turned its body, and chased after the hidden weapons. The hidden weapons were struck down by it before they could reach the Yomil bamboo. Sogun realized, as expected, it's doing its best to protect the Yomil bamboo. Let's use the Yomil bamboo as bait to lure it into the trap. Upon hearing this, the Boang sisters immediately understood his intention and continued to attack the spider demon from their respective sides. Soon, the spider demon entered the range of Sogun's formation. Sogun was extremely excited inwardly. Just a little more, it's about to fall into the trap. He waited for the spider demon to enter the formation completely, then immediately cast a spell. "Now, activate the voidless hell formation." The spider demon realized it had fallen into a formation and immediately let out a loud roar. It crazily swung its legs to attack the formation, but for a while there was no way for it to escape. Cold sweat poured down Boang's face like rain. She looked at Sogun and thought to herself, did he really set up a formation with such a powerful effect in such a short amount of time? As she was lost in thought, Sogun shouted loudly again, "Hurry, take this opportunity to attack fiercely." Without a word, the Boang sisters immediately activated their magic treasures and attacked. The spider demon trapped in the formation had no way to dodge and could only stand still like a sandbag, taking their techniques. After a long time of fierce attacks and using their ultimate moves several times, they had only managed to further enrage the spider demon without inflicting any wounds. Boang sighed. "Its shell is too hard, so our attacks aren't very effective." Sogun immediately rushed in with his weapon. "I have to finish it off somehow." Seeing him rush in, the spider demon opened its mouth and gathered spiritual energy. Sogun no longer dodged and continued to charge. When the spider demon attacked, he raised his Qingwan shield to block. The spider demon's attack was completely blocked by the Qingwan shield. Sogun's pace did not slow in the slightest as he continued to run towards the spider demon. When its first attack failed, the spider demon did not attack again, but suddenly 2 fangs popped out of its mouth. On them was a deadly poison. When Sogun rushed in, it opened its fangs and bit at him. Sogun raised his Qingwan shield again to block. The Boang sisters behind them shouted, their faces full of worry. "Young Master Sogun, be careful." Sogun and the spider demon were now in close proximity. Although he was tightly gripped by the spider demon's legs, Sogun smiled coldly and said, "You are very strong, but unfortunately it's time for you to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword and pierced the spider demon's head. Its weak point struck. The spider demon immediately collapsed to the ground and died on the spot. The Boang sisters saw this and ran over excitedly. "Young Master Sogun, are you okay?" Sogun turned his head, looked at them and smiled. "Yes, ladies, I am fine." As soon as he finished speaking, his vision blurred, and he showed signs of fainting. The excited Boang sisters were shocked to see this. "Young Master Sogun, what's wrong?" They quickly ran over and supported Sogun. "Young Master Sogun, please wake up." Boang checked Sogun's body for a moment and said, "His pulse is very weak and his breathing is very faint. What should we do?" Cell stood beside them, anxious and at a loss. The man lay comfortably in their arms and thought to himself, "I'm truly sorry for deceiving you 2 ladies, but this is what my 4th master told me to do. I wanted to see if they were trustworthy people, so I had no choice but to use this method. If the 2 of them try to kill me, I will immediately stab them between the eyebrows with the demon needle jade. If they leave me and quietly take the Yomil bamboo, I will subdue them and take back the Yomil bamboo. But if the 2 of them try to help me, I will not doubt them in the slightest from now on." A moment later, Cell spoke up and offered her opinion. "Big sister, let's first move the young master to our residence. If we can figure out the composition of the poison hidden in that spider demon's fangs, we might be able to find a way to detoxify it." Boang nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're right, we might be able to figure something out if we examine the poison closely." As Cell was about to carry Sogun and leave, Boang raised her voice and stopped her. "Wait, take the Yomil bamboo too. If young Master Sogun wakes up and the Yomil bamboo is gone, we'll have no way to explain ourselves if he suspects we hid it. I'll go get the Yomil bamboo and the Dira beast's corpse. You take young Master Sogun home first." Cell nodded. "Okay, be careful, big sister." Then she quickly carried Sogun and ran towards their residence. "Young Master Sogun, you have to live. We'll do our best to find an antidote." Sogun sighed inwardly. "This is getting complicated. I never meant to suspect them, to even use the turtle breathing technique to test them. How can I explain this naturally later?" Soon, Cell returned to her residence with Sogun. A short while later, Boang also followed her back. "Cell, I'm back. Let's quickly use the spirit herbs to draw out the poison." As soon as she entered, she was shocked to see Sogun lying naked on the bed with Cell sitting next to him, continuously feeling his body. "Cell, what are you doing right now?" Cell was startled and hurriedly explained, Well, I was paralyzing his blood circulation and blood vessels to prevent the poison from spreading faster." After speaking, she ran outside in embarrassment. "I need to extract the poison from the Dira beast's fangs to study it. I'll need the corpse to study it too. Oh, I forgot, big sister, let's go together. You know, Cell, no matter how much you like young Master Sogun, paralyzing him like this isn't right, is it?" After waiting for them to leave completely, Sogun finally let out a sigh. "I didn't know these 2 would trust and help me like this. To think I suspected them, I'm truly ashamed. What will happen if I suddenly get up now?" Just as he sat up, his gaze fell on a few books on the desk. He quickly went over, picked them up and examined them. They were books on how to make elixirs. There aren't many useful books on making elixirs. The content is too lacking, and besides they're all burnt, so there's hardly anything to read. Don't tell me Lady Cell and Lady Boang learned alchemy from these books? Soon the sound of the Boang sisters' footsteps came from outside again. Without a moment to think, Sogun hurried back to bed. Cell came to the bedside and stared at him intently. "Young Master Sogun, you can open your eyes now." When Sogun lay still as if dead without any reaction, she reached out and pulled back the blanket. "I know you're already awake." Sogun was startled and sat up straight, asking as if he couldn't understand at all. "How did you know?" Cell answered calmly. "The state of the blanket I covered you with has changed. How could a person paralyzed by poison mess up the blanket?" Sogun's face was filled with embarrassment. "Lady, you are truly sharp. It's true that I was paralyzed by the poison, but I seem to have recovered." Cell's face was filled with disbelief. "How can that be?" Sogun smiled and explained. "I've been eating poisonous herbs in small amounts since I was young, so my body has developed a resistance to poison." Cell took the Yomil bamboo from the pouch at her waist. "I was worried for nothing. In any case, I'm glad you've recovered, young master. As promised, this is your Yomil bamboo. My sister also brought the Dira beast's corpse." Sogun hugged the Yomil bamboo and laughed loudly in excitement. "Thanks to you 2, I've gathered all the ingredients. I hope I can successfully make the elixir of youth and give one to each of you." Cell smiled and nodded. "I'm really looking forward to it too." A short while later, Boang also came in from outside. "Where did that child Cell disappear to in such a short time? Don't tell me she's still feeling up, young Master Sogun." As soon as she entered, she exclaimed excitedly, "Young Master Sogun, you've woken up. I'm so glad." Sogun laughed. I've recovered completely thanks to you all. I'm truly grateful to you both this time. This is perfect. Let's discuss what to do with the Dira beast's corpse with you two now. The Boang sisters exchanged glances upon hearing his words. Soon Boang spoke up and explained. Young master, please take the Dira beast's corpse. If it weren't for young master Sogun, we wouldn't have been able to defeat it so easily. It is most fitting for you to take it. Sogun was surprised and was about to say something, but before the words could leave his mouth, Boang cut him off. It might be a bit much to say this, but may I ask you for a favor, young master? Sogun's face was full of puzzlement. Yes, please speak. What is your request? Boang quickly explained. We have collected a great many spirit herbs over time. Could you make elixirs for us with them, young master? Cell was surprised. Big sister, how is that possible? Boang whispered in her ear. Cell, you don't need to be so sharp. It's just the two of us now anyway. Besides, young master Sogun is a trustworthy person. But it's also true that we don't know much about young master Sogun. Young master Sogun, I have a few things I'd like to ask. How old are you this year? Sogun answered calmly. 23, soon to be 24. The two of them were so shocked to hear this that their jaws dropped. What? You're only 23, but you've already reached the 4th level of the celestial stage like us? Sogun's face was filled with puzzlement. Why do you ask? Is there a problem? The two of them bowed their heads sadly and said, It's a little hard to believe. My sister and I have trained diligently for the past 100 years to barely reach our current level. A moment later, Boang asked again, Young Master Sogun, you were born in this magical beast forest, right? Then there must be people who took care of you and taught you. Could you tell us who they are? Cell was surprised. Big sister, it's rude to ask so many questions. What does that have to do with us asking for elixirs? Sogun thought to himself. I can't reveal my master's identities carelessly. After thinking for a moment, he sighed. Unfortunately, my master has passed away. He always lived in seclusion and never spoke of his past. I have no way of answering your question, milady, Cell explained. Please understand my sister Boang. She actually has no ill intentions. We who are asking for the elixirs also have circumstances that are difficult to disclose. Boang raised her head and sighed. That's right, I'm sorry, young master Sogun. This is a matter of our destiny, so I was too forward. Anyone living as a practitioner in this magical beast forest must have their own story. I forgot that for a moment. I have something to tell you about the spirit herbs I asked you to make elixirs with. We are from the Enyak sect. It was a small sect established by our two families joining forces in the kingdom of Yeonam. The Enyak sect specialized in cultivating spirit herbs and making elixirs. But one day, after being attacked by another sect called Mokshu Manor, it collapsed in a single day. There was nothing but smoke, flames, and corpses everywhere, and only a few lucky people survived and escaped. To escape the encroaching flames, our ancestors chose to flee to this magical beast forest. All that is left now is us and these scorched books. Sogun sighed in sympathy. So that's what happened, Boang said guiltily. It is the legacy left by our ancestors, so I dared to ask you such a question. We can't just ask for help. I wonder if it would be a bother for you to make elixirs for us. Will you help us? Sogun nodded. I understand, and let's go see the spirit herbs first. A short while later, Sogun followed them to a basement full of spirit herbs. We put a considerable amount in the medicinal herb storage last time. We've been collecting and cultivating them since our ancestors' time, but we don't actually know how to use them. Sogun was shocked to see the mountain-like pile of medicinal herbs before him. There's a truly enormous amount. As soon as Sogun returned, he told Trangon about how he had tested the two beautiful sisters. He seemed a little surprised to hear the story. You weren't stabbed in the back? Sogun scratched his face and laughed. Well, I tested them, but far from stealing my magic tools, they sincerely tried to treat me. Trangon laughed coldly. So did you catch the Dira beast? Sogun nodded. Yes, I got the Yomil bamboo too. Now I have to go make the elixir of youth. Before leaving, he whispered something small in Trangon's ear. The two ladies there have collected a lot of spirit herbs. They asked me to make elixirs with all of them, so I'm thinking of practicing making elixirs with them. Trangon sighed and laughed. I'll go ahead from now on. You handle the matter of those two. Too much suspicion becomes a sickness. Sogun also smiled and nodded. Yes, fourth master. A short while later, Soun and Goku also approached. Sogun, did you find the Yomil bamboo? You'll start making the elixir of youth right away then. Trangon sighed. Oh, don't even talk about it. From now on, that kid will be cooped up in the alchemy room, and we won't see his face for months. Sogun sat down, stroked the little pig, and said, To make the elixir of youth, the fire in the alchemy furnace must never go out. You have to do a good job. Goku reminded him. It will take a lot of time, so take it easy. It's natural for it to take a long time to make something precious, Trangon reminded him. Sogun, no matter what, you have to come out before your old masters pass on to the next world. Sogun laughed awkwardly. Hey, master, don't say such things. I understand. Then I'll quickly make the elixir of youth and come back. The scene changes to the Boang sisters' residence. A grenade suddenly flew in from outside the door. A violent explosion immediately occurred, and the attackers were two men. Seeing that the iron gate was not yet broken, the bald man ordered, We'll have to use another incineration bomb. This iron gate is tougher than I thought. The middle-aged man in front asked, puzzled. Senior brother, do we need to use everything we brought to break that iron gate? The bald man shouted angrily. Then what are you going to use the incineration bombs for? Aren't you and I both men? We can't live together forever, can we? Since we're living in this magical beast forest anyway, shouldn't we catch those two bitches and make them pay for killing junior brother Cho Cha-gang? The middle-aged man with a full head of hair laughed. Senior brother is right. At times like these, I really want to do something. Senior brother is not wrong about anything, hee. He then quickly brought another grenade, placed it in front of the door, and excitedly returned to the bald man's side. Senior brother, I've said it. The bald man brandished a torch and laughed loudly. Good, now get back quickly. Soon a stream of flame flew towards the grenade he had thrown, and another earth-shattering explosion occurred. The scene changes to another place. Soun was leisurely walking through the forest at this time. I haven't been in contact with them for the past year while making the elixir of youth. I wonder if the ladies are doing well. I wish my masters would have taken the elixir of youth too, but why did they refuse so stubbornly? I wish my masters could stay by my side forever like this. When he got near the Boung's sister's house, he heard the sound of a grenade exploding. He was immediately startled by the explosion. What's that sound? That direction is. He quickly sped up. It's the sound of an explosion near where the ladies live. It can't be a coincidence. Did something happen to them? Soon he arrived at the Boung's sister's house. As he got closer, his eyes widened in disbelief. By the time he arrived, it was right after the grenade had exploded. In front of him, he could no longer see the pretty sister's house. Instead, a fierce flame that covered the sky was soaring. As the dust and flame subsided, the iron gate of Boung's house was revealed. Surprisingly, despite being hit by consecutive grenades, the iron gate was still standing firm and not breached at this time. The bald man exclaimed in shock, "That iron gate is quite something, to only be slightly broken after all this." The man with a full head of hair nodded in agreement. "That's right, Brother Gom, usually just one of these incineration bombs would make the opponent disappear without a trace. Should I set a few more?" The bald man nodded. Good, do that." Soun hid in the bushes behind and thought to himself, "What's going on? Who are those two people attacking the lady's residence?" But this time, before the two of them could set more grenades, the Boung sisters opened the door and came out first. Boung looked at them angrily. "Stop at once. Didn't I already tell you about Cho Cha Gang? Cho Cha Gang died because he tried to kill us. Why are you harassing us and even trying to destroy our home?" the bald man shouted angrily. "Are you going to spout that nonsense again? How do we know what our junior brother did to you to deserve death? All we know is that you two killed our junior brother with a dirty trick." Hiding in the bushes behind, Soun finally realized, "They came for revenge for Cho Cha Gang. They're not mentioning me," the bald man continued to shout. "Serve us obediently and atone for your sins. That's the only way you'll be able to live peacefully in this magical beast forest." Sogun's mind raced. "Those two are both celestial stage practitioners. What should I do? My fourth master told me not to risk my life to help others. Even so, I can't just stand by and watch. I promised to give those two the elixir of youth. Let me think. How can I help them?" The bald man took out a giant sword and slowly approached, shouting, "Enough talk. If you won't obey peacefully, I have no choice but to subdue you by force." He got on the greatsword and flew into the air, brandishing the brush-shaped magic treasure in his hand. A stream of hot flames immediately flew towards the Boung sisters. "Kneel obediently and surrender, and I will show you mercy." Haha. Boung and Sel immediately put up a defensive barrier together to block the flames, but their barrier didn't seem like it would last long. As soon as it collided with the flames, numerous cracks immediately appeared on top. While they were focused on blocking the flames, the bald man suddenly broke through between them and went inside. Boung exclaimed in shock, "When did he get behind us?" Sel snorted coldly in anger. "He took advantage of the moment we showed a weakness. We're surrounded." The bald man laughed triumphantly. "Haha, without a movement magic tool it'll be difficult even if you want to escape. Did junior brother Cho really die at your hands?" The man with a full head of hair outside refuted. "There's no way. They must have pulled some dirty trick." The bald man laughed coldly. "Now you can't escape. I'll ask again. Will you surrender obediently and serve us?" The man with a full head of hair outside took out a whip and laughed sinisterly. Hee, maybe they'll be obedient after I teach them a lesson with this whip." He gazed at the two beauties before him, smug and completely oblivious to his back. Just then, Soun burst from the bushes, sword in hand. As he charged, he flicked his wrist and threw several hidden weapons. The man who had been laughing uproariously was shocked by the sudden attack from behind. "This is junior brother Cho's demon needle jade." He spun around in anger and shouted, "Who are you? Show yourself." As he spoke, he lashed out with his whip, attacking the approaching Soun. Sogun's left arm was immediately caught by the leather whip. He tried to raise his sword to cut it, but his face filled with shock. His Qingwan sword couldn't cut through the leather whip. The man with the full head of hair yanked hard on the whip and pulled out a hooked claw with his other hand. "You fool, trying to cut my Taidong whip with a sword like that. I'll teach you a lesson myself." Soun, unable to resist, was pulled forcefully into the air. The man drew Soun close to his body and swung his other hand. "It's over for you, kid." But as he struck Sogun's body, he was startled. The sensation in his hand was strange. Soun puffed out his lips. "Thanks for coming so close with your own 4 feet." The man was shocked to see the torn mark on Sogun's chest. "My bone-grabbing claw couldn't even pierce his body?" While he was stunned, Soun opened his mouth and unleashed the inner heat roar. At such close range, the man had no way to dodge, and his body was instantly engulfed in flames. Soun immediately retreated to create distance, and as he moved back, he threw the bamboo flash hidden weapon. As the weapon embedded itself in his opponent's body, he gripped his longsword tightly, executed the flash step, and slashed at his opponent with extreme speed. The man couldn't resist at all and was sliced in two by Soun. The bald man in the cave saw this and cried out in shock. "Junior brother Yi." The Boung sisters quickly approached and joined Soun. "Young Master Soun, you've come." Soun nodded. "Thankfully I wasn't too late." The bald man trembled with rage at the sight of the dog-like group of men and women before him. "You goddamn bastards, I'll kill you all." Soun glanced at the wound on his abdomen and marveled to himself. "This white beast armor made from the Dira beast shell is really useful. I also took the grenades from that guy's body. Now it's just that bald man left. The three of us should be enough to beat him." The bald man gritted his teeth and urged his magic tool. "You dare kill my junior brother? Now I see. I was wondering how those two bitches killed junior brother Cho. It was you who helped them. Today I will use your blood to comfort the souls of my unjustly killed junior brothers." A terrible flame soon erupted from within the cave. Sogun's party of three was immediately struck by the flames and sent flying outside. The bald man sneered coldly and walked out slowly. "If I hadn't held back even a little, you all would have been dead long ago. Now offer me that man's head and I will show you special favor from now on." Boang and Sel immediately activated their magic tools and shouted, "Nonsense." Sogun didn't say much either, taking out the mirror-shaped magic treasure he had taken from Choja Gang. The bald man blocked with his flaming brush and sneered contemptuously. "Do you think you can do anything to me with such an attack? This isn't enough. If you hadn't used dirty tricks, how could my two junior brothers have died at your hands? I am completely different from those two. You can't touch me. You won't be able to touch a single hair on my head." Sogun stopped his attack and analyzed inwardly. "No matter how I attack, I can't break through that flame barrier." He firmly believes that too. "In that case, I'll attack with the grenades they brought themselves." The bald man was shocked to see his opponent throw a grenade. "If I block that with my flame barrier, it will explode and shatter into pieces." After thinking, he decided not to block the grenade with his brush. Just as the grenade was about to hit the bald man's face, he twisted his body to the side to dodge it. The grenade flew straight into the cave. "Haha, the incineration bomb may be stronger than an ordinary magic tool, but to try and hit us by throwing it in such a strange direction." Sogun smiled coldly and pulled hard on the string in his hand. The bald man was immediately startled by his movement. When he turned his head and looked back, the grenade was being pulled back towards him. Sogun sneered coldly. "If you only rely on that flame barrier, you've already lost." The bald man had no time to react and was hit squarely in the face by the grenade, and a violent explosion immediately occurred, centered on him. Sogun clenched his fists and sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the white beast armor or this spiderweb magic tool, it would have been difficult to win so easily. A moment later he turned his head and looked at the Boang sisters. "Are you two alright?" Boang was still reeling from the shock. "Young Master Sogun, you've saved us twice now. I don't know how we can ever repay this kindness." Sel was not as calm as Boang. She excitedly ran over and hugged Sogun tightly. "Thank you, young Master Sogun. We hadn't heard from you for a whole year, so we thought you had passed away." Sogun laughed. "Haha, is that so? Thankfully I wasn't too late. It's a relief I arrived just in time. I'm so glad I could keep my promise to you both." The two were surprised to hear his words. "For you to say that, could it be?" The group then entered the cave together. They talked very happily as they walked. "Did you really succeed in refining the elixir, young master?" Sogun took out 2 wooden boxes and placed them on the table. "Yes, as promised I will give one to each of you." Boang took a wooden box, opened it, and couldn't hide her excitement as she looked at the elixir inside. "Is this the elixir of youth? I never imagined I would get to eat this elixir." Sel was no less excited. "That's right, I can't believe it either." Not stopping there, Sogun took out a few more wooden boxes. "You two have helped me a lot, and I tried refining other elixirs as well. I also made an elixir that increases spiritual power." The two wives were beside themselves with joy. "Thank you, young Master Sogun." A moment later, Sogun became serious. "Now, as I said before, I will teach you how to make elixirs with the spirit herbs you have gathered, but I am an outsider, so is it alright for me to use the relics left by your sect?" Sel answered honestly. "I told you last time, if we don't trust you, young Master Sogun, who can we trust?" Boang nodded in agreement. "That's right, besides you've saved us twice, young Master." Sogun nodded. "Since you both say so, I understand. But it's going to be quite difficult to refine all these medicinal herbs." Time continued to pass, and another 5 years went by. On a beautiful evening, Soun was facing the last moments of his life. He lay on the bed looking at Sogun and smiling. "Sogun, I am so proud of you. I didn't pay much attention to teaching you, yet your cultivation level grew rapidly day by day. It's already been 5 years since you made the elixir of youth and achieved great success in the Chiante technique." Sogun at his side nodded sadly. "Yes, second master." Soun closed his eyes and sighed. "I don't know why I've lived until now. I was the master of the heavenly demon valley, but because of my greed to tame demonic beasts I lost my spiritual power and became a cripple. Don't do foolish things like I did, Sogun." Sogun nodded seriously. "Yes, master, I will remember your words." Soun raised his hand and caressed his cheek. "Still, in this final moment I was lucky to meet you. I believe that you will surely be able to reach the stage of immortality. Take good care of my Kai Lan Thou. Don't forget to light the lamp at night." After saying this, he too closed his eyes and passed away. Sogun nodded sadly. "Yes, second master." A short while later, Sogun and Trangon went together to pay their respects at the old master's graves. Trangon looked at the few graves before him and sighed. "It hasn't been long since brother Soun left, and now brother Goku is gone too. I know that life is fleeting, but those two lived so quietly and then left. They must not have had any joy until the end. I don't have much time left either, so you just wait slowly." Sogun was startled and snapped. "Master, don't make such jokes." Trangon turned his head, looked at him and smiled. Sogun, you already know about the other masters' lives, right? Now I will slowly tell you about my life. As you know, I was a notorious thief in the world of practitioners. I wasn't born with immortal bones, but later I learned of the existence of practitioners, so I entered the path of stealing spiritual medicines for the sake of long life. Thanks to that, I was able to shed my mortal shell at the age of 40, gain immortal bones and become a practitioner. There was truly nothing I didn't steal, come to think of it. I don't know when people started calling me the thousand-faced demon blade. It's a good thing my inner core is not intact, otherwise I would have stolen your elixir of youth too. Sogun looked dejected. Compared to the mountain-high kindness of my master's upbringing, what is an elixir of youth? Besides, I already told you I would give you the elixir of youth last time. Trangon scolded him angrily. Have you erased everything I taught you from your mind? If my inner core or the other master's inner cores hadn't been destroyed, why would we have gone to such lengths to teach you? Sogun frowned and focused upon hearing his words. Trangon continued to explain. I told you, a practitioner will do anything to control their own destiny. You must not trust anyone, not me, not your masters. That's why we taught you. Perhaps Brother Goku or your second master also thought that way, but at least I don't think so. Hearing his words, Sogun's face contorted like a monkey that had eaten ginger. Seeing his expression, Trangon reached out, patted his head and pulled his cheek to comfort him. You brat, why are you making such a serious face? I mean, I don't think so now. I'm glad you came to us. Thanks to you, we who became sinners in our twilight years were able to receive affection. Thank you, Sogun. After saying this, he glanced at the blonde youth beside him. But I still have a question. The blonde youth looked at him, puzzled. What is it? Trangon immediately got to the point. No matter how much I rack my brain, I can't guess your identity. Can you tell me who you are now? The blonde youth was puzzled. You were just talking about death and now you suddenly want to know my identity. What are you up to? Trangon laughed. If I don't know until I die, I'll have regrets and won't be able to close my eyes. Please tell me. This is the first and last time I'll ask you for a favor. Whether you knew or not, haven't I helped you all this time? The blonde youth answered calmly. How do you know what else you'll beg for before you die? My name is Bung Si-hyung. Trangon was shocked to hear the name. Bung what? The evil shattering sword lord of the martial guardian sect. You are the evil shattering sword lord Senior Bung Si-hyung? Bung Si-hyung nodded dejectedly. That's right. Trangon immediately changed his tone. Oh my, I never imagined to think that Senior Bung was also trapped in this magical beast forest. Just Senior D-Ho alone made me speechless, knowing he was a genius. To think there was another genius more outstanding than him in this small village, this is truly unimaginable. Senior Bung, could you tell me the secret to becoming a void amalgamation stage practitioner at the age of 300? Bung Si-hyung shook his head. I have nothing to tell you. Trangon laughed loudly. That's true too. What could I do even if I knew? He pointed to Sogun standing behind him. In that case, could you tell Sogun the secret? Sogun was startled that he had suddenly been dragged into this. Trangon ignored him and continued to speak to Bung Si-hyung. If Senior Bung is willing to take the position of Sogun's Grand Master, all the other masters, including Senior D-Ho, will accept it. Bung Si-hyung turned and left. That will not happen, Trangon continued to speak. Since someone like you was chased here, you must be plotting a terrible scheme in your heart, right? Don't you have any thoughts of revenge? Bung Si-hyung remained silent and did not answer. Trangon continued his psychological warfare. Sogun will definitely escape this magical beast forest. You know that he is not an ungrateful person, don't you, Senior? If you teach him, he will surely help you with your revenge. No matter how much psychological warfare Trangon used, Bung Si-hyung remained unmoved and turned to leave. I'll pretend I didn't hear you. I'm going to rest. Time flew by and another 2 years passed. Trangon was sitting under the shade of a tree with the little pig and Sogun talking. The little pig had already become a big pig by this time. Trangon patted the pig's head and explained. That was the last time I was caught. To save my life, I told them the locations of all the treasures I had stolen. But among them, I never revealed the location of the one most bizarre treasure whose use I couldn't figure out. I'll tell you where I buried that key, named the White Marsh Band Breaker. You must find out the use of that treasure. It will surely be helpful on your path of cultivation. That will probably be the last thing I can do for you. Sogun, even if Senior Bung doesn't teach you, you must reach the Celestial Palace stage. Furthermore, you must become an immortal, understand? Walk the path of immortality and achieve everything you desire. I will surely be watching over you in my next life, understand? Sogun nodded. Yes, Master. Trangon also passed away after that and went to join Goku's party. Seeing Sogun kneeling in front of his house, Bung Si-hyung asked, It's been exactly a week since Trangon died. Have you come to your senses? Sogun nodded. Yes, I'm fine. Bung Si-hyung asked again. You must have come to ask me for teachings? Sogun nodded. Yes. Bung Si-hyung asked again. Do you still remember what I taught you 21 years ago? Sogun recalled the incantation the blonde youth had taught him that night and nodded. I have never forgotten it, the blonde youth explained. The incantation I taught you is the first part of the profound ice art. It helps to develop the brain and maintain a calm mind in any situation. Sogun marveled. Senior has bestowed upon me a great kindness that I can never repay in my lifetime. The blonde youth shook his head. It was just something I did on a whim, so there's no need to consider it a kindness, but if you're asking me to accept you as a disciple and teach you, that's a completely different story. Sogun asked seriously, What must I do for you to accept me? The blonde youth said calmly, There are 2 conditions. First, as Trangon said, you must help me with my revenge. I was ambushed by unidentified individuals and my inner core was destroyed. They cut off both my arms and threw me into this magical beast forest. Find out who did this to me and take revenge on my behalf. Sogun cupped his hands and answered seriously, I will definitely escape the magical beast forest and take revenge on Senior's behalf, the blonde youth continued. The second condition is I will pass on to you the evil shattering sword art, the profound yin qigong, the ice profound art and the sword control art, and after you have learned them all, you must use the evil shattering sword art to cut down evil. Sogun stared up at him in shock, completely unable to comprehend. The blonde youth reminded him once more, killing me is the second condition. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye 7 years had gone by. The blonde youth stood on the mountain peak, his face now etched with countless wrinkles. He glanced at Sogun behind him and asked, Are you prepared now? Sogun gripped his longsword tightly and nodded. Yes, master. The blonde youth closed his eyes and smiled. Then I ask it of you. Sogun cupped his hands and bowed his head. As you wish, master. He stood in his spot, closed his eyes and felt. Masters, please watch over this disciple's steps until the very end. A moment later, he opened his eyes again and stared intently ahead. He launched himself forward, executing the flying lotus step. The blonde youth far in the distance sighed to himself. Sogun, someday you will realize that in this world of practitioners a kind-hearted child like you can only be used by the wicked. Eventually, you will have to learn for yourself when to keep your humanity and when to cast it aside. Now I finally understand why Trangon always nagged you. Haha, but I believe that kind heart of yours will become your strength for someone like me who walks the path of evil shattering. Accepting you as my successor was not an easy decision. I hope you will understand one day. Sogun charged straight in, unleashing all manner of techniques. Then he stopped and activated the profound yin qigong. He leapt into the air in front of the blonde youth. The blonde youth looked at him and smiled in satisfaction. Thank you, Sogun. And thank your other masters who departed before me. Thanks to you, even someone like me who had given up all hope for the world was finally able to find meaning in life again. He stood there, smiling, waiting for Sogun's sword to come. Seeing him hesitate, unable to draw his sword, he opened his mouth and shouted, Come. Sogun gritted his teeth, swung his sword and unleashed the electric swallow strike. Struck by the blow, the blonde youth showed no pain. Instead, his face was filled with happiness. Yes, this is what I always wanted to see again, the evil shattering sword art. Sogun's final master had at last passed from the world. Now he was the only one left in this magical beast forest. He stood before the graves of his 5 masters, clenched his fists and bent his body and knelt. Masters, this disciple will now leave Guimang village even when I go out into the world. I will live according to your teachings. To those I must be kind to, I will be kinder than the Bodhisattva Guanyin. To those I must be vicious to, I will be more ruthless than a Yaksha demon, and to my master's enemies, I will become a being more feared than a Yaksha demon. I will surely avenge you all. After bidding farewell to his 5 masters, Sogun and the little pig flew away using sword control. A short while later, he landed at the residence of the Boung sisters. Is anyone here? Soon Cell emerged from inside. As soon as she came out, she said to Sogun, 9 years, 7 months and 12 days, young master. Do you know what that means? Sogun smiled. A lot has happened, Cell asked again. It's been a long time, and by the looks of it, you seem to be going somewhere? Sogun nodded. That's right. Cell asked, puzzled, where are you going? Do you have somewhere to go even outside this magical beast forest? Sogun explained. I'm leaving the magical beast forest. Hearing this, Cell wore an expression of complete disbelief. Who in this magical beast forest doesn't think that? My sister Boung and I also want to escape this place if we can. Sogun smiled. It's not certain, but I have a clue. If there's even the slightest hope, I will follow it to the end. Cell sighed. I hope you don't end up wasting your time like you're searching for a needle in the ocean, young master. Sogun laughed. Before anything is achieved, it always looks like a pipe dream. Everything I do will tell me the result. Cell turned away sadly, then after a moment reluctantly turned her head back and smiled. I sincerely hope that what you desire becomes a reality. Sogun cupped his hands. Thank you, Lady Cell. Cell took his hand and smiled. If you ever get tired, you can always come here. My sister Boung and I will always be waiting here for you. Sogun nodded. I understand. Farewell. After bidding the Boung sisters farewell, Sogun continued on his way. As night fell, he rested on a mountaintop with the little pig. He recalled what Boung had said then. If it's a cave where a 9-colored flood dragon might live, I only know of 4 places. I will tell you the specific locations. But young master, you must be careful. Sogun sat by the campfire, lost in thought. This is the 4th place and it's still not it? I talked a big game about getting out. But I still haven't found the most important clue. As he was sighing and lamenting, the little pig suddenly woke up. It continuously put its nose to the ground and sniffed. Sogun looked at its behavior with a puzzled expression. It was so engrossed in sniffing that it bumped into the rock wall opposite them, cracking it. Sogun walked over to its side and smiled. What's wrong? You must be tired too. What are you going to do if the wall collapses? Suddenly, he looked at the rock wall the little pig had cracked. What's this? There's a crack here. Wait, air is leaking out from here. There must be something inside. Without the slightest hesitation, Sogun swung his sword and struck the wall. Dirt, rocks, and dust immediately scattered in all directions. He looked at the tunnel before him in surprise. There was another cave in here. If it collapses, we'll be buried alive. After walking for a moment, he saw something appear ahead. Soon, a woman bound and trapped appeared before his eyes. She was constantly calling for help. Help me, please. Is anyone there? Please help me. Please save me. Soun slowly approached her. "Who are you? How did you end up like this?" the woman answered dejectedly. "I refused those who tried to make me a spy, so they captured me and imprisoned me here." Soun was startled. "My goodness, you were harmed by wicked people. Please wait a moment. I'll free you right away." The woman lowered her head and laughed with extreme viciousness. "How, really?" She then lifted her head, putting on a very lovely expression. "Thank you, young master. If you save me, I will do everything I can to repay you." Soun sat down, picked up the chains binding her, and marveled. To use chains so full of spiritual energy to bind a single lady. Why would they do such a thing? The woman put on a pitiful and innocent expression. "I don't know either. I just want to leave this place as soon as possible, every minute and every second." Soun asked again. "Lady, do you know where this is?" The woman shook her head. "I don't. I was dragged here by them and tied up." The corner of Sogun's mouth lifted slightly. "The magical beast forest is a dangerous place filled with bizarre demonic beasts. I've heard that demonic beasts can bewitch people and transform into their appearance." The woman was puzzled. "Young master, what are you talking about? I'm so tired. Please hurry and untie me." Soun took something out of his storage pouch. "I wonder if you know of a grass called Kai Lan Thou. It's a grass that emits a scent that demonic beasts despise. This is an essence that concentrates the scent of that grass." Seeing the jade bottle in Sogun's hand, the woman's face hardened and she looked extremely tense. Soun slowly opened the lid of the jade bottle. "Actually, I've never seen it for myself, so I'm a little curious. Do demonic beasts really avoid the smell of Kai Lan Thou?" Upon smelling the Kai Lan Thou, the woman's complexion changed. Her eyes widened and she gnashed her teeth with extreme ferocity. She quickly revealed her true demonic form. "Get lost at once, you crazy human." Soun did not leave. He sat there and waved the Kai Lan Thou bottle in front of the demon. No matter how much the demon pleaded, he had no intention of letting it go. A moment later, he slowly took the Qinghuan sword from his storage pouch. The demon shouted in fear, "Wait, human. If you just release me, I will never harm you. In fact, I will grant you whatever you desire." Soun asked coldly. "Anything?" The demon, excited, hurriedly replied, "Yes, anything I can do. Besides, I've been chained here for over 200 years. I'm so weak I can't even move. I mean, I can't harm you." Soun stroked his chin, staring intently at it as he fell into thought. "All right, let's say that's true. Now let's talk about a deal." The demon's face was filled with suspicion. "Tell me what you want." Soun quickly got to the point. "Do you know where the nine-colored flood dragon lives? If there really is a nine-colored flood dragon there, I will save you." The demon came to its senses. "I see, you were looking for the nine-colored flood dragon. But with your skills you have no way of facing it. What is your real purpose?" Soun frowned. "I know I'm no match for the nine-colored flood dragon, but it wouldn't be difficult for you to tell me its location, would it?" The demon nodded. "Of course, I've lived here for years, how could I not know?" Soun was delighted. "Then tell me at once," the demon shouted in anger. "Do you think I'm a fool? What if you find the place and don't come back to save me?" Soun sighed. "It cuts both ways. You could also lie to me or kill me after I free you." The demon shook its head violently. "Then forget it. Until you release me, I won't say a single word about the nine-colored flood dragon's location." Soun didn't press the matter and immediately stood up, turned, and left. "Then you can stay here. I don't want to take the risk either, so you'll probably have to stay here for another 200 years. Just wait slowly until some foolish human comes in." "Oh, that's right. After I leave, I'll seal the cave entrance back to how it was," the demon shouted excitedly. "Hey, wait. Damn it, why are humans so difficult?" Soun stopped and looked at it. "Then tell me the location of the nine-colored flood dragon's cave. After I confirm that what you said is true, I will return here and break your chains," the demon snapped. "That's really unfair," Soun said coldly. "Is this a situation where you can talk about what's fair and what's not?" The demon had no way to argue back. Although it was furious, it could only scoff coldly. A moment later, it shouted loudly again. "I don't know what you're trying to do, but you'd be better off not entering the flood dragon's cave. If you act like a fool and get yourself killed, how will you be able to save me?" Soun replied nonchalantly. "That's my business," the demon scoffed coldly. "What an arrogant brat. Even a low-grade demonic beast like me is hard to deal with. A young, radiant stage practitioner, who was once as strong as I was, could be easily defeated by the nine-colored flood dragon, so you must be careful, don't underestimate it. Anyway, what's your name?" Soun didn't reveal his real name and instead gave the name of the deceased Cho Cha Gang. "All right, what kind of demon are you?" The demon laughed. "I am a nine-tailed fox. Like many of my kind, I always repay my debts. Cho Cha Gang, you'd be wise not to think of deceiving me in the slightest. If you break my chains, I will sincerely repay your kindness. But if you deceive me, you will not live in peace for the rest of your life. Remember that well." Soun cupped his hands and said seriously, "I will keep that in mind." The fox nodded. "Good. Then I will tell you the location of the nine-colored flood dragon." After making the deal with the fox, Soun left using sword control. "I never thought I'd meet a demonic beast here. It's a good thing this nine-tailed fox was bound by chains. Otherwise I would have been trapped there. From now on I must be even more wary of demonic beasts. After all, this is the magical beast forest." The scene changes to another location within the magical beast forest. A middle-aged man stands before an altar praying frantically. "O great dragon god, we, the humble people of Jugok village, have come to thank you for your grace. You have cared for us as if we were your own children, allowing us to live safely here. We do not know how to express our gratitude for this immense blessing. To thank you for your great favor, we have brought 3 pure maidens to serve you. Please continue to look after and protect us in the future. After finishing his prayer, he glanced at the 3 women behind him and ordered, "From now on you must not leave this altar until the dragon god descends, do you understand?" The 3 answered in unison, "Yes, village chief." The middle-aged man glanced at the purple-haired woman. "Especially you, Ji Yudong, you must look after the other children." Ji Yudong nodded. "Yes, I will," the village chief reminded them again in a cold voice. "If you displease the dragon god, the entire village will incur his wrath. You must serve the dragon god with all your heart, do you understand?" Soun hid on a distant mountain peak watching and cursed to himself. This is truly too much, offering living people as sacrifices, but the dragon god they're offering sacrifices to is probably the 9-colored flood dragon, right? It seems I've come to the right place. There's no such thing as a dragon god. What they're worshipping is 90 likely to be the 9-colored flood dragon. Seeing the sacrificial ceremony below, it seems it will appear here. After thinking for a moment, he took out formation flags, set up a formation on the cliff, and then stood up to look down. "I need more information." He left the little pig hidden in the formation and he himself leapt down. The 3 women offered as sacrifices were all in a deep sleep by this time. Soun descended at an extremely fast speed next to the purple-haired woman, and without a word immediately scooped her into his arms. The woman's eyes flew open and she looked at him, shocked inwardly. "The dragon god is so handsome, this is completely different from what I've heard." Soun quickly carried her into the ghost howl hidden shadow formation. Seeing how gentle Soun was, the woman grew even more suspicious in her heart. "He's treating me so gently. If he's this handsome, it's fine." After a moment of wild thought, she asked Soun, "Are you the dragon god?" Soun shook his head. "Lady, I am not the dragon god you speak of." The woman was agitated. "What do you mean, if you're not the dragon god, who are you?" Soun cupped his hands and explained, "I am merely a practitioner who happened to be passing by. I have taken the liberty of being rude as I have something to ask you, milady." The woman grew angry. "You know you're being rude and you still do this," Soun calmly explained. "I saw your sacrificial ritual and wanted to confirm a few things, which is why I did this. Once our conversation is over, I will take you back to where you were. Would you be able to answer a few of my questions?" The woman saw the little pig next to Soun and immediately tensed up inside. "That's a mid-grade demonic beast, a jade liver boar. This person is definitely no ordinary practitioner. The formation set up here is also very high level. I shouldn't confront him rashly." After thinking carefully for a moment, she opened her mouth. "Very well, what do you wish to know?" Soun got straight to the point. "Is the dragon god you speak of the 9-colored flood dragon?" The woman's face was filled with doubt. "What is a 9-colored flood dragon?" Soun explained. "It is a demonic beast with a body covered in snake-like scales, 2 dragon-like horns on its head, a red chest, a blue back and a white neck, making it easily recognizable." The woman shook her head. "I don't know. I have never actually seen the dragon god." Soun grew even more puzzled and said, "In that case, wouldn't a feast of delicacies be enough? Why must a living woman like yourself be offered as a sacrifice to a dragon god you have never even seen?" the woman replied. "The village chief has seen the dragon god. Because the dragon god protects our Jugok village, other demonic beasts do not dare to harm the people here. That is why we must do whatever it takes to please him." Soun sighed. "In any case, offering a person as a sacrifice is unacceptable." The woman shook her head and countered, "No, if sacrificing a few can save the many, then this method is not wrong. This is the fate of the weak." After speaking with the woman for a while, Soun took her back to the altar. "Thanks to her, I've gathered quite a bit of information. It accepts live sacrifices, protects the village, and took a live sacrifice last year as well. That means the 9-colored flood dragon is still alive. My first master said the transportation formation is in the place where the 9-colored flood dragon died. Does that mean this isn't the place my master spoke of? I can't be sure of anything until I see it for myself. First, I must conserve my strength. As that woman said, if I don't become stronger, I won't be able to do anything." After that, Soun returned to the ghost howl hidden shadow formation and cultivated. Soon the day broke, but he was still engrossed in his training. "I've started to feel the infant soul gate since reaching the 11th level of the Chiante technique. Compared to the celestial gate, this infant soul gate feels much larger and more solid. My master said that breaking through the infant soul gate depends not only on the amount of spiritual energy but also on its nature. What on earth does that mean?" Just then he was startled back to his senses. "Is someone coming?" A man soon walked out from the cave opposite the altar. Seeing the man emerge, the women on the altar all rose to their feet in unison. As if by prior agreement, they all bowed their heads in respect. "We greet the dragon god." The young man stroked his chin and smiled at them. "Good." Then he glanced toward the mountain peak where Soun was hiding. "Why doesn't that little practitioner over there show himself?" Soun was shocked that the other had discovered him. He saw through my ghost howl hidden shadow formation from such a distance. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately grabbed the little pig by the scruff of its neck, turned, and fled. "I never thought this flood dragon would be so formidable. I have to get away now." He had just mounted his flying sword to leave when, before he got far, the flood dragon transformed into its true form and blocked his path. "I told you to come out, not to run away." Soun, alarmed, quickly took out several bottles of Kai Lan Thou essence and without the slightest hesitation threw them at the flood dragon. The flood dragon raised its hand to block them, sneering coldly. "What new trick is this?" Soon he covered his nose and shouted, "Damn it, what is this foul smell?" He gnashed his teeth in anger and shouted, "You arrogant fool, you dare play such a strange trick on me?" Soun was shocked to see its true form surrounding him. As the flood dragon was about to strike Soun with lightning, the little pig behind him immediately leaped up and shielded him with its body. Thanks to the little pig's protection, Soun barely managed to escape the crisis. He hugged the little pig's body, which had been charred black by the lightning, and shouted in anger, "You despicable beast!" The flood dragon flew into the air again and exclaimed loudly, "Kneel!" Along with its shout, Soun was struck by a pillar of water. He immediately fell powerlessly from his flying sword. The flood dragon followed him back down to the ground. As soon as it landed, it returned to its human form and used its spiritual power to remove the Kai Lan Thou from its body. After the foul smell was gone and everything was taken care of, he finally glanced at Soun. He was now floating powerlessly in the air. The flood dragon took a few more bottles of Kai Lan Thou from his storage pouch, activated his spiritual energy, and destroyed them. "This is truly infuriating. It's been a long time since I've met such an amusing fellow." A moment later, loud laughter echoed continuously from within the flood dragon's cave. "Haha, is that really so?" Another middle-aged man was now sitting before the flood dragon. He looked at the pile of Kai Lan Thou on the table in amazement. "This is truly unbelievable. To think this small bottle could be filled with the scent of Kai Lan Thou. I was wondering why you would capture a human, my brother." So there was a reason. Ho ho. Soun was currently tied up and kneeling on the ground. He had just regained consciousness and was looking around to assess the situation. "Where am I? Did I just lose consciousness?" Seeing that he had come to, the flood dragon smiled. "Oh, you're finally awake. For a mere human, you certainly know how to make some amusing things," Soun replied calmly. "It is but a paltry skill," the flood dragon said with a laugh. "No need to be so tense. I am quite interested in it as well. You can tell that much just by the fact that I've kept you alive, can't you?" Soun immediately understood his meaning and opened his mouth. "If you wish to know how to extract the scent, I will tell you." The flood dragon rested his chin on his hand and smiled. "You are not a foolish human. You must have other talents besides this one, such as handling poisonous herbs." Soun sighed. "I dare say I have a talent for making elixirs from spirit herbs and for making poisons from poisonous herbs." The flood dragon laughed loudly in excitement. "Good. Then I will give you a task to test your abilities, but if you are bluffing, I will kill you on the spot." Soun bowed his head and said sincerely, "I will keep that in mind." The old man beside him looked at the flood dragon with a puzzled expression. "My brother, I have a question. Why would you entrust such an important task as making poison to a mere human?" The flood dragon smiled and said, "Not just poison, I plan to have him make soma poison as well. I am confident I can make it, but I have a more important elixir to create. An elixir made from the inner core of my uncle Li Yun." The middle-aged man was shocked. "Lord Li Yun? Does that mean Lord Li Yun has been by you, my brother?" The flood dragon quickly explained. "Hey, what are you talking about? My uncle Li Yun passed away 50 years ago. There's no reason for me to harm my uncle. Besides, you know I don't have the ability to do so." The middle-aged man was startled. No, of course not. He passed away 50 years ago. "Then who on earth?" the flood dragon explained. "That is probably why that fellow Ojuk claims I killed my uncle and then swallowed his entire inheritance." Hearing their conversation, Soun was inwardly shocked. The 9-colored flood dragon died 50 years ago. Then what about the cave with the transportation formation that First Master mentioned? He said a suspicious practitioner dealt with the 9-colored flood dragon there 50 years ago. As he spoke, the flood dragon became angry, slammed the table and shouted, "Do you think this makes any sense?" The middle-aged man beside him nodded. "I see, you must be very distressed, my brother." The flood dragon laughed with extreme ferocity. "That is why that bastard Ojuku deserves to die, and I have agreed to a life-and-death duel over our uncle's inheritance." The middle-aged man's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. "A life-and-death duel? I am hearing a lot of shocking news today." "A life-and-death duel, you say?" The flood dragon looked at him seriously. "Actually, I came today to ask for your help, Brother N. How could a man like me be of any help to you?" The flood dragon quickly explained. "The spirit herbs and my uncle's inner core I'm using to make the elixir are not quite 300 years old. Could you give me the blood-spitting earthworm you possess?" The middle-aged man was startled. "If you use the blood-spitting earthworm to supplement the insufficient age of the spirit herbs, it will use up all its life force and die immediately. I barely managed to revive it and have been cherishing it." The flood dragon made a serious offer. "If I take the elixir made from my uncle's inner core, I will surely be able to win that life-and-death duel. When I win and Ojuk dies, I will give you the inner core of that blood cicada centipede, Brother N." The middle-aged man was even more shocked to hear his terms. He immediately stood up in excitement and gripped the flood dragon's hand tightly. "Haha, such a precious treasure. The blood cicada centipede's inner core may be incompatible with me, but it is a treasure more precious than any other. If there is anything I, Enmo, can do to help you, my brother, I will do so gladly." Hee hee. Soun made up his mind. "When that flood dragon has his life-and-death duel with the demonic beast called Ojuk, that will be my chance. I must survive until then, no matter what." After finishing his negotiations with Enmo, the flood dragon finally smiled and looked at Soun. "Now all that's needed is in place." He took a pouch from his robes and threw it in front of Soun. "Human, swallow this at once." Before Soun could even grasp what was happening, the woman behind him forced the pill into his mouth and made him swallow. The flood dragon sat on his platform and slowly explained, "That will control you. If you do not take the antidote, you will die within 15 days. After 3 days, you will feel an itch, and after a week, all the hair on your body will fall out. After 10 days, your meridians will rot and you will be unable to move. At 15 days, all your internal organs will rot and you will die. It would be best not to do anything as foolish as trying to escape." Then he took a book from his robes. "This book contains the method for making soma poison. Read it well and do your best to make the poison. Do you understand, Soun? Take this person to the medicinal herb storage. Keep a close watch on him." The woman behind Sogun nodded. "Yes, Dragon God." The woman then prompted Sogun, "Get up, you must carry out the Dragon God's order at once." Sogun analyzed to himself. "Judging by the symptoms the flood dragon described, this is definitely sicko poison. If I look for the ingredients for an antidote while making the soma poison, I might be able to exploit its weakness." Thinking this far, he couldn't help but smile. Soon he followed Soun to another room. As they walked, Sogun couldn't help but speak up. "Are you also from Jugok village? How long have you been here?" The woman snapped unpleasantly. "Why do you need to know so much? You're going to die soon anyway." Sogun smiled helplessly. "Even if I do as you say, you people won't let me go, will you?" The woman replied calmly. "If you're not a fool, you already know the answer." Sogun turned his body sadly and continued walking. "I see, I understand." After that, the two continued to walk inside without another word. A moment later, they finally arrived at their destination. The woman looked at the storage room before her and explained, "We're here. This is the Dragon God's medicinal herb storage." Sogun was utterly astonished to see the room filled with spirit herbs and exclaimed, "This is truly amazing." He rejoiced inwardly. "Excellent. With this much I can make the antidote while also making the soma poison." Soun approached him and smiled coldly. "From now on I will be watching your every move, so as the master said, don't do anything foolish. Do you understand?" Sogun smiled and nodded. "Yes, I will keep that in mind." After that, Sogun began to study the book the flood dragon had given him. According to the method written in this book, it usually takes 2 months to make soma poison, but I only have a month and a half left. That flood dragon will surely test me gradually. The next day, as Sogun was making an elixir, Soun suddenly approached and said, "Young master, the master is looking for you." Sogun was quickly summoned to the flood dragon. As soon as he approached, the flood dragon asked, "Well, how is it going? Is the production of the soma poison proceeding smoothly?" Sogun replied calmly, "To be honest, I already finished making it last night." The flood dragon was shocked. "What, you've already finished it? According to the method it should take more than 2 months. Are you bluffing?" Soun quickly took a bottle from her storage pouch. It was the soma poison that Sogun had made. Sogun calmly said to the flood dragon, "As I mentioned before, I have a talent for making poisons and elixirs. Fortunately, the new method I devised was effective." The flood dragon looked at the bottle of poison before him, lost in thought, and after a moment reached out and took the poison. "Then I must test this soma poison. I need to see if something made by a talented human like you is effective." Before Sogun's astonished eyes, he swung his hand and threw it, making it graze past his face. The poison flew straight toward the woman standing behind Sogun. As the poison splattered on her face, she immediately clutched her head and screamed in extreme pain. The flood dragon approached to examine her and laughed. "Oh, I thought it would be very effective, but it only paralyzes without stopping the breath. Tisk tisk. Soma poison may not be lethal, but it's certainly tricky to make. Good, I am quite satisfied with this. I shall give you a reward. What do you desire?" Sogun bowed his head and answered fearfully, "How could I ask for a reward? I do not need one." The flood dragon frowned. "Hey, that's no fun. Stop with the nonsense and speak. What do you want?" Sogun trembled, gritted his teeth and replied, "If you insist, I would like to have my storage pouch back. Inside that pouch are the magic tools I always carry with me and the tools I often use when making elixirs. If I use familiar tools, I might be able to make even more soma poison." The flood dragon nodded. "Is that so? You can make it faster if you have your storage pouch? Good. Soun, return that fellow's storage pouch to him." Soun immediately nodded and complied. The flood dragon returned to his seat and said with a laugh, "Good. I recently made an elixir with my uncle's inner core, so for the next year I must focus on absorbing its power. Therefore during that time you are to dedicate yourself solely to the production of soma poison." Then he glanced at the woman beside him. "Hey you, the newcomer, what was your name?" The woman replied calmly. "Please call this humble one Danji Yu Young." The flood dragon nodded. "Good, Danji Yu Young. From now on you will make soma poison with that fellow. If you don't know, learn. You too must learn the method of making soma poison and prove its effectiveness." Ji Yu Young nodded. "Yes, I will keep that in mind." Sogun below let out an inward sigh. "Fortunately, I've gained an extra year's time. If I don't use this opportunity now, there won't be another one later. I must find a way out." After that, Sogun returned to the medicinal herb storage. He looked at the magic tools and herbs inside his storage pouch and sighed. "Thankfully, that fellow didn't touch the things inside my storage pouch. It's only natural that a demonic beast like the flood dragon wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Without power, nothing is easy." Seeing Sogun sitting dejectedly, Ji Yu Young approached and asked, "Young Master Sogun, are you thinking of leaving this place?" Sogun was startled by her question, his eyes widening for a moment. Ji Yu Young walked over to a nearby medicine cabinet and searched for some herbs, The person who used to watch you was my elder sister, Soun. I've followed her since we were in Jugok village. Sister Soun told me that you were siphoning ingredients from the medicinal herb storage to make something other than soma poison, Sogun explained. I simply wish to fight against a fate decided by others. If you, Lady Dan, learn alchemy and can make soma poison without me, I will become useless. Do you not know how the Flood Dragon treats useless humans? Look at how all of the Flood Dragon's subordinates are women. It's clear he kept me alive only to have me teach you alchemy. Ji Young looked puzzled. But even if you escape this place, you'll die within 15 days if you don't take the antidote. Sogun walked over to the medicine cabinet behind him. With the ingredients I've siphoned all this time, I've made a pill that can assist with the later stages of the Chiante technique. It will help me break through the infant soul gate. At the same time, I also created an antidote that can completely neutralize the poison the Flood Dragon fed me. Seeing the pill in Sogun's hand, Ji Young couldn't hide her shock. Young master, is that true? You really made an antidote? A short while later, several women were standing guard outside the medicinal herb storage. Soung suddenly approached from a distance and quickly entered the storage. Just as she stepped inside, someone approached from behind. I too possess a rather strange talent. Soung turned her head and was shocked to see a person who looked exactly like her standing behind her. Young Master Sogun. The other person smiled. You don't seem the least bit flustered to see yourself right before your eyes. That's quite surprising. After speaking, he quickly returned to his original form. Someone came to see me in secret, so I had no choice but to borrow your appearance. Soung nodded. I heard the story from Ji Young. You've completely made the antidote? Sogun sighed. It's not like I can be sure the Flood Dragon will give me the antidote anyway. I can't just sit around and wait for death. I have a question as well. Why didn't you tell the Flood Dragon that I was siphoning ingredients? The woman lowered her head, sadly lost in thought. A moment later, she slowly began to explain. At the only entrance to this cave there is a very powerful formation. It has been passed down through generations of 9-colored Flood Dragons. Its name is the Dragon Form Vanquishing Grand Formation. Sogun was puzzled. Is it all right for you to be telling me this? Before he could finish, Soung cut him off. The reason isn't important. What's important is whether or not you can escape this place. Sogun stroked his chin and nodded. I understand. I won't ask any more questions. Then do you know a way to pass through that formation? Soung explained. Only the Flood Dragon's 8 confidants know the way through that formation. They are all infant soul stage practitioners personally raised by the Flood Dragon. I can't be sure they would betray the Flood Dragon to help you, but you, young Master Sogun, have figured out how to detoxify the Flood Dragon's poison. So I believe there might be someone among them who is willing to negotiate. I have already broached the subject, so they are ready to meet you at any time. Sogun cupped his hands and nodded sincerely. Thank you, milady. I will surely repay this kindness. Soung shook her head. There is no need to repay my kindness, but if you are fortunate enough to succeed in your escape, I hope you will help Ji Young so that she does not end up in the same situation as me. The next day, one of the Flood Dragon's 8 confidants came to see Sogun. As she approached, Soung introduced her. This is the practitioner I mentioned before, Sogun. Young Master Sogun, this is I am So Young, one of the Flood Dragon's 8 confidants. She was interested in the story I told before and has come to meet you. Before she could finish, I am So Young cut her off. Enough. Is it true that you've made a medicine to detoxify the Dragon God's poison? Sogun nodded. Yes, the poison is called Sicko poison. Fortunately, I knew how to make the antidote, so I was able to create it. So Young frowned. How can I believe you that what you say is true? On what basis should I trust you and do something to obtain this antidote? What if a mistake is made and all our lives are endangered? Sogun explained loudly. I have extensive knowledge of poison, so I was able to improve the method for making soma poison. Moreover, because I understood the nature of the poison, making an antidote was a very simple task for me. So Young nodded. Let's say that's true. It's a fact that the Dragon God was very pleased with the soma poison you made. And you made it much faster than expected, but that doesn't guarantee your antidote can completely neutralize the poison, does it? Sogun laughed coldly. Then allow me to ask one thing. Are you, including Senior I am, certain that the Flood Dragon will win the life and death duel with Ojuk? If the Flood Dragon is defeated, you will all die without receiving the antidote. So Young laughed loudly. Haha, you speak well, that's right, our lives are already in danger, yet we were so complacent. It seems you were the only one who understood the situation. Good, in that case, tell me what you want to do. Surely you're not asking us to help you leave this cave? Sogun shook his head. Of course not. If you let me go while the Flood Dragon is away, you and the other women will be punished by him. What I want is the exact opposite. So Young's face was filled with suspicion. The opposite? Sogun laughed coldly. That's right, you said I couldn't leave this place alive. What I want is for you, Senior, to kill me. The scene changes to the place where the Flood Dragon was in secluded cultivation. At that moment, numerous cracks suddenly appeared in the formation outside. Before the bewildered eyes of the women standing guard, a terrifying spiritual power immediately erupted from within, shattering the door to pieces. The Flood Dragon walked out from inside. He excitedly felt the power flowing through his body and marveled, I never thought the effect would be this powerful. What incredible spiritual energy. I feel like I could chew off that bastard Ojuk's head right now. After calming his excitement for a moment, he asked his subordinate, Enough, did anything happen while I was in seclusion? the woman behind him hesitated. Well, that is, a short while later, the flood dragon went to So-young. When he heard the news from her that Sogun was dead, he shouted as if he couldn't understand at all. That human brat who was making soma poison is dead? Nonsense. Why didn't you give him the antidote? So-young sighed. I regret to inform you of this. There is a woman named Dan Ji-young who was learning alchemy while watching him. As her skills rapidly improved, he feared he would become useless and tried to escape the cave on his own. He ended up getting caught in the dragon form vanquishing grand formation and lost his life. The flood dragon understood. Is that so? Then what happened to the task I gave him? So-young explained. He worked very diligently until he fled. He made 10 jars of soma poison and properly taught Dan Ji-young the production method. So now Ji-young can make soma poison on her own? The flood dragon asked again. When did he die? So-young replied. I discovered his body yesterday. The flood dragon turned and left. Enough. I was planning to kill him after my seclusion ended anyway. Since he walked to his own death, it saves me the trouble of dragging that filthy corpse outside to feed the demonic beasts. So-young nodded. Yes, I will follow my lord's command. The body was soon moved outside the cave and abandoned in the forest. A wolf soon caught the scent and approached. Seeing the prey before it, the wolf couldn't help but drool. Just as it was about to charge and devour him, Sogun's hand suddenly moved. Seeing him suddenly wake up, the wolf was terrified and immediately turned and fled. Sogun let out an inward sigh. Thankfully, he didn't notice the turtle breathing technique. I finally escaped that hellish cave. I want to celebrate my escape, but I don't have much time. In 15 days, the flood dragon and Ojuk will have their life and death duel. I need to find the cave where that Ojuk fellow is quickly. After finishing his thought, he quickly left, using the sword control art. A short while later, he flew into a forest between two volcanoes. He quickly descended. There was a cave right at the base of the volcano. Sogun looked at the cave and thought to himself, it looks similar to what Senior I.M. described. This must be the flood dragon's residence that Ojuk has taken over. In that case, the dragon form vanquishing grand formation must be up ahead as well. After thinking for a moment, he cautiously moved forward. Soon he entered the range of the formation. As the formation activated, numerous fire tornadoes immediately appeared in front of him. Sogun did not retreat but stood his ground and observed. After a brief inspection, he sighed. It's stronger than I thought. I have to pass through the life gate between these tornadoes. Even if I know how to break the formation, I can't guarantee I can pass through. The life gate of the dragon form vanquishing grand formation is the gap between the death gates. He seized the moment a gap was revealed between the death gates and immediately threw himself forward, rushing in at extreme speed. A moment later, he finally passed through the grand formation successfully and arrived on the other side. He turned his head, looked at the formation behind him, and marveled. I made it out once, but it seems it will be difficult to get out again. Thanks to the flood dragon's inner core, his spiritual power has become much stronger. So victory is 90 in his hands. Before the flood dragon kills Ojuk and comes here, I must find the transportation formation. After that, Sogun scoured every nook and cranny of the cave, but finding nothing, he grew extremely frustrated. He slammed his fist on the ground and thought dejectedly. I've searched this entire cave for 2 days, but I haven't found anything that looks like a transportation formation. Could it be that the transportation formation isn't in this cave? If not, then the practitioner my first master met must have been lying. I came all this way, risking my life, but is there really no transportation formation? Angrily, he picked up a stone and cursing threw it forward. The stone flew straight and fell into the lava lake ahead. Just then, Sogun was startled, his face filled with suspicion. He slowly approached the lava lake and thought, judging by the temperature and appearance, it's clearly molten lava, but the sound of it falling felt a bit strange. After thinking for a moment, he tied a rope to something and threw it down. He thought to himself, it doesn't sound like lava, but rather like something falling into a lake. I've let it down deep, but it still hasn't touched the bottom. How strange. Not only did the dagger not melt, but it's even wet. This lava is not what it seems. Could it be just an ordinary lake? Sogun held the dagger and became lost in thought. After pondering for a moment, he decided to put his hand in. As soon as his arm went in, he felt a jolt of clarity. As I thought, it looks like lava, but it was a lake. Then why would they use such a method to deceive others' eyes? Is there some secret below? Since there's no other way, I'll have to go down and see for myself. After that, Sogun quickly leaped and dived into the lake. A moment later, he finally reached the bottom. There was indeed something in the center of the lake. Sogun nodded to himself. To go to such lengths to hide it, they were definitely concealing something. He quickly swam towards the object. Seeing the Bagua formation before him, he couldn't hide his joy. Master was right. The transportation formation was really here. He immediately took out a few spirit stones from his pouch. First Master said, I need spirit stones to teleport. Where will I go if I activate this formation? How far I can travel depends on the number of spirit stones I put in. I currently have 80 low-grade and 30 mid-grade spirit stones. It's better to have extra than to be short, even if it means wasting some. I'll need this much to get out of the magical beast forest. As soon as he placed the spirit stones on the formation, all the spiritual energy within them was instantly absorbed. Sogun saw this and couldn't help but marvel to himself. It's already absorbed all the spiritual energy from the mid-grade spirit stones. Just how far is this connected? The spirit stones are being consumed too quickly. I've put in all the remaining spirit stones. He placed his hand on the formation. There's no other way. I have to use my own spiritual energy to activate the transportation formation. A moment later, Sogun's face contorted. Damn it, my spiritual energy is being drained too quickly. In an instant, all the spiritual energy in his body was absorbed by the formation. He could no longer hold his breath, and his body began to lose consciousness. He collapsed unconscious on the grand formation. The ring he wore around his neck happened to fall and touch the formation. Spiritual energy immediately gushed out from within and entered the formation. With the addition of the ring's spiritual energy, there was finally enough to activate the formation. Sogun, lying on top, was soon enveloped in light and teleported. The scene changes to a civilian's house in the kingdom of Jianyang. Sogun was lying unconscious inside a house. He slowly woke from a hazy state. Seeing his surroundings, his mind was immediately filled with doubt. A blanket, where am I? I'm sure I collapsed on the road after coming out of the transportation formation. Only then did he check the condition of his body. The celestial gate has closed again. The transportation formation absorbed all my spiritual energy. It even absorbed my potential. My cultivation level has dropped to the 5th level of the elixir condensation stage. My first master said that this kind of drop in cultivation level can sometimes happen, but the knowledge and experience of breaking through the gate remain. I'll surely be able to regain my original cultivation level quickly, so I don't need to worry too much about this, but I don't remember why I'm here. As Sogun was lost in thought, an old man appeared from outside. Seeing that Sogun had woken up, he smiled excitedly. Oh, you're awake. Sogun's face was filled with doubt. What are you talking about? The old man couldn't understand him either and said, puzzled, what country's language is this? I've never heard it before. Are you from another country? I've heard other languages, but I can't understand a word you're saying now, Sogun analyzed to himself. This isn't the language of the Yeonam kingdom where my masters lived. Does that mean I was transported to another country? After thinking for a moment, the old man stood up and ran outside. Wait here. I'll go call the translator who works at the government office. That person should be able to understand you. Sogun had no idea what he was saying, but he still smiled with excitement. The fact that he had survived and escaped the magical beast forest was reason enough to celebrate. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he had lived with the old man for 5 months. Now they could communicate with each other normally. One day, the old man approached from outside and asked, Brother Sogun, are you ready? Sogun smiled and nodded. Yes, Brother Kongbo, I was just about to leave. The two quickly headed out into the street together. Kongbo walked along, marveling. You're truly remarkable, brother. How else could you have become so fluent in the Jianyang language in just 3 months? Sogun replied humbly. It's all thanks to you and Lady Kong, brother, for always helping me, both materially and spiritually. But where is the master going with so many people? Kongbo sighed. You're slow on the uptake, brother. Did you pack your things and follow along without even knowing where we're going? You know that the master, the magistrate of Yahia County, has been ill for a long time, right? That's why his daughter, the young lady Zhu Jian, is going to the spirit market on Munsu Mountain. She's going to buy herbs to help her father's health. Sogun was surprised. They sell herbs at the regular market too. Why not just go to the nearby market and buy them conveniently? Kongbo leaned in and whispered in his ear. This Munsu Mountain we're going to, don't be shocked when you hear this. I've heard it's a market held by immortals. Sogun was astonished. Did you just say it's held by immortals? The group then headed straight for Munsu Mountain. One sunny noon, the woman inside the carriage lifted the curtain and asked, Old man, how much further do we have to go? The middle-aged man riding a horse outside replied, My lady will be there in 2 more days. The woman sighed. Will I really be able to meet an immortal when we get there? I don't want to be disappointed after coming all this way. The middle-aged man smiled. That's hard to say. This market is mostly frequented by immortals with rather low cultivation levels, so it's possible for ordinary people to pretend to be immortals for their own gain. I've been there twice myself, though I only looked around and didn't buy anything. I'm sure they will be selling herbs there that can cure the master's illness. 2 days later, the group arrived at the immortal market on Munsu Mountain. The woman led the way inside to look around, with Kongbo's party following behind. After a moment, she asked Kongbo, who was carrying the money behind her. Kongbo, you still have it, right? Kongbo replied confidently. Of course, my lady. It's more precious than my own life. How could I be careless with it? Sogun watched the two of them browse the goods here and there and sighed to himself. Most of these are spirit herbs. How would Brother Kongbo, an ordinary person, be able to tell? After looking around for a while, Kongbo asked the woman, What should we do? The young lady's expression hardened. I can't go back empty-handed like this. My father's condition is getting worse by the day. After thinking for a moment, she approached a stall in front of them and asked the old man, Are you an immortal? Then may I ask what this is? What effects does it have? Seeing this, Kongbo leaned close to Sogun's ear and whispered, To think the young lady, who was always so haughty, would try to buy something herself. It seems she's truly desperate. Will those immortals agree to a trade? The old man selling the goods crossed his arms and smiled at the group. By the looks of you, you are mortals. The woman asked, puzzled. What does mortal mean? The old man explained. It means you are people who live in the secular world, different from immortals. People like you who cannot step onto the path of immortality can all be called mortals. The woman frowned. You say mortals cannot enter the path of immortality. So is there some problem with me making a trade? The old man laughed loudly. Haha, since a rare customer has come today, I will go to the trouble of answering the young lady's question. Although this is a market held by immortals, a market is still a market. And what kind of place is a market? Is it not a place where we exchange, buy and sell what we desire? Young lady, tell me, what are you looking for? The woman asked excitedly. I am looking for a spirit herb to cure my father's illness. The old man pointed to a ginseng root beside him. Then take a look at this stalk of Cloud Valley ginseng. It has no effect on increasing spiritual power, but it has an outstanding effect on nourishing the body. The woman couldn't hide her excitement. Really, then even a mortal like me can eat it? The old man held up one finger. How could the herbs of mortals compare to this? Haha. But I like the young lady's filial piety, so I will take just one lowest grade spirit stone. The woman's face was full of doubt. What is a lowest grade spirit stone? From a distance, Soun sighed to himself. In any case, selling it at this price is quite a bargain. The old man spoke again. If there are no problems, young lady, let's make a trade. The woman turned around and shouted, Kongbo, bring the box here. She had Kongbo open the box. Inside were countless gold and silver treasures. Immortal sir, how about I trade these gold bars instead of a lowest grade spirit stone? Ah no, if you agree to the trade I can give you even more gold and jewels than this. The old man's brow furrowed. I told you, one lowest grade spirit stone. What I need is a spirit stone, not gold and silver. Do you understand, young lady? Isn't a trade about exchanging things that both parties want? You probably won't be able to buy anything here, even if one isn't an immortal. Trying to trade with such useless and trivial things is to ignore the basic rules of a transaction, is it not? Hearing his words, the woman's face immediately darkened with sorrow. Kongbo, who was behind her, saw this and approached, intending to comfort her, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. The group had no choice but to turn back after that. The woman sat dejectedly in a corner of the carriage, crying, In the end I couldn't bring anything back. I stayed up day and night for days to get here. Kongbo and Soun walked outside, sighing. It seems the young lady is very disappointed. She pleaded with the immortals at the market for 3 or 4 days straight, but she couldn't even buy a handful of herbs. Soun thought to himself, thanks to that I was able to sell some magic tools at the market and earn a little money. But they were the first people to help me in this kingdom of Jianyang. Should I take this opportunity to repay their kindness? Kongbo sighed again. The master's condition is getting worse by the day. I hope nothing bad happens. Soun smiled. That's not like you, brother. The master has accumulated much good fortune, so he will surely be able to walk again in good health. Kongbo nodded. I'm sure you're right. Our master is a wise man. Soun nodded his head firmly and replied, he definitely will be. The day quickly grew dark. The group continued on their way without stopping. In the forest beside them, a group of people lay in ambush. Is that the carriage? That's right, I've been watching it for days. If we had made a move in the market, we could have been attacked by other practitioners. We waited just in case. Now that they've come to a place with no practitioners, let's kill those humans and take their treasure. Soun and Kongbo were walking in front when they were suddenly startled and turned around. The soldiers behind them were now engulfed in flames, and their screams echoed endlessly. Why did fire suddenly burst from the ground? It's an ambush. Everyone on your guard. Soon everyone was engulfed in flames. Only then did the 2 bandits who had been hiding in the bushes emerge, floating in the air. Do you know who you stand before that you dare to cause such a ruckus? The soldiers were aghast to see the 2 men floating in the air. It's an immortal. An immortal has appeared. The middle-aged man laughed. Haha, there's no need to be on guard. I'm going to kill all of you here anyway. Upon hearing his words, the group's expressions immediately changed. Just then, the woman emerged from the carriage again. Immortal sirs, please wait a moment. This humble girl's name is Zhu Jian. I am the daughter of Zhu Zhangao, the magistrate of Yahia County. If you 2 desire treasure, this girl will give you everything. The 2 men broke into extremely sinister grins as soon as they saw her. Oh ho, a child who knows how to talk, and she's quite good looking, the woman continued to shout loudly. However, all the treasure I have brought is to buy medicine for my critically ill father. If you don't mind, I ask that you 2 cure my father's illness. If you do so, I will give you even more treasure than this. The 2 men laughed loudly. Haha, you sure know how to pick your words, but what to do? We don't have time to get involved in such troublesome matters. Originally we planned to kill all of you and just take the treasure, but now we've had a change of heart. We'll specially spare your life. So from now on, be a good girl and become our concubine and serve us. Haha. The woman was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She couldn't believe that these so-called immortals were as shameless as bandits. The middle-aged man brandished his magic treasure and a stream of flame immediately appeared. Then, except for the treasure and you, I will burn everything else. The sky-covering flames swiftly swept down towards the mortals below. Engulfed in the fire, they had no way to escape even if they wanted to. They could only stand there helplessly, clutching their heads and screaming in fear and despair. Just then, Soun drew his longsword, leapt up and sliced the flame in 2. The 2 middle-aged men in the air saw this and stood agape, tense. Soun, with a cold, emotionless face, appeared before the 2 in the blink of an eye. Before the middle-aged man's shock could fade, he was struck several times by Sogun's sword. Unable to even scream, he was instantly sliced into several pieces and died a miserable death. The remaining man was filled with an indescribable terror. What happened? How did he kill one of them in an instant? I didn't even have time to react. The guy's cultivation level is 2 stages higher than mine, no, 10 stages higher. There's no other way. I have to do this. After making up his mind, he knelt without hesitation and begged, Senior, please spare my life just this once. I will never appear before you again. Soun replied with a grim face, I cannot do that. I do not like to leave loose ends. After speaking without further delay, he immediately beheaded his opponent. Kongbo's party who were behind were all aghast at this moment. Unable to believe their own eyes, the group soon returned to Yahia County. As soon as they arrived at the residence, the woman ordered her servants to prepare a banquet to entertain Soun. Looking at the banquet before him and the dancing courtesans, Soun couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Thank you for welcoming me so grandly, my lady. I feel truly ashamed to receive such treatment when I have done nothing, the woman smiled. Great hero Soun, please don't say that. If you hadn't stepped in, I and everyone else would have lost our lives. Great hero Soun, you are the great benefactor of our family. Soun raised his wine cup, took a sip and exhaled. Lady Zhu took me in and cared for me, a stranger from another country who had collapsed on the road. I am not a person who easily forgets a kindness. Since I have received your help, Lady Zhu, if you have anything to ask of me, please speak frankly. The woman couldn't hide her excitement. Really, in that case, could you take a look at my father's condition, great hero? A moment later, Soun followed the woman to her father's room. She looked at the frail, middle-aged man lying on the floor and sighed. This is my father. His breathing is uneven and he feels pain even when he sleeps. I've called many doctors to examine him, but they couldn't even determine the cause of his illness. Soun didn't say much and immediately sat down to check his pulse. Spiritual power quickly flowed from Sogun's body and entered the middle-aged man's every meridian. After a moment, Soun finally found the cause of the illness. A submerging GU is parasitizing his abdomen. Although it's a lowest-grade demonic beast, why is a submerging GU parasitizing the body of an ordinary person instead of a practitioner? As Soun remained silent, lost in thought, the woman asked worriedly, Young Master Soun, is my father's condition not good? Soun didn't answer hastily, and remained lost in thought. Dealing with a submerging GU is simple, but it seems there is something related to a practitioner in this matter. After thinking for a moment, he activated his spiritual power and enveloped the submerging GU inside the middle-aged man's body. The woman behind him spoke worriedly, Young Master Soun, why don't you rest first? Soun replied nonchalantly, The treatment is finished. The woman's eyes went wide. What, young master, what did you just say? The treatment is finished, but you just held my father's hand. Soun glanced at her and smiled. That's right, he will be able to get up and walk within 2 weeks. A parasitic demonic worm called a submerging GU was living in the master's body. The reason his energy has been drained all this time is that the submerging GU was sucking up all the nutrients his body needed. If he takes chi-replenishing tonics and eats nourishing food while recuperating, he will recover even faster. The woman was so moved she couldn't hold back her tears. She immediately knelt and kowtowed to Soun. Young Master Soun, you are my lifelong benefactor, Soun advised. There's no need to go that far. Any practitioner like me could have easily treated Lord Zhu. The woman still kowtowed sincerely. Speaking of practitioners, weren't there those evil practitioners who attacked us on the road? Young Master Soun, you saved us from their hands, and you also saved my father. I don't know how I can ever repay this debt. Soun looked at her and sighed inwardly. In any case, I've paid back my debt to Lady Zhu. But not giving others a chance to repay a kindness is not befitting of a cultivator's honor. It wouldn't be a bad idea to stay here a bit longer to gather information and restore my cultivation level. After thinking for a moment, he said to her, Very well, I will follow Lady Zhu's wishes. The woman happily stood up and smiled. Your thoughts are truly considerate, young master. Time passed and Soun continued to stay at the Zhu residence to restore his cultivation level. One day, Kongbo was sweeping the courtyard outside Sogun's room. He sighed as he swept. When on earth is he going to come out? It's been almost a year since he shut himself in his room, although he did say beforehand that he wouldn't come out for a long time. This is a bit much. The young lady and the master keep asking me why young Master Soun hasn't come out yet, making me feel like I've committed some crime. Just then, Sogun's voice came from inside. Brother Kongbo, are you complaining about me while sweeping the courtyard again today? Kongbo was startled. Brother Soun, have you finally decided to come out? Soun soon emerged from inside. Has anything happened while I've been away? Kongbo laughed loudly and explained. Don't even ask. Do you know how many times the master and the young lady have looked for me while you were cooped up in there? They kept pestering me to make sure you attend the Lantern Festival. Soun asked, puzzled. Is there something to see at the Lantern Festival? I don't need to cultivate right now, so I suppose it's alright to attend, Kongbo explained. The Lantern Festival in Zujia County is quite grand. You'll be surprised when you see it for yourself. Besides, this year is a special celebration for the master's recovery, so it will be much grander than previous years. They're holding a grand festival and even a banquet, so everyone will probably flock to see it. There will surely be a lot to see. Soun nodded, slightly intrigued. Since you put it that way, Brother Kongbo, I can't possibly miss it. The sun soon set and night fell. Inside Zujia County, countless fireworks exploded in celebration of the Lantern Festival. The citizens gathered in the square from all over to welcome the holiday, watching the fireworks. Soun sat on a platform with Magistrate Zhu and his daughter, eating snacks, drinking tea, and watching the fireworks. Just then, his gaze was drawn to 2 people in the distance. Looking at the man in black following that fat man, judging by the aura he's emitting, he must be a practitioner at the early celestial stage. Surely he didn't come just to watch the fireworks. Why would a practitioner come to such a small residence? Zhu Zhangao, sitting beside him, smiled and opened his mouth. It truly makes me happy to see the Lantern Festival again like this, all thanks to you, great hero Sogun. I hope you, great hero Sogun, will also. But he couldn't finish his sentence and suddenly fell silent. Sogun, who had been sitting before him, was no longer in his seat. Just as he stood up dumbfounded, about to look around, another person approached. It is truly a relief to see you looking so healthy again, Your Excellency. I have brought some precious mountain herbs to help with your recovery, Magistrate Zhu Zhangao. The visitors were none other than the fat middle-aged man and the practitioner Sogun had seen below. Seeing the fat middle-aged man, Zhu Zhangao greeted him brightly. Isn't this shopkeeper Gao? Please come inside. Thanks to you, shopkeeper Gao, my condition has improved greatly. Thank you so much for your concern. The fat middle-aged man pointed to the young practitioner beside him. That is a great relief. Oh, that's right. This is the cherished disciple of the renowned Dr. Jin Daibang. His medical skills seem excellent, so I brought him to check your pulse, Your Excellency. What do you think? Zhu Zhangao smiled and extended his hand. Ho ho, it is an honor. I too have heard of the great Dr. Jin Daibang's reputation. As soon as the youth checked Zhu Zhangao's pulse, his expression changed. A moment later he cupped his hands and said, Lord Zhu, you are very healthy now. It seems you will not fall ill for quite some time. Zhu Zhangao smiled in excitement. That is truly a relief, the youth spoke again. Since you have already recovered, I will be on my way to enjoy the fireworks. The two men quickly bid Zhu Zhangao farewell and left. Sogun was secretly watching them from outside. Outside, fireworks continued to burst into the sky. The citizens were still gathered watching the fireworks and happily celebrating the holiday. A moment later, Zhu Zhangao instructed his daughter. I don't think I should overexert myself yet. I must go in and rest first. I'll leave the rest to you. The woman nodded. Yes, father, don't worry. I will handle everything well, so please go in and rest first. The night passed by like an arrow and the moon rose to the middle of the sky. Zhu Zhangao went into his room to rest and let out a sigh. It all feels like a dream. Yesterday's events feel as if they never happened. Suddenly, he was startled and glanced outside. Without a moment's hesitation, he sat up, grabbed the longsword beside him, and aimed it at the other person. Who is it? The visitor was the young practitioner from before. He stared coldly at Zhu Zhangao. Be quiet. Zhu Zhangao was even more surprised to see him. The youth raised his hand and threatened him with a fire spell. If you do anything foolish, I will kill you and everyone else here. Seeing him cast a spell, Zhu Zhangao powerlessly lowered his sword. Master practitioner, what brings you here to see me? The youth withdrew his spell and looked at him in surprise. You know I am a practitioner, yet you are not surprised. Have you met another practitioner besides me? Zhu Zhangao nodded. I have by chance, the youth smiled. Then it was that practitioner who cured you. To be able to remove a submerging GU, he must be quite skilled. You were truly lucky. But where is that practitioner now? Zhu Zhangao's face hardened as he threatened. He is still within this residence. If you harm me, he will not let you be. The youth laughed loudly and took out a magic tool from his storage pouch. Haha, did you think I would cause a commotion just because a practitioner is protecting you? I will kill you quietly, without leaving a single trace. Just then a sword appeared out of thin air next to Zhu Zhangao, and a voice was heard. You can't be so sure about that. Before the shocked youth could react, the magic tool in his hand was sent flying. Then a longsword touched his neck. The one who had acted was none other than Sogun, who had been watching him all along. The youth was not afraid and instead smiled. So you're that practitioner? Sogun did not deny it and nodded. That's right, I cured Lord Zhu. Zhu Zhangao let out a sigh. Young Master Sogun, you came just in time. Sogun replied calmly. Forgive me, I suspected this man early on and was hiding in your room beforehand. Lord Zhu, I will not harm you if you answer obediently. Are you trying to kill Lord Zhu? The youth quickly explained. My master is Kong Guang's father and the magistrate of Namyang County. Though he is a mortal, he is a very outstanding man. Later, my master, thinking of his worldly ties, decided to stay and look after the Kong family. So he ordered me to fulfill a few requests for the family. Sogun nodded. An interesting story indeed. Continue. The youth did not waste time and continued his story. Kong Guang intends to kill Zhu Zhangao and take the position of magistrate of Yahia County. I know it is a vile and despicable act, but it is my master's order, so I have no way to refuse. Therefore I must kill Zhu Zhangao. Sogun asked again. If your master is such a great person, could you tell me his esteemed name? The youth clenched his fists. Shouldn't you first reveal your identity and sect? Sogun replied nonchalantly. I am Sogun and I have no sect, the youth realized. Oh, a rogue cultivator. I am Yu Baihong of the Iron Palm sect. My master is Elder Kong Taeui of the Iron Palm sect. You must have heard of my master's and the Iron Palm sect's reputation. Now remove the sword from my neck. Sogun replied in a cold voice. If you promise not to harm Lord Zhu, I will sheath my sword and let you go. Yu Baihong gritted his teeth in anger. You know this is my master's command, yet you still intend to stop me. Are you willing to make an enemy of the Iron Palm sect for a mere mortal? Sogun replied calmly. There must be other ways to help Kong Guang without harming Lord Zhu. Yu Baihong realized. I understand. I suppose there's no need to confront a practitioner over a single mortal. Sogun nodded and sheathed his longsword. As soon as Sogun's sword left his neck, Yu Baihong took out a talisman and laughed loudly. You foolish bastard. Take my striking thunder talisman. The lightning from the talisman flew straight towards Sogun, but contrary to his expectations, Sogun had not let his guard down. As the lightning reached him, he took out his azure lotus shield and blocked it. Seeing this, Yubiong's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Soun, hiding behind the azure lotus shield, smiled coldly. Brother you are a truly untrustworthy person. After being dumbfounded for a moment, Yubiong cast 2 spells with both hands. To even block my striking thunder talisman, that shield of yours must be a pretty useful magic tool. Soun peeked out his head and glanced at him. Brother you. Unfortunately, this has now become irreversible. Yubiong shouted loudly and attacked Soun. You arrogant brat. Just as before, all of his attacks were blocked by the azure lotus shield. Soun activated his spiritual power to summon the Karma Sword and then urged the Azure Lotus Sword. A sword soon appeared behind Yubiong. What Soun was about to execute was none other than the 4th form of the evil-shattering sword art. Heaven and earth merge. Yubiong was immediately trapped by the 2 longswords. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and open the storage pouch at his waist. A giant brown bear immediately jumped out from inside. Red Mane Bear, block that bastard's attack. Seeing the brown bear suddenly appear, Soun rejoiced inwardly. That pouch is a beast-taming pouch which can confine demonic beasts. I had no way to make one because I lacked the materials. This is perfect. The brown bear was soon pierced through the chest by the sword Soun had urged. Seeing his demonic beast collapse and die the moment it came out, Yubiong couldn't believe it. Trembling, he continuously took another talisman from his storage pouch, but Soun had already appeared behind him at an extremely fast speed. He folded his arms and sneered at his opponent. For your cultivation level, you have far too little practical combat experience. Yubiong turned his head in anger and shouted loudly. You bastard, you dare to laugh at me. Soun didn't give him a chance to shout and immediately swung his hand. Yubiong was killed by him in an absurdly simple manner. Only after handling everything did Soun ask Zhu Zhangao, Lord Zhu, are you alright? Zhu Zhangao nodded. Yes, I am fine, thanks to you, great hero. Soun bent down to collect the spoils of war and instructed, have a trusted servant handle this place. If a rumor spreads that a practitioner died here, it could bring great disaster. Zhu Zhangao nodded. Yes, I understand. Soun packed the spoils and reminded him. The person who came with Yubiong is not from the Kong family, so a suitable excuse should be fine. Zhu Zhangao nodded. I will do as you say, great hero. As Soun turned to leave, he didn't forget to turn his head and add a final instruction. One more thing, please give my regards to Miss Zhu. I have a place I need to visit for a moment. I shall be on my way now. The next day at Munsu Mountain in Chuksan County, in a tea house in the new market established by practitioners, Soun marveled. Market where so many practitioners have gathered. It's truly amazing to think about it again. Just then, a man and a woman approached. Brother, it must have been a year since we last met, right? Do you still remember my name? I am Xiu, and this is my sister, Xiu Zheng. The woman also spoke up. I am Xiu Zheng of the Chuksan Xiu family, Soun said excitedly. Ah, it was you two. The scene changes to the new market on Munsu Mountain a year ago. Soun secretly slipped away while Kongbo's party was discussing buying medicine. Those practitioners won't need the goods of mortals, so it will be difficult for Miss Zhu to trade for anything. But I need information and materials to strengthen the Karma Sword I made after my masters passed away. I should sell a few useless magic tools and get as many spirit stones as possible. I should undo my concealment art and appear like a mortal. After that, Soun took out and sold a few magic tools he had obtained from fights in the magical beast forest. Soon many practitioners gathered in front of his stall. Look at that, it's a low-grade magic tool. Looking at the person selling it, he's young, yet he's already achieved so much. The Xiu siblings also happened to be passing by at this time. We would like to buy both of these magic tools. May we take a look at the goods? We will pay you a handsome price. The scene returns to the present. Soun recognized at a glance that they were the 2 people who had bought his magic tools before. Of course I remember, I'm very happy to see you both again. Xiu sat opposite him and said excitedly, Me too, I got some good magic tools back then, so I was very satisfied with that trade. I heard you were a rogue cultivator then. Have you by any chance come to sell magic tools this time as well? Soun nodded. Yes, I'm thinking of buying and selling a few things. Hearing that, Xiu Zheng, who was beside him, said excitedly, Then can we take a look at the goods first? Xiu smiled. Haha, my sister has spoken what I wanted to say. Soun smiled. Since we have a connection from our last trade, please take a look at these items. He quickly took out the magic tools he had obtained from Yubiong. This jade flute is called the Singing Flame Flute. Xiu reached out to pick up the Singing Flame Flute. Oh, it seems to be a magic tool with a lot of inner power. But before he could even touch it, the flute was gone. Seeing that Xiu Zheng had quickly picked it up first, he was slightly annoyed and snorted coldly. Whenever you see a good magic tool, you always get your hands on it first. Xiu Zheng excitedly stared intently at the flute. What are you going to do looking at it when you don't even know how to play, brother? A moment later, she asked Soun, May I summon a demonic beast to test it? It's a tamed one, so unless I am attacked, it won't harm anyone if I don't give it an attack command. Soun smiled and nodded. Xiu Zheng excitedly opened her spirit beast pouch, and a black leopard immediately appeared before everyone. Soun looked at the black leopard before him and fell into thought. This is a mid-grade demonic beast, the blood spirit black leopard. Xiu Zheng quickly put the flute to her lips and began to play. The sound of the flute soon filled the room. Hearing the flute's melody, the black leopard slowly approached the table, rested its head on it, closed its eyes and listened in utter bliss. Seeing the black leopard's expression, Soun analyzed inwardly. The singing flame flute is a magic tool with the ability to tame demonic beasts. Combined with Miss Seo's flute-playing skills, the effect should be excellent. A moment later, Seo Jung recalled the black leopard and asked, "Young Master Sogun, are you really going to sell this flute? 5 mid-grade spirit stones, I'd like to buy it right now." When Sogun gave no reaction, Seo Ji spoke up, "How about 7? That's a very good price." Sogun nodded. "Alright, 7 it is then." Sogun then asked again, "It hasn't been long since I came to this Janyang kingdom, so I'm not yet familiar with the situation. Could you two tell me what sects are here?" Seo Ji realized. "I see, I will tell you. In Yangju of the Janyang Kingdom there are the 3 evil sects and the 3 righteous sects. They are large-scale sects meant to stabilize the country's situation. The righteous sects are Zhangzhanmun, Gusanpa, and Ochanmun. And the evil sects are Galhyobang, Jakmonmun, and the Iron Palm sect." Sogun nodded. "I have heard of the Iron Palm sect. I heard it took a very long time for an elder named Kong Taeui to rise to that position." Seo Ji nodded. "You know quite a lot, brother. To have reached the Takyungi cultivation stage from a mortal body, he is no ordinary person. A long time ago, during a political war, it is said that he killed a weak practitioner, stole his storage pouch, and used the resources within to improve his skills. He is truly a man of the evil sect." Sogun nodded. "So that's how it was," he thought to himself. "If he finds out that Yu Baiyong is dead, the Zhu family will be in trouble. First, I must quickly improve my skills and prepare." Seo Ji scratched his neck. "If you enter the Iron Palm sect, brother, it will become quite awkward for us. Our Chuksan Seo family is from a righteous sect, you see." Sogun smiled. "I am merely finding out what sects there are, so you two need not worry. I am an unaligned rogue cultivator, so I will not take the side of any righteous sect." Seo Ji smiled. "I really like that you speak so frankly, young Master Sogun." At this moment, Seo Jung suddenly spoke up. "Young Master Sogun, there is actually something I'd like to tell you." Sogun looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Please speak, milady." The two siblings exchanged glances, and after a moment, Seo Jung explained, "We are trying to capture a demonic beast. Could you help us, young master?" The next day, Sogun went into the mountains with the Seo siblings. Seo Jung walked ahead and explained, "A high-grade demonic beast called the scent-chasing cat lives up ahead. It is very difficult to catch, but its sense of smell is extremely keen. If we can just tame it, it will be a great help in finding spirit herbs." Sogun sighed inwardly. "I've never heard of such a demonic beast, but then again, my 4th master only ever lived in the Yeonam kingdom, so it's understandable. So it's natural that I wouldn't know." After thinking for a moment, he asked Seo Jung, "Then what do I need to do?" Seo Jung replied, "We've actually already planned how to catch it. If the scent-chasing cat tries to attack us, I'd like you to help us draw its attention, young master." After walking a little further, Seo Ji jumped down from his magic tool. "We're here. Let's get ready to catch it," Seo Ji advised. "The scent-chasing cat likes to play in high places, so it's likely hiding at the top of a tree." After speaking, he waved his hand and threw a few formation flags. The flags landed on the ground in all directions. He then glanced at Seo Jung. "The formation is ready. Did you bring it?" Seo Jung smiled. "Do you think I'm as forgetful as you, brother?" She quickly took a peach out of her storage pouch. "I picked out the best top-grade Siren fruit." She quickly placed the peach in front of them, but even after a long wait the scent-chasing cat did not appear. Seo Ji said with a hint of worry, "Could it have smelled us and not dared to approach?" Seo Jung shook her head. "Because of just 3 celestial stage practitioners? No way." Suddenly, Sogun's expression turned serious as he exclaimed, "It's here." As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of light flashed from the forest opposite them, and a figure mixed within the light charged at an extremely fast speed towards the peach. Seeing this, Seo Ji immediately took out a talisman. The talisman flew straight into the air above the 3 of them. As a golden light quickly shone down from above onto the formation flags on the ground, the formation activated, and a net formed of spiritual energy immediately covered a radius of several dozen feet. The scent-chasing cat charged forward and immediately collided with the net. Trapped in the net, it revealed its true form as a white cat. Surrounded, it lifted its head and looked at the talisman above. Seeing this, the Seo siblings immediately took out their magic tools and shouted, "Quick, subdue it." The demonic cat, angered, stared at them with fierce eyes, then opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Seo Ji threw a pile of talismans and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" The demonic cat was immediately surrounded by the talismans, and then a powerful explosion occurred, centered on it. Sogun, who was behind, watched this with a heart full of doubt. Couldn't the two of them have caught it? Why did they ask me to help? A moment later, as the dust settled, the demonic cat's figure was revealed again. At this time, its body was surrounded by a golden light. It growled at Seo Jung's party, looking extremely angry. Soon, claws emerged from its paws. It lifted its 2 front paws and scratched at the golden light surrounding it. As soon as the golden restraint was scratched by it, numerous cracks appeared. Seeing this, Seogu's face grew extremely grim. To think it could break out so easily even after I used so many talismans. Seo Jung took out another magic tool. "We already expected this situation, didn't we?" Soon a hole was made in the golden restraint. The demonic cat stuck its head out from inside, opened its mouth, and gathered spiritual power. Seeing the spiritual power gathered in its mouth, the Seo siblings couldn't help but be shocked. "The inner power of this demonic cat is truly strong. Young Master Sogun, it's your turn now." Soon a terrifying stream of spiritual energy shot out from the demonic cat's mouth. Just then, Sogun appeared, stood in front of the Seo siblings and raised his Qingwan shield to block. The demonic cat's attack was completely blocked by him. Cogu, who was behind, marveled to himself. Young Master Sogun is quite strong too. As expected, I wasn't wrong about him. Sogun then waved his hand and threw the demon needle jade. The demonic cat was immediately blinded by it and for a moment couldn't see anything. The Co siblings did not miss the opportunity and immediately activated their magic tools to attack. Two magic tools immediately appeared above the demonic cat's head. By the time it opened its eyes, the magic tools were already upon it, and there was no way to escape, and so, bound by the two magic tools with its limbs and even its mouth sealed, it couldn't even scream. Although it was extremely angry, there was nothing it could do but lie still and accept its fate. Seojung walked up to it and took out a spirit beast pouch. The demonic cat was soon sucked in by her. Finally caught it. After that, she immediately got on her magic tool, cut through the air and left. Young hero Sogun, thank you. I have an urgent matter, so I must leave first. I will repay your kindness when we meet again. Cogu explained. Young Master Sogun, please understand, catching the scent-chasing cat is difficult, but taming it is even harder. Sogun smiled and asked puzzled, I'm fine. But what do you mean it's difficult to tame? Cogu explained. If you can't tame the scent-chasing cat within a few days, it will kill itself. There are a few methods, but they're not enough. Now that we have the Manhwa herb, we have to give it a try. Sogun laughed. Haha, it seems brother Cogu will have to work hard again. Cogu took out a storage pouch and handed it to Sogun. This is the payment we promised. After paying, he too quickly got on his flying magic tool to leave. I'm sorry, but I have to quickly follow my sister. I need to help her a bit. Brother, you must come and visit our manor. It will be a good opportunity for you too, young hero Sogun. Farewell, young hero Sogun. I have something to discuss with my brother, so you must come to our mountain villa later. Sogun watched their departing figures and sighed. This brother and sister are really busy. They made it sound as if I was the only one who could catch the scent-chasing cat. After they left, he finally approached and picked up the peach that had been used as bait. Since I've come all this way, should I look for some spirit herbs? In a flash, another 2 days passed. Sogun was panting under a tree in the forest. Damn it, it's been 2 days and I still haven't found anything. I'm so envious of Seojung for catching the scent-chasing cat. Maybe the scent-chasing cat has wiped out all the spirit herbs around here. Just then his gaze fell on a cave opposite him. Mist was constantly flowing into it. The space inside seems quite large. Should I go in and take a look? Sogun then bent down and crawled into the cave. After walking for a moment, he heard the meow of a cat. Soon a baby scent-chasing cat appeared before his eyes. At a glance he immediately recognized it as the cub of the demonic cat Seojung had caught a few days ago. Sogun looked at the small cat before him and thought to himself, it reminds me of the little pig that died an unjust death at the hands of that flood dragon. A moment later he took out the peach from last time and held it out to it. It's quite wary, but let's see if it can keep that up after seeing the surin fruit. As he had thought, the demonic cat stopped crying as soon as it saw the surin fruit. Sogun tossed the peach towards it. It's yours, eat it. The demonic cat immediately hugged the peach tightly with all 4 paws. Seeing it whimpering and unable to eat, Sogun couldn't help but smile. Ho ho, you don't know how to peel a surin fruit yet, do you? Come here, I'll peel it for you. It's all yours, so eat as much as you want. The demonic cat then ate so excitedly that it lost all sense of its surroundings. It was so engrossed in eating that it didn't even notice Sogun reaching out to stroke its body. My second master said that when taming a demonic beast you have to inject spiritual power of the same attribute as it. As he activated his spiritual power, the demonic cat was immediately startled and retreated. It once again took a wary stance and growled at him. Sogun reached behind him and picked something up. This little thing is no ordinary creature. It seems I'll have to use that method. To lower its guard, I'll have to rub its droppings on my body. After smearing its droppings on his body, he again slowly lay down in front of it. Hee hee. Let's see who wins. A moment later, the demonic cat finally calmed down and lay down. 8 days later, Sogun finally flew out of the forest using the sword control art. As he flew, he reminded it, you don't have to go into the beast taming pouch for now, but you'll have to later. Got it? The demonic cat poked its head out of his arms and meowed lovingly. When night fell at the Zhu family manor in Yehia County, Zhu Jian was sitting in the courtyard reading a book. Suddenly, she heard a cat's meow by her ear. Seeing Sogun suddenly appear, she couldn't hide her excitement and exclaimed, Young Master Sogun, you're back? Sogun nodded. Yes, I'm back. Has everything been all right while I was gone? Zhu Jian approached him and nodded. Yes, shopkeeper Gao's practitioner wandered around here looking for the dead practitioner, but he couldn't find any clues and eventually left without a word. Sogun nodded. Nothing will happen from now on? Zhu Jian smiled. I was so worried because I hadn't seen you, young Master Sogun. Sogun smiled. I told Brother Kong I would be back. I just had some business to attend to, so I was a little late. Zhu Jian turned and left. Thank you for returning safely, young master. I will go get you a change of clothes. Sogun nodded. Yes, thank you then, milady. The next day, Sogun took out a stalk of spirit herb and gave it to the demonic cat to eat. But contrary to his expectations, it didn't even look at it, turned its head away in disgust and closed its eyes. Its expression said, this one does not eat such things. Sogun couldn't help but sigh. You won't even glance at cheap spirit herbs. Taming you is going to be harder than making elixirs. Is this my punishment for not being able to save the jade liver boar from the flood dragon's hands? Suddenly the demonic cat stood up in anger and shot a feather at Sogun. He reached out, blocked its attack, and laughed. Oof, this one's no ordinary fellow. Sogun looked at the pile of spirit herbs on the table and thought to himself, I cultivated by eating elixirs made from spirit herbs I bought at the market, but at most I've only reached the 6th level of the celestial stage. It will be difficult to raise my cultivation level with such low-grade spirit herbs. Seeing the demonic cat trying to put its paw in the alchemy furnace, Soun frowned and warned it. You little brat, you'll die if you touch that. Since you like causing so much trouble, from now on I'll call you Sundung. That's right. How about we go to the Chuxon Manor and look for Siren fruits and high-grade spirit herbs? As soon as he finished speaking, Soun immediately used the sword control art to go to the Chuxon Manor. Arriving at the gate, he descended and bowed politely. My name is Soun. I have come to see young hero Cogu who lives here. A moment later, Cogu came running out from inside in excitement. Young hero Soun, you didn't forget to come find me. I've been waiting, Soun laughed. Young hero Co, it's been a long time. You said you had something to discuss, so I came out of curiosity. Oh, what happened to the scent-chasing cat? Did Miss Co tame it? Cogu scratched his head. Haha, well, we thought it would work if we were confident, but as expected it wasn't easy. Soun was puzzled. Then what happened to the scent-chasing cat now? Cogu sighed. As I told you before, if you don't tame the scent-chasing cat quickly, it will take its own life. We had to give up on taming it and let it go. Soun sighed. Miss Co must have been very sad. Cogu laughed. Thank you for worrying about my sister. Let's go inside and continue talking. Soun followed him inside, thinking to himself. So Sundung's mother ended up dying. I wonder if they'll be jealous if they find out I have Sundung. I should hide the fact that I have Sundung as much as possible. After entering the house, Soun asked, By the way, you said you had something to discuss. What is it? Cogu nodded. Yes, but it's not a discussion, it's a request. Sogun's face was filled with doubt. A request? Cogu asked. Have you ever heard of the concentrated spirit lands? Sogun's expression turned serious. Are you talking about the places where spiritual energy is dense? And there are many precious demonic beasts and spirit herbs, he thought to himself. Concentrated spirit lands. It sounds very similar to the magical beast forest. The magical beast forest was fraught with danger, so I never even thought of looking for a concentrated spirit land. Cogu nodded. As expected, you know about them, brother. There are 9 concentrated spirit lands in Yangju. Our Chuxon Manor also manages one of the concentrated spirit lands, called the Danryong land. Soun was surprised. Your family manages a concentrated spirit land? Cogu nodded. Yes, we manage it together with several other rather large families, and now each family is recruiting skilled practitioners. The Danryong land opens once every 10 years and it's almost time for it to open. We need someone whose skills far surpass other practitioners of the same level, and who has a movement-type magic tool to traverse the vast concentrated spirit land. In my opinion, young hero Soun, you perfectly meet these conditions. What do you think? Will you go to the Danryong land with us? A short while later in Zhengpyoyan, Dongxian County, Yangju, countless practitioners had appeared outside the Danryong land. They were all planning to go inside and gain something. Soun was also here. He observed the people here and evaluated them inwardly. Only a few practitioners in the lead are at the Yang Radiant stage, and the rest are mostly Celestial stage practitioners. In any case, the materials they want will all be the same. A moment later, a practitioner flew over on a sword. I will inform you all of the rules. The exit will be sealed in 1 month. Those who remain inside after the deadline will not be able to come out until the Danryong land reopens. Those who are trapped and come out after 10 years will have all the demonic beast corpses and spirit herbs they obtained confiscated. Soun glanced at the people beside him and thought to himself, to get ahead of 180 practitioners I have to move really fast. Only then can I obtain the spirit herbs or inner cores I need. The CO siblings approached his side and reminded him, Young hero Soun, once we go inside everyone will split up and act on their own. Powerful demonic beasts usually appear in the center of the land, so please be careful. Soun nodded. I understand, thank you both of you. I hope you two also gain many spoils soon, that person shouted loudly again. Then from now on we will release the seal and open the entrance. Upon hearing this, Sogun's party immediately got on their magic tools and prepared to enter the Danryong land. Soun flew for a moment before stopping. Everyone has scattered to different places, so this should be fine. He then called Sundung. Soun stroked it and instructed, every time I pick a spirit herb you must remember its scent. If you help me find a lot of spirit herbs I'll let you eat Siren fruits until you burst, got it? After flying a little further he stopped and stared intently at the pond below. Judging by Sundung's reaction, there must be quite a few spirit herbs around here. As soon as he landed on the ground he was inwardly surprised. As expected, the spiritual energy here is denser than in other places, so there are spirit herbs everywhere. In the magical beast forest I would just ignore and pass by useless spirit herbs. But there are so many practitioners here, so even if I don't use them, I can exchange them for spirit stones. I'll sweep up every single one I see. This is where it really begins. Angelica and Narcissus are both spirit herbs needed for the late celestial stage. I heard they grow in swamps like this by sucking the nutrients from corpses. While walking, Soun suddenly frowned and stopped. Not far away a swarm of hornets could be seen. They were surrounding and attacking a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, angered, took out a gourd-shaped magic tool. Flames quickly shot out from inside and burned the swarm of hornets. Soun quietly hid behind a bush and observed the battle. Demonic insects. As expected, places with dense spiritual energy have many rare demonic beasts. Just then he spotted a spirit herb in the middle of the pond. It's dongle grass. It seems I'll have to fight those demonic beasts to get that spirit herb. How about I secretly dig up the dongle grass while that man is fighting them? Young Master Seo said the spirit herbs in the Danryong land have no owner until they are in someone's hand. As he hesitated, lost in thought, another voice was heard from a distance. My apologies, before the astonished eyes of Sogun and the middle-aged man. A young man suddenly burst out from the forest and rushed toward the dongle grass. Isn't everything dependent on one's own ability? Don't blame me, haha. The middle-aged man did not stop him. Instead he laughed coldly. Just as the young man was about to reach the dongle grass and dig it up, his expression changed. A giant monster shot out from under the water, opened its mouth and bit at him. Fresh blood immediately splattered everywhere. The young man reacted very quickly, but in the end he lost an arm. Sogun was shocked to see the newly appeared monster. That's a high-grade demonic beast, a water crocodile fiend. The dongle grass was growing on top of that beast's head. Did the practitioner who came first already notice something was off? The water crocodile fiend slowly climbed onto the shore and approached the young man. The young man had no way to resist it and was chewed up and eaten alive by the monster. The middle-aged man who had been fighting the demonic insects cursed. Damn it, I knew something was strange, but I didn't think it would be a high-grade demonic beast. He didn't get entangled any further. Immediately mounted his magic tool and left. Sogun laughed coldly to himself. He's just going to check and leave? It seems he doesn't have the ability to face a high-grade demonic beast, but I'm different. It may be a high-grade demonic beast, but it's a water crocodile fiend whose weaknesses I know inside and out. In that case, there's nothing to be afraid of. The water crocodile fiend then noticed Sogun's presence, turned its head and immediately charged madly toward him. Sogun, not the least bit afraid, took out his magic tool and prepared to fight. Waiting for it to get close, he immediately executed a flash step, retreating to dodge. A cold smile spread across his lips. The water crocodile fiend came out of a swamp, so its movement speed will be very slow. If its direction of movement is simple and it doesn't suddenly change speed, this match is as good as mine. Then he waved his hand and executed the first form of the evil-shattering sword art, the electric swallow strike. Just as the water crocodile fiend opened its mouth to bite, a long sword immediately pierced its mouth and penetrated its body. It couldn't react at all, and was killed by Sogun's single strike. After handling the matter, Sogun put away his magic tool and smiled. Clean. He then bent down and plucked the spirit herb from the top of its head. The water crocodile fiend's hide is a good material, but it would take a lot of time to process. Since I've already encountered a practitioner, staying here for long might be dangerous. Just then, Sundung excitedly jumped out of his arms and rushed toward the spirit herb. Fortunately, Sogun reacted quickly, reaching out and grabbing it. Sundung, you're quite the glutton. Are you trying to eat all the dongle grass I worked so hard to get? You're supposed to help me find spirit herbs, not get in the way. Are you really a scent-chasing cat? I should put you in the beast-taming pouch. Hearing this, Sundung was terrified, its mouth hanging wide open. Sogun sighed and thought of the little pig. I suddenly missed the jade liver boar. That one was really well behaved. In a flash, 10 days passed. Sogun was still flying within the Danryong land, searching for spirit herbs. Suddenly, he noticed something below. Ha, isn't that a surin tree? Perfect. It's about time Sundung got hungry. He quickly leapt from his flying sword to the surin tree. I've dug up quite a few of the spirit herbs I need, so should I look for some for Sundung too? I heard that demonic beasts become stronger when they eat spirit herbs. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. What was that feeling just now? It feels like someone's spiritual power just swept past this place. I heard that when a practitioner reaches the Yang Radiant stage, they can use their spiritual power to scan their surroundings. Don't tell me I've been discovered by a Yang Radiant stage practitioner. I should get out of here quickly. Thinking this far, he hurriedly mounted his flying sword and flew away. Just as he took off, a streak of light pursued him from behind. The person chasing him was an old man who looked like he was on the verge of death. He followed closely behind Sogun and shouted loudly, "You there, stop." Sogun saw the person behind him and was shocked. This person is the Yang Radiant stage practitioner I saw at the entrance. In any case, he didn't come with good intentions. Just as Sogun had thought, as soon as he caught up, he took out a magic tool and laughed loudly. The spirit herbs here are limited anyway, so I'll have to reduce the number of rogue cultivators like you first. Sogun's eyes narrowed. As expected, his purpose was to kill and silence me. Without a moment to think, he immediately took out all the magic tools he possessed. The opponent is a Yang Radiant stage practitioner. I can't face him head-on with my power. Seeing him take out so many magic tools, the old man grew even more excited. Oh ho, controlling several magic tools at once, your talent is quite outstanding for your celestial stage cultivation level. But your techniques are just petty tricks at the celestial stage level. After speaking, he waved his hand and attacked. His attack was very strong, but it couldn't penetrate the Qingwan shield. Sogun then activated his remaining magic tools to counterattack. The old man was a little surprised to see the magic tools bearing down on him from above, and then he waved his hand and cast a spell. The magic tools that approached his body were blocked by a barrier of light. Oh ho, you're pretty good for a celestial stage practitioner like you, but such petty tricks can't break through my spiritual energy barrier. Sogun didn't say much and immediately took out a vine smoke bomb. Soon, the area around him was completely covered in smoke. All the magic tools also immediately returned into the smoke. Sogun's mind raced. I didn't expect the spiritual energy barrier of a young radiant stage practitioner to have such high defense. I used the vine smoke bomb rashly, but the smoke will disappear soon. In a flash the old man flew above his head and sneered. You foolish brat, did you think you could deceive this old man's energy sensing ability with such crude smoke? What? I fully admit that your abilities are a bit more outstanding for your celestial stage cultivation level. If you hold a grudge against me because of today's events, you will surely become a nuisance to me later. So I must kill you to be at ease. After speaking, he brandished his magic tool and attacked towards the smoke. Now little one, come on out. Inside the smoke, Soun gripped his longsword tightly, his face grim, and waited for him to approach. Waiting for his opponent to get close, he swung his sword and executed the evil shattering sword art attacking him. This strike, just like before, failed to penetrate his defensive barrier at all. The old man inside the barrier laughed loudly. Haha, little one. Don't you still realize this is useless? Soun frowned and shouted. 10,000 shattering burst sword. Numerous cracks immediately appeared on the longsword. Before the old man's shocked eyes, the longsword self-destructed, turning into countless fragments, and then a powerful explosion spread out with him at the center. Soun took this opportunity to turn and flee quickly. It's a real shame I had to self-destruct the Qingwan sword, but for now that's my strongest attack. He must have been injured by that blow, so I have to use this chance while he's disoriented to escape from here. But life doesn't always go as planned. Soon the dust cleared, revealing the old man's figure. He was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He gripped the magic tool in his hand and shouted, You arrogant rogue cultivator, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. In the blink of an eye he appeared by Sogun's side, but before his blow could land his expression hardened. Soun, with no way to escape, thought he was dead. At this moment he too was surprised. At the critical moment a middle-aged man with white hair suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised his magic tool and blocked the old man for Soun. Bamchi, have you still not fixed that habit of bullying innocent juniors? The old man was shocked to see who had come. Taoist Geo, why are you still here? Taoist Geo laughed coldly. And what about you, why are you still alive? Bamchi, cold sweat poured down his face like rain. Damn it, Taoist Geo, why did it have to be you? As he spoke he urged his magic tool to retreat and create distance. It seemed he was very afraid of Taoist Geo. Damn it, why on earth are you here? Geo scratched his ear and taunted. Have you been using your elixirs just to make your voice louder? My ears hurt from all the shouting. And what if I'm somewhere I'm not supposed to be? Bamchi's face was filled with shock. Don't tell me you've been staying here for the whole 40 years since the last opening, Geo laughed. So what if I have? I didn't know you were so interested in my affairs. Anyway, you'd better stop bullying young and weak juniors and get out of here. If you don't leave by the time I count to 3, I'll take it as you wanting to fight me. That kind of solution suits my temperament too. Seeing the aura emanating from his opponent's body, Bamchi couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Geo already reached the mid-young radiant stage 40 years ago. Even if that freak and I are at the same level, I could never beat him. Thinking this far, he decisively turned and fled. I don't have time to play with you here. I'm leaving first. Taoist Geo didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him, letting him leave. Hey, it would have been nice to have a proper fight. What a shame. Soun looked at the middle-aged man beside him, unable to hide his surprise. This person's cultivation level is at least mid-young radiant stage. The spiritual power emanating from his body is truly enormous. But why did he help me? I shouldn't let my guard down. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and thanked his opponent. Thank you for saving my life today, senior. I will surely repay you in the future. Geo turned his head, glanced at him, and replied nonchalantly. It's fine, it was nothing but you, kid, about that favor. Can you repay it right now? Cold sweat couldn't help but run down Sogun's back. As expected, he had a motive. There's no way things would go this smoothly. After thinking for a moment, he asked, What can I do for you? Geo pointed to his chest and said with a smile, To be precise, it's not you but the scent-chasing cat in your arms that I need some help from. Hearing this, Soun was startled and instinctively raised his hand to clutch his chest. He's after Sundung. A moment later he finally calmed down. Did you know from the beginning that I had a scent-chasing cat? Did you come to take my scent-chasing cat? Before he could finish, Geo cut him off. What are you talking about? Do you expect others to pretend they don't know when you have cat fur all over the front of your clothes? Besides, do you see me as a scoundrel like that, Bamchi? Is it that hard to help your benefactor once? I helped you because you are a guest of the Chuxin family. You really can't tell what's what, can you? Just then, Sundung poked its head out of Sogun's arms. Sogun's face was filled with doubt. Then, senior, did you also come as a guest of the Chuxin family? The middle-aged man pointed to himself and introduced. That's right, I am Geo, and I was a guest of the Chuxin family. After talking for a moment, the two left together in one direction. Hearing his words, Soun was even more surprised. Senior, you've been staying here all this time to catch the long-necked turtle near the spiritual core of the Danryong land? Geo smiled. In any case, this place is rich in spiritual energy, so it's easy to find materials and it's very helpful for cultivation. Soun was even more confused. But aren't those who don't leave within the time limit have everything they harvested confiscated when the barrier reopens? Geo looked at him with a helpless expression. What kind of foolish thing are you saying? Then can't I just make and consume the elixirs inside here before leaving? Sogun's eyes widened. Ah, what a great idea. This junior has truly broadened his horizons. After moving for a moment, the two descended into a forest. This is it. From here on is the long-necked turtle's territory. I want your scent-chasing cat to follow the turtle's scent and find it. Let's start from the top of that mountain over there. Soun reminded him from behind. Senior, due to its characteristics, the long-necked turtle often makes its nest in underground water veins. How about we go to a cave and look for it? Geo was surprised, turned his head to look at him and then shouted excitedly. What? Is that really so? Damn it, no wonder I couldn't find even a shadow of it, no matter how much I looked. So it was hiding underground like a cowardly mole all this time. Soun smiled helplessly. Haha, I'll have Sundung look for it. A moment later, the two arrived in front of a cliff. Sundung still had its nose to the ground, sniffing. After a moment, it lifted its paw and pointed down. Soun approached, looked down and said, in any case, this doesn't seem to be the long-necked turtle's hiding place. Geo nodded in agreement. I see, the visibility here isn't good, so I can't be sure. Soun then waved his hand and executed the wind control art. Soon, all the mist below dissipated. Geo couldn't help but admire. You're quite talented yourself, Soun smiled humbly. It's just a petty trick, nothing much. Geo glanced at him and admonished. Being too humble isn't good either. It looks like you were taught by a very excellent master, and this scent-chasing cat doesn't seem to be something you stole from someone else. It looks like you found and tamed it yourself. Well then, I'll go take a look. After speaking, he jumped down. Soun shouted loudly from above. Senior, what about me? Geo smiled. You've guided me this far, so your mission is over. You can follow if you want, but you have to protect your own life. Soun said helplessly from above. What a selfish person. He took out the beast taming pouch and instructed Sundung. It might be dangerous from here on, so go into the beast taming pouch. Sundung was very reluctant, but in the end it had no choice but to go in. Soun then jumped down as well. Soon he arrived behind Geo, and seeing him approach, Geo put his hand to his mouth and signaled him to be quiet. Be quiet. I think we woke it up. Soon a strange sound came from deep within the cave. Along with the sound of dripping water, something could be heard moving, and the sound grew closer and closer to Sogun's party. Soon a giant monster appeared before the two of them. Soun was shocked. This is a top-grade demonic beast, the long-necked turtle. Geo laughed loudly in excitement. I finally met you, long-necked turtle. The long-necked turtle got angry and raised its foot to stomp on the two of them. Neither of them dared to block it directly and simultaneously retreated to dodge. Geo gripped his magic tool and laughed coldly. Just as the rumors say, you're a mindless brute. He quickly leaped into the air, swung his magic treasure to counterattack, and his axe circled the long-necked turtle, slashing its legs and striking its head. Although his magic treasure was very strong, it didn't inflict a very large wound on the long-necked turtle, only managing to make a slight scratch on its head. Seeing this, Geo couldn't help but be shocked inwardly. My mountain axe only managed to make a small scratch on its shell. Is it really that tough? After a moment of astonishment, he took out another magic treasure, as expected of a top-grade demonic beast. In that case, I too will face you with a top-grade magic treasure. With this black spear, I will pierce that shell you're so proud of. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of spiritual energy shot straight from the black spear toward the long-necked turtle. Seeing the spiritual energy rushing toward it, the long-necked turtle was not the least bit afraid and faced it head-on. Soun watched the battle from behind, unable to contain his inner shock. What terrifying spiritual energy, it's incomparable to that old man Bamchi. Is a mid-young radiant stage practitioner already this strong? That last blow struck the long-necked turtle's hard shell squarely. A moment later, Geo exhaled. Seems it's still unshaken. The long-necked turtle once again stuck its head out of its shell and growled, extremely angry. Then its body suddenly began to spin continuously on the spot. The speed of its rotation grew faster and faster, and the surrounding dirt and rocks were caught up in its momentum, scattering in all directions. A stream of purple smoke also spewed out from within its shell. Geo activated a barrier of light made of spiritual energy to block it and sneered coldly. Is spewing out this kind of smoke all you've got? It seems you've sensed danger and are trying to obscure my vision to escape. Soun reminded him from the side. Senior, I don't think that's it. Just as Geo had said, he soon sensed something was strange. What on earth is this? To think it could melt a spiritual energy barrier? His barrier was then corroded at an extremely fast rate. He cast a wind spell to try and blow away the mist, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Soun watched from a distance and thought to himself. Although Senior Geo's skills are outstanding, it seems his wind spells aren't strong enough to affect other things. In that case, I can help him. After finishing his thought, he immediately cast a spell, unleashing the wind control art. Geo in front saw this and shouted in surprise. You brat, that smoke disperses spiritual energy. Don't interfere needlessly and throw your life away. Soun paid him no mind, gritted his teeth and continued to cast the spell. The purple smoke had already enveloped his body by this time and was crazily corroding his spiritual energy. Geo was shocked to see that his spell could be continuously cast. To think a practitioner who has only reached the mid-celestial stage could create such a powerful wind spell. This brat, as expected, was no simple fellow. The purple smoke spewed by the long-necked turtle was soon all sucked in by Soun. Its form also gradually became visible. A moment later, all the purple smoke was absorbed by Soun. He then took out a jade bottle and sealed it inside. The long-necked turtle was extremely angered to see this. It opened its mouth again, let out a loud roar and spewed purple smoke. Having been prepared this time, Geo was not hit by its purple smoke. He glanced at Soun excitedly. Well done, Junior. Since you've taken care of that nuisance, I'll finish it off myself. The long-necked turtle then swung its tail again and slammed it down hard towards Soun. He had been continuously watching it. As soon as its attack came down, he raised his azure lotus shield to block it. but the long-necked turtle's strength was so great that as soon as the azure lotus shield collided with its tail it was shattered to pieces. Soun was also sent flying far away, crashing into the cave wall. Geo was shocked to see this. "Hey brat, are you alright?" He quickly ran over and stood in front of Soun. "It seems you consider that brat a bigger threat. Do you dare to ignore me?" After dealing with Soun, the long-necked turtle finally roared loudly at Geo. Geo was not afraid either and shouted loudly as he charged in, "You're just a bug." 2 axe strikes containing world-shaking power immediately came crashing down. A few days later, Soun was still lying unconscious in the cave. A drop of water suddenly fell from above onto his face. Seeing signs of him waking up, Geo opened his mouth. "How is it? Are you alive?" Soun woke with a start. "Senior, what about the long-necked turtle?" Geo laughed. "Seeing you have the strength to shout like that, you must be fine." Soun looked at the carefully bandaged wound on his abdomen and wondered, "Did you treat my wound, Senior?" Geo laughed coldly. "Don't think I owe you your life. If you hadn't dealt with that smoke, I wouldn't have been able to win so easily either. That damn turtle." Following his gaze, the long-necked turtle's body was now split in two, lying not far away. Soun cupped his hands towards him. "Still, if it weren't for you, Senior, I would have died without being able to do a thing. Thank you once again for saving my life." Geo waved his hand. "Enough, you slowpoke. Enough, we just helped each other out. Don't be so serious." Soun was startled as he only now remembered. "That's right, Senior. How much time has passed? Has it been 2 weeks already?" Geo replied nonchalantly. "It's only been 2 days since you collapsed." Only after hearing that did Soun let out a sigh. "What a relief." Geo looked at the pile of magic treasures on the ground and sighed. "The armor you were wearing inside and your shield are all broken. They both look like pretty good magic treasures. Just by saving your life I've done my part. In any case, you have quite a few strange talents. I'm talking about your use of wind spells and how you handle several magic treasures as if they were your own limbs. But what I found even stranger was your character. I didn't expect you to help me without asking any questions." Soun laughed. "If you hadn't been able to defeat the long-necked turtle, Senior, I definitely wouldn't have been able to leave this place alive, so I just did what I had to do." Geo laughed loudly and threw his arm around his shoulder. "Haha, is that so? In any case, you're a really strange and interesting fellow." Soun clutched his stomach as if in pain. "Ah, Senior, my wound," Geo sneered coldly. "It's not a serious wound, so don't make a fuss. I'll give you a few pills that are good for internal injuries." Soun laughed. "Yes, thank you, Senior." Time continued to pass, and in a flash another 2 weeks went by. Today was the day the Danryong land closed. The people outside watched the people coming out one by one and talked endlessly. Quite a few of the rogue cultivators who came as guests this time haven't returned yet. Since they're rogue cultivators, their skills might have been lacking, so they might not have survived in the Danryong land, or they might have been harmed by someone. The CO siblings had also both come out. They stood to one side looking at the entrance with worry. It's probably just that the people who came as guests are coming out late. Including young hero Soun, there were a total of 11 guests, but only 5 have returned. After waiting a little longer and seeing no one come out, Seoju sighed. "I was hoping he would return safely." Before he could finish his sentence, Seojung pointed to a distant spot and shouted loudly, "Brother, look over there. It's young hero Soun. He's out." She jumped excitedly and waved her hands. "Young hero Soun, over here. We're over here. Welcome back." Soun quickly landed in front of them. Seoju approached brightly, cupped his hands and congratulated him. "Young hero Soun, thank you for being safe. Welcome back." Soun also smiled in excitement. "Yes, I also congratulate you too on coming out safely." Seoju asked again, "How was it? Was the harvest good?" Soun nodded. "Yes, I was lucky and harvested a lot." Seoju nodded. "And that's a relief. If you don't mind, let's come together next time as well." Seojung offered her opinion. "Young hero Soun, let's go hunt demonic beasts together next time." Bamchi had also just come out and was flying over the heads of the crowd. Seeing Soun still safe and sound below, laughing and talking, he was extremely angry in his heart. "Damn it, consider yourself lucky this time." Soun noticed his presence at this time, narrowed his eyes and stared at Bamchi. The old man glanced at him for a moment, then sneered coldly and ordered his disciple to leave. Soun watched his departing back and sneered coldly to himself. "If we meet again next time, I definitely won't just take it like I did this time." Soun recalled being chased by the flood dragon in the magical beast forest, then nearly being killed at the hands of Bamchi and finally surviving the blow from the long-necked turtle. Recalling all these events, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was all thanks to luck, not skill. He was now back at the Zhu family residence in Yehia County. He sat on the bed, cultivating through sitting meditation, and thought to himself, "When I was in the flood dragon's cave, I barely managed to escape with my life, and if it weren't for Senior Geo, I probably would have lost my life at the hands of Bamchi or the long-necked turtle. Without skill, I can't do anything. I can't go on like this." The 4 Sapium Dan pills made from the ingredients in the flood dragon's medicinal herb storage. With these I must surpass my past self who lacked power, so that I never waver again in the face of a power stronger than mine. This time I must break through the Yang Radiance Gate. After finishing his thought, he went outside to find Zhu Jian. I don't know when Kong Taeui will come looking. By now, he must have realized his disciple has met with a mishap, so I plan to go train in preparation for his attack. Zhu Jian sighed. "I am truly sorry, young Master Soun. We have involved you in something that has nothing to do with you." Soun smiled. "It is you who has been caught in the power struggles of practitioners, Miss Zhu, not me. This is in return for you saving me when I had collapsed unconscious on the road, so please don't take it to heart. I won't be going far, so if anything happens I will return immediately. Zhu Jian nodded. Yes, young master, please take care. Sogun then flew up into the air using sword control and left. Zhu Jian watched his departing back. She thought to herself, young master Sogun is such a warm person, I hope his great undertaking goes smoothly. Sogun flew out of the forest using sword control. A moment later he landed below a cave on a mountaintop. From here, Yahia County was fully visible. This place is good, even if a practitioner with hostile intent comes looking, I'll be able to deal with it from this distance. He quickly entered the cave. Although the Azure Lotus shield is broken, it won't be of any use to me at this stage anyway. I need to improve my skills. The Azure Lotus sword was also shattered, so I'll need to make a few new magic treasures. Thanks to Senior Geo, I have plenty of materials, so now I can make new, stronger magic treasures. Recalling Geo, he thought of that day again. At that time Geo had said, I only need its inner core, which is full of earth attribute power. You can do whatever you want with that turtle's corpse. Recalling his brief encounter with him, he couldn't help but smile. What a peculiar person. He then began to craft the magic treasures. Soon the frames of several swords and shields were made. He looked at the magic treasure frames before him and thought to himself, the remaining process is to temper them with spiritual energy, and this process will take quite some time. If I leave them like this, they'll be completed soon. The remaining task is to quickly raise my cultivation level. He quickly took out the 4 pills he had secretly refined in the Flood Dragon's place, then took the medicine and began to cultivate. Soon a powerful spiritual energy began to emanate from around his body. A moment later, cold sweat began to flow down his face. Just one Sapiendan pill has such immense power. I have to absorb it all. Sogun thus took the medicine and cultivated in the cave. Time passed by day by day. A few days later, on a beautiful night, Sogun had at this time finally completely digested the medicinal power of the first Sapiendan pill. I have reached the peak of the celestial stage. I have finally recovered the cultivation level 1 achieved in the magical beast forest. I barely needed to use the power of the Sapiendan, yet there's so much spiritual energy left. Just as my masters said, a stage once achieved is easy to obtain a second time. In that case, I will absorb the remaining Sapiendan pills all at once and pour all that power into breaking through the Yang Radiance Gate. Sogun absorbed the Sapiendan pills, and the abundant spiritual energy in his body transformed into countless phantoms that stood behind his back. Waiting until he had completely absorbed the 4 Sapiendan pills, he raised his hand and controlled the phantoms behind him to charge, attacking the Yang Radiance Gate. They all rushed towards the giant gate before them in unison. Then together they used all their strength to try and break it open. Even after breaking at it for a long time, there was no movement. Sogun's heart grew a little impatient. Why isn't it moving? My masters definitely said that to break through the Yang Radiance Gate. He quickly recalled his master's teachings. You brat, your head is so smart, yet you can't even remember that? To break through the Yang Radiance Gate, you can't just think about the amount of spiritual energy. Its nature must also be in place. Have you forgotten? Li Ho stroked his beard and smiled. That's not the reason. It's because Sogun is too impatient. Trangon glanced at him. Is that so? Well, that's true. Being pestered by useless fellows every day, it's understandable he'd become impatient. A practitioner must first find peace of mind, you brat. Peace, that's it. Peace, that's right. Before starting any big task, you must first examine your state of mind. We believe you will do well. Corners of Sogun's mouth lifted. If my masters were here, they would surely scold me like this. I learned the profound ice art and my head became smart and clever, yet I forgot something so important. I must change and utilize the nature of the Sapiendan's power, using metal to make the spiritual energy sharp, water to make the spiritual energy cold and solid, wood to make the spiritual energy fast, fire to spread the heat of the spiritual energy, and earth to connect it smoothly. The Yang Radiance Gate is heavy and huge, so I should focus more on the sharpness of metal and the spiritual energy condensing property of water. Upon realizing all this, soon all of Sogun's phantoms were connected by spiritual energy. Soon countless cracks began to appear on the Yang Radiance Gate. Sogun continued to persistently apply more force and the spiritual energy erupted more and more fiercely. Finally, the Yang Radiance Gate was broken, and the spiritual energy from all directions quickly seeped into Sogun's body. He officially became a Yang Radiance stage practitioner. He opened his eyes, looked at the scenery behind the Yang Radiance Gate, and exhaled. I finally crossed the threshold of the Yang Radiance Gate. The scene changes to another place. A middle-aged man sat on an altar and asked the person kneeling below, "So you're saying you also don't know where Yu Baiyong went?" The young man kneeling below nodded. "Yes, master. He vanished from Namyang County as if he had evaporated. It's highly likely he lost his life. This man was Kong Taeyui, an elder of the Iron Palm sect and Yu Baiyong's master. Yu Baiyong had died at Sogun's hands. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, "What did I order him to do?" The young man quickly explained. "At the request of your descendant, Kong Guang, he went to eliminate the magistrate of Yahia County. According to the person who accompanied him, he entered the manor with the magistrate's household and then suddenly disappeared. This young man was Choi Dong-biu, Kong Taeyui's 6th disciple. I hear that the household is treating a distinguished guest with great care. It seems he's a practitioner." Kong Taeyui nodded. "So he was killed by that man, a plausible guess." Choi Dong-biu offered his opinion. "A practitioner must have at least a mid-celestial stage cultivation level to be able to kill Yu Baiyong. Since you're not making a move, this disciple will go and handle this matter. Kong Taeui shook his head. No, I know you're stronger than Yu Baiyong, but if that man could kill Yu Baiyong, I can't yet fathom the extent of his abilities, since he was sacrificed for our family's affairs. It is only right that I handle this matter myself. Lead the way. I will personally deal with the one who interfered with Kong Taeui's great affair. The scene changes to the manor of the Yahia County Magistrate inside Sogun's private residence. He looked at the shield and sword in his hands, unable to hide his joy. My magic tools have never felt quite right for my skill level, but now that I've reached this stage, I finally have proper equipment. I've entered the Yang Radiant stage. I have 500 years of life left, so I'll be able to meet my masters. I must train diligently and quickly enter the Void Amalgamation stage. I must not be lazy in practicing the heavenly dry Qigong that my Grandmaster passed down to me, and the profound Yin Qigong and my fifth master's evil-shattering sword art. Just then he was startled and frowned. Sogun quickly stepped out of the house. He looked up into the air and asked, "What brings you here?" The visitors were none other than Kong Taeui and his disciple. Kong Taeui felt the aura emanating from Sogun and said contemptuously, "To be killed by a mere mid-celestial stage practitioner, Yu Baiyong must have been too lazy with his practical training." Sogun calmly looked at his opponent. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Elder Kong of the Iron Palm sect." The middle-aged man nodded. "That's right, I am Kong Taeui. Seeing that you knew I would come, Yu Baiyong must have run his mouth about quite a few things. Let's end the introductions here. Since you killed my disciple, I must take your life as well. As an elder, I will teach you a lesson. So take out your magic tools." Sogun, not being humble either, immediately took out all his magic tools. Kong Taeui couldn't help but marvel at the pile of magic tools around Sogun. "Your magic tools look quite good. You have too many good things for your skill level. After you die, I will put them to very good use. If you're ready, let's begin." Choi Dongbiu retreated to a distance and thought to himself as he watched Kong Taeui, "That's my master for you." Even though his opponent is just a mid-celestial stage practitioner, he's not letting his guard down at all. Since he's deployed his spiritual energy barrier, that celestial stage practitioner won't be able to land a single hit on my master. Sogun smiled and urged his magic tools, "To come and take my life, yet you still grant me the first move. You are truly generous, Elder Kong." After speaking, he urged the demon needle jade and attacked him. One of the needles was secretly altered, making it completely different from the others. Kong Taeui didn't even look and let the magic tools hit his barrier. The demon needle jade struck his spiritual energy barrier, but couldn't even make a scratch. He sneered contemptuously at Sogun. "Is this all you have? What useless flashy tricks?" Though he said that, he sneered coldly to himself. "The one mixed in with those flashy things must be the real attack. To think he'd try to deceive me with such an obvious strategy." As he thought, the needle mixed in with the other beads was indeed different. As soon as the jade bead collided with the light barrier of his defense, it immediately exploded. His front was quickly covered in black smoke. Kong Taeui still sneered calmly. "Yu Baiyong lost to you with just this." Sogun laughed from below. "I should be the one saying that to you." Hearing his words, Kong Taeui's expression immediately changed as he paid attention to the spiritual energy light barrier in front of him. He looked at the corroding light barrier before him and shouted in disbelief, "What is this? What's happening to my spiritual energy barrier?" It didn't stop there. The next thing that happened shocked him even more. "No, it's not just the spiritual energy barrier. My spiritual power is also dissipating. What on earth did this fellow do?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sogun suddenly appeared behind him. "Only after meeting his master do I understand why Yu Baiyong was so weak in practical combat." After speaking, he decisively thrust his sword at him. Kong Taeui excitedly turned his body, swung his sword and retaliated. "I'll get rid of this damn brat." But what his sword cut was just an afterimage. As Kong Taeui was searching for Sogun's figure in shock, his voice was heard again from the side. "Over here, Elder." As soon as Kong Taeui turned his head, he was hit by countless sword energies before he could even react. Sogun marveled to himself. The demonic energy of the long-necked turtle is indeed tremendously effective. No wonder even Senior Geo couldn't handle it. "I'll make sure you die without a chance to even squirm." Kong Taeui was thus enveloped in the sword energy, and with no way to escape, he could only howl in despair. "Damn it, how can this be?" After subduing him, Sogun decisively rushed in and delivered a few more sword strikes. Choi Dongbiu, who was far away, watched the battle scene before him with his mouth agape. "To make my master lose like this, he's probably not a celestial stage practitioner. Could he be a Yang Radiant stage practitioner? The possibility is high. A master with the skill to overwhelm my master in just a few seconds. Must definitely be a practitioner above the Yang Radiant stage." The more he thought, the more his expression hardened. "Since my master has already been defeated, my turn will surely be next." Sogun then turned his head and looked at him coldly. "You must be Kong Taeui's disciple. What will you do? Will you end up like your master?" Or before Sogun could finish his sentence, Choi Dongbiu prostrated himself on the ground and begged, "Senior, I have done nothing. Please spare my life, although my cultivation level is low. If you spare my life, I will do whatever you ask. If you want to know information about the Iron Palm sect, there is no one who knows it better than me. Besides, I also know how to make talismans. Please just spare my life." Sogun stroked his chin and smiled. Really, you'll do anything if I spare your life? You really have a strong desire to live, Choi Dongbiu replied excitedly. Yes, of course, whatever you ask, senior, I will obey. Sogun smiled very sinisterly. Ho ho, good, very good, watch your life carefully. Before the young man's shocked eyes, Sogun took out a pitch-black pill. It was even emitting a black aura. He told him to swallow it. Choi Dongbiu asked nervously. What is this? Sogun looked at him coldly. This is to prevent you from doing anything foolish. Only I can make the antidote. So I will give you an antidote once every 6 months. You said you would do as I wish, so I'm giving you this chance, otherwise I would have just taken your life. As he spoke, he took a longsword from his storage pouch, looking as if he would cut him down immediately if he dared to disobey. Seeing this, Choi Dongbiu was terrified and waved his hands repeatedly. Wait, I'll do as you say, senior. He looked at the pill in his hand and thought, this probably isn't poison. With that kind of skill, it would be faster for him to kill me directly than to make me take poison. Seeing his opponent finally swallow the pill, Sogun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This situation reminds me of when I was in the Flood Dragon's cave. Of course, this isn't as potent as sicko poison. As soon as Choi Dongbiu swallowed the pill, he clutched his stomach and writhed. Ah, my spiritual power is continuously dissipating. What on earth did this devil-like fellow feed me? Sogun briefly examined Kong Taeui's storage pouch and then asked, puzzled. I heard Elder Kong Taeui killed other practitioners and took countless magic tools. So why is there only this much? He then raised his hand and opened the lid of a gourd. Choi Dongbiu was terrified and shouted loudly to stop him, but it was already too late. As soon as Sogun opened the gourd's lid, a potent poison immediately spewed out from inside. Choi Dongbiu quickly turned his body and covered his mouth. Haha, what a fool. The Gupyeongho is a magic tool, so if you don't open it properly, it spews potent poison in all directions. To open it recklessly, without even knowing what kind of magic tool it is, you're too careless for a practitioner. What a moron, haha. While he was excited, he suddenly realized something was strange. Wait, if that guy dies, where will I get the antidote for the poison I just took? Damn it, what the hell is this? No, you can't die. While the young man was flustered and shouting, the poisonous mist also slowly dissipated. Sogun stood there calmly, completely unharmed. I see, so this is the Gupyeongho, and the poison inside is only this strong, but I didn't expect you to shout so much about me not dying. You have a rather honest side to you. He then threw the Gupyeongho to him. Take this to your residence and find a way to open it properly. Choi Dongbiu was extremely angry, but he had no other choice but to accept his fate. Yes, I understand. Time continued to pass like this. One day, Kongbo was tired from sweeping the courtyard and sat down in a corner to rest for a moment. He glanced at Sogun's room and sighed. I've brought another strange one. A whole year and no news inside the room. Sogun was looking at the talisman in his hand, lost in thought. A moment later, he asked Choi Dongbiu, what do you think? I thought I could only make low-grade talismans. Choi Dongbiu flattered him brightly. Yes, senior, you are truly outstanding. Sogun stretched and smiled. Good, it's a little disappointing, but my magic tools have become much stronger. Shall we go to the Iron Palm sect now? Choi Dongbiu smiled. Yes, by now the main sect must be suspicious about my master's matter. No, I mean why Elder Kong Taeui hasn't returned yet. Sogun asked seriously. To avoid suspicion, you said I should have the cultivation level of about the 7th level of the elixir condensation stage, so that I won't be dragged into menial tasks and can act secretly. Choi Dongbiu nodded. Yes, that is correct. Sogun didn't say much and immediately put his hands together and cast a spell. A moment later he glanced at him and smiled. This should be about the 7th level of the elixir condensation stage, right? Choi Dongbiu was inwardly shocked. This guy is truly a monster. The aura emanating from his body is really no different from the 7th level of the elixir condensation stage. To be able to disguise his cultivation level so realistically, no wonder even my master was deceived. The two then quickly went outside. Then shall we get going? I'm looking forward to seeing how much wealth Kong Taeui has accumulated over the years. The scene changes to the front of the Iron Palm sect's mountain gate. An old man stood before the newcomers and lectured them. Welcome to the Iron Palm sect. I am Elder Nogai Cha and I am in charge of training new disciples of the sect. The fact that you are standing here means that I have acknowledged your skills. But from the moment you enter the Iron Palm sect, your life of freely playing and resting is officially over. From now on, you are the lowest level disciples of the main sect. In the sect, you are the ones who belong to the lowest social class. There is no one lower than you. Therefore, you must handle all the menial tasks and at the same time diligently serve and train under your senior brothers, martial uncles and martial granduncles. There are many things to do, but the spirit stones provided to you are very few. Everything depends on how you do, so do your best to improve your skills. Only then will there be a day when you can crawl up from the lowest social class. Do you all understand? Everyone opposite answered in unison. Yes, we disciples understand. Nogai Cha smiled and nodded. Good, then I will assign you tasks in order. A moment later, a young man suddenly approached Sogun and spoke to him. You must be Sogun. Seeing the doubt on Sogun's face, the young man explained. You're the one senior brother Dongbiu introduced. Is there any particular work you want to do? Sogun nodded. If so, I would like to take care of the spirit herbs. The young man smiled. Good, assigning you to the cultivation garden isn't difficult. But the director there is very picky. So many people have been kicked out. Will you still be alright with that? Sogun shook his head. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you, senior brother. The young man whispered in his ear. I understand. Then I'll assign you to the cultivation garden. That aside, I hope you'll put in a good word for me to senior brother Dongbiu about me helping you. It would be even better if you could add a few more good words on top of that." Sogun nodded. "Senior brother, don't worry. I will speak well of you to him on your behalf." Sogun was then assigned to the cultivation garden, the Iron Palm Sect's specialized spirit herb cultivation area. He walked through the medicinal herb field and marveled. "This is truly interesting. To increase the number of artificial spirit herbs, they've planted them far apart. It makes sense. To increase the number of spirit herbs, one must focus on the energy of the land. I only feel one person's aura inside. Have I been wandering around too large a place and paying too much attention to the cultivation method? This job will surely suit me." After thinking outside for a moment, he slowly pushed the door open and stuck his head inside. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Inside, an old man was lying on a bed, smoking a water pipe. This person was Mok Chiong, the director of the cultivation garden. Seeing Sogun suddenly enter, he asked, puzzled. "What is it?" Sogun quickly explained. "My name is Sogun. I've been newly assigned to work at the cultivation garden." Mok Chiong nodded. "Is that so? I understand." Sogun's face was full of doubt. Director, I've been assigned to work here. What should I start with?" Mok Chiong nodded and replied, "If it's that, just do it roughly." Suddenly he opened his eyes and said, That's right, wait a minute." Seeing him suddenly sit up and stare intently at him, Sogun couldn't help but feel afraid inwardly. "What is it? Did that old man see through my concealment art? At worst, he should only be around the 12th level of the celestial stage." The old man stared intently at him. "You are?" Sogun was so nervous that cold sweat poured down like rain as he answered, Yes. His mind was in extreme turmoil at this time. "What should I do if that old man really found me out? Should I eliminate him? If I do that, my plan will go up in smoke." But contrary to his expectations, he said nonchalantly, "You have a good physiognomy. Looking at your face, it seems even better than the sect leaders." While saying this, his own mind was also filled with doubt. "Are my eyes getting dim from old age?" Sogun exhaled, hesitated, and then nodded. Yes, thank you very much." Mok Chiong asked again. "Your physiognomy is very good, and it seems it's been a while since a decent fellow came by. Shall I read your fortune?" Sogun laughed helplessly. "No, that's all right." The old man sighed. "What a shame. My divinations are always accurate." Then he took out a few books and gave them to him. "Anyway, a good face is useless if you can't work. Memorize all of this within 3 days. I'll put you to work starting in 4 days. If you can't memorize this, you can't work, and you can't stay here any longer. The dormitory is behind here, so you can use any empty room. There are 2 seniors besides you, so be polite." "What else was there? What else do I need to teach you?" Unable to think of anything else, he lay down again and waved his hand, dismissing him. "That's enough. Let's meet again in 4 days. I feel sluggish and don't want to do anything right now, so don't bother me anymore." Sogun nodded. "Yes, then I will not disturb your rest, elder." Soon darkness fell and the moon rose to the middle of the sky. Sogun sat in his room and studied the few books Mok Chiong had given him. They were recorded in great detail. It seems he wrote these himself. "I learned how to gather spirit herbs and refine elixirs from my first master, but I never learned how to cultivate them, so this feels quite refreshing." A moment later, he closed the book. "All right, I've memorized the entire contents of this book. Now shall I get to my real work?" He went to the window and opened it. "It seems no one is watching me." After a brief look, he leapt out. As he flew, he took something out of his storage pouch. He quickly took out Kong Taeui's clothes and put them on. Then he used a shape-shifting art to transform into his appearance. Over by Kong Taeui's residence, Dong Biyu was waiting outside. Seeing Sogun arrive, he excitedly went out to meet him. "You've come?" Sogun landed in front of him and praised him. "Thanks to the detailed information you gave me about Kong Taeui and the Iron Palm sect, I was able to easily locate this place. You've done well." Choi Dongbiu bowed his head. "Not at all. You spared my life, so it is what I must do." Sogun looked at the building in front of them and said, "According to you, besides the secret vault that only elders can enter, there's also a place where spirit stones and magic tools are stored, right? It seems I've achieved some of my objective." Choi Dongbiu continued, "Senior, no elder. A problem has arisen." Sogun glanced at him, puzzled. "A problem? What is it?" Choi Dongbiu explained. "When I returned, a sect leader, perhaps guessing that you, elder, would also return, personally summoned you." A moment later, at the highest point of the Iron Palm sect, Sogun arrived. "Sect leader, Elder Kong Taeui requests an audience." Soon as he entered, he cupped his hands and greeted him brightly. "Sect leader, have you been well?" This middle-aged man was the sect leader of the Iron Palm sect, Jiu Hoji. He smiled and looked at Sogun. "It's been a while, Elder Kong. I've prepared your favorite sweet dew wine. Sit and have a few cups to wet your throat." Sogun quickly approached the table. "Then I thank you for your kindness, sect leader." Jiu Hoji picked up the wine bottle and smiled. "To be honest, I was very worried. You left without a word, and I thought you'd be back soon, but I didn't expect you to return only now." Sogun raised his cup to receive the wine and explained, "I have caused you worry, sect leader. Choi Dongbiu returned before me and must have already reported what happened, but it seems you still have some questions." Jiu Hoji frowned and looked at him. "With a great matter drawing near, how could I not be curious when you suddenly disappeared?" Sogun was inwardly shocked to hear this. A great matter? Choi Dongbiu never mentioned anything like this. It seems there's some secret between the sect leader and Elder Kong. After thinking for a moment, he calmly asked back, "Does that mean I shouldn't have returned like this?" Jiu Hoji sighed. "It's no use for you to return and blame me now. The important thing is that you haven't returned too late. While you were gone, all preparations have proceeded smoothly. I've recruited many new disciples. Did you see them on your way back? Soun took a sip of wine and replied nonchalantly. I have little interest in fellows who are like newly hatched chicks, so I did not see them. He said that, but his mind was filled with suspicion. Preparations? Does he mean the large recruitment of disciples this time was to prepare for something? Jiuhoji laughed. Why do you call them newly hatched chicks? Haha, everyone says that. But didn't you also come in as a shield like them? Most of the new disciples will lose their lives, but among them, there will surely be some who tenaciously survive and grow into strong individuals like you, Elder Kong. Just like you. Soun was shocked to hear this. Cannon fodder, so the great matter he's talking about is, thinking this far, he frowned and asked his opponent, Are you saying a war is imminent? Jiuhoji crossed his arms and laughed. This will be a completely different war than before. Whether righteous or evil, most of the factions will stand on our side. Look at how the family head and elders of the Chuxin family fell into a trap and died recently. That is the result that shows the great families will soon collapse. We plan to swallow the Chuxin family's spirit stone mine whole soon. What could be better than this? Soun nodded in agreement. It seems the great families will be completely destroyed. The thought of beheading those righteous sect bastards makes my heart swell. A realization flashed through his mind. So that's why there were so few people from the Chuxin family in the Danryong land. Jiuhoji frowned, but when you suddenly disappeared. Do you know how worried I was? Soun smiled and replied apologetically. I am truly sorry for causing you worry. Everything I did was to prepare for the war. I will take my leave now. I plan to stop by the Yangwabogo to make the final preparations for this war. Jiuhoji laughed loudly. Haha. Seeing you like this puts my mind at ease. I'm really looking forward to what comes next. Soun then quickly left Jiuhoji's place. He walked and sighed inwardly. This Yangju will soon become a sea of blood. From what he said, whether righteous or evil, most families and sects will all be caught up in this dogfight. Lady Ju's family is a secular one, so they won't be involved in this war, right? In that case, this has nothing to do with me. I'll let them do whatever they want, and I should quickly take all the wealth Kong Taeui has accumulated and disappear from here. A moment later, he finally arrived at his destination. So this is the Yangwabogo, a warehouse that only those at the elder level or above can enter. The security couldn't be tighter. As soon as the guards outside saw him, they all cupped their hands and paid their respects. We greet Elder Kong Taeui, Soun ordered nonchalantly. I need to take some things, so open the Yangwabogo at once. The people quickly bowed their heads and accepted the order without question. Soon, 4 administrators were summoned. Elder, please wait a moment. We will open the vault right away. The 4 men then each activated their spiritual power and struck the restriction formation. Soun watched from behind and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It takes infant soul stage practitioners just to open the Yangwabogo. What on earth is stored inside that they're this cautious? Soon the restriction was released and the vault door slowly opened. An administrator pointed inside and reminded him, Elder Kong, when you enter the Yangwabogo, you must follow in my footsteps. Soun nodded without question. I understand. The 2 men then quickly entered. Soun didn't dare to be careless, consistently stepping exactly in the footprints of the person in front of him. After walking for a long time, he couldn't help but be shocked inwardly. We've been walking for over 2 shichen. I never thought there'd be such a large separate space inside the vault. The Iron Palm sect is not a sect to be underestimated. A moment later, they arrived at another door. Elder Kong, we've arrived. You must already know how to open this door. My task is to escort you this far. Soun looked at the door before him and frowned. The way to open this door? Damn it, I'm in trouble. Choi Dong-bi, you never said there was a separate way to open this door. As the man turned to leave, he saw Soun standing there blankly and was puzzled. Elder Kong, is there a problem? Soun replied nervously. Ah no, it's nothing. He reached out and touched the stone door. Could it be that there's a separate way to open it, like the Gupyeong Ho? If I'm discovered, I'll have to get past 4 infant soul stage practitioners and face the entire Iron Palm sect to escape from here. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait, the Gupyeong Ho. Could it be? I finally know how to open it. Thinking this far, he immediately activated his spiritual power and began to open the door. A moment later, he finally let out a breath. It's open. Soun then no longer hesitated and quickly entered. A moment later, he came out of the vault. The subordinates outside were still very respectful. Farewell, Elder Kong. Yes, well done. Soun leapt up and left. He couldn't hide his excitement inwardly. Kong Taeui is now gone from this world. Ah, I can imagine the look on the sect leader's face. A few days later, at the foot of Gimgwa Mountain, inside the Iron Palm sect's cultivation garden, Soun lay under a large tree, looked at the sky and sighed. It's peaceful. It's hard to imagine this place will soon become a battlefield. The garden director, Mok Chaeong, also seems to like me quite a lot, so I should stay here a bit longer and train. I can practice the 6th form of the evil-shattering sword art while also learning how to cultivate spirit herbs. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As he was lying and resting, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Who is it? The cultivation garden is off limits to ordinary disciples. Could it be Mok Chaeong's personal disciple? Mok Chaeong no Mok Go Chaeong? The person came before him, put his hands on his hips and scolded him. "You brat, how dare you, a disciple of the Iron Palm sect, laze around and play here?" Soun sat up and asked, puzzled. "I just finished my work and was lying down for a short rest." "But who are you, brother?" the young man shouted in anger. "How do you not know me, the head disciple of the Iron Palm sect? State your name and residence." A moment later, Soun bowed his waist and paid his respects. "So you are head senior brother Gu, forgive my rudeness. I am Soun from the Cultivation Garden." The young man admonished him. "Since you work in the Cultivation Garden, I won't scold you too harshly, but from now on don't let others see you lazing around like this." Soun smiled and nodded. "Yes, I will keep that in mind. By the way, head senior brother Gu, what brings you to the Cultivation Garden, which is forbidden to ordinary disciples?" Hearing that, the young man's expression changed and he grew tense. A moment later he shouted something illogical. "I am the head disciple of this sect. Is there anywhere I cannot go?" Soun realized. "Ah, I see. I just joined and didn't know such things." His mind raced. The sect leader's son, could he have come to secretly dig up spirit herbs? It seems he's up to something, the young man then asked awkwardly. "Ah, since you said you didn't know, I'll let it pass. Then where is junior sister Mok?" Sogun's face filled with difficulty. "I also don't know where junior sister Mok is. I've worked in the Cultivation Garden for over half a month, but I've never seen her." The young man sat next to Soun and laughed. "Haha, I thought you were a lucky fellow for getting to work in the Cultivation Garden. But now I see that's not necessarily the case. Seeing you tied down here, you're truly pitiful," Soun replied nonchalantly. "I quite like life in the Cultivation Garden," the young man asked again. "You mean you're satisfied with tending to grass and trees? You only say that because you haven't seen junior sister's face yet. Once you meet her, you'll probably like this place 100 times more." Soun couldn't hide his surprise. "Is she that beautiful?" The young man held his head and laughed loudly. "Haha, you really are something. It's clear you've only just joined to not even know that the most beautiful woman in this Iron Palm sect is Mok Chiong. I have no idea why the director's daughter is so beautiful. Junior sister Mok is always in the Cultivation Garden, so if I don't come secretly, there's no way to meet her. I'm so unfortunate." Soun was surprised. But didn't you just say, senior brother Gu, that as the head disciple you can go anywhere?" The young man was startled by his question, and after a moment he spoke quietly to Soun. "You must keep it a secret from the garden director and junior sister Mok that I came here secretly. If you just keep my secret, I'll give you a good position later." Just then a loud scolding was heard from a distance. "Senior brother Gu," hearing this voice, the young man's face filled with difficulty. "Junior sister," this woman was the garden director's daughter Mok Chiong. She was angry and scolded the young man loudly. "I told you last time, yet you still come to the Cultivation Garden secretly? I'm going to the sect leader right now to report this." The young man immediately pointed to Soun beside him and explained, "It's a misunderstanding. This newcomer to the Cultivation Garden got lost, so I was just kindly showing him the way." Mok Chiong turned her gaze to Soun. "So you must be junior brother Soun." Soun raised his head and looked at her. "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, senior sister Mok." Mok Chiong nodded. "This entire Gimgwa mountain is the sect's territory, so it's understandable that you would get lost. From now on, try not to bother senior brother." Soun nodded dejectedly. "I understand," the young man excitedly slapped Sogun's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Bother? Not at all. If junior brother Soun gets lost again, I'll just bring him back." Mok Chiong then bluntly sent the guest away. "Thank you for bringing the Cultivation Garden disciple. You may leave now." Hearing her words, although the young man was reluctant, he still nodded. "Ah yes," then he left, blushing. Soun watched his departing back and sighed inwardly. That guy is completely smitten with her. After waiting for him to leave, Mok Chiong glanced at Soun. "Anyway, you must be the only one who shows displeasure towards that ridiculous senior brother." Soun waved his hands dismissively. No, Mok Chiong paid him no mind and changed the subject. "My father must have just thrown those books at you, right? Starting tomorrow, come find me and learn the work of the Cultivation Garden." Soun cupped his hands. "Yes, senior sister." He then turned and walked back to his quarters, marveling to himself as he went. She's completely different from her father. That senior sister is a truly sensible person. Starting tomorrow, I'll have to properly learn how to cultivate spirit herbs. In any case, I don't need to worry too much. She isn't an opponent I have to defeat at all costs. Just then, Mok Chiong called out to him again. "Wait, who on earth are you?" Sogun's face was filled with doubt as he turned his head to look at her. "What do you mean by that?" Mok Chiong crossed her arms and demanded. "Why are you hiding your skills?" Hearing this, Sogun was extremely shocked inwardly. Could it be that she saw through my concealment art? I thought she was a celestial stage practitioner. But she was a young radiant stage practitioner. Her level is even higher than mine. A young radiant stage practitioner. Though he was extremely tense inside, he still replied calmly, "I don't know what you are talking about, senior sister." Mok Chiong pressed him in a cold voice. "From the looks of you, you don't seem to be a person with malicious intent. What I want to ask is, why would a young radiant stage practitioner like you disguise your cultivation level as the elixir condensation stage and come to this cultivation garden?" Sogun couldn't hide his shock. "This senior sister has seen through me. Is she trying to confirm my motives now? Just what is her cultivation level?" After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and explained, "Senior sister, I simply came here to learn because I am interested in cultivating spirit herbs. The cultivation garden has abundant spiritual energy and is quiet, so I only wish to dedicate myself to training here." Mok Chiong shouted in anger, "What's the reason? Who knows? How can I believe you? Give me a reason not to kill you." Soun asked back, puzzled. Is hiding one's cultivation level a crime so great it's punishable by death? Aren't you senior also hiding your skills and staying here, revealing only a celestial stage cultivation level just like me? Mok Chiong shouted in anger. I'm different. I hide my skills because I don't want to get entangled in troublesome matters, Soun said seriously. I am the same as you, senior sister. Mok Chiong, finding no way to refute his illogical argument, clutched her head in anger and shouted. A moment later she turned and left. All right, in that case, I will have your quarters moved right next to mine. I will definitely watch you from the side. If I see even the slightest suspicious sign, I will tear your body to shreds and throw it to the demonic beasts as feed. So you'd better know that. Soun cupped his hands and smiled. Yes, I will follow your orders, senior sister. After that, Mok Chiong paid him no more mind and quickly left. Soun watched her departing back, smiled and thought to himself, even though she speaks like that, she probably just doesn't want the people she cares about to get hurt. In any case, she seems like a warm person. When night fell, Soun moved into the thatched hut next to Mok Chiong's house. He was shocked to see the pile of books on the table. There are so many. Just how many practitioners did Kong Taeui kill to collect this many spirit stones? And though these books are nameless, each and every one contains someone's secret arts. The secret arts he stole must have only been those with strange effects. This is a really interesting art. Should I try training in it? He quickly cupped his hands and, following the contents of the book, began to practice the spell. A moment later, a body that looked exactly like his appeared before him. Soun couldn't hide his surprise at seeing his own clone. This is truly unexpected. To think I could create a clone identical to me without using much spiritual power, and the book says that even a practitioner at the young radiant stage or higher, even if they expand their spiritual senses, cannot distinguish which is the clone and which is the main body. But if it's this amazing, why didn't Kong Taeui use this art? Let's see what the weakness is. Because the clone is controlled by consciousness, it can sometimes stand blankly like a scarecrow and be easily discovered. Reading the weakness, a bold idea came to Sogun's mind. In that case, what if I use the profound ice art to share and control its consciousness, just like when I used the evil shattering sword art? As he cast the profound ice art, the clone immediately came to life and its hands and feet moved on their own. Soun laughed in excitement. As expected, this is a very suitable art for someone like me who is a good match with the profound ice art. I wonder what the name of this art is. I'd like to call it the mimic clone. The night passed like that. Soun was sitting in his room cultivating when he was suddenly startled and forced to wake up. Senior sister Mok is monitoring my energy again. I've only just reached the young radiant stage and want to practice the latter half of the evil shattering sword art's forms. I just couldn't use them before, but at this rate, I won't be able to do anything and will just be a scarecrow watched by her all day. I have to do something, but what should I do? After thinking for a moment, he went to the front of Mok Chiong's room and called out, Senior sister, are you inside? Mok Chiong opened the door and asked, puzzled, It's so late, what is it? Seeing her like this, Soun was inwardly surprised. This gentle appearance is completely different from her murderous one. No wonder senior brother Jiyu was chasing after her. As Soun stood there blankly without speaking, Mok Chiong asked again, What's wrong? Didn't you come because you had something to attend to? Soun was startled and stammered in reply, senior sister, it's nothing much, I just wanted to do some training. Mok Chiong was puzzled. Training? If you want to train, just do it. Why did you come to see me? As long as you don't steal and eat the spirit herbs, you can do whatever you want, whether it's tempering your spiritual power or anything else. I don't care about such things, so do as you please. Seeing her about to go back inside, Soun hurriedly explained, That's not it, I'm going to practice my sword art and I was worried it might bother you. Mok Chiong showed a slight interest. A sword art? What kind of sword art? Soun replied seriously. It's my own unique sword art, so I can't explain it in detail. In any case, since you are wary of me, I thought it would be best to inform you, so I came to ask for permission. Mok Chiong nodded. I understand. Since you said it's training, I can't help it, but I have one condition. I will watch you as you train. I don't know what you're up to, but I can't just let you swing your sword around here as you please, can I? When Soun hesitated, about to object, Mok Chiong didn't give him a chance to negotiate. If you don't agree to that, I can't permit you to train. How about it? Is that not acceptable either? Or are you saying that if I just watch your great sword art for a moment, I'll be able to master it and destroy the world? Soun thought to himself. I don't want to show my master's unique sword art, but in any case, without the profound ice art, she won't be able to steal and learn the evil shattering sword art. After thinking for a moment, he finally had no choice but to compromise. I understand, I will show you my training, but the power of the sword art is very terrifying, so please be careful not to get swept up in its force. Soun then went outside the forest to train. Mok Chiong also followed closely behind to watch him. She observed from behind and thought to herself, Let's see just how long you train. Soun quickly urged his spiritual power and began to control his longswords. The first form was the first form of the evil shattering sword art, the electric swallow strike, and the second was the reversing hand strike. Two swords flew straight towards a tree opposite them. The tree, struck by the longswords, immediately fell. Soun then executed heaven and earth merge again, and the two swords once again combined to cut down the tree. Seeing the three forms of sword art Soun had just executed, Mok Chiong couldn't hide her shock. It's truly amazing. No art in the Iron Palm sect can compare to that sword art. Soun then continued to wave his hands and executed the fifth form, the shadow flicker strike. Two longswords flew up again from under the ground. The longswords quickly flew above his head and stopped. Now for the final form of the middle and later parts, the seventh form, the dancing flame strike. Two longswords struck down from a high place towards a tall tree below. The tree was quickly cut into countless pieces from top to bottom. Soun retrieved the two longswords, smiled, and thought to himself, I didn't use much spiritual power, but the effect is tremendous. Mok Chiong was constantly marveling to herself. My junior brother's sword art is truly too amazing. All my spiritual power has been used on useless things. How wonderful it would be if I could learn such a great art. A moment later, Soun approached her and cupped his hands. My clumsy skills have sullied your eyes, senior sister. Mok Chiong shook her head. No, the sword art you performed was truly splendid. Now I see why you were in such a hurry to train. Soun smiled. Thank you for your praise. This sword art is too much for me, and I haven't even mastered half of it. I must train harder to bring out its full power. I can't let such a great sword art go to waste. A short while later, on a beautiful night, the moon was clear and the wind was cool. Mok Chiong sat in her room, rested her chin on her hand, and cursed continuously. Harder training, my foot. What's he been doing? Cooped up in his room every night for a month? I tried to imitate junior brother Sogun's sword art, but I've made no progress at all. This is so annoying. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and then she ran outside in excitement. Junior brother Soun, are you going to practice your sword art again today? Soun couldn't hide his surprise at seeing her in such a hurry. He scratched his head and smiled. Ah no, today is different. Mok Chiong was slightly disappointed. I don't know what it is, but can you show me? Soun nodded. As it happens, I had something to ask of you, senior sister. Mok Chiong was puzzled. What is it? Soun immediately executed his clone art. Guess which one is the real me? Mok Chiong didn't hesitate for a moment and pointed to the person on the left. It's you. Sogun's eyes widened in shock. How did you know? Mok Chiong smiled coldly. It's quite simple, or you can make another clone, I'll guess for you. Soun then executed the clone art a few more times, but each time Mok Chiong easily identified the main body. A moment later he was completely dejected and didn't want to try anymore. Senior sister, how on earth do you know the real from the fake? Mok Chiong laughed. Your art is still immature and clumsy. It would be better to practice your sword art than to train in such a technique, Soun smiled. But I think the clone art will be useful, so I plan to learn it. I will train until I can deceive you, senior sister. Mok Chiong sneered and laughed loudly. Let's see if you can learn it. Time flew by like an arrow, and a few more days passed. On a beautiful evening, Soun came to see Mok Chiong again. Senior sister, this time it's harder. I've increased the number of clones to 3. Mok Chiong smiled coldly. Junior brother, you still haven't tasted the bitterness of the world. Even if you increase the number of clones to 100, it's useless against me. Soun scoffed coldly. Then let's see if you're right, senior sister. Mok Chiong raised her hand to stop him. Let's make a bet. Soun was puzzled. What kind of bet? Mok Chiong explained. If I find your real form, I win. Soun nodded. Quite interesting. What if you win, senior sister? Mok Chiong said nonchalantly. I want to learn your sword art. Soun shook his head. I can't do that. Mok Chiong still didn't give up hope. Even one form is fine, Soun explained. Putting aside the fact that I can't pass it on to others, it's not a sword art that can be used with just one form. You must learn other arts along with it to be able to execute the other sword forms. Mok Chiong was so surprised her jaw dropped. Then teach me the art that allows you to use the sword art when you want to attack others. Surely that supplementary art isn't something as trivial as a clone, is it? Soun stroked his chin and fell into thought. As he began to hesitate, Mok Chiong continued to manipulate his psychology. If you win, I will grant all of your requests as expected. Upon hearing this condition, Soun began to show interest. All requests? Mok Chiong shouted. Yes, anything. I will grant whatever you wish. Sogun's mind raced. I can't just teach my master's art to someone else, but the fact that she saw through my concealment art is a big problem. What should I do now? After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, All right, I'm sure you are not one to break a promise, senior sister. Mok Chiong smiled in excitement. And you wouldn't be one to bluff, would you, junior brother? You'll teach me the art needed to use the sword art, right? Soun executed his 3 clones and smiled. Of course. Mok Chiong laughed. If I'm wrong even once out of 10 times, you win. Soun nodded. All right, then let's begin. In a flash, all 10 clones Soun had executed were easily seen through by Mok Chiong. How on earth do you guess right? Seeing him dejected, Mok Chiong became even more triumphant. It's very simple. This is really you, isn't it? Soun sighed sadly. You've won, senior sister. Mok Chiong laughed. Of course I won. Soun took out a book and gave it to her. As promised, I will give you a book of techniques. Soun, still unable to understand, asked puzzledly. How on earth did you find my main body? Mok Chiong smiled. That's a secret. Let's challenge again when you can make 4 clones. Next time, I'll give you a special chance of 30 clones. Soun sighed. The name of the art I just gave you is the revolving orb art. It's an art that rotates spiritual energy to form a circle, and it can apply all 5 elemental attributes, making its destructive power considerable. Mok Chiong opened the book, read it, and nodded her head in admiration repeatedly. This is indeed quite a splendid art, Soun said excitedly. Let's challenge again, senior sister Mok. Mok Chiong laughed. Good, if you win this time, I'll grant you 2 of your wishes. 2 months later, all of Sogun's clones were seen through by Mok Chiong. Soun had to hand over a new art called the Seal of Submission to Mok Chiong again. Soun was extremely puzzled. There's definitely some secret to senior sister Mok, but I have no idea what that secret is. Time flew by like an arrow, and in a flash another half a year passed. The two of them were tending to the spirit herbs together in the medicinal herb field. Mok Chiong asked Sogun excitedly, "Junior brother Sogun, shall we challenge again tonight?" Sogun shook his head. "Not a chance. At this rate you'll take everything I have, senior sister." At this moment a disciple came running from outside in a hurry. "Senior sister Mok, junior brother Sogun, it's a relief you're both here. There has been a summons for the training disciples." Sogun and Mok Chiong were puzzled. "A summons? Why would they call a fellow who's only good for menial tasks?" the person quickly explained. "Senior sister Mok, you wouldn't know since you've only been in the herb garden, but a great war between the righteous and evil sects has broken out throughout Yangju. I heard that there was an internal strife in the Ochangmun sect and it has split. This is a chance for us to be closer to victory than ever before." "Ah, that's right. Senior sister Mok, you don't need to worry. You and senior brother Jiyu have been excluded from the list of participants in this war." Mok Chiong asked, puzzled. "Junior brother Sogun's cultivation level has not even reached the elixir condensation stage. What help would he be in battle?" The young man said to Sogun. "You won't be going to a dangerous battlefield, junior brother Sogun, so there's no need to worry." Mok Chiong was even more puzzled. "What do you mean?" the man explained. "Ah, junior brother Sogun will be assigned to the encirclement unit to mop up the remnants of the Chuksan Seo family. Even if he encounters those remnants, none will have high cultivation levels, and most will already be exhausted, so it won't be dangerous." Mok Chiong was still extremely displeased. "Even so, there's no need to send more people." Hearing this, Sogun thought to himself, "I was originally planning to leave, but this involves the Chuksan Seo family. Seo Jiyu in particular gave me the opportunity to enter the Danreong land. He is a great benefactor. I can't just turn a blind eye and let them die." Having made up his mind, he spoke firmly. "Since the sect has called, I must naturally answer, with you worrying about me. What have I to fear?" The young man smiled and praised him. "Truly an outstanding talent of the sect. A disciple of the Iron Palm sect should possess such spirit." Sogun nodded. "Then I will go and prepare at once." Knowing she couldn't stop him, Mok Chiong approached and urged him. "Junior brother Sogun, you must return safely." Sogun cupped his hands and smiled. "Please don't worry, senior sister, I will be back soon." The scene changes. The Seo siblings were desperately fleeing through a forest. Seo Jung suddenly spoke up. "Brother, we can't go that way. We're going in the wrong direction." Seo Jiyu replied, "We prepared in advance for the fall of our family. We are the family's only hope. To reach Pyeongseon Mountain, we have to shake off their pursuit. We must survive, no matter what." After running a little longer, the young man behind them said, panting, "Senior brother, I'm out of strength. Can't we rest for a moment before going on?" Seo Jiyu encouraged him. "We have to keep running for the sake of our family members who sacrificed their lives for us." Seo Jung also said, panting, "Brother, we'll all collapse at this rate. Let's rest for a bit. We've been running for half a day. The forest is so dense we should be fine if we keep quiet. Just for a moment, let's just rest for a moment and then leave right away." The three then found a dense thicket to rest. Seo Jiyu thought to himself, "Most of my family's proud members died tragically in a single day. Only after seeing my kin fall to the attacks of the Bomb family and the Samsamu family, both righteous factions, did I realize they had betrayed us." Just then, someone flew before them. Bamchi appeared before them on a flying sword, laughing loudly. "Ha, here's another group." Seo Jiyu stood up, cupped his hands towards him and asked, "Are you Elder Bamchi?" Bamchi laughed loudly. "Oh, it is I. Were you waiting for me?" Seo Jiyu shouted. "I never thought I would meet the esteemed Elder Bamchi here. Please have mercy and help us just this once." Bamchi laughed loudly. "Haha, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not a merciful man like others, especially not to the likes of you." Seogu's expression hardened. "Elder, if you could turn a blind eye, we will surely repay this kindness in the future." A hint of interest appeared on Bamchi's face. "Repay, you say?" Seo Jiyu explained. "Our family is no more, and the spirit stones we intended to use for rebuilding are now useless, therefore I will give them to you, Elder." Bamchi was astonished. "Are you saying you'll give me all the vast amount of spirit stones collected by the Chuksan Seo family? But how can I trust you? It would be better to kill all of you and leave no one behind." Seeing his attitude, Seo Jiyu knew negotiation was impossible. His expression hardened as he warned the two behind him. "Seo Jung, you two do not come any closer." After speaking, he took out his magic tool and advanced toward Bamchi. Bamchi calmly swung his magic tool and scolded loudly. "You unsightly pest, truly an eyesore." A powerful explosion immediately rocked the entire forest. When the dust settled, Seo Gu's party was revealed again. Seo Jung's party were all unconscious on the ground. Only Seo Jiyu remained conscious, barely climbing out of a deep crater. He pleaded with Bamchi, "Before I die, I have one last request for you, Elder." Bamchi sneered coldly. "Such a persistent fly. What request? Just die." After speaking, he channeled his spiritual power and attacked. Seo Jiyu screamed desperately. "I don't care if I die. You can cut off my head and say the bloodline of the Chuksan Seo family is no more, but I'll tell you the location of the spirit stones, so please spare the lives of Seo Jung and A Young." Hearing this, Bamchi's attack halted. "Oh, I will grant your final request now. Tell me where the spirit stones are." Seo Jiyu turned his head to look at him. "Seo Jung and A Young don't know the location. Even if they enter, they will be killed by you, Elder. I will tell you and you alone, so please come closer." Bamchi sneered coldly. "What are you plotting? Can't you use a sound transmission?" Seo Jiyu threw his storage pouch far away and replied, "I've used all my spiritual energy and have no strength left for that. I've thrown away my pouch. My clothes are torn, so I have nothing hidden on me." Bamchi approached him and smiled. "Hee, all right, tell me," Seo Jiyu stammered. The location is, halfway through his sentence his expression hardened and he opened his mouth to spew a cloud of poisonous smoke. Bamchi retreated to avoid it, shouting in anger, "Damn it, what was that? My body is paralyzed and my spiritual power is dissipating. That damn bastard." Down below, Seo Jung and the other took this chance to carry Seo Ji-yu and flee quickly. Enraged, Bamchi took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. "I lost them, I need to call for reinforcements and catch them." The signal shot high into the sky, visible to everyone searching the forest. "It's a signal from the bomb family, but it's too far away. We don't really need to go, do we? Let's find a place to camp first." "Yeah, let's do that." This group was none other than Sogun's squad. Seeing the signal, he quickly executed his clone art. "I have to hurry." He left a clone with the squad while he himself flew swiftly toward the location of the signal flare. "Please be safe, Seo Ji-yu." The scene shifts to Seo Gu's party. He was being carried by Seo Jung and the other in turns as they fled, with Bamchi in hot pursuit. "You little rats, where do you think you're going? No matter where you run, you can't escape this old man's grasp. If you'd abandoned that damned Seo Ji-yu, you might have had a chance to escape, but too bad for you, you didn't. Haha." After running a little longer, they reached a dead end with nowhere else to flee. Seo Jung put Seo Ji-yu down. "I'd rather take the blow for my brother. I'll be paralyzed so I won't even feel the pain of death. We can't bear to watch anyone else die." She then turned to look behind them and shouted, "Bamchi, I will curse you even after I'm dead." Bamchi laughed loudly from behind. "Oh, do it if you can. I'm going to become an immortal who lives forever. Haha, you'll be happy for me even as ghosts. Haha." Seo Jung saw his magic tool bearing down on them, though she had no way to block it. She still stood her ground firmly, refusing to retreat. Just then a streak of sword energy suddenly shot out from the distance, knocking Bamchi's magic tool aside. Bamchi was aghast, his eyes wide in disbelief. Impossible. Seeing the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared before Seo Gu's party, both sides were utterly shocked, having no idea who he was. Bamchi thought to himself, "A young radiant stage practitioner I've never seen before. Who is he? Where did he come from?" After a moment's thought he asked, "Who are you and where did you come from?" "I don't know who you are, but this is a matter concerning the Bomb family, the Samsamu family and the Chuksan Seo family, so it's not for an outsider like you to interfere. If you're just passing by, then just—" He stopped mid-sentence. The middle-aged man before him paid him no attention and had calmly turned to speak with Seo Jung's party. He took out a few pills and gave them to them. "Apply this ointment to the wounds and each of you take one of these pills. They will help you recover your spiritual energy." Looking at the pills in his hand, Seo Jung thought, "Is he an acquaintance of my brother's? No matter, now is not the time to be picky." She quickly took the pills and administered them. From afar, Bamchi snapped back to his senses. "So you know Seo Ji-yu, are you a member of the Chuksan Seo family?" The middle-aged man replied calmly, "I am from the Iron Palm sect." Bamchi was startled. "The Iron Palm sect? Why would the Iron Palm sect help the Chuksan Seo family?" The middle-aged man sneered, "I'm not here to help the Chuksan Seo family. I'm just here to eliminate an eyesore like you." After speaking, he took out a cluster of magic tools that enveloped his body. Bamchi was so shocked his jaw dropped. "What, you're controlling 5 magic tools at once? I'd better focus on my spiritual energy barrier. And I need to call for reinforcements fast." But life rarely goes as planned. His eyes widened in disbelief. The opponent's strike hit his defensive barrier of light, yet it pierced right through without the slightest resistance. Seeing his spiritual energy barrier destroyed and the attacks continuing, Bamchi screamed, "You damn bastard, stop at once!" He then swung his hand, sending his own magic tool flying. The 2 approaching longswords were instantly bound by a golden light and halted in midair. "Damn it, why is a master like this blocking my way?" But his magic tool couldn't hold out for long. Soon one of the longswords broke free from the binding and flew straight through his body. Helpless, Bamchi was struck down and collapsed. He was heavily injured but not yet dead. He barely managed to lift his head and glare at his opponent with ferocious eyes. The middle-aged man walked up to him and sneered, "Now you won't be able to steal spirit herbs from your juniors anymore, will you?" Hearing this, Bamchi was stunned. "You don't tell me." The memory of his encounter with Sogun flashed in his mind, just as he suspected. The middle-aged man was Sogun in disguise, but by the time he realized it, it was too late. Without the slightest hesitation, Sogun swung his sword and finished him. After dealing with him, Sogun finally exhaled, "I used quite a bit of spiritual energy for my magic tools and the evil-shattering sword art behind him." Seo Jung looked at Sogun puzzled and thought, "He said he was from the Iron Palm sect, a sect hostile to the righteous factions. He could harm us at any moment, so why did he give us ointment and pills?" Sogun walked up to her and smiled. "It's all right now, my lady." After speaking, he quickly reverted to his original appearance. Seo Jung was stunned to see it was Sogun. "Young hero Sogun, why are you here?" Sogun transformed back into Kong Taeyui's appearance and summoned his flying sword. "I had reasons to infiltrate the Iron Palm sect. That's why I'm here. We don't have much time, so let's talk on the way. Everyone get on quickly." The party then quickly departed with Sogun via sword control art. At this point, Seo Jung was even more astonished. "The effect of the pills was astounding, but I never thought my spiritual energy would recover fast enough to travel by sword control art right away. My brother's condition has also stabilized. And thanks to young hero Sogun's help, we escaped that old man's pursuit." But young hero Sogun was definitely at the early celestial stage. How is he now at the young radiant stage? Could he be a master who has been hiding his cultivation level? As she was lost in thought, Sogun suddenly raised his hand, stopping them. 5 young radiant stage practitioners are heading this way. I just sense them with my spiritual sense, so there may be even more. Seojung couldn't hide her shock at the news. A moment later she lowered her head and sighed. Between the Bomb family and the Samsumu family there are more than 10 masters in total. Most of them are likely resting at nearby Guano Mountain. Hearing this, Sogun couldn't help but tense up, his expression hardening. Seojung smiled at him. You have already done more than enough by helping us, young hero Sogun. It would not be your fault at all if you were to leave us now. However, if you are willing to see this through, please take us to Pyeongseon Mountain. I will repay this debt even in death. Sogun gazed into the distance, lost in thought. After a moment he glanced at them and smiled. You speak too gravely, my lady. For now I will do everything I can. The party then continued on their way via sword control art. Sogun resolved inwardly, if my life is threatened, I have to run first. I have a connection to the Chuksan Seo family, but not enough to sacrifice my life for them. Suddenly, Sogun stopped and said, We're surrounded. He shouted into the distance. How long are you going to follow us? Show yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, several practitioners appeared around them. The 4 of them were completely encircled by their formation. These 5 were the young, radiant stage practitioners he had sensed before, although he was mentally prepared, facing them directly. Sogun couldn't help but feel tense. One of them stepped forward and spoke. We found our uncle's body on the way here. That sword was a chi sword used by the Seo family. But even if Seo Ji's son joined forces with Seo Jiu and Seo Jung, they couldn't possibly defeat our uncle. Did you help the Chuksan Seo family? Sogun answered calmly. I did, but it was due to a personal grudge. Hearing this, the man stroked his chin and nodded. I know my uncle's greed brought this upon himself, still no one ever dared to take revenge. Since you say it was a personal grudge, I won't hold you responsible for the past. However, I must restore my family's lost honor. An elder of our family has died, so we must seek revenge. Without another word, Sogun leaped from his flying sword to 5 magic tools reappearing around him. The surrounding young radiant stage practitioners also wasted no words and quickly took out their own magic tools. Sogun glanced at Seojung's party behind him and thought, there's no point in dragging this fight out. I still haven't fully recovered the spiritual energy I just spent. I'm sorry, Chuksan Seo family, but I can't throw my life away here. If I just avoid that mid-young radiant stage practitioner, focus on defense and flee in a direction where he isn't, I should be able to get out of here completely. While he was contemplating his battle strategy, several of the practitioners beside him had already raised their magic tools and attacked. Sogun deployed a spiritual energy barrier and his shield to block their attacks, marveling inwardly. Making the shield with the long-necked turtle's shell was a really good decision. It's the only way I can block all of these practitioners' attacks. However, the mid-young radiant stage practitioner made no move from beginning to end. This truly made him uneasy. Besides, that practitioner with the chain flail is really annoying. Rather than have that chain flail chasing me from behind while I run, it's better to take him down quickly and then escape. Thinking this far, he immediately waved his hand, urging the demon needle jade, and threw it straight toward the few people in front. The men couldn't react in time and were immediately blinded by its light, forced to cover their eyes. Sogun then took out and threw another smoke bomb. Just as the men opened their eyes, they were again engulfed in black smoke, temporarily losing sight of Sogun's movements once more. Sogun used this opportunity to execute his clone art, rushing toward them to attack. Seeing this, all of their expressions hardened. Sogun's target was the practitioner with the chain flail, so the one attacking him was his main body. Just as Sogun was about to execute the inner heat division to attack his opponent, a torrent of water rushed in from a distance. Sogun turned his head in shock, and before he could react, he was struck by the torrent and sent flying far away. Sogun was slammed into the ground by the torrent. Just as the water spray cleared, a trident appeared before him. The one who had acted was the mid-young radiant stage practitioner who had been observing from a distance. Sogun's face was filled with doubt. How did he find my main body? The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. I tried to think from your perspective. If it were me, I would have attacked Mojang Seo as well. His chain flail would be a great threat to you, so you'd feel uneasy letting it roam behind your back. Sogun sighed. I see. He couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. How ridiculous of me to be confident I could escape from them. The middle-aged man urged his spiritual power and said in a cold voice, I'll end you here. Just then his brow furrowed again as he glanced behind him. Not far away, a blood-red ray of light was cutting through the air, flying over at an extremely fast speed. It was an extremely hideous ghost mask magic tool. The middle-aged man had no choice but to temporarily give up on Sogun and turn to defend. Who is it? The newcomer was none other than Taoist Geo. Seeing him appear, the middle-aged man's expression immediately hardened. Why is it you, Taoist Geo? Taoist Geo rode on the back of a crane and smiled. I need to take the children of the Chuksan Seo family and the little one lying over there. Do you dare to stop me? The middle-aged man asked coldly. It has been a long time, but it seems your cultivation level has become much higher. Taoist Geo stroked the crane's head and smiled. I used every method I could to live in the Danryong land for 40 years straight. I had to reach the late young radiant stage to be able to tame this white cloud crane. You should all try holing up in a concentrated spirit land for about 100 years and training hard. No matter how you calculate it, that kid, myself, and this white cloud crane combined are more than enough to fight you. Do you have the courage to risk your lives for a few children from an already ruined family like the Chuksan Seo? The middle-aged man lowered his head and remained silent, not answering. After a moment he finally sighed. I understand. take the children of the Chuxin family, but you cannot take that young radiant stage practitioner I brought down. He harmed an elder of our family." Taoist Geo laughed loudly. "Ha ha!" The white cloud crane had no idea what was being said, but it opened its beak and cried out loudly. Geo then took out several of his own magic tools. "What nonsense are you talking about? I've taken quite a liking to that fellow. If we can't negotiate with words, then I'll just have to take matters into my own hands." Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression hardened in spite of himself. Cold sweat began to pour down his forehead like rain. He then had no choice but to compromise. "I understand, take him." Taoist Geo laughed loudly. "As expected, you're a man who knows how to read the situation and make the right decision." The 5 men then quickly left together, waiting until they were far away. Taoist Geo finally scolded Sogun. "You brat, how dare you use a shape-shifting art in front of me?" Sogun quickly returned to his original form. "Haha, it's been a long time, senior." Geo smiled. "Oh ho, your reckless personality is still the same. Oh, that's right, I thought your cultivation level was at the celestial stage. But it turns out you were at the young radiant stage." Sogun scratched his head. "I was lucky, so I was able to raise my cultivation level quickly." Geo was astonished. "What do you mean luck? It's your own ability." "It's because you trained hard." This time his heart was filled with extreme admiration for Sogun, this commendable fellow, a practitioner risking his life for others. Besides, anyone can see he's barely over 30. "I really like him." After a moment, Sogun finally looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "By the way, senior, how did you know it was me even though I was disguised?" Geo replied nonchalantly, "Do you think I wouldn't recognize your shield? Besides, there's no one else who would risk their life for others like that." Sogun realized. "So that's how it was," Geo smiled. "Thanks to the long-necked turtle's inner core, I successfully entered the late young radiant stage and left the Danryong land. Reminiscing about you, I visited the Seo family's manor, but no matter how much I wandered, I couldn't find it. I thought I had changed the most, but the world had changed much more than I did." The group continued to fly via the sword control art. At this time, Seogu regained consciousness. They stopped within a mountain range. Seogu pointed to the house below and said, "We're here." Below, an old woman stood waiting. The 3 members of Seogu's party quickly jumped down from the flying swords, and as soon as they landed, they cupped their hands and paid their respects to the old woman. The old woman smiled kindly and nodded. "You've been through a lot. Gu's wound is very deep, so let's stop the small talk for now and go back to rest and tend to the wound. You two please come inside as well." Geo laughed loudly. "Then we shall impose on you," Sogun thought to himself. "That person is also a practitioner at the early young radiant stage." The group then quickly went inside. Seogu led the way and introduced the place. "In preparation for our family's fall, we have prepared one thing in a secret space in the basement of this humble house. There are no outsiders here who are not from the Chuxin Seo family, so I will not hide it and will open the entrance right away." After speaking, he immediately put his hands together and cast a spell. With one hand he struck the side of the bed hard and a passage was quickly revealed below. "It's done. Please, let's go down." Sogun's party didn't say much and quickly followed them down. He quickly saw a grand formation below. Sogun stepped onto the grand formation and realized in his heart. So what the Chuxin Seo family had prepared was a transportation formation, not to mention the transportation formation in the magical beast forest. Even compared to the one in the Iron Palm sect, this one is much larger. With this size, it must be able to transport people quite a far distance. I wonder where it teleports to, but that must be a secret of the Chuxin Seo family. Seogu brought 2 storage pouches and gave them to them. "You two please accept this. Compared to you saving our lives, this small amount of spirit stones is truly insignificant. In any case, this is the only way we can repay your kindness, so please forgive us." Geo crossed his arms and replied with displeasure. "Come on, are you doing this knowing I won't accept? You brat, these are the spirit stones your Chuxin Seo family has gathered to rebuild the family. What face would I have to accept them?" Seogu replied. "This is only a very small part of the spirit stones we've collected." Geo waved his hand. "Enough, there's no need. I was only able to enter the Danryong land thanks to the Seo family head, and that's how I was able to ascend to the late young radiant stage cultivation level. Consider my saving you as repaying that kindness." Sogun thought to himself from a distance. "I originally had no intention of accepting those spirit stones, but since Taoist Geo has said so, I have even less of a reason to accept." After finishing his thought, he opened his mouth. "I don't need them either. I helped you, brothers, not to receive a reward. Besides, you 3 will need them more than I do." Geo laughed in excitement. "Haha, I told you you'd become a great person. You truly are a rare fellow. I knew you would do that." The 3 of them were all moved to tears by their noble integrity. Although Seogu did not cry, he trembled with emotion. "I have always lived in glory under the protection of my family. Only after experiencing this tragedy did I finally realize how cold and cruel this world is. Thanks to you two, I have learned that this world is not as dark as I thought." The more he thought, the more moved he became. And then he couldn't help but prostrate himself on the ground and kowtow to the 2 of them. "I, my sister Seo Jung, and my brother A Young will surely rebuild the Chuxin Seo family. The people of the Chuxin Seo family will never forget your grace and your names for all eternity." Geo scratched his head and sighed. "Enough, everyone get up. By the way, where does this transportation formation lead that you say you'll rebuild your family?" Seogu got up and explained. "This transportation formation leads to the Daewon Kingdom." Sogun and the other were shocked to hear this. "What, you mean you're leaving the territory of the Janyang Kingdom?" Xiaojiu nodded. Yes, the Daewon Kingdom is where practitioners with high cultivation levels are active. Although it won't be easy if we go there, we'll have the opportunity to experience a wider world and quickly raise our cultivation levels. Once we go there, we will focus on raising our cultivation levels and laying the foundation to rebuild the Chuxin Seo family. Geo frowned. I've heard that the people of the Daewon Kingdom only respect the strong and treat the lives of the weak as insignificant. Your journey this time will be fraught with many dangers, Xiaojiu smiled. Rebuilding a family was never meant to be a smooth and easy task. Geo looked at the three passionate young men and women before him and couldn't help but smile. You have all become true practitioners. Are there any empty spots left in this transportation formation? Xiaojiu replied. It can transport 7 people at once, so there are still 3 spots left. Geo laughed in excitement. Then I'll have to buy 1 spot. Xiaojiu was shocked to hear that he wanted to go with them. But, Geo explained, by the looks of it, Yangju has already become the world of the evil sects. I have already ascended to the late Yang Radiant stage, so I have no need to stay here any longer. It's very difficult for a true Yang stage practitioner to appear in Yangju. Perhaps there is a way to ascend to the true Yang stage in the Daewon Kingdom. The old woman outside will go with you, but I will help you as well. What do you say, is that all right? Xiaojiu excitedly cupped his hands and bowed his head. If you, elder, were to accompany us, how could we be more at ease? Geo asked Sogun. Aren't you coming too? Sogun stroked his chin and became lost in thought, the images of Kongbo and Mok Chaihong flashing through his mind in turn. After a moment he finally smiled and waved his hands. I'd like to go, but I don't think I can right now. Geo was slightly disappointed to hear that. After a moment he finally sighed. People in the world often say that before one is bound by ties of fate, one must cut them boldly. But when you cut one tie, another is formed. In that case, what use is a sincere heart to a practitioner? In a flash 3 days passed. Xiaojiu sighed dejectedly. I had high hopes, but in the end it's just us going. Young hero Sogun, have you memorized the way to open the secret underground passage, and have you remembered the amount of spirit stones needed to open the transportation formation? Sogun nodded repeatedly. After finishing his instructions to Sogun, Xiaogu's party prepared to leave. Then if fate allows we shall meet again. Please take care. Sogun cupped his hands and watched their departing backs, sighing inwardly. I thought it was just a brief connection, but seeing them leave like this, my heart feels somewhat empty. It was truly a good thing I came here and was able to help them. Now I have to go back to Guano Mountain. To return to Guano Mountain, I must first break through that encirclement. I'll make the excuse that I got lost in the deep forest. The Bomb family, the Iron Palm sect, and the Samsumu family all said in one voice. The remnants of the Chuxin Seo family surely did not survive, not a single one. The scene changes to the cultivation garden, where Mok Chaihong stood in the medicinal herb field, sighing sadly. My junior brother is truly skilled, but I'm still worried. Just then, she suddenly sensed something and turned her head to look into the distance. Sogun was at this time returning at an extremely fast speed via sword control art. Mok Chaihong was astonished. It can't be, there's no way. Clearly not believing Sogun had returned, she immediately raised her hands and rubbed her eyes. Sogun quickly flew before her. I'm back, senior sister. Although Mok Chaihong was very happy, she still wore a puzzled expression and asked coldly, why are you back so early? Sogun scratched his head and explained, it seems you're not pleased with me, senior sister. The work finished early, so I came back early. Mok Chaihong approached his body and exhaled, pleased or not, it's truly a relief that you're back. While you were gone, I became able to use the revolving orb art with both hands. Sogun laughed in excitement. That's really good news. Mok Chaihong nodded in agreement. So I have to beat you up to let you know how much stronger I've become. Sogun paid her no mind and turned away helplessly. You're at it again because you have nothing to do and are too idle. It would have been better to send you to the battle, senior sister. Time flew by like that, and in a flash another year passed. Sogun was at this time having a practical training session with Mok Chaihong in the forest. He continuously used his shield to block her revolving orb art. He looked slightly overwhelmed. Only after firing several consecutive shots did Mok Chaihong stop. Sogun took this opportunity to catch his breath, then cupped his hands towards her and praised her. I had a really hard time blocking that. Your ability is truly terrifying, senior sister. Mok Chaihong also cupped her hands humbly. You overpraise me, junior brother, Sogun said again. Although the revolving orb art is amazing, the seal of submission. Before he could finish his sentence, a disciple came running from behind in a hurry. It's a disaster, a disaster. Sogun turned his head with a puzzled look and saw him. What's wrong? The young man quickly pointed into the distance and explained, it's a disaster. The bastards from Galhyobang have invaded all the way here. They're killing the disciples of our sect on sight, so we have to run away quickly. Mok Chaihong's face was filled with doubt. Galhyobang is an evil sect, just like the Iron Palm sect. Why would they invade and cause a commotion here? What nonsense are you talking about? The young man shouted. How can I explain when I don't know the details myself? While I was running here, I already saw 6 practitioners of the elixir condensation stage invade. We have to scatter and escape quickly. That's the only way we'll survive. Sogun thought to himself, looking at him, it doesn't seem like he's lying just to get the antidote. But why on earth would Galhyobang invade all the way here? After a moment's thought, he took out an antidote pill and threw it to him. The young man caught the pill, immediately put it in his mouth and swallowed and smiled at Sogun. Thank you, senior. I know the geography of this Gimgwa mountain well. Would you like to go with me, senior? Sogun nodded. All right, I'll go with you. Sogun glanced at Mok Chiong behind him, about to ask if she would come along, but before the words could even leave his mouth she turned and ran. Sogun, I have to go with my father. From what that man said, it doesn't sound like nonsense. Sogun nodded with a serious face. I see, I'm worried about the director too. The garden director was still lying calmly in his room at this time, smoking a water pipe. Seeing Sogun and the other run over in a panic, he asked with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Mok Chiong shouted urgently. I'm not certain, but it seems Galhyobang has invaded. A look of shock was evident on the old man's face. Galhyobang, did I hear that right? Looking at your expression, you don't seem to be talking nonsense. Let's find head senior brother Gu first. The two then followed him and left. A moment later they found a tragically killed corpse in the forest. The old man sighed. How could this happen? Let's retrieve Brother Guok's body after this is resolved. For now it's best we escape this place. Seeing how cruelly Galhyobang has killed our people, they must have occupied the transportation formation and gathered there. The transportation formation leads to the foot of the mountain through Gami Forest. Just then the sect leader's son, the young man, also ran over. Junior sister, we have to escape quickly. Mok Chiong looked at him in shock. Did you also hear that Galhyobang has invaded, senior brother? What on earth is going on? The young man ground his teeth in anger and said, those damn bastards betrayed us. They're not trying to establish the dominion of the evil sects, but the dominion of Galhyobang. Families from both the righteous and evil sects have all joined forces with them. Moreover, a young Radiant Stage practitioner has appeared in Galhyobang. Mok Chiong was aghast. Young Radiant Stage? Damn it, it seems that practitioner reached the young Radiant Stage in less than 10 years. Wouldn't any family backed by a young Radiant Stage practitioner be annihilated if they didn't listen to him? We don't know the details either. At first they just wanted to expand the power of the evil sects, so we joined them in fighting the righteous sects, but now they're suddenly discarding us after we've served our purpose. That's right, they're truly endlessly greedy. Sogun's expression hardened with tension. Will that young Radiant Stage practitioner come here too? The young man nodded dejectedly. That's right, my father and several elders were in discussion with an elder from Galhyobang when they were suddenly ambushed from out of nowhere. People were quickly killed by them, and chaos ensued. I was separated from my father and fled all the way here. Sogun was extremely tense inside. If even a young Radiant Stage practitioner had come, this was absolutely no place to linger. I must avoid getting entangled in matters I can't control as much as possible. Fortunately, the three people here all have high cultivation levels. The four of us should be able to escape this Gimgwa mountain. The old man running ahead shouted an order. Once we're down the mountain, quickly take out your flying magic tools and escape. A moment later the group ran out of the entrance of Miga Forest. Seeing the scene before him, Sogun shouted in alarm. It was a trap. The enemy has found us. And it's not just one or two. Sogun's mind raced. They're chasing us very quickly. I might be able to get away alone, but with four of us we'll definitely be caught. 6 of them are chasing us. I don't know about senior sister Mok, but the director and senior brother Gu probably won't be much help. If I had known this would happen, I should have escaped alone when I was on Guano Mountain. But I've grown fond of senior sister Mok Chiong after spending so much time with her. Senior sister has enough spiritual power, but she doesn't have proper magic tools, nor has she mastered all her spells. She can never defeat an elixir condensation stage practitioner. As he stood there, lost and unsure of what to do, he was suddenly startled. A gale force wind suddenly swept over them. The director was immediately swept up in the wind and fell from his flying sword. Seeing this, Mok Chiong's expression changed, and without a word, she immediately jumped from Sogun's flying sword. Flying through the air, she executed the revolving orb art, holding 2 orbs in her hands and attacking the opponent opposite them at the same time. The practitioner who had just attacked saw this and smiled coldly. He paid it no mind and let the revolving orb art strike his defensive light barrier. But contrary to his expectations, as soon as the revolving orb art hit the light barrier, cracks immediately appeared. He looked at Mok Chiong, unable to believe his eyes. Damn it, I thought she was a celestial stage practitioner, but she was a master. That girl is very dangerous, brothers. Let's take care of her first. The director and senior brother Gu saw this and immediately stood in front of Mok Chiong to block for her. But the group in front paid them no mind and immediately controlled their magic tools, rushing toward Mok Chiong. Mok Chiong, lacking both practical combat experience and spells, didn't know how to dodge or block at all and just stood there blankly. In a moment of extreme crisis, Sogun reappeared and stood before her, blocking everything. Senior brother Gu behind him saw how formidable Sogun was and stood agape in shock. That junior brother is so strong. Sogun took out several of his magic tools and stared coldly at the people opposite them. The middle-aged man saw this and was shocked once again. I can't believe there are 2 of them hiding their skills. I thought they were useless. The 6 of us must kill them. 4 of you fight those 2 and the rest attack those celestial stage practitioners. Let's finish them all at once. Senior brother Gu was terrified and had no will to fight. It's over. No matter how amazing junior sister Mok and junior brother Sogun are, they won't be able to defeat those 6. Even if I want to run as hard as I can, there's no way to escape. Sogun in front didn't waste any words from beginning to end, immediately urging his magic tool to attack the middle-aged man who had taken the lead. Seeing Sogun proactively attack him, he once again summoned his defensive light barrier. But as soon as Sogun's longsword struck his defensive light barrier, countless cracks immediately appeared, and it quickly shattered into pieces, just as Sogun's longsword was about to finish him. A young man at his side rushed over and blocked him. "That guy is much more dangerous than I thought." Attacked together, quickly. Sogun was filled with regret. "If I just had a little more time, I could have taken that old man's life." The director was at this time struggling immensely to block his opponent's attacks. He was extremely frustrated. Not only had he failed to protect his daughter as a father, he couldn't even properly block the attack of a single enemy, while those two children had to face four. What the hell is this damn situation? Mok Chiong in front also continued to watch his situation. Seeing that he couldn't hold on any longer, she was extremely worried. "Father did everything for me, but I can't save him. I'm truly an unfilial daughter." Just then the person hit by the sword flew to her side. Seeing her own father stabbed by a sword and flying backward, Mok Chiong was enraged, let out a loud cry and showed signs of losing control as spiritual energy erupted fiercely and crazily from her body. Her consciousness also gradually faded. The practitioners who were surrounding them were immediately swept up in her spiritual power. Soon someone was killed by her spiritual power. A young man at his side looked back at his companion in shock. "What's wrong?" But as soon as he turned his head, one of his arms was cut off by Mok Chiong. She had fallen into a frenzied state at this time with only one thought in her mind, to cut down and kill the ones who had harmed her father. The director below tried his best to persuade her. "No, you can't. You've worked so hard to hide it until now." Among the practitioners here, someone quickly recognized that she was a celestial being. The remaining 8 people were shocked to hear this. "What? A celestial being? You mean that girl is a celestial being?" Sogun was also shocked. "A celestial being? Now I know why senior sister has so much spiritual power. A hybrid of a human and a spirit beast, her inner core must have become special as well. If a practitioner obtains it, they can gain a huge advantage. According to rumors, if a practitioner obtains a celestial being's inner core, they can use it to strengthen their power or nourish their chi and blood to gain immense spiritual power. So that's why senior sister lived quietly in the cultivation garden." After dealing with the 2 people closest to her, Mok Chiong did not stop, continuing to urge her spiritual power to attack the person fighting with senior brother Ji-yu. That person summoned a defensive light barrier. But it couldn't stop Mok Chiong. He was quickly killed, and fresh blood immediately splattered on senior brother Gu's face. The remaining people saw this and immediately turned to flee. "Run quickly. We have to report this to our martial granduncle." The aura erupting from Mok Chiong's body also gradually stabilized. A moment later she returned to her usual self, but she had used too much power and was panting like a dead dog. Senior brother Ji-yu approached and asked, "Junior sister, are you all right?" Sogun went to where the director was and checked his condition. A moment later he finally exhaled. Fortunately it was only an external wound. His internal organs weren't severely injured either, so he would be able to recover completely with proper treatment. He quickly picked him up and said loudly to the 2 people behind him, "Since senior sister's identity as a celestial being has been revealed, we will definitely be pursued even more fiercely. We have to move quickly." Senior brother Ji-yu nodded in agreement. "That's right. We have to get out of this mega forest quickly." The scene changes to another place. The practitioners immediately reported to the young radiant stage practitioner as soon as they returned. He was shocked to hear the news. "What, a celestial being you say?" The man nodded. "I'm sure of it." The girl's eyes turned white and strange patterns even appeared in the blood energy erupting from her body. "She is definitely a celestial being." The middle-aged man didn't say much more and immediately flew up and left. "A celestial being? I can't possibly let her go." He quickly caught up to Sogun's party. As expected, they went this way. "I have to catch up with them quickly and capture the celestial being." He quickly blocked the path of Sogun's party. He stared intently at Mok Chiong and said, "Hand that child over to me." Mok Chiong was still unconscious in senior brother Gu's arms at this time. Sogun looked at the middle-aged man before him and was shocked. Is that person someone with a cultivation level that has reached the young radiant stage? Mok Chiong happened to wake up at this time. She looked at senior brother Ji-yu and asked, "Senior brother, has the situation gotten worse?" Senior brother Ji-yu was silent and did not answer. A moment later he finally gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "No, it's all right, junior sister, don't worry." As soon as the words left his mouth, a streak of golden light pierced his head. He fell from his flying sword and died, and the one who had acted was that young radiant stage practitioner. "If you won't hand her over, I'll have to take her." Mok Chiong rushed down trying to catch senior brother Gu's body, but she was caught by the practitioner's spell. The director at her side saw this and his expression changed. "I have to stop him. I must stop him." He gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. He quickly put his hand into his clothes to find something. "Chiong, my beloved daughter." He quickly took out an inner core. "For my daughter, I don't care if my potential is ruined or my inner core is shattered. If I can save my daughter this way, it will all be worth it." He quickly flew up slowly and put the inner core in his mouth, swallowing it. As he swallowed the inner core, a fierce stream of spiritual energy immediately burst from his body. The young radiant stage practitioner saw this and sneered contemptuously. "You intend to stop me with a mere celestial stage cultivation level? It's impossible, even if you're blessed by heaven." As he said, all of the old man's attacks were easily blocked by him. He then waved his hand and threw a few magic tools he was holding. Truly ridiculous. The director raised a shield to block the opponent's attack, but the shield didn't last long and immediately shattered into pieces. The director did not give up and continued to charge madly. At this time a piece of wood suddenly condensed in his hand, and the wood quickly lengthened to wrap around Mok Chiong. The young radiant stage practitioner saw this and immediately flicked his finger to cast Samadhi True Fire. Although the director's branch was no ordinary object, it had no way to stand against the Samadhi True Fire and quickly began to burn fiercely. The director sighed inwardly. There's no way to put out this fire. I have to abandon this stick. After finishing his thought, he threw the stick away, while he himself continued to rush towards where Mok Chiong was to save her. Seeing her father rushing over madly, Mok Chiong trembled in fear and cried out loudly, "No, no, father." Soun behind her was also at this time trying his best to follow him closely. Just as the director was about to reach his daughter before he could even touch her, a stream of spiritual energy pierced his head. Seeing her father die before her very eyes, Mok Chiong's 2 eyes immediately became bloodshot. At this time the sun was also gradually showing its face from the east. If night is the time for demonic beasts to awaken, then dawn is the time for spirit beasts to awaken. Mok Chiong fell into a frenzied state again. The vines wrapped around her body quickly shattered into pieces. She cried out madly, "No, how can this be?" Sensing the aura erupting from Mok Chiong's body, that young radiant stage practitioner also began to feel tense. The all-seeing mind's eye, what a dangerous aura! He quickly summoned a defensive light barrier of spiritual energy, but suddenly his eyes went wide and he stood there blankly. In his mind countless images and familiar sounds continuously appeared. "Chang Weiso, you are the senior brother, so you must do much better than that brat. The sect has higher expectations for you than for him. Chang Weiso, try to act like a senior brother. Chang Weiso, you have completely lost your mind." After putting her opponent in a state of confusion, Mok Chiong also collapsed from exhaustion. Soun quickly ran over and embraced her. "Senior sister, are you all right?" He glanced at the middle-aged man standing blankly inside the defensive light barrier in the distance. "Senior sister definitely did something to that guy. I have to use this chance while he's disoriented to escape from here quickly." 3 days later at the Zhu family residence in Yehia County, Soun carried Mok Chiong and ran all the way here. As soon as he landed in the courtyard he exhaled, "I only came to try my luck, but I never thought Lord Zhu would have kept anyone from entering this place for the past 2 years. What a relief. First, I need to check on senior sister's physical condition." He quickly carried Mok Chiong into the house. Then he activated his spiritual power to check her condition. As soon as his spiritual energy entered her body, it was immediately repelled. His expression tensed. "Senior sister's spiritual energy is still too volatile. First, I need to brew a medicine to calm her spiritual energy. Then I'll prepare an elixir to help her recover." Just then, Kong Bo peeked his head in from outside. Seeing the scene inside, he quietly turned to leave. "It's been a few days. I was going to ask how he's been, but he seems busy." But just then, Soun smiled and called him over. "Brother Kong, it's been a long time." Kong Bo turned around in excitement. "Little brother Soun, I didn't think you'd be gone for so long." "Just how much time has passed?" Soun smiled and nodded. "It really has been a long time. Has anything special happened with the Zhu family while I was away?" Kong Bo explained excitedly. "Yes, it has. The young master passed the metropolitan examination and became a Jinshi. The entire Yehia County threw a feast and celebrated with great fanfare. It was a shame you weren't there. Other than that, the second young miss has been worrying the magistrate lately." Soun was surprised. "Did something happen to Miss Zhu?" Kong Bo explained. "The magistrate is arranging a marriage for the young miss with a rather prestigious family, even though she's past the marriageable age. The young miss says she has no intention of marrying. So the magistrate is really troubled," Soun realized. "So that's what's happening." Kong Bo turned and ran outside. "I don't have any more time to chat with you. I have to hurry and tell the young miss you're back." Soun then went to brew the medicine for Mok Chiong. He sighed inwardly. Senior sister still has some strength left in her body. To have dealt with 2 young radiant stage practitioners and still have strength left after confronting another, it's truly remarkable. While taking care of Mok Chiong, he suddenly looked outside with a puzzled expression. Seeing the visitor, he exclaimed in excitement, "Isn't that Miss Zhu?" Zhu Jian said nothing and just smiled at him. Soun continued to ask, "Have you been well?" Zhu Jian replied sadly, "Well, if you say I've been well, I have, but I haven't been that well either. The family's status has risen, but I'm still the same." Soun asked, puzzled, "Is it because of the marriage proposal? May I ask why you don't want to get married?" Zhu Jian smiled. "That's a rather difficult question for a young lady to answer." "I'm sorry, but I can't answer you, young master." Sogun's face showed helplessness, and after a moment he changed the subject. "May I stay here for a while?" Zhu Jian smiled very happily. "Young Master Soun, why do you think I've kept this study empty all this time?" Soun said seriously, reminding her. "There's one thing you should know. I'm currently on the run. Practitioners are searching for me all over this Yangju, and I have an injured senior sister with me." Zhu Jian stroked her chin and nodded. "I understand. Practitioners wouldn't dare to search the home of a secular person." "By the way, is your senior sister badly injured?" Soun explained sadly. "Senior sister lost her father and the person who would have done anything for her above all else. Her physical wounds are great, but her emotional wounds are no less severe." Zhu Jian pushed the door open and approached the bedside. She looked at the woman lying unconscious on the bed and smiled. She is truly a beautiful person. If she is young Master Sogun's senior sister, she is welcome to stay as long as she needs. Sogun nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Zhu. He made a decision in his heart. But I can't stay here for long. The Galhyobang bastards will keep chasing me, so I might bring disaster to the Zhu family. Senior sister, you must recover quickly. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. The peaceful days continued to pass like that. One clear morning, Mok Chiong finally woke up. Sogun, along with Zhu Jian, came to take care of her as usual. As soon as he opened the door and saw Mok Chiong lying there with her eyes open, he was so excited he almost shouted. But before the words could even leave his mouth, he became dejected. I don't know what to say. The two quickly approached the bedside. Zhu Jian soaked a towel to wipe her face. You've finally woken up, my lady. It's been 3 days since I first saw you, hasn't it? But Mok Chiong just lay there like a vegetable. Other than opening her eyes and staring intently at the ceiling, there was no other movement. Zhu Jian continued to talk. Lady Mok, the weather outside is very nice. On a day with such nice weather, a servant's son broke a water jar. My younger brother Zhu Weiyang is no different. He started a business with some unruly friends a while ago, but now he's quit halfway through. When will he ever be able to achieve success and fame like my older brother? Do you like snacks, my lady? Yesterday I heard about a specialty from another country and bought some snacks. That's all for today. I'll come again tomorrow. From that day on, Zhu Jian came here every day without fail, talking to herself for half a day before leaving. They were all rather interesting, ordinary stories. Like that, 8 days passed since Mok Chiong had woken up. On the 8th day, Mok Chiong began to respond to Zhu Jian's stories by nodding her head. From that day on, Mok Chiong recovered noticeably, and sometimes she would even open her mouth to speak. One day she suddenly asked Sogun, Junior brother, isn't the wind very cool today? Sogun smiled and nodded. Yes, it is. A moment later, Sogun left her place. He thought to himself as he walked. 4 days have passed since that day, although her expression still looks a little sad. Thankfully, senior sister has almost returned to her old self. Once senior sister has fully recovered, I should probably leave this place. Before leaving, I checked the hands of Madame Sun, the Zhu family children, brother Kong Bo and Yi Wei Gang, but none of them had immortal bones. Even Miss Zhu is the same. It's a shame that even Miss Zhu doesn't have immortal bones. If she had immortal bones, I would have taught her Qigong and given her a few elixir pills. But things in the world don't always go as planned. Zhu Jian knew Sogun's good intentions and smiled. Even if I could become a practitioner, I would live as I do now. I cherish my family and my household very much, so I cannot abandon those attachments and disappear into thin air. I probably wouldn't be able to concentrate on my training. Sogun sighed and advised, Miss Zhu, you must find your own life. Zhu Jian smiled and didn't answer, and after a moment she asked again, Young Master Sogun, the reason you checked if we had immortal bones or not is because you plan to leave this place and never return, isn't it? Sogun didn't hide it either. That's right, Zhu Jian smiled. In any case, what happened a few years ago was what I should have done. I know I can't hold you back, young master, so there's nothing I can do but feel regretful. Sogun sighed. I too am very regretful. Zhu Jian took Sogun to a nearby room. Then that's a relief. Sogun looked inside with a face full of doubt. Isn't this Miss Zhu's private warehouse? Zhu Jian nodded. I've heard that practitioners have a magical pouch that can hold many things inside, so they don't need a large treasure vault like this. Sogun nodded. That's right, Zhu Jian smiled. In that case, please take all the robes over there and put them in your pouch. I thought immortals were people who lived quietly in the mountains or flew majestically through the sky. I didn't know you would go through so many dangerous situations, young Master Sogun, and that your clothes would be damaged so often because of it. Sogun scratched his face in embarrassment. Ha, is that so? He didn't refuse and quickly gathered all the robes, and at this time he suddenly thought of something. He took out a pouch and gave it to her. There are a few pills in here. If you take one, my lady, you can extend your life a little and won't get sick. Eating 2 or 3 more won't have any effect, so taking one is enough. Give one each to brother Kong Bo and Wei Young and do as you please with the rest. Zhu Jian received the elixir pills and sighed. It's a burden to receive such precious pills from you, young master. Sogun scratched his head and laughed. No, it's not. It doesn't have much effect even if a practitioner eats it. If I don't give it to you, my lady, I don't know who else I should give it to. Zhu Jian realized. So that's how it was then, young Master Sogun, please take care. Kong Bo heard that Sogun was about to leave and cried loudly. Little brother Sogun, are you really leaving? I'll give you gold and silver, so why do you have to go to such a faraway country? Sogun crossed his arms and laughed. There was someone who just received gold and silver and was grinning from ear to ear, Kong Bo stammered. Anyone would be like that. You really are something, Sogun laughed. Since brother Kong is so sad about me leaving, I have no choice but to take this out. Kong Bo looked at the few wine jars before him with a puzzled expression. What kind of wine is this? Sogun explained. This is a practitioner-exclusive wine called Sweet Dew Wine. It's made from spirit herbs. Not only will it not be harmful to your health if you drink it, brother, but it will also boost your energy. Kong Bo immediately brought a bowl and drank. To think I, Kong Bo, would get to drink such a precious wine. Little brother Sogun, look, I'll just drink one bowl, so you take this with you. This one bowl is enough for me to live in a drunken dream all day. After saying goodbye to everyone as the day grew dark, Sogun's party of 2 quietly went out to the courtyard. Mok Chiong looked at the sky and said, Junior brother, let's go. Sogun nodded sadly. Yes, senior sister. Seeing him glance back sadly, Mok Chiong asked, Is something wrong? Sogun shook his head. It's nothing. I just feel a little regretful. Sogun looked at the Zhu family's residence and sighed inwardly. I've repaid all my debts to Yahia County, so why do I feel so regretful? But senior sister and I must disappear from this Yangju. A moment later he sighed. Senior sister, let's go to the Daewon Kingdom. The scene changes to Wulryang Fortress in Annam Province of the Daewon Kingdom. Sogun and Mok Chiong had just arrived here using the transportation formation. She looked at the scene before her and asked with a puzzled expression, "Is this the Daewon Kingdom?" Sogun replied uncertainly. I think so. First, let's go to a place with people and ask. We need to see if the people of the Daewon Kingdom are different from us. Mok Chiong nodded. Alright, let's do that. The two then quickly left the forest via the sword control art. They soon arrived at a nearby fortress. Sogun observed the situation below and said, Is the large gate for practitioners and the small gate for mortals? I've never seen a sight like this in the Janyang Kingdom. Since senior sister isn't feeling well, she won't be able to pretend to be a mortal. I'll have to use a concealment art. Just as the two were about to approach the fortress gate, they were stopped by a guard. Sogun asked with a puzzled look, What's the matter? The soldier quickly said. To enter the fortress you must pay a toll of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly his face turned red and he stood there dumbfounded. He was momentarily mesmerized by Mok Chio-NG's beautiful appearance. A moment later he came to his senses and cleared his throat. Ahem, since there are two of you, it will be 20 low-grade spirit stones. Sogun took out the spirit stones and gave them to him, his heart aching inwardly. One low-grade magic tool is only exchanged for 40 low-grade spirit stones, yet the toll is so expensive, but I have no choice. In any case, it's not like I'm short on spirit stones. The soldier received the spirit stones, took out 2 spirit tokens and gave them to them. Keep these safe. If you lose them and are caught by the patrol, you will be considered an illegal intruder and fined 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Sogun's party quickly received the spirit tokens and entered the fortress. Understood, thank you, brother. As soon as they entered the fortress, the two of them were wide-eyed. Inside was truly a world for practitioners. Practitioners flying through the air could be seen everywhere. Is this the Daewon Kingdom? The Daewon Kingdom is different from the Janyang Kingdom. It's a country where martial arts and the immortal way have greatly developed. The mortals here are well aware of the existence of practitioners. It's very common for wealthy parents to spend money to see if their children have immortal bones, or for ordinary people without immortal bones to practice martial arts to change their fate and strive to become immortals. After being surprised for a moment, Mok Chiong calmed down and said, The atmosphere here is quite different from the Janyang Kingdom. Sogun nodded. I never thought practitioners and mortals could live so harmoniously. It's really special. Is there an emperor of practitioners here? Like a mortal emperor, Mok Chiong explained. From what I've heard, there's no emperor of practitioners here, only a fortress lord. I've heard that a practitioner fortress lord can freely command the officials in the mortal court. As for other information, let's listen to what the practitioners here are saying. Sogun nodded. That's a good idea. Suddenly he was startled and waved his hand towards a waiter. Hey waiter, come here for a moment. The waiter quickly ran over kindly. Immortal, what can I do for you? Sogun sensed the aura from the boy's body and was surprised. To already be at the elixir condensation stage at such a young age, he's a child with an inner core. He took out a spirit stone and gave it to the waiter. I have a few questions. Where is the largest market here? As soon as the waiter received the spirit stone, his 2 eyes immediately sparkled. He quickly told him everything he knew. The place that sells many goods is on Hyonmu Avenue at the North Gate, and the guild that deals in rare items is on Jujak Avenue at the South Gate. Among them, the Manhwa Guild has everything. Ah, and there's more. Seeing him suddenly stop after speaking this far, Sogun's face was filled with doubt. What else is there? The waiter lowered his voice. Actually, secret trade fairs are sometimes held to buy and sell rare items. I've heard that only those who are invited can go. Sogun shook his head and laughed, thinking to himself, The Manhwa Guild and secret trade fairs. He then instructed the waiter, Thank you, you may go. The waiter excitedly took the spirit stone, turned and left. Sogun asked Mok Chiong, I'm planning to go to a place called the Manhwa Guild. Will you come with me, senior sister? Mok Chiong shook her head. I still haven't checked all the storage pouches I took from the Galhyobang practitioners. I'll probably stay in the room and check them, Sogun thought to himself. It's just 2 storage pouches. There's no way she hasn't checked them by now. It seems the wounds from the garden director's death still remain in senior sister's heart. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and urged, Then I'll go alone and come right back. You can stay here and check them, senior sister. Mok Chiong nodded. All right, Sogun thought to himself. Senior sister is the benefactor who saved my life, so I must do my best to heal the wounds in her heart. Sogun then disguised himself as Kong Taeui and went to the Manhwa Guild. As soon as he stepped inside, he was astonished. What is this? It looks like a mortal's palace. It's nothing like the guild of the same name in Chuksan County. I need to make a big transaction this time, so I should disguise myself and hide my cultivation level to ensure my safety as much as possible. A manager quickly came out from inside and asked, Sir, what are you looking for? Sogun, startled, replied, I've come to buy spirit herbs. The manager quickly led him to a table at the side. You've come to the right place. First, please sit here and have a cup of cool tea. As soon as Sogun sat down, he immediately asked, Seoksum, Pepkyangcho, Jiamcho, and Udamawa. Do you have these 4 spirit herbs here? The manager was excited. Those are all precious and hard to find spirit herbs, but fortunately our guild has Seoksum, Pepkyangcho, and Jiamcho. Sogun stroked his beard, unable to hide his excitement inwardly. I thought I'd be lucky to find even one. This is truly the best, but it's a shame they don't have Udamawa. After thinking for a moment, he asked how much they were. The manager immediately took out a piece of paper. I've written everything down here. Sogun didn't say much and immediately took out a pouch of spirit stones and placed it on the table. The manager was stunned for a moment, then shouted loudly towards the back. Someone bring a glass of cold tea for our honored guest with lots of ice and little tea. Please wait a moment. I will bring the spirit herbs you desire right away. A bag of spirit herbs was quickly placed before them. Sogun nodded in satisfaction. These are indeed the spirit herbs I need. The manager bowed his head respectfully. Thank you for your patronage, sir. Please look for me next time you visit the guild. I will escort you to a luxurious room upstairs. Sogun nodded and was about to get up and leave. Just as he stood up, the manager hesitated and spoke. However, sir, he turned his head with a puzzled look and glanced at him. The manager quickly explained, if you try to buy Udamawa at another guild, you will probably be making a wasted trip. You were very lucky to have found 3 of the spirit herbs at our guild. Sogun glanced at him with a puzzled look. It seems you have a reason for telling me that, the manager explained. There is only one place in this fortress where you can buy Udamawa, and that is the secret trade fair. Sogun was surprised to hear that. I heard you can only go if you're invited. Manager nodded. Of course, but if you have more than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones you can obtain an invitation. Hearing this, Sogun's expression immediately hardened. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones? The wealth I took from Kong Taeui is countless, so 1,000 is nothing, but that man is too suspicious. Seeing his opponent staring at him, lost in thought, the manager explained, I only wish to help you a little, sir, to maintain a good long-lasting relationship. I'm not looking for any reward. I will tell you the time and place. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. If not, please just pretend I said nothing. Another 5 days quickly passed. Sogun was at this time leaning against a wall on the street waiting for something. I've sold all my unnecessary items to gather as many spirit stones as possible. Now all that's left is to buy the Udamawa at the trade fair. A woman wearing a mask quickly came out of an alley. Young master, thank you for gracing the trade fair with your presence. Please wear this mask and follow me. I will explain the rules of the trade fair as we go. First, if a transaction is successful, you must pay us a small commission. If no transaction is made, you don't need to pay anything. All transactions are conducted by auction. Practitioners will gather for the opportunity to trade. If you have items other than spirit stones, you can trade them with other practitioners or put them up for auction. Sogun was quickly led to the front of a basement. The woman gestured for him to enter. If you have no further questions, I wish you a smooth transaction. Sogun went inside and found a random table to sit at. He picked up a wine cup and evaluated it inwardly. It looks quite special. Cooked food. Could a young radiant stage practitioner have come? In Yangju, the entire power structure changed completely because of a single young radiant stage practitioner. Yet as soon as I come to a guild's trade fair in the Daewon Kingdom, a young radiant stage practitioner is already in attendance. The difference in cultivation levels between the practitioners of the 2 countries is truly vast. A person on the stage quickly shouted loudly, Well, since everyone has gathered, we will now begin the trade fair. Someone quickly brought out a ring. What I am selling is a low-grade magic treasure called the Chungmin Ring. It has the effect of increasing the speed of spiritual energy recovery. If you have a magic treasure of similar value to trade for this, I will examine it and trade with that person. If not, the auction will start at 10 high-grade spirit stones. Sogun couldn't help but be shocked inwardly. To put a magic treasure up for auction right at the start, magic treasures are a much higher grade than magic tools. I heard my meteorite ring is also a magic treasure, but my masters said that with a cultivation level below the Yang Radiant stage, I wouldn't have enough spiritual power to activate it. It would be really nice if that could help my spiritual energy recovery. I want it very much, but first I have to save my spirit stones to buy the Udamawa. A moment later, the Chungmin Ring was sold for 17 high-grade spirit stones. The next item is a water spirit that has absorbed the energy of a 1,000-year-old spirit herb, a rare sight in the world. The items that followed were in order: the egg of a demonic beast, an elixir that had the effect of increasing an elixir condensation stage practitioner's spiritual power, an elixir made from the inner core of a high-grade demonic beast, and so on. Sogun also took out a jade bottle and entered the auction. What I have brought is Gilon grass essential oil. Gilon grass usually emits a scent that demonic beasts extremely dislike. This essential oil is an extreme concentration of the Gilon grass's scent, and just a single drop can prevent a demonic beast from approaching. If you are in danger of being pursued by a demonic beast, this Gilon grass essential oil could save your life. I don't need spirit stones. I want to exchange this bottle of essential oil for Udamawa. The people below saw it and all fell silent, hesitating. A person on the stage opened his mouth. I know there are also young radiant stage practitioners in attendance here. You may be hesitant, but this is truly a very special item, so it is very difficult to put a price on it. To be honest, there must be practitioners who can hunt demonic beasts, and among those present here, there must be some who have encountered demonic beasts. If a practitioner with a higher cultivation level were here, they would surely know the true value of this item, as no one took out Udamawa to trade. Sogun couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, I've sold the Gilon grass essential oil. I'll just have to trade it for something else I was thinking of. Just then, a person from below took out an udamawa and shouted loudly, "That Gilon grass essential oil, if this is definitely what you want I will trade it with you." Soun saw the udamawa in his hand and couldn't hide his joy. "What a relief, I almost failed to find the udamawa I wanted," he excitedly said to his opponent. "Then let's," but before he could finish his sentence his opponent cut him off. "But I have one condition." Sogun's expression hardened. "A condition?" The person smiled and explained. "I have one thing to ask about it. How about we talk outside and then trade?" Sogun's mind raced. "If we trade outside my identity will be exposed. I really don't want to do that, but I can't just give up on the udamawa." After thinking for a moment he asked the remaining people, "Is there anyone else in here who wants to trade Gilon grass essential oil for udamawa?" No one opened their mouth. Soun couldn't contain his anger inwardly. "Damn it, is that guy the only one?" The person smiled again and opened his mouth. "It's decided then. Come find me at the Bojong Inn after the trade fair is over." The trade fair quickly ended. Soun went to find the person at the Bojong Inn as promised. He looked at the person before him and asked with a puzzled look, "What's the reason for insisting on meeting at an inn?" The young man replied nonchalantly. "I have something to ask." Sogun's mind raced. He looks like an ordinary person, but the aura he's emitting is truly overwhelming. Could his cultivation level be at the mid-elixir condensation stage? After thinking for a moment he asked, "What is it?" The young man quickly explained, "Almost no one knows about Gilon grass. They would have never even heard of an essential oil containing its scent, so how did you get your hands on this item?" Soun asked back coldly. "Do I need to know something like that?" The young man smiled and waved his hand. "If it's difficult to say, that's fine, then let's make the trade." Seeing his movement, Sogun's expression immediately hardened and he became extremely wary. Just as he thought, this fellow had no good intentions, and what he took out was not an udamawa but a magic tool. Since Soun had been wary of his opponent all along, as soon as he made his move, he immediately executed his clone art to dodge. An extremely powerful explosion immediately occurred inside the inn. Soun had no intention of fighting his opponent, so the clones quickly scattered in all directions and fled. The young man rushed out of the inn, unable to hide his shock. He looks to be at the celestial stage cultivation level at most, yet he managed to block my surprise attack. HMPH, if I had attacked with all my strength I would have been able to find his main body. But if I push it too hard and get chased by the Wolryang Fortress Lord, it will be troublesome. In any case, I've memorized that fellow's face, so if we meet again next time, I'll be sure to deal with him. A short while later, Soun returned to the tea house where he was staying. "That was truly unexpected. It's a good thing I used the shape-shifting art, or I would have been in big trouble. Where on earth did things go wrong? Could that fellow have conspired with that old man to steal my storage pouch? No, if there was an accomplice he wouldn't have swung a dagger and attacked me alone. There are really too few clues. I was a fool. Why did I accept the offer to trade outside? But to get the udamawa I had no choice. That fellow definitely has the udamawa. I have to take it from his hands no matter what it takes." Lost in thought he suddenly stood up and looked outside the door. "Is it morning already? Come in." The waiter quickly entered with tea and snacks. "Good morning, sir. I've brought some spirit tea and snacks." Soun nodded. "So you've come. Thanks to you I rested very comfortably. It's good you're here." The waiter was puzzled. "Is there something else you'd like to ask me? I've only ever lived here since I was young, so I don't know much." Soun didn't say much and immediately took out a spirit stone. As soon as the waiter saw the spirit stone his two eyes immediately sparkled. "I've lived in this fortress since I was born. I've never been outside the fortress walls." Soun nodded. "Then you must know the news around here quite well. Have you heard of a robber who kills practitioners resting in remote inns or tea houses and steals their storage pouches? He kills his opponents in an instant with a dagger or a short sword." Hearing this, the waiter's face immediately turned pale. He lowered his head and hesitated. That matter?" Soun excitedly questioned him. "So you did know? It's fine, so tell me anything you know that can identify him, such as his name, the clothes he usually wears, his active areas, etc." The waiter slowly explained. "That robber is called the Faceless Murderer. I've heard his cultivation level is very high and he only targets practitioners from other places, so the practitioner elders of the Taoist temple pretend not to know and have no intention of catching him." Soun was shocked to hear this. To think he even has a separate nickname. That means everyone knows him, and yet at the secret trade fair. Damn it, was I too hasty and fell into his trap? This is truly unacceptable. After thinking for a moment, he asked the waiter again, "Is there anything else you know?" The waiter shook his head. "I don't know much about him. If you have any more questions it would be better to go and ask at the Bosimbang Guild." Soun was puzzled. "The Bosimbang Guild?" the waiter explained. "I've heard they know all the information, but I've also heard people complain that they demand a lot of spirit stones in exchange for selling information." After finishing his conversation with the waiter, Soun immediately disguised himself and went to the Bosimbang Guild. Arriving there, he couldn't help but be shocked. "I thought it was an information organization, so I expected them to operate in secret, but to think they'd be doing business so openly. This is truly unexpected. Looking at it differently, this means this place is large and very authoritative, so I can expect to get good quality information." After standing outside for a moment, he slowly went inside. "I've come to buy information." An old woman immediately came out from inside to greet him. "What information would you like to buy?" Soun got straight to the point. Information about the faceless murderer. The old woman gestured and invited him. This way, please. After walking for a moment, Soun couldn't help but be shocked inwardly. We've already passed through 3 doors. What kind of secret is inside? Moreover, I can't even send out my spiritual sense to probe. It seems there's some kind of formation set up here. Arriving at the door of a room, the old woman stopped and spoke towards the inside. Branch manager, a guest has arrived. A reply was immediately heard from inside. Let him in. Soun was then invited inside. As soon as he entered, his 2 eyes widened in shock. His true form was reflected in the mirror in the room. A woman was sitting in the room. Seeing Soun standing there stunned, she smiled and invited him to sit. Soun observed her appearance and analyzed her inwardly. Blue hair. It seems she's cultivated some special kind of qigong. Waiting for Soun to sit, the woman opened her mouth to introduce herself. I am branch manager Sang of the Bosenbang Guild branch in this fortress. Soun nodded. You can call me Unmo. His heart was extremely wary at this time. What is this sense-dulling incense that spread throughout this entire room? Fortunately, I used the profound ice art, so I'm not affected at all. The woman nodded. So it is young Master Unmo, you wish to know information about the faceless murderer? Soun replied immediately. That's right. The woman picked up a book, flipped through it, and said, Then please tell me specifically what information you wish to know, young master. I will tell you the price of that information. We do not accept valuables, only spirit stones, so I hope you will understand this point. Soun asked immediately. What I want to know is very simple. If news of that fellow's death were to be heard, would there be anyone who would step forward to avenge him? If so, who is that person and what is their cultivation level? The woman immediately quoted a price of 5 high-grade spirit stones. After hearing this, Soun didn't hesitate in the slightest and took out the spirit stones and placed them on the table. The woman received the spirit stones and gave him the answer. No one will avenge the faceless murderer. He has no sect, no family, no friends. He has always acted alone. Soun asked again. I'm very curious about his life. The woman again quoted a price of 5 high-grade spirit stones. Soun cursed inwardly. Damn it, just as the rumors say, they really gobble up spirit stones. After receiving the spirit stones, the woman continued to explain. The faceless murderer only began to be officially known after he reached the elixir condensation stage. About 100 years ago, a family left behind a vast amount of treasure, which caused quite a commotion at that time. The faceless murderer killed numerous practitioners. Since then, he has traveled through various fortresses, killing practitioners and taking their storage pouches. This has continued to repeat itself until now. He is a very cautious person. He only targets rogue cultivators whose cultivation level is several stages lower than his own, and he only chooses those without a family background. He was able to survive until now because he killed decisively, and he came to this Watchung fortress 3 years ago. After listening, Soun realized, I am a rogue cultivator, and at that time I hid my cultivation level as the celestial stage, so that fellow considered me as prey and targeted me. The woman continued to explain. Since he came to Watchung Fortress, his way of doing things has become more impatient. It can be said that the caution he used to have can no longer be found. It's as if he's in extreme need of spirit stones. Soun asked again. What kind of actions does he usually take when he kills people? The woman smiled. That's quite important information, but seeing as you two have just made a deal, I will only take 10 high-grade spirit stones. Damn it, Soun sighed. Just as the rumors say, after receiving the spirit stones, the woman once again revealed the information. He takes his opponent's life with a single dagger without anything special. Or he uses the opponent's own weapon. This is because he doesn't want to leave any traces of himself. After finishing his questions, Soun stood up to leave, and branch manager Sang invited him. If you, young master, wish to know more information about the faceless murderer, please visit the Bosenbang Guild again. Soun glanced at her. If someone comes and asks who killed the faceless murderer, what will you do? The woman replied calmly. The Bosenbang Guild is an organization that buys and sells information. If someone pays with spirit stones, we will naturally have to sell them the information. Soun laughed coldly. If the faceless murderer came and asked if the prey he was targeting had a backer, as long as he paid the spirit stones, you would willingly tell him? The woman smiled and didn't answer. After buying the information from the Bosenbang Guild, Soun focused on buying the necessary items for the next few days. It took almost half a month just to buy the necessary spirit herbs. To think it cost 100 spirit stones to buy a refining furnace that can hold samadhi true fire and a red jade cauldron. This is truly no different from robbery. After I finish refining it, I'll go find and deal with that guy right away. I must get my hands on the Udamawa. After buying all the necessary materials, Soun returned to his residence and began to refine something. After a period of arduous training, he finally succeeded in refining what he needed. The waiter who was working saw him come out of his room and greeted him excitedly. It's already been 2 months. Have you finished all your work? Soun smiled and looked at him. So you've come. Thanks to you following my instructions well, I was able to finish early without any interruptions. By the way, has anything happened to my senior sister during this time? The waiter smiled at beautiful lady. If you say there was, there was, and if you say there wasn't, there wasn't. Soun scolded him helplessly. You brat, talking like a grown-up. But there were no major incidents, just 1 or 2 small ones? The waiter nodded. Yes, many people were loitering around here trying to find out whether that beautiful lady was a practitioner or not. A fierce-looking old man kept picking a fight. He asked why a mortal like that lady would come to a tea house frequented by practitioners and tried to drag her out of the tea house. After that, the lady created a blue orb in the palm of her hand. Seeing it, he was startled, terrified, and fled in a panic. Soun sighed inwardly. It seems they couldn't recognize her ability because of the look in her eyes, he asked again. After that, what else happened? The waiter continued to explain. Yes, that beautiful lady didn't come out of her room much during that time, but after that incident she started wearing a black veil and going out. But wearing a veil like that isn't a good choice either. Once a guest wearing a veil came to the tea house, and instead of hiding her identity, she attracted even more attention from the people around. Soun nodded in agreement. You're right, next time that lady comes down you must remind her. I have one more thing to ask. Have you heard any news about the faceless murderer killing anyone else? Hearing this, the waiter cautiously looked left and right, then whispered in his ear. There have been more deaths during this time, and as many as 5 of them. So many people have died that everyone is saying it's the work of the faceless murderer, and some are even calling him a murderer. The deceased were all practitioners at the celestial stage or higher, and it's said that among them was even an elixir condensation stage practitioner. Soun stroked his chin and fell into thought. 5 people in 2 months, the waiter continued to say. That's just the information that has been revealed. There may be more. In any case, people are already gossiping a lot. Before long, the practitioners of the Taoist temple will hunt him down. Soun's expression hardened. If the practitioners of the Taoist temple kill that guy and take his storage pouch, I won't be able to get the Udamawa. I have to deal with him quickly before it's too late. Soon night fell. 2 months later, Soun once again disguised himself as Kong Taeui and went outside. He was quickly discovered and pursued by the faceless murderer. Soun sighed as he ran. Doing this for 1 shichen every day for 10 consecutive days, what's the use of training? He's chasing me really fiercely. Soun ran for a while, then stopped and took out his magic tool. The faceless murderer saw this, stopped and kept his distance. He looked at the magic tools around Soun and was inwardly shocked. 3-sword technique, truly interesting. I've never seen it before, he smiled and said to Soun. Your sword and shield look pretty good. I hope you haven't wasted your spirit stones aimlessly while wandering the market. Soun asked in a low voice. Are the magic tools and spirit stones I have what you want? The faceless murderer laughed. Isn't it obvious? You already know what kind of person I am, yet you still don't know my methods? Soun said in a cold voice. It's been over 2 months since that incident. Not only have you not forgotten about it, but I didn't expect you to pursue me to the end. The faceless murderer took out his magic tool and shouted loudly. Cut the crap and die. Sogun's mind was filled with suspicion. A magic tool? You mean what he's using isn't a magic treasure? He's taken so many people's storage pouches, so he must have a lot of spirit stones. Buying a few magic treasures wouldn't be a big problem for him. Those twin wheels aren't his main weapon, so could he have a separate hidden weapon? In any case, a practitioner like me who has just reached the 2nd level of the elixir condensation stage must be careful when facing a mid-elixir condensation stage practitioner. As the twin wheels came crashing down, Soun immediately executed his clone art to block them. He then executed his sword art to counterattack. However, his longsword couldn't penetrate the faceless murderer's spiritual energy defense light barrier. The twin wheels spun back, shattering Sogun's clone, and at that moment they suddenly returned. He had no choice but to turn his body and raise his shield to block. The faceless murderer sneered coldly. I know you have a cultivation level of around the early elixir condensation stage. Even so, nothing will change until now. I've only attacked at the celestial stage level. Suddenly his eyes widened. Seeing Sogun's strange movement, he immediately urged his spiritual power to control the twin wheels and then once again attacked his opponent straight on. This attack was much stronger than the previous one. Soun once again executed his clone and charged in, but it was shattered by the twin wheels. His main body took out a gourd and the faceless murderer laughed loudly. Taking your life will be as easy as blinking an eye. Unfortunately, even if you use all sorts of methods, it's useless if you can't reach me. As Soun tried to approach him, the faceless murderer immediately retreated, then urged the twin wheels to strike down from above, attacking Soun straight on. Fortunately, Soun had summoned a spiritual energy defense light barrier in advance and was only sent crashing to the ground, otherwise he would have been cut in 2 by that last strike. The gourd in his hand also fell because of it and rolled to where the faceless murderer was. He bent down to pick up the gourd and wondered, why does it look so stupid? If you were a little faster, you could have used it. But in this world of practitioners, ability is everything. Blame your mistake for taking your life. He triumphantly tried to open the gourd, but as soon as he opened it, countless poisonous fumes immediately spewed out from inside and splashed onto his face. His miserable scream immediately echoed. Soun slowly stood up and laughed coldly. That is soma poison. I worried for nothing. I didn't waste my spirit stones to carefully hide your tracks and take pleasure in murder. That strange hobby of yours really makes me want to kill you, the faceless murderer said with difficulty. Treasure, I'll tell you the location of the treasure I've hidden. If you spare my life, I'll tell you the location. Soun summoned his longsword. My masters once warned me, even if a thief really promises to hand over treasure, you should never believe them, even if it means dying. I don't know if you have a secret treasure or not, but if I spare you, I can't forgive even a single hair. Only after dealing with the faceless murderer did Soun say with admiration. Soma poison is really strong. There's still quite a bit left, but I can't use it to deal with other people anymore. I need to check the spoils of war quickly. A moment later his expression hardened. Is this really all his belongings? There aren't many spirit stones, and besides this pair of twin wheels, all the magic treasures are below the high-grade magic tool level. It's too little for the infamy he has committed. Did he really hide a separate treasure? Just then he noticed a red glowing orb on the ground. A gem? I should try injecting my spiritual power into it. As soon as he urged his spiritual power, his two eyes widened. What? It sucked up all my spiritual power. This gem has the ability to swallow spiritual power. Seeing his spiritual power being continuously sucked into the gem, Soun became even more excited. Just how strong is its swallowing ability? This gem looks very strange, but for now I don't know its purpose. Logically, after absorbing a certain amount of spiritual power, there should be a reaction. Could it be that the spiritual power I've injected isn't enough? Thinking this, he immediately took out a high-grade spirit stone and placed it on the gem. Could it be that the faceless murderer killed people and stole their belongings because of this gem, if he didn't hide his treasures and poured everything into this? A moment later, the area around the gem was filled with high-grade spirit stone husks, and Soun was now certain that its ability to absorb spiritual power was indeed extraordinary, and that all his spirit stones were here. Just how much power does this gem have? Soun resolutely did not give up and continued to take out spirit stones. I must find out about this. This time I will test it with 4 top-grade spirit stones. A moment later the gem still showed no movement, and Soun sat down helplessly and sighed. I've used up all the spoils of war and put in half of my spirit stones, yet this gem still has no reaction. Putting the gem aside for a moment, I need to hurry back and refine an elixir for my senior sister. That rainbow pill will surely be of great help to her cultivation. Soun then returned to his residence and began to refine the elixir. Soon a rainbow pill was refined by him. As soon as he finished refining the pill, he went to Mok Chio-NG's room. I've been delayed for too long, but now I can finally treat senior sister's wounds. Senior sister Mok, are you in the room? When there was no answer from inside for a long time, suspicion began to sprout in Sogun's mind. Is senior sister not inside? Could she have gone out? Her body hasn't fully recovered yet. Well, it's better to go out for a walk than to stay in the room all the time. This Watchung fortress is a bustling world, so it's good for senior sister to go out for a walk and refresh her mood. Besides, senior sister has never left the Iron Palm sect since she was young, so she probably just went out for a look. Nothing will happen. As soon as he went downstairs, he couldn't help but be surprised. Why are there so many people today? Seeing Soun come down, the waiter approached and greeted him. Have you come down? Soun asked him. It's been a month, but why are there so many guests today? The waiter quickly took the tea and left. I'm so sorry, young master, I'm very busy today. Would it be all right if I answered you after I'm done with my work? I'll arrange a seat for you first. How about that? Soun had no choice but to nod his head. All right, and please do so. Soun was then seated with a few other practitioners. As soon as Soun sat down, the bald man next to him said loudly, Damn it, why are there so many people like a swarm of ants today? There are originally many practitioners in Watchung Fortress, so they're probably trying to enter Guiel. Soun sneered coldly to himself. He didn't even look at me and ignored me. It seems they are all late celestial stage practitioners. The big man opposite him laughed. So what? 30 years ago our skills were really terrible and we barely managed to return with our lives, but today is different. After a period of arduous training, all of our skills have improved. Now we are all masters, so it's completely different from before. The old man next to him laughed. We are far from the 2 words master. With our skills, entering Guiel won't be a problem, but we probably won't be able to enter the central lake. I heard that there are many strange treasures hidden inside, so even old monsters at the elixir condensation stage cultivation level are eyeing it like hungry tigers. How will it ever be our turn? The bald man got angry, slammed the table and shouted. So what I'm saying is that we should gather a large amount of spirit herbs in Guiel and quickly become elixir condensation stage practitioners. If things go smoothly, we might be able to go in 30 to 60 years. The big man nodded in agreement. Right, we will definitely be able to do it then. Once the 3 of us sworn brothers enter the elixir condensation stage, we must live a really cool life. That old man shook his head and sighed. Stop daydreaming. The competition in Guiel is very fierce, so we must prepare thoroughly in advance. Soun drank tea on one side and thought to himself. Guiel, is this a place similar to Danryong land? It seems Watchung Fortress organizes activities to enter that place regularly. Huh? Why did they suddenly stop talking? Soon, Soun realized why the people had suddenly become quiet. It was because Mok Chio-Ng had returned. Although she was wearing a veil, she still made people stare, mesmerized and dazed. Seeing her return, Soun immediately stood up and greeted her. Mok Chio-Ng turned her head, looked at him and smiled. Junior brother, it's really been a long time. Soun nodded. Yes, let's go into the room and talk. As soon as they entered the room, Soun asked with a puzzled look, Why did you cut your hair? Did something unexpected happen? Mok Chio-Ng looked at him and smiled. How do I look? Am I pretty? Soun nodded. Very pretty, but since you're wearing a veil and have cut your hair short, you'll actually draw more attention from others this way. Mok Chio-Ng crossed her arms. Right, I really like my hair now. My old hair was too long and got in the way a bit, so I cut it short. Soun waved his hand. No, the short hair is also very pretty. As long as you like it, senior sister, that's all that matters. Mok Chio-Ng smiled. I know you're an approachable person and don't like to trouble others. It was really painful back then, but after cutting my hair I feel much better. I can't give up on myself. I have to cheer up, train hard and raise my cultivation level. Someday I will definitely return to Yangju. Sogun sighed inwardly. Senior sister pretends to be fine on the outside, but in her heart she still wants to avenge her father. He reached into his robes to find something. Before you train, you must take care of your health first. Mok Chayong looked at the pill in his hand with eyes full of suspicion and asked, Junior brother, what is this? Sogun explained. It's a pill I made especially for you, senior sister. It will be a great help in recovering from your internal injuries. Mok Chayong swallowed the pill and smiled. Thank you, I'm always indebted to you. I feel really sorry, but not long after swallowing the pill, Mok Chayong showed symptoms as if she couldn't handle the medicinal power. Her body trembled continuously, sweat poured down like rain, and she looked to be in extreme pain. Sogun was shocked inwardly. It's been a while since senior sister has regulated her spiritual energy. Why has her breathing become so labored? Could it be that I used the wrong pill? If I inject my spiritual energy into her body now, I might cause her to fall into chi deviation. What on earth should I do? Mok Chayong writhed in pain for a moment, then soon spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did her body slowly begin to stabilize. A moment later she asked Sogun, Junior brother, what kind of pill did you give me? Sogun took out a handkerchief and gave it to her to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. It's a rainbow pill. Mok Chayong's face was full of suspicion. A rainbow pill? I've never heard of such a pill before. Sogun thought to himself, of course, after all it's a secret pill that my grandmaster passed down to me. He recalled what Liho had said back then. I made the pill using easy-to-find spirit herbs, but its wound-healing effect is very good. Recalling his words, he couldn't help but sigh. Is this my grandmaster's standard? After thinking for a moment, he explained to Mok Chayong. I learned the refining method by chance, Mok Chayong realized. No wonder you didn't come out for a few months. You were refining a pill for me. I've really wasted your time. To refine this pill you must have needed many precious spirit herbs, right? Sogun patted his chest and smiled. Senior sister, you saved my life in Mika Forest, so of course I must repay this kindness. Mok Chayong sighed. You're being humble again. She took out a storage pouch and gave it to him. Take this. Seeing it, Sogun immediately waved his hands repeatedly. Senior sister, please don't, Mok Chayong explained. You must have spent a lot of spirit stones to buy the spirit herbs. What I have here won't be enough to repay you, but take this for now. If you don't accept it, my heart will be very uneasy. Please take it. Sogun had no other choice and reluctantly accepted it. Alright, but I hope you will use these spirit stones to buy a magic tool to protect yourself, senior sister. Let's talk about the spirit stones slowly later. In my opinion, you currently lack a suitable magic tool. Mok Chayong's face was filled with a look of helplessness and difficulty. Sogun continued to explain. Senior sister, don't forget that the overall cultivation level of practitioners in the Daewon Kingdom is higher than in the Janyang Kingdom. Even without a magic tool, with your skills you can become a master in the Daewon Kingdom, but that doesn't mean you don't need a magic tool. Mok Chayong stroked her chin and fell into thought. What you say makes sense. I hear that something called Guiel is forming outside Watchung. I can gather spirit stones and precious spirit herbs there, so once I've collected enough spirit stones I'll repay you. Sogun was surprised to see her. It seems senior sister wants to go to Guiel too. I've only heard about it briefly. What on earth is this Guiel? Mok Chayong quickly told him everything she had heard. I heard that a great wind blows in Watchung once every 30 years. If you just find the place where the wind is strongest, you can enter the entrance to a separate dimension, and that entrance is called Guiel. Sogun stroked his chin and fell into thought. A place where the wind blows strongly, Mok Chayong continued to explain. Inside Guiel there are many precious spirit herbs, and besides that, countless demonic beasts live there. Every 30 years, Watchung attracts numerous practitioners from all directions to go into Guiel to search for treasures. Sogun marveled. That's really interesting. This reminds me of Danryong Land. What kind of organization manages Guiel? Mok Chayong answered. I heard there's no one managing it, so the practitioners fight each other to enter Guiel. Unlike Danryong Land, entering Guiel is much easier, Sogun said seriously. Senior sister, if you want to go I will go with you. In Watchung there is surveillance from the authorities, so nothing major will happen, but it's different inside the uncontrolled Guiel. We will definitely encounter many dangers. Mok Chayong approached and opened the window. That's right, I'm worried about that too. There are many young radiant stage practitioners in Watchung, and none of them are easy to deal with. This is really great. Now that you can go with me I feel at ease. After finishing his talk with Mok Chayong, Sogun immediately went out to the market. There's still some time before Guiel opens, so I should use that time to take care of urgent matters first. First is Bosimbang Guild. As soon as he arrived he was immediately guided to where branch manager Sang was. She smiled at him. Young master, you've come again. Welcome. Sogun quickly approached and sat in front of her. At this time he noticed the woman beside branch manager Sang. Seeing Sogun's attitude, branch manager Sang introduced the woman. This lady beside me is called Baek Ran. She was dispatched from the main branch to learn the work. I hope you don't feel uncomfortable, young master. As soon as their eyes met, Sogun was startled. This person, I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Could it be we have some past connection? Just then the profound ice art was activated and Sogun immediately came to his senses and regained his composure. Baek Ran, who was opposite him, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. She then prostrated on the ground, trembling continuously in extreme pain. At this time, Sogun glanced at her with extremely cold eyes. Baek Ran glanced at him and was extremely shocked inwardly. To think the bewitching heart incense I've trained in my whole life has failed, I really can't believe it. Sogun put on a worried expression and asked about her well-being. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Why did you suddenly spit blood? Though he said that on the outside he had already guessed inwardly. A soul-bewitching art? It's a good thing I used the profound ice art or I would have been in big trouble. The woman was trembling and found it a little difficult to even move, and after being injured she couldn't concentrate her spiritual energy. To recover, she will probably have to train for a while longer. Branch Manager Soun, who was beside them, shouted in anger. How dare you lay a hand on my guest? This is truly unforgivable, young master. This lady has insulted you, so I will compensate you with her life. Baek Ran was shocked to see her activating a spell to finish her off. Seeing that Baek Ran was about to be killed just then, Sogun stopped her with a loud voice. Stop! As soon as he shouted, the spell flying towards Baek Ran stopped. He sneered coldly to himself. How ridiculous. It's obvious at a glance that Baek Ran was instigated by someone else. He questioned Branch Manager Soun. The cause hasn't even been clearly investigated yet. So what's the use of killing her now? She has already spat blood. Why are you still trying to kill her? Branch Manager Soun's complexion darkened. She thought to herself. If this guy finds out I used the soul bewitching art, it might get very troublesome. I was trying to kill her to silence her, but I really didn't expect things to turn out like this. After thinking for a moment, she shouted at Baek Ran, "Get out of here!" Baek Ran didn't dare to hesitate and immediately got up and went outside. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn her head and glance at Sogun. Soon, only Sogun and Branch Manager Soun were left in the room. A moment later, she finally said to Sogun, "The faceless murderer has suddenly disappeared." Sogun put on a surprised expression. "Is that so?" Branch Manager Soun continued to ask. Could the faceless murderer have left Watchung and gone elsewhere, or was he killed by someone and his body thrown into a deep valley to become food for demonic beasts? Sogun shook his head repeatedly. How would I know? He is a thief whose whereabouts are unknown. Even the practitioners from the authorities have no way to catch him. Branch Manager Soun condensed a mask with spiritual energy. What you say is right, young master. That's why I'm very curious whether he left Watchung or was killed by someone else. Since you previously asked questions like whether there was anyone who would avenge the faceless murderer, I became even more curious. Sogun laughed coldly. I also spent a lot of money on you. As I understand it, the Bosimbang Guild not only sells information but also buys it. Is that correct? Branch Manager Soun laughed loudly. It seems you are underestimating our Bosimbang Guild, young master. In fact, information about the faceless murderer is very cheap. At first, I couldn't be bothered to get involved, but later I became curious about the demeanor of the young radiant stage practitioner who appeared in Watchung, so I just made a deal with you. Sogun was angry inwardly. The way she says it, I should be grateful to her. The woman took out a book. But the situation is different now. If the faceless murderer was really killed by you, young master, then you are my distinguished guest. If you sell me the information about the faceless murderer, I can answer one of your questions in return. How about this deal? Sogun thought to himself. If I admit it, she will definitely sell this information like a product. I don't really like this. Seeing Sogun sitting lost in thought, Branch Manager Soun continued, I will keep it a secret as to who killed the faceless murderer. I will only sell the news that he is dead. Sogun nodded. All right. The faceless murderer is indeed dead. His body is buried on a hill above the farmland north of Watchung. Branch Manager Soun quickly wrote it down. Your character is also very good, young master, to even bury him with such care. Now you may ask for the information you want. Sogun thought to himself. This woman is truly inscrutable. Although she isn't very trustworthy, she probably won't break her promise. After thinking for a moment, he said, The information I want is the way to the southern kingdom. Hearing that, the woman's eyes immediately widened and she looked very excited. You're not kidding me, are you? If you are serious, young master, then I am truly sorry. I don't know much about the southern kingdom. I pride myself on being quite knowledgeable, but I really have never heard of the southern kingdom. There are no records of this country in the books either. Sogun sighed sadly. To think that even such a great information organization doesn't know, this matter will be really difficult to resolve. Branch Manager Soun replied with a helpless look. It seems you are not joking, young master. I will send someone to the main branch to find out about the southern kingdom. Please give me some more time. Sogun sighed inwardly. It seems I've hurt the pride of this information guild's branch manager. He waved his hands repeatedly. As I understand it, you have to rely on a transportation formation to go there. Since it's such a faraway place, it's only natural that you've never heard of it and don't know about it. A moment later, seeing Branch Manager Soun's strange expression, Sogun couldn't help but feel tense inwardly. Could it be that she's angry? Only, after a long while did Branch Manager Soun speak again. Many practitioners will be coming to Watchung in the next few days. May I venture to ask if you are also planning to go to Guiel, young master? Sogun didn't hide it either. That's right. Don't tell me the practitioners of the Bosimbang Guild are planning to go too. Branch Manager Soun put the book back in a box. We are just an information trading organization. We won't be sending people to Guiel directly. Seeing her suddenly stop speaking, Sogun asked, Is there something you want to tell me related to Guiel? Branch Manager Soun smiled and said, Since I can't give you information about the southern kingdom right away, I'd like to compensate you with other information. A moment later, Sogun left the Bosimbang Guild. As soon as he came out, he asked a person outside, "I'd like to get some air. May I rest here for a moment?" That person answered politely, "It's fine to stay for a moment, but you cannot stay for long. Otherwise it would be a discourtesy, so please forgive us." Sogun then sat on the stairs and became lost in thought. What branch manager Soun said isn't without reason, but suddenly he discovered Baek Ran hiding behind a tree and peeking at him. Seeing him look, she lowered her head and paid her respects. Sogun nodded and smiled. Just as he was about to speak to her, she turned her head as if frightened and ran away. Sogun didn't pay much mind, sighed and stood up. In any case, this is a strange and hard to understand place. All that's left now is to prepare well before entering Guiel, and also how to use that gem. Sogun then went to the secret auction house. What he put up this time was an immortality pill. Everyone, this is an immortality pill. Although it cannot make a person young again, it has the effect of maintaining one's appearance. This pill was refined by me with great difficulty, and there is only one. The starting price is 1 top-grade spirit stone and the transaction is only in spirit stones. Quickly, a woman from below shouted in excitement, "If this pill is really an immortality pill, I will buy it even if I have to spend my entire fortune, but you must guarantee that it's real." Another person also spoke up, "That's right, I want to buy it too. Money is not an issue. The important thing is that the immortality pill appeared too suddenly. I'm a little suspicious of its authenticity." Quickly, an old man from behind Sogun approached in his capacity as the auction organizer. "We will need to conduct an appraisal." Sogun asked with a puzzled look, "Will the auction continue during the appraisal?" He watched the old man take the pill away and worried inwardly, surely that old man won't run away with it, right? Then, other items were put up for auction one by one. Only after a long while did the old man return with Sogun's pill box. "Thank you for waiting. This immortality pill is real." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall immediately stirred. The sounds of auction bidding echoed continuously. 15 top-grade spirit stones. I'll bid 24 top-grade spirit stones. This one bids 40 top-grade spirit stones. Sogun also couldn't help but be surprised by this situation. To think there are so many people who want to buy the immortality pill. The auction continued to proceed with extreme intensity, and the price quickly rose to 70 top-grade spirit stones. At this moment, another middle-aged man called out 1 supreme-grade spirit stone. 1 supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 top-grade spirit stones, but the price didn't stop there. As soon as the middle-aged man bid 1 supreme-grade spirit stone, a person beside him immediately bid 2. Then another woman bid 2 supreme-grade spirit stones plus 70 top-grade spirit stones. Another wealthy merchant called out 5 supreme-grade spirit stones. Hearing this number, Sogun was shocked beyond words. 5 supreme-grade spirit stones were more than all the spirit stones he had collected in his entire life. I must use the remaining immortality pills in a way that befits their value. After the auction ended, Sogun immediately returned to his residence and took out the gem. He looked at the gem, clutched his head and was lost in thought. To nurture this with supreme-grade spirit stones, is what I'm doing really the right thing? Could this gem have been intentionally placed in my hands by the faceless murderer for revenge? If I pour my entire fortune into this and get nothing, it's all over. Just in case, I should first test it with other types of spirit stones to see if there's a reaction. A moment later, Sogun howled again. My god, what kind of monster is this, to swallow so many spirit stones and still show no movement? This is a monstrous thing, to swallow so many spirit stones and not even budge. What on earth are you plotting? After using up all the top-grade spirit stones, he finally took out the 5 supreme-grade spirit stones. 5 supreme-grade spirit stones could change the destiny of an ordinary practitioner. Using these to nurture this thing is too risky, but I've invested so much I really don't want to give up. I want to see it through to the end. If anyone else found out about this, they would surely think I'm crazy. In any case, this is also a supreme-grade spirit stone, so who knows what kind of miracle might happen. It was slightly warm when I touched it last time, but now my hand is a little hot. Could it be that a change has begun? Sogun thought no more, and immediately picked up 1 supreme-grade spirit stone and placed it on the gem. Please, I beg you, this is the last supreme-grade spirit stone. This time there was finally a reaction. After absorbing the last spirit stone, the gem floated up on its own, then quickly melted away, revealing a single golden pill inside. Sogun picked up the pill and observed it. The remaining debris looks a bit like a pill, but for now I don't know the purpose of this object. A gem turning into a pill. This is truly a bizarre event. Suddenly he remembered something and quickly opened the beast pouch at his waist. Ungon immediately crawled out from inside. Sogun looked at it and thought to himself, Ungon's sense of smell is very keen, let's have it take a sniff. He quickly brought the pill close to Ungon's nose. As soon as it smelled the pill, its eyes sparkled, and it excitedly rushed forward to eat it. Sogun had been on guard the whole time, so as soon as it moved he pulled the pill away. You foolish Ungon, do you know how many spirit stones this pill used? If you dare to try and eat it, I won't let you off. If you covet this pill again, watch out. I'll catch you and boil you into a very spicy cat soup. Ungon imagined itself in a pot with its fur standing on end and was extremely terrified. After that, it no longer asked for the pill and sat down obediently. Just as it sat down, it noticed a few pieces of the gem that had fallen and shattered on the ground earlier. Seeing it show interest in the object, Sogun was filled with suspicion. Do you want to taste these pieces? All right then, eat up. A moment later, Ungon had eaten all the pieces and then sat excitedly in place, licking its paws. Sogun observed its expression and thought to himself, other than seeming to be in a better mood after eating, there seems to be no other change. He took out the pill again and examined it. What on earth is this pill? Just then, Ungon behind him suddenly started to go wild. It cried out continuously and ran around in all directions looking extremely pained. Sogun observed its condition with shock. Ungon, what's wrong? You seem unable to control your body. Ungon's eyes immediately turned red. It then let out an extremely fierce cry at Sogun. A moment later, Ungon finally came to its senses. Its body had undergone a great change at this time and had grown even larger. Sogun saw it and was shocked inwardly. Could this be the legendary pill, the one that even my grandmaster only heard of in rumors and could not refine? After thinking for a moment, he sighed. What am I hesitating for? I'll eat it first and see what happens. If Ungon was fine after eating it, I should be fine too. Having made up his mind, Sogun picked up the pill, put it in his mouth and swallowed. Some time passed and Sogun's vision was completely dark. His mind was filled with confusion. Why is it so sticky? Why am I lying here? Could it be the effect of the pill? What is this sticky and soft feeling? He slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was Ungon lying beside him and continuously licking his face. He pushed it away and sat up, only to see Mok Chaiong sitting not far away. Seeing him awake, she let out a sigh. Junior brother, you're awake. Sogun smiled helplessly. It seems I've troubled you again, senior sister. Mok Chaiong quickly explained. I was cultivating my energy when I suddenly felt a strange aura erupting from your room. I rushed over to see what was wrong. When I arrived, the aura seemed to be changing in a good way, so I didn't do anything. Many practitioners come and go here, so I was worried someone might disturb you, so I stood guard here. What are the results? Sogun felt his body and replied, Thank you, senior sister. As of now I don't know the results either. I don't feel any changes in my body, so I'll have to wait and see, he thought to himself. When I ate it, it was very difficult to swallow, like swallowing a metal ball, but after swallowing it I felt some kind of spiritual power heading toward my inner core, and after that I don't remember anything. I thought it would increase my spiritual power or raise my cultivation stage, but it feels like there's some kind of change in my body. Seeing a light barrier suddenly appear around Sogun's body, enveloping him, Mok Chaiong was startled. Junior brother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with your body? Sogun shook his head. No, I'm fine. A thought flashed through his mind. I finally understand, this is a golden pill. I heard that although a golden pill has no effect of increasing spiritual power, it can evolve the inner core to make spiritual power more pure, and it can reduce the consumption by half each time spiritual power is used. At first I had to rely on the profound ice art to execute the evil shattering sword art and control multiple magic tools at the same time. The effect was really good, but the spiritual power consumption was too great, so it wasn't suitable for long battles at all. Now that the spiritual power consumption has been reduced by half, it's truly the best. I'm so excited. If senior sister wasn't here I would definitely be jumping for joy with Ungon. Seeing Sogun standing there blankly with a smile, Mok Chaiong asked with interest, Judging by your expression it must be something good, right? Sogun scratched his head and smiled. As expected, I can't hide anything from you, senior sister. Mok Chaiong smiled. You've always been dedicated to your training and now you've made a great breakthrough. This is all thanks to your constant training. Sogun challenged her. Thank you for your praise, senior sister. Looking at your body you seem to have almost recovered. I happen to want to test the results of my training, so let's have a match, senior sister. Mok Chaiong smiled and glanced at him. It seems the results you've obtained this time are quite significant, junior brother. Congratulations. I won't hold back, so be prepared. Sogun smiled. I wouldn't want you to. A few days later a whirlwind began to blow outside Watchung. Sogun walked along the road unable to contain his shock. The wind is so strong it seems Guiel is about to open. I have the golden pill and senior sister is with me, so this time there will surely be no problems. However, the conversation he had with branch manager Soun that day came to mind. Before he left she had told him a very important piece of information. I will give you this information as compensation. Guiel opens once every 30 years. According to the information our guild has obtained, every 300 years, a very rare treasure can be found in the central lake inside. This time is the 300th year. Sogun asked, puzzled. That's really interesting. But why are you telling me such important information? Branch manager Sang smiled and explained. Although the treasure is very tempting, we will not send disciples from our own guild to participate. We mainly recruit other practitioners to help us find the treasure. The main branch will pay spirit stones according to the value of the treasure those practitioners find, and that will be the reward for the recruited practitioners. Sogun realized. So that's how it was, branch manager Sang continued. You killed the faceless murderer, which proves that you are a resourceful master and by no means an ordinary person because of something that happened 300 years ago. Our family is not the only one with this information, so the competition for the treasure will be very fierce when the time comes. We want to recruit a master like you to increase our chances of obtaining the treasure. Sogun's expression hardened. You mean you want me to sell my life for your Bosimbang guild? Ah, branch manager Sang explained. You're being too serious. We are only allies during the treasure hunt. Let me remind you of one thing, young master. No matter how skilled you are, it will be very difficult to claim the treasure if you fight alone, so why not join forces with us? That way you can obtain even more spirit stones. Sogun thought to himself, what she says seems to make sense, but for now I still can't trust her. I might be abandoned like Beck ran when the time comes. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and shook his head. Your proposal is excellent, but I will have to refuse. I have one last request. If you have information about the interior of Guiel, I would like to buy it. Branch manager Sang shook her head. The competition inside Guiel is very fierce, so we only provide internal information about Guiel to people we trust. If you agree to cooperate with us, young master, I can provide you with the internal information about Guiel unconditionally. I will give you 3 days. Please go back and think about it carefully, and give me your answer then. Recalling this conversation, Sogun couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Although I said I would consider it, for some reason I don't feel good about it. It's a bit of a shame that I don't have much information. After the two flew for a moment, Mok Chiong shouted towards the front, Junior brother, look over there. Not far in front of them, a huge fissure had appeared. This was Guiel. Many practitioners had already gathered outside at this time, all eager to enter. Sogun was also extremely excited. It seems the interesting part is about to begin. Now I can only rely on senior sister and myself. A practitioner in front was quickly hit by the whirlwind and sent flying backward. Sogun, who was rushing over from behind, couldn't help but be startled when he saw it. The wind is too strong. A celestial stage practitioner can't even get close to the entrance. In that case, he quickly shouted loudly towards Mok Chiong, Senior sister, let's charge straight inside in one go. Just then a loud scolding came from behind. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Hearing that, Sogun was shocked and turned his head to look back. A carriage was rushing over from behind, cutting through the air. The whirlwind here couldn't stop it in the slightest. The people around were shocked to see this carriage and exclaimed one after another, It's the Byuki Manor, it's the wind wheel carriage of Byuki Manor. Damn it, even the Byuki Manor has come. It seems we won't be able to enter the lake this year. Seeing how nervous people were, Sogun was filled with suspicion. This family seems to be very famous. Just the driver is so strong that he can control 4 crimson-maned celestial steeds. What kind of sacred figure is sitting inside? Mok Chiong at his side also exclaimed in shock at this time. That carriage doesn't seem to fear the gale. Junior brother, let's hurry and go in too. Sogun nodded. Yes, let's go. Good luck, senior sister. He shook his head inwardly. Whoever that person is, it's none of my business. A moment later, Sogun successfully entered Guiel. The atmosphere here was extremely gloomy and the surroundings were filled with mist. Sogun walked and was lost in thought. I didn't expect to be separated as soon as I entered Guiel. They said that any group that enters Guiel will be scattered. It seems that rumor was true. This place is completely different from Danreong land. We don't know anything. Fortunately, I arranged to meet senior sister at the central lake. It was truly a wise decision. Before entering, the two had discussed. Mok Chiong stroked her chin and was lost in thought. I heard that the exit opens in 1 to 3 months, Sogun nodded. So it's best not to act rashly. Let's collect spirit stones while moving towards the central lake and meet there. Sogun took out Ungon from the beast pouch. Senior sister, this should be fine. First, I need to go and gather information about the treasure related to the lake. There are only 2 celestial stage practitioners nearby, so for now they don't pose a threat to us. Ungon, let's go. Let's find out where the spirit herbs are. Seeing Ungon diligently sniffing for spirit herbs, Sogun was inwardly pleased. After eating the golden pill, Ungon has become much more obedient. I hope it brings me good luck. Very quickly, Ungon found the first spirit herb, then the second and the third. Following its guidance, Sogun very quickly found countless spirit herbs. He looked at the pile of spirit herbs in his hand and couldn't hide his excitement. I didn't expect Ungon's performance to be so outstanding this time. On the way to the center of Guiel, I gathered so many spirit herbs and inner cores in just 2 hours. As Sogun stood there marveling, Ungon behind him suddenly ran off in excitement. Sogun was shocked. Did Ungon find another spirit herb? Didn't I pull out all the spirit herbs nearby? After a short walk, Ungon stopped and circled excitedly around a pile of dirt. Sogun very quickly saw another spirit herb. Isn't this a 9-ben ginseng to find such a rare spirit herb so easily? Suddenly he felt a little suspicious and touched the ground. The ground seems very damp. He quickly urged his spiritual power and then waved his hand to break the ground opposite him, immediately revealing a cave inside. Sogun was a little surprised to see water flowing out from inside. Could this be a tributary of a stream? Ungon, let's go in and take a look. 1 person and 1 cat then quickly headed into the cave. Very quickly they arrived at a cliff, the source of the stream inside the cave. Sogun didn't say much and directly waved his hand to break the cliff, immediately revealing a lake inside. Sogun observed for a moment, then exclaimed, This is the source. The water outside seems to flow from here. It looks like a lake. This place is so remote. If I'm lucky, I might be able to find aquatic spirit herbs or spirit stones at the bottom of the lake. After thinking for a moment, he took out the beast pouch and let Ungon enter. Then he condensed a defensive light barrier with his spiritual power and entered the lake. After swimming for a moment, he saw something. What are those glowing green things? They seem to be moving very fast. Could they be green light fish? I only know that they are aquatic animals and nothing else. They must be mid-grade demonic beasts. I'll need a little more time to observe. As the school of green light fish approached, they began to move the feelers on their heads, releasing demonic power to attack. Sogun paid them no mind, letting their attack strike his spiritual energy defense light barrier. It seems their group attack is very strong. Although they're not a threat to my spiritual energy barrier, I can't deal with this many. If more than 30 of them attack at once, it will be very difficult to fight back, but I can't just let these inner cores that have come to me walk away. The spiritual energy consumption in the water is much greater than on land. Fortunately, I used the golden pill, so I was able to reduce the consumption significantly. Soun was quickly surrounded by the school of green light fish. He had no thought of escaping and immediately took out his magic tool. The green light fish continued to attack madly. All sides of Sogun's light barrier were immediately engulfed in their demonic power. A moment later, Soun was finally struck in the back by their attack. Although he succeeded in attacking his opponent, the school of green light fish suddenly became extremely tense. Soun took out a magic tool, a bead, and smiled coldly. "You've used all the skills you have, haven't you? Your green light and your row can't hurt me." The school of green light fish surrounding him were quickly struck by the purple lightning inside the bead-like magic tool and died. Soun smiled in satisfaction. If this school of green light fish can't threaten me, I should end this battle quickly. After dealing with everything, Soun began to collect the spoils of war. He continuously reached out, grabbing the bodies of the green light fish and tossing them into his storage pouch, unable to hide his joy inwardly. This is quite a big haul. In the midst of his frantic collection, he was suddenly startled and looked down with a puzzled expression. The bodies of the green light fish seemed to be sucked into something. They were no longer visible. Could this be some kind of rule within Guiel? Anything can happen in this alternate dimension. He quickly took out a dagger and sent it flying to check. As soon as the dagger was halfway in, he urged his spiritual power to pull it back. He was able to retrieve the dagger, but after it went inside he couldn't see anything. Since his spiritual sense connection was not broken, it meant the inside was not an alternate dimension. Even after the dagger flew out, there was no difference. It seems I'll have to go in myself and find out. After thinking for a moment, he quickly entered the hole in the space. As soon as he entered, he saw the bodies of the green light fish that had been sucked in earlier. He was aghast at the desolate land before him. Guiel is truly unfathomable. To think this lake was hiding such an independent space. Ungon seemed to have no reaction. Can't it smell any spirit herbs? Then what on earth is this space for? I should look around. There's only mushrooms and moss here, but I feel there are definitely spirit herbs here. After walking a little further, both he and Ungon's jaws dropped. Why is only red moss growing here? A purple film is coming out of the black spores. Wait, could it be red essence moss? Soun quickly harvested the red essence moss. Although this spirit herb isn't as precious as red dewgrass, its growing environment is quite harsh, making it a difficult spirit herb to find. If I put all this red essence moss in my pouch, I won't have to worry about the ingredients for making the moss-shaped preservation pill later. I really did well coming to Guiel. Suddenly, his expression hardened and he became extremely tense. He immediately took out all his magic tools. There's someone nearby. A moment later, he saw a bearded old man behind a cliff. He seems to be a rogue cultivator, and he's eating the red essence moss. I can't sense his cultivation stage. What kind of person is he? The old man didn't notice Soun observing him from behind at all and just sat there madly picking up and eating the red essence moss. Seeing his appearance, it seemed to be a very delicious food. Soun thought to himself. Should I sneak away? But I'm too curious about his actions. Taoist Geo said he stayed in the Danryong land for decades. This person seems to have stayed here for a very long time too. At least 30 years, right? I should go a little closer and see. Just as Soun moved to approach the old man, he was startled. The old man immediately stopped eating and turned his head. Seeing that he had been discovered, Soun couldn't help but frown and tense up. The old man stared at him, extremely shocked, but still didn't open his mouth. Soun saw his appearance and sighed inwardly. He looked so pitiful. He immediately asked the old man, "Elder, are you all right?" The old man stared at him for a moment longer, then turned back around and paid him no mind. Seeing him ignore him and continue to bow his head and eat the red essence moss, Soun slowly approached closer. What on earth happened to him? Why has he become so miserable? This place is so secret. Why is he living here? I really want to uncover this matter. Thinking this far, he reached out to touch the old man's body. "You don't look well, let me take a look." But unexpectedly, the old man became extremely agitated upon seeing him reach out to touch him. He immediately stood up and shouted madly. Soun saw this, stepped back and tried to explain. "Elder, don't be alarmed. I mean no harm. Although your wounds are not severe, if you don't treat them in time, they will be very painful." The old man paid him no mind, quickly ran to a corner and curled up. Soun sighed. Does he not understand my words? He's like a wounded animal. He seems to have received a very big mental shock. I'm not sure, but his cultivation stage is probably around the celestial stage or elixir condensation stage. That's quite impressive. So why has he come to this state? After being lost in thought for a moment, he took out a medicine box and was about to apply it to the old man. "Elder, rest assured, this is not a magic tool but medicine." But the old man paid him no mind at all, stood up again, constantly looked left and right and shouted, then after a moment sat down again, clutched his head and curled up. Soun sighed. He's very scared. "There's no way, I'll just have to treat the visible wounds first." After finishing his thought, he approached and applied medicine to his body. "I've treated his arm, now it's time for his body." As he applied medicine to his body, the old man relaxed a little at this time and was not as wary as before. Soun urged the old man, "This medicine will reduce the pain. I will continue to treat you. I will never harm you, elder. The old man looked at the wound on his own hand and was lost in thought. Seeing that he was no longer trembling and curling up as before, Soun let out a sigh. After that, the old man completely relaxed and let Soun treat him. Time quickly passed and a few more days went by. Soun was still in the cave with the old man. He watched him eat the red essence moss, unable to hide the doubt in his heart. It's already been 4 days and I've even fed him a jade dew mind-clearing pill, but he doesn't seem to be getting any better. Should I really waste my time here like this? The old man, who was eating absent-mindedly, suddenly turned his head to look at him. Soun saw his appearance and sighed, but seeing his despairing and pained expression, I really can't bring myself to do it. While he was lost in thought, the old man had another fit. Seeing him shouting continuously, Soun stood up. Elder, what's wrong again? Before Sogun's astonished eyes, the old man opened his mouth for the first time. He shouted loudly at him, "Never open the stone coffer, never open the stone coffer." Soun was puzzled. What stone coffer? What are you talking about? The old man ran over, even more agitated, and approached him. A demon is hiding inside that stone coffer. I came here to escape the demon. Soun was aghast. A demon? Are you saying a demon followed you all the way here? What kind of demon, and where is that stone coffer? Seeing the old man constantly looking left and right, Soun sighed inwardly. He seems very scared. Is he worried a demon is nearby? Soun reassured him. Elder, don't worry, Guiel is open now, so you can go outside. The old man collapsed to the ground and clutched his head. No, I can never go outside, Soun urged him. You can't live here forever. Can you tell me your name and your family members? I will find a way to contact them after I leave Guiel. The old man calmed down and answered. I am Ni Ching Su from the Ni family of Annam, Soun nodded. Annam is not far from here, so I will be able to find your Ni family, elder. The old man paid him no mind and continued to shout, Never go outside, never go outside. Sogun's heart was filled with suspicion. Why does he keep insisting I can't go outside? He couldn't help but ask, why can't I go outside? What's the reason? The old man's 2 eyes went wide. Because I have been marked by the demon, Soun asked again. Did you say the demon is hiding inside the stone coffer? The old man nodded. Soun sighed inwardly. He's taken the jade dew mind-clearing pill, yet he hasn't gotten any better. He's still not in his right mind. After thinking for a moment, he once again reassured him. Elder, you are still very healthy. You've just been here for too long. Once your wounds heal and you tidy yourself up a little, there will be no problem. The old man became agitated again and shouted, The demon is following me. If I go outside, the demon will follow me out. The demon is following you. The demon is following me. Soun, seeing that there was no way to persuade him, let out a sigh. There's really no way to persuade him. I can't waste my time here like this. Suddenly, the old man raised his head, looked at him, and reached into his robes to find something. Soun saw this, was aghast, and immediately flew backward. Is he trying to attack me? But as soon as he retreated, he was startled again. The old man had no intention of attacking him. He took out a jade pendant and gave it to him. Thanks to you, I've remembered who I am. You may think I'm crazy, but I'm very much in my right mind now. Because the demon is following me for the sake of my family, for my kin, I can never leave this place. Soun stood there blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. The old man approached and placed the jade pendant in his hand. Take this jade pendant to my family. Tell them my situation and you must give it to them. I'm counting on you. And also, if you find a stone coffer inside the lake, never open it. Soun nodded and put the jade pendant in his robes. Yes, elder, I will remember. For Sogun's suspicious eyes, he once again reached into his robes to find something. Quickly, he took out his own storage pouch, gave it to him, and told him to take it. Soun waved his hands repeatedly. No, I can't accept your things, elder. The old man placed the storage pouch in his hand and sighed. I can never leave this place in my life, so it's useless for me to have these things. After speaking, he turned and went inside. Before Sogun's astonished eyes, flames quickly erupted from inside the cave. A moment later, Soun came out of the cave. He looked at the cave and marveled. The elder has truly passed away bravely, since his body was burned. I've brought his bones, so I'll hand them over to his kin then. The magic tools and elixir pills in the pouch are all damaged, and only this one bracelet remains intact. What on earth is the effect of this bracelet? Forget it, I should leave this place first. It's already been a week since I entered Guiel. I'll think about spirit herbs and spirit stones another day. The urgent task now is to quickly find the central lake. The environment here is too harsh and dangers lurk everywhere. I can't let my senior sister wait too long here. Soun then continued to advance toward the depths of Guiel via the sword control art. Flying continuously without rest via the sword control art, he finally entered the range of the central area. As soon as he entered this place, sweat poured down his face like rain. I didn't expect the central area to be this hot. I flew continuously for 5 days and nights to finally arrive here. This place is quite vast as well. The problem is, how am I supposed to find my senior sister on such a large lakeside? I promised to meet my senior sister at the lakeside and act according to the situation. Thinking about it now, the initial promise was really naive. Who would have thought this lake would be so big? After sighing for a moment, he glanced at Ungon on his shoulder. You little thing, do you still remember my senior sister's scent? Ungon was eating a spirit fruit, and upon hearing his words it looked at him as if it didn't understand. Soun explained, I'm talking about that pretty older sister whose body smells fragrant. Do you remember? Hearing that, Ungon nodded its head repeatedly, then it looked left and right, sniffing continuously. After a moment of not smelling anything, it became dejected and sad. Soun smiled and reassured it. This lake is too big, so it's a little difficult to find my senior sister right away. Let's look around the lake first. Then he got back on his flying sword and once again flew around the lake with Ungon. The more he flew, the more shocked he became. This place is as wide as a sea. What on earth is the treasure hidden in the lake that makes so many rogue cultivators fight over it? If there's no danger in the lake, I'd really like to jump in and search with my senior sister. As he was flying, Ungon in his arms suddenly became excited. It kept pointing to a forest near the lake. Soun quickly steered his flying sword in the direction it was pointing and flew over. I seem to be able to sense the aura of an elixir condensation stage practitioner. Is this little thing saying my senior sister is over there? As soon as he approached the edge of the forest, Ungon jumped from Sogun's arms and ran. Only then did Soun remember in his heart, that's right, my senior sister has a special ability. My senior sister can hide her cultivation stage, that's why I can't sense her aura for now. I can only rely on Ungon's sense of smell. A moment later Soun saw Mok Chayong. Found her, as expected, she was here. Wait, isn't that the windwheel carriage of Bati Manor? I have a bad feeling. I should hurry over. Soun quickly descended toward the people. Seeing him arrive, Mok Chayong turned her head and greeted him. You've come, junior brother. Soun didn't answer and turned his head to look at the middle-aged man next to the carriage. The middle-aged man sensed the aura from his body and said with contempt, one early elixir condensation stage and one mid-stage. Soun paid him no mind, approached and took Mok Chayong's hand to pull her. Senior sister, what are you doing here? If nothing's wrong, let's go quickly. Mok Chayong was startled and nodded her head. All right, but before they could take more than a few steps, they were blocked by that big man. Sogun's expression hardened and he asked in a cold voice, what do you think you're doing? His mind raced. This person shows no sign of attacking, he just wants to prevent us from leaving this place. Could he be waiting for an order from the master in the carriage? He looks like a loyal servant. He only listens to his master's orders. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands toward the carriage. Excuse me, how may I help you? If the master inside the carriage wants something from us, please just say so. The carriage door immediately opened and a woman came out from inside. I am Wei Baiyu of Bati Manor. Soun nodded. A pleasure to meet you, Senior Wei. This junior is Soun. I only arrived in Wolrang Fortress a short while ago. Please forgive me for not visiting sooner, he thought to himself. I can't sense her aura. Her cultivation stage must be at least at the Yang Radiant stage. Mok Chayong at his side also cupped her hands and paid her respects. My name is Mok Chayong. It's an honor to meet you, my lady. Wei Baiyu laughed coldly. Haha, an honor. Where did that cruelty from just now go? I don't have time to waste on nonsense with you. Seeing you loitering here, you must be planning to dive into the lake, right? Soun hurriedly explained. Senior, please listen to me. Actually, before he could finish, Wei Baiyu cut him off. With your skills, forget about finding treasure after entering the lake. You should be grateful to the heavens if you can even return alive. Almost all the masters of Wolrang Fortress are gathered here now, so it would be much more beneficial for you to go with me. Soun couldn't help but think to himself. How selfish. If I refuse, it would be a loss of face for her, so she definitely won't let me leave. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and spoke. If we could accompany you, Senior, it would be a great honor for us. However, we came here determined to obtain at least one treasure. If we go with you, we won't have a chance to get any treasure, so please forgive us. Wei Baiyu frowned. What kind of person do you take me for? Do you think I'm a greedy and evil person? After this is over, I will take care of dividing the treasures with you. You can rest assured about that. But there's one thing we need to make clear. Lei Shang and I have the right to choose the treasures first, and no matter how many we get, you two can only have one. Soun thought to himself. I have no interest in the treasure in the lake, but cooperating with a Yang Radiant stage practitioner could really reduce the risk and increase the chances of a safe retreat. But we are complete strangers. I don't know if this Wei Baiyu person can be trusted. Seeing that she wants us to join her party, I can at least be sure that she won't harm us until after the treasure is found. The problem is what to do after we get the treasure and come out of the water. Seeing Soun continuously stroking his chin, lost in thought, Mok Chayong spoke apologetically. Junior brother, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Soun couldn't help but shake his head and smile. It's all right, senior sister. He sighed inwardly. If I combine senior sister's ability with the soma poison, I wonder if I can succeed then. Wei Baiyu, who was opposite them, suddenly urged her spiritual power and said loudly, Are you weighing the pros and cons here? Let me tell you, you have no choice. If you don't cooperate with us, the only thing waiting for you two is death. Sogun's expression hardened. There's really no choice. The two exchanged glances, then both cupped their hands in unison. Understood, we agree to cooperate. We only hope that you, Senior, will keep your promise. Wei Baiyu turned around and sneered coldly. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd said so sooner? You just made me waste my breath. Let's go now, hurry and follow me. The group then quickly dived under the lake. Soun followed the carriage, thinking to himself, I really want to take this chance to escape, but if I do, I will surely bring disaster upon myself. That's right, that carriage is very strange. To be able to create a protective barrier around it with just the power of wind, it's truly amazing. The carriage seems to be rushing straight down as if it has a destination. Could it be that they know the exact location of the treasure in the lake? He was surprised to see the middle-aged driver staring intently at the object in his hand. Is that person examining something? Is that a compass? I don't know the principle behind that compass, but it seems to be an item that can find the location of treasures. If that's really the case, it must be no ordinary item. I thought I'd be able to see the skills of Wei Baiyu and Lei Shang in the lake. I didn't expect that not even a single practitioner would dare to challenge them now. The wind wheel carriage of Byukki Manor in Wolrang Fortress is indeed very famous. It seems we won't encounter any opponents of similar skill for a while. Then why did Wei Baiyu drag the two of us into her party? Perhaps she is a practitioner recruited by the Bosimbang Guild. After moving for a while longer, Sogun took out a few elixir pills and swallowed them. Using spiritual energy continuously in the water consumes a lot of spiritual power. Just how much further are they planning to dive? They suddenly sped up. The surroundings are filled with black smoke, so I can't see anything. Why are they suddenly diving faster? After diving for a little longer, both Sogun and Mok Chaiong were so shocked their jaws dropped. A palace had appeared before them. The burly driver looked at the palace ahead and said, "The spirit guiding compass is pointing this way, so this must be the place." Sogun realized in his heart. So that treasure was the spirit guiding compass. A lot of spiritual energy is emanating from this palace. Is it used to find places with high spiritual energy? It's dark all around, so without the compass it would have been difficult to find this palace. Could this be the place they said holds the treasure? Wei Baiyu quickly came out of the carriage. "Well done, Lei Shang." The group then immediately entered the palace together. Lei Shang led the way and exclaimed in shock, "It seems the inside of the palace is very dry." Wei Baiyu laughed loudly. "Very good, we won't need to deploy a spiritual energy barrier. After we go inside, search every room for treasure." The party did as she ordered. As soon as they entered, they scattered to search for treasure. A moment later, Lei Shang came out carrying a wooden chest. "I found a wooden chest, but there's nothing inside." Wei Baiyu ground her teeth in anger. "Damn it, someone else took it." She threw the chest to the ground and stomped on it, shattering it. "Quickly check all the remaining rooms. We might be able to find other treasures." The group then continued to search. Sogun sighed inwardly. "I thought that once I reached the late young radiant stage I could conquer the world, but I still can't decide my own actions. We have to find a way to escape Wei Baiyu's clutches quickly. The sooner the better. Her wind wheel carriage is also a big obstacle, making it difficult to escape. I don't know her skills and haven't grasped her weaknesses, so it's not easy to make a move. Besides, if some treasure were to appear in this pavilion..." While he was lost in thought, Wei Baiyu approached and shouted loudly, "Search thoroughly." A moment later, Sogun's party found a pile of wooden chests, but they were all empty. Wei Baiyu trembled with anger. "This can't be the only structure in the lake. Besides, this is a treasure that appears once every 300 years, so no one knows the specific details of the treasure. Quickly take out the spirit guiding compass. To snatch the items from others' hands, we must find a new structure." Lei Shang didn't say much and immediately reached into his robes to take out the compass. Quickly, the group found another palace. As soon as he stepped inside, countless thoughts raced through Sogun's mind. This pavilion is smaller than the previous one, not even comparable. But that doesn't mean there's no treasure here. Wei Baiyu is starting to get anxious, so I must be more careful. After finding the treasure, she will probably give us several options, or she will resolutely deal with us to take the treasure for herself. We haven't run into any other practitioners on the way here. She probably thinks we're no longer useful and is planning to eliminate us. Yes, that must be it. Suddenly, Lei Shang walked towards the inner part. Seeing his strange behavior, the entire group couldn't hide their shock. Sogun thought to himself, "What is that person trying to do? We've already searched more than 10 rooms and found nothing, and besides, this whole pavilion is filled with spiritual energy. What's the point of looking at the spirit guiding compass?" Wei Baiyu stroked her chin and said, "For the spirit guiding compass to still react in a place so full of spiritual energy is indeed a little strange." Lei Shang lead the way. The group then quickly followed Lei Shang inside. Quickly, they approached a room. They entered but found nothing. Suspicion sprouted in Sogun's mind. This is the last room, but there's nothing here. Suddenly, the needle of the compass in Lei Shang's hand began to spin madly. A moment later, he knelt before the floor and shouted, "It's right here." Wei Baiyu immediately ordered, "Open the floor. There's probably a passage below." Lei Shang didn't say much, stood up, took out a whip, and then swung it once, striking the floor hard. Sogun observed everything, glanced at Wei Baiyu, and couldn't help but marvel. It seems this Wei Baiyu is an experienced practitioner, to be able to discern the direction of the spirit guiding compass and its intent at a glance. After opening the passage door under the floor, the entire party summoned their spiritual energy defense light barriers and stood there observing. A moment later, Lei Shang finally asked Wei Baiyu, "May I go in?" Wei Baiyu shook her head. "Don't be hasty for now." Then she ordered Sogun and Mok Chaiong, "You two go down first." Sogun had no objection and immediately stepped forward. "Understood, but you won't need 2 people, right? Won't one be enough? I'll go down first." Wei Baiyu laughed coldly. "As you wish." Sogun then rushed downward. He thought to himself, seeing so many architectural ruins here, there were probably palaces or buildings in the lake in the past. Only this structure seems to have been unaffected. Before him was a luxurious and splendid palace, and from above a faint and extremely sacred golden light was emanating. A moment later, Mok Chaiong and the other 2 followed him in. Wei Baiyu looked at the structure before her and exclaimed in shock, "I can't believe it. This must be the place where the treasure that appears once every 300 years is buried." Unable to hide her excitement, she immediately ignored everything and took the lead, flying towards the palace. Sogun watched her departing back and analyzed inwardly. She is sensing the presence of practitioners around her with her own aura. Even if enemies were hiding nearby, it seems it can't stop her desire to find the treasure. The others then hesitated no longer and quickly flew after Wei Baiyu. After flying for a moment, a slight suspicion arose in Sogun's mind. Could the structure before me be the main hall? Just then, countless attacks flew towards them from the front. Wei Baiyu frowned and shouted, "You insolent bastards!" Then she urged her spiritual energy light barrier to block them, but unexpectedly, despite being very confident she was hit by the attack. I clearly eliminated all of them, but to think there were still attacks behind. With an attack of this intensity, could it be that guy? After thinking for a moment, she took out a magic treasure to counterattack. Azure Spirit Earthly Fire, come out! The opponent's attack was immediately struck by her earthly fire and scattered. It didn't stop there. The earthly fire rushed madly towards the opponent, but it too was blocked by that person's spell. After flying for a moment, an old man leading a group of practitioners quickly appeared before Sogun's party. He smiled at Wei Baiyu. "Haha, Madam Wei, please don't be angry." Wei Baiyu's expression hardened. It was indeed Old Man Pyong, she sneered coldly to herself. To think a mere rogue cultivator would boast about being a young, radiant stage practitioner. The old man continued to smile at her. "I hear, madam, that you took Lei Shang as your boy toy and live freely. When did you take in 2 new people? Could you introduce them to this old man?" Wei Baiyu laughed coldly. "If you continue to slander me with such words, be careful, for I will tear that filthy mouth of yours apart. These 2 are new people I brought from the manor. Just like the 5 minions standing behind your ass." The group behind the old man all frowned upon hearing those words. That old man laughed loudly again. "Haha, indeed, you're not wrong. In fact, the only people here capable of finding these treasures are you, Madam Wei, and myself." Wei Baiyu's mind was filled with suspicion. Why is this old man waiting for me here? Shouldn't he be taking this opportunity to enter the main hall and claim the treasure first? It doesn't seem like he's specifically waiting for a chance to eliminate a competitor. Those few attacks just now clearly had no killing intent. They were merely probing attacks. Sogun watched the 2 forces facing off tensely before him and thought to himself, the 2 of them fall out as soon as treasure is mentioned. If things continue like this, it won't matter how many elixir condensation stage practitioners there are. A moment later, that old man finally sighed and said, "The treasure hasn't appeared yet, so there's no need for us to be smiling like this. I surmise that this time a great many treasures will be hidden in various structures. If we divide them fairly half and half, both sides will be able to return with their hands full." Wei Baiyu sneered coldly to herself. "What childish tricks! A greedy and despicable bastard like you would never divide things fairly with me. I'll never believe it." After thinking for a moment, she replied, "I don't have time for such nonsense with you. You're holding me up here instead of entering the main hall. What on earth are you trying to do?" the old man immediately explained. "It's because all the structures are enveloped in a very powerful protective barrier. No matter how hard my junior elixir condensation stage practitioners and I tried, we couldn't successfully break it. Although I believe in your skills, Madam Wei, you probably won't be able to do anything but watch either." Wei Baiyu sneered coldly, waving her hand to launch several attacks at the light barrier. Seeing that her attacks couldn't even cause a ripple in the light barrier, she sighed. "It seems you weren't lying to me." The old man smiled. "I have admired you for a long time, Madam Wei. How could I deceive you? I'm sure you know very well what I want, Madam Wei." Wei Baiyu sighed inwardly. "This is really a headache. From the moment I saw these old fools by the lakeside, I had a feeling this wouldn't go smoothly, but to think I'd have to cooperate with him now." After thinking for a moment, she snapped at him. "After we join forces to break this protective barrier, what then?" The old man laughed. "Why think so complicatedly? There's more than 1 or 2 buildings with treasure here, so if we split up and search, it will be beneficial for both of us." Wei Baiyu nodded. "All right, then let's first break the barrier in front of us and talk after." As the 2 forces joined hands, they quickly broke the outer protective barrier. The inside of the palace was extremely luxurious and splendid, and above a lifelike true dragon was carved. That old man marveled as he walked. "There are a lot of sculptures here. Incense burners and chests. Everyone keep your eyes wide open and search thoroughly. Don't miss a single spot. More than 10 of our practitioners used all their strength just to make a small crack in the wall. Seeing how heavily it's defended, there must be a lot of good things inside." Wei Baiyu clenched her jaw and was lost in thought. "We failed twice before. If it weren't for those old fools, I would have already searched this place high and low. How can I take all the treasures for myself?" Her thoughts were exactly the same as the old man's thoughts. He was also contemplating at this moment how to take all the treasures for himself. "She is not an easy opponent, so I can't deal with her easily. Even if I manage to win by force with my old and frail body, I will surely lose the treasure. Ah, forget it. In any case, I am also working for the Bosenbang Guild, so I might not even get a single piece of treasure. So for now, let's wait and see." After weighing the pros and cons, he smiled at Wei Baiyu. "After we search thoroughly, let's gather the items we find in one place and classify them by quality and grade." Wei Baiyu nodded. "I agree to that proposal. If there's nothing else to say, let's begin." A moment later, a pile of rare treasures was stacked outside the grand hall. Sogun couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the sight of this treasure pile. To think they would find so many items, but only half of them are treasures, so if we divide them fairly, we'll each only get 2 or 3 pieces. Thinking this far, he couldn't help but glance at Wei Baiyu behind him. "When the time comes, I wonder if I'll even get one as per the agreement." Suddenly, his gaze fell on one item in the pile of treasures. It was a stone coffer. Is this the stone coffer that Senior Ni Qingsu mentioned? It must be. This is the stone coffer he spoke of. I must never open this. Quickly, as everyone gathered, the old man spoke excitedly. Since all the items have been gathered here, let's begin the appraisal of the treasures. How will we know what kind of treasures they are if we don't appraise them? Wei Baiyu nodded and glanced at Sogun. That's a matter of course. Little one, you go and appraise with them as well. Sogun didn't dare to object and immediately stepped forward. Yes, Senior. His mind was in a constant state of thought. Although I'm not sure what's inside that stone coffer, it's better to be cautious. I must stay as far away as possible. The old man opened the first wooden chest and couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this an Yi Huang block? Hearing that, Sogun couldn't help but be surprised inwardly. An Yi Huang block? I think I've heard of it. They said this item could strengthen magic treasures and grant immense spiritual power. I heard this item is extremely hard and very precious. The old man excitedly lifted the Yi Huang block. This treasure is mine. Since I've checked almost all the decent quality chests, let's move on to the next one. At this time, a practitioner came over carrying the stone coffer. We need to check this stone coffer first. This coffer is locked. It seems we need to inject spiritual energy to open it. Hearing this, Wei Baiyu and the other couldn't hide their excitement. It's locked? There's a high chance a precious treasure is inside, so let's open it quickly. Sogun grew even more tense seeing them excitedly trying to open the stone coffer. If the item inside is locked, it won't be a treasure. It will be a very terrible thing. This stone coffer looks very sinister. None of the chests so far have been locked. The people quickly opened the stone coffer. As soon as they injected spiritual energy into it, a streak of blood-red energy immediately shot out. Wow, the coffer opened. Why do I feel a slight vibration? The light emanating from inside is so strong. It's finally open, but quickly, all their expressions changed. The blood-red energy inside the stone coffer immediately gushed out, and within the blood-red energy was the ghost of a child. As soon as they saw it, they realized it was a nascent soul. To think it was a nascent soul. Could it be the soul of a practitioner with an extremely high cultivation level? Wei Baiyu nodded tensely. It must be. It's in a nascent soul state. The old man shouted loudly to the back. Everyone be careful. Don't let that thing possess you. The blood-red energy emanating from the nascent soul's body grew more and more fierce. A moment later, it laughed extremely ferociously at the people. At the sound of its laughter, the practitioners below immediately clutched their heads and wailed. Sogun's cultivation level was higher than theirs, so he could temporarily endure it. It feels like all my internal organs are shaking. This sound is probably what drove Ni Qingsu mad. The nascent soul's purpose is probably possession. Ni Qingsu probably witnessed his companion being possessed by it. That's why even after he escaped he continued to suspect that he was possessed, and in the end chose to end his pain by taking his own life. Can the profound ice art block the nascent soul? In any case, I have to try. A practitioner in front who was still sane asked the old man, Senior, what should we do now? How can we eliminate this nascent soul? The old man's expression hardened extremely. He thought to himself, how embarrassing. Ordinary magic treasures, magic tools, and magic arts have no effect on this soul. I have no good solution either. Sogun sneered coldly to himself. It seems old man Pyong has no way to deal with the nascent soul either. I have to retrieve this stone coffer first. If it could seal the nascent soul before, it might still have some effect. The nascent soul quickly found a person to possess. The practitioner possessed by it immediately stood there helplessly. A moment later, the nascent soul completely controlled his body. It raised its head to the sky and shouted in contempt, how disgusting, this practitioner is only at the elixir condensation stage. You useless bums are truly good for nothing, but in any case I should be grateful that you unlocked that damn stone coffer. To repay this kindness I will kill you with pleasure. Haha, old man Pyong's face contorted like a monkey that had eaten ginger. The nascent soul's cultivation level is unfathomable. A young radiant stage practitioner is no match for it. Wei Baiyu thought to herself, if it possessed an elixir condensation stage practitioner I could give it a fight, but even if I beat it, it will just keep possessing others. It seems it's better not to fight it for now, but am I supposed to just leave this pile of treasures here and go? While the two were lost in thought, the nascent soul opposite them was also stroking its chin and evaluating them. Of the two young radiant stage practitioners here, one is an old man and the other is a woman. How boring, forget it, killing you would be a bit of a waste, so it's better to absorb all your spiritual energy and potential. After speaking, the body it possessed immediately aged at an extremely fast rate. As soon as the body's life force was completely depleted, it crawled out from inside again. Wei Baiyu was shocked to see it. It completely absorbed the body it possessed like that. Our bodies will also be finished sooner or later. In that case, I have no choice but to give up this pile of treasures and run. Treasures are external things, so it's better to escape first. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no lack of firewood. As if by agreement, the two of them thought the same thing and ran toward the outside together. Mok Chiong also said to Sogun at this time, Junior brother, let's run quickly too. But just as they ran out of the gate, old man Pyong shouted helplessly, What's going on? Why can't we get out? The nascent soul behind him laughed even more excitedly seeing his appearance. It was all as if it had orchestrated this prank. Sogun's expression also hardened. It seems this nascent soul has cast some kind of sealing art. This place has been sealed by it. To get out of here alive there are only two ways. One is to break the seal. The other is to subdue this nascent soul. Wei Baiyu had no other choice and had to take out her magic tool to proactively attack the nascent soul and take the initiative. The Azure Spirit Earthly Fire might be effective against ghosts, but unexpectedly, the Azure Spirit Earthly Fire was swallowed by the nascent soul with its mouth wide open. Useless. This won't harm me at all. Haha. Oh my, absorbing spiritual energy is a good thing, but this amount of spiritual energy isn't even enough to pick my teeth with. If I absorb the spiritual energy of a young radiant stage practitioner, I'll probably be able to have a full meal. Hearing that, old man Pyong's blood ran cold and he couldn't help but shiver. He turned and took out a large broadsword, shouting, "Do you think we'll surrender peacefully?" As soon as he finished speaking, the nascent soul transformed into a streak of afterimage and rushed over. Old man Pyong's broadsword corroded as soon as it collided with it. He looked at it and his jaw dropped. "To destroy my low-grade magic treasure so easily?" The nascent soul laughed loudly. "Don't waste your energy. Leave your spiritual energy for me to use." Old man Pyong was terrified and stunned and could only wail helplessly in despair. "Don't come." Sogun gritted his teeth, his mind racing. So the items in Ni Ching Su's storage pouch were destroyed by the nascent soul. But how did that Ni Ching Su end up escaping? How did his companion trap the nascent soul in the stone coffer? Other than this stone coffer, I don't seem to have anything in my hands that can subdue it. Quickly, old man Pyong was possessed by the nascent soul. Too weak. The items in your storage pouch are just a few low-grade magic treasures, all useless things. I don't even want to look at them. I wonder if the remaining people can entertain this great one." At this time its gaze, slightly surprised, stopped on Sogun, who was inconspicuous in a corner of the grand hall. Just then, Wei Baiyu suddenly knelt down. "This girl is Wei Baiyu of Byuki Manor in Wolrang Fortress. Your Excellency has been in this palace for a long time, so you will need some time to adapt to the outside world. Our Byuki Manor has decided to serve you and we will surely satisfy you. Please, spare this girl's life." The nascent soul stroked its chin, lost in thought. "Byuki Manor, I've never heard of this name. Very good, it seems you're the one with the most say here, right?" Wei Baiyu quickly explained. "The master of Byuki Manor is this girl's husband. He is a young radiant stage practitioner not yet 300 years old, a genius of his generation. If you need, your excellency, you may have my husband's body. When that time comes I will serve you with all my heart for the rest of my life," she thought to herself. "If I can live, I will use any means necessary. If its cultivation level is high, it's fine to serve it for a bit. Perhaps I can turn this disaster into a blessing and raise my cultivation level by another stage." The nascent soul couldn't help but laugh loudly upon hearing this. "Haha, women are truly vicious. Your thoughts are truly beautiful. How could a mere young radiant stage practitioner, the master of a small manor, tempt me? But that name you just mentioned, Byuki Manor, I seem to remember it. Rest assured, when I go outside I will definitely go there and suck all their spiritual energy." Wei Baiyu's face turned pale, and she was shocked. How did it turn out like this? The extent of this evilness is beyond my imagination. The nascent soul paid her attitude no mind and laughed loudly at the remaining people. "Before that, I will first absorb the spiritual energy of you fools." After speaking, it crawled out from old man Pyong's body again a moment later. The remaining people had all been withered, and only Sogun's party of 3 remained alive in the grand hall. Wei Baiyu sighed helplessly. Even Lei Shang was withered by it. The nascent soul flew before them and enveloped them in blood-red energy. "I've decided not to kill you. Do you want to know why?" Wei Baiyu gritted her teeth and calmed herself a moment later. She put on a lovely and adoring expression again, and said to the nascent soul, "Of course it is because you are merciful, your excellency, and have left us a way to live." The nascent soul shouted angrily, "What nonsense! Let me tell you why I won't kill that little one first. It's because he will soon become my body. Seeing as you're not even 100 years old, yet you have the cultivation level of the elixir condensation stage, it proves that your innate talent is very good, and you still have a lot of life left. After I obtain your body, I will cultivate to the immortal realm in one go. This is your glory." Sogun frowned and thought to himself, "How ridiculous, but I can use this opportunity. If it rushes at me, I will immediately open the stone coffer." The nascent soul then looked at Mok Chiong and the other. "As for why I won't kill you too, it's because you are women that I'm sparing you. After I possess that little one, you will become my sex slaves and help me with dual cultivation. After I've dual cultivated with you, you will be worthless, but I still won't kill you. This is because I'm soft-hearted and am giving you a way to live, so you should be eternally grateful for this grace." After a long spiel of nonsense, it flew towards Sogun. Sogun couldn't help but feel tense inside, seeing the nascent soul rushing fiercely towards him. "This thing has gotten so big, can I seal it in that stone coffer? But I have no choice now, I can only give it a try." The nascent soul thought it could easily enter Sogun's body, but when it was an inch away from Sogun, he dodged to the side at an extremely fast speed. The nascent soul was slightly angry and sneered coldly. "Do you think you can dodge me?" As soon as it finished speaking, its figure immediately appeared in front of Sogun. Sogun also reacted extremely quickly and immediately took out the stone coffer. Then he seized the opportunity to open it. The nascent soul was shocked to see it and immediately turned its head to flee. "Damn it, when did you get your hands on that damn coffer?" Sogun, seeing it shrink in an instant, quickly threw the stone coffer at it. The fleeing nascent soul was shocked to see it. No matter how hard it struggled, an invisible suction force from inside the coffer aimed at it and pulled it in. Soun, who was far away, used this chance to execute the seal of submission and attack. The spiritual energy from his body transformed into countless golden chains flew out and tightly grasped the stone coffer, preventing it from shaking despite the nascent soul's struggles. Then he used his strength to try and close the coffer. The sucked-in nascent soul screamed madly, "Little brat, you dare to think of sealing me again? I've been trapped in there for over 1,000 years. I will never let you have your way." Sweat poured down Sogun's face like rain, and his body trembled, showing signs of being unable to hold on. The stone coffer is almost closed and the spiritual energy consumption has doubled. At this rate, I won't be able to hold on. No matter what. I have to close this coffer. Not good. My spiritual energy is almost depleted. The nascent soul, seeing that he couldn't hold on, laughed excitedly. Haha, with just this much skill you want to seal me. Just then, another stream of spiritual energy was added to the chains. The stone coffer slowly began to close again. The nascent soul, which had just been excited, was once again pulled in by that suction force. The one who had acted was Mok Chiong. She approached Sogun's side and asked, "I just need to close that coffer, right?" Soun was a little surprised to see her approach. Mok Chiong madly urged her spiritual energy. "In terms of spiritual energy, I have much more than you. I'll handle the job of pouring in spiritual energy." With Mok Chiong's help, the nascent soul quickly became unable to resist. It had no other choice and had to plead with Wei Bai Yu. "You, that woman, come and help me quickly. As long as you stop those two after I succeed, I will pass on my qigong and magic arts to you. I can help you reach the heavenly palace stage, and I can even teach you the way to become immortal." Soun gritted his teeth and struggled to persuade her. "Senior, don't believe that thing. Damn it, I can't even speak properly while pouring in spiritual energy." The nascent soul continued to manipulate their minds. "Whoever of you helps me, I will definitely," Wei Bai Yu shouted angrily. "Who do you think I am, you lunatic? Just a moment ago, you said you would kill everyone in our innocent Byuki manner. And now you want me to help you, you damn thing. Die." The nascent soul was not afraid to see her act. "No, don't. I can swear to the heavens, I will do my best to help you reach the heavenly palace stage. If I break my promise, I will be reborn as a sow in my next life. Anyone, please come and help me. Help me, you damn bums." No matter how it wailed, it was eventually sealed inside the stone coffer. Soun didn't relax in the slightest, immediately ran over and pressed down on the coffer's lid. "The seal isn't stable yet. I have to press it down with force." Only then did the people let out a sigh of relief. "It's finally over." Wei Bai Yu's expression was still extremely tense. "I thought I had seen through this world, but I never expected to encounter such danger today. I've truly never experienced anything like this." A moment later, as if she remembered something, she turned her head and glanced behind her. The direction she looked was where Lei Shang's body lay. After a moment of thought, she immediately decided to wrap his body in silk and take it with her. "After we return, I will hold a funeral for you." Soun at this time took out and swallowed an elixir pill, beginning to recover his spiritual power. Wei Bai Yu glanced at him and thought to herself, "Fortunately, this fellow sealed that nascent soul. Otherwise I would have been a dead woman today." Even so, that fellow clearly knew how to seal the nascent soul, yet he only took out the stone coffer when he himself was in danger. This fellow is truly too cunning. If he had taken out the stone coffer earlier, perhaps Lei Shang wouldn't have died. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Her entire body filled with killing intent, she approached Sogun's back and questioned him. "If you hadn't hesitated just now, Lei Shang definitely wouldn't have died. How will you compensate for this?" Soun turned his head to look at her, his face filled with doubt. Wei Bai Yu's mind raced. "In fact, aside from Lei Shang's death, let's just let the other matters slide. Old man Pyong, who was a thorn in my side, is dead. I can also monopolize all the treasure here. This remaining fellow must be handled very carefully." Soun stood up and asked with a puzzled look, "What do you mean, senior?" Although he spoke normally on the outside, inwardly he was already cursing uncontrollably. "This woman is truly thick-skinned and shameless. I clearly saved her," Wei Bai Yu quickly explained. "You have committed an unforgivable sin, so don't even dream of asking for a share of the treasure. You don't even have the right to take a single spirit stone, do you understand?" She sneered coldly to herself. "I had no intention of giving you anything from the start anyway." Soun sighed sadly. "I understand, however, senior." Before his words could even leave his mouth, Wei Bai Yu cut him off. "What excuse are you trying to make a sinner like you?" Soun pointed at Chiong. "I have committed a sin, so I have no right to the treasure, but my senior sister has committed no crime, according to the contract. Doesn't she have the right to choose one piece of treasure?" Wei Bai Yu's expression hardened as she stared intently at Chiong. Chiong's expression darkened just as much, and she stared back at her coldly. After a moment, Wei Bai Yu finally let out an extremely cunning laugh. "By the looks of it, I can't let them live. If I let them go like this and the secret of the treasure that appears once every 300 years leaks out, and if they spread slander that I don't keep my promises, it will have a very big impact on my reputation." She quickly took out a magic treasure and looked at them coldly. "Dead people don't need treasure." Soun sighed inwardly. "I thought everything had quieted down, but to think a new threat would appear." After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth and advised, "Senior, please calm down. Do not let momentary greed blind you into making the wrong decision." Wei Bai Yu sneered coldly and made her move. "I don't need to be taught by a little brat like you." Soun immediately summoned his shield to block, and Chiong beside him worriedly shouted loudly, Junior brother, be careful. She then waved both her hands, executing 2 revolving orbs, and threw them straight toward Wei Baiyu. Wei Baiyu raised her hand to summon a spiritual energy defense light barrier to block, sneering coldly. Truly insignificant skills, you don't listen to reason and want to be taught a lesson. In that case I will grant your wish. Chaiyong paid her no mind and asked Sogun, Junior brother, are you alright? Sogun caught his breath, freed from the pressure. I'm fine. Fortunately, senior sister attacked and stopped her from continuing her assault. Wei Baiyu looked at the 2 people opposite her and analyzed inwardly. Although that fellow used a shield to block the attack, his spiritual energy seems to be almost depleted, so I'll deal with him slowly later. I must deal with this woman first. A moment later, Chaiyong was struck by her and was in extreme difficulty. Wei Baiyu laughed in excitement. How dare you block the flame attack of the Azure Spirit Earthly Fire head-on? Unfortunately, that good junior brother of yours can't withstand my attack and can only watch from the side, Sogun thought to himself. She is protected by a spiritual energy light barrier, so my poison is useless, and I can't expect my senior sister to go berserk like she did in Miga Forest. There's only one way left. You forced me to do this. Thinking this far, he put his hand into his storage pouch, preparing to take something out. Wei Baiyu, who was opposite him, had no idea what was about to happen. She was still excitedly and madly attacking Chaiyong at this time. You must be tired too, right? It's time to end this. Just then, she sensed something and turned her head to glance behind her. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Sogun rushing toward her at an extremely fast speed. What, you little brat, weren't you on the verge of collapsing? Why have you suddenly become so spirited? Wait, what are you trying to do? Sogun paid her no mind and quickly took out the stone coffer. The nascent soul trapped inside the stone coffer was at this time clutching its head and wailing in frustration. I finally got a chance to escape, but to think I'd be taken down by those insignificant fellows and sealed again. How infuriating. Just then, a golden light from outside suddenly shone on its face. As soon as the nascent soul turned its head, it immediately saw Wei Baiyu. Upon seeing her, it immediately flew into a rage and roared, You stinking woman, you are an ungrateful wretch. How dare you refuse my kindness and try to seal me? I will never forgive you this time. After releasing the nascent soul to deal with Wei Baiyu, Sogun did not relax in the slightest. Instead, his face became even more tense. Wei Baiyu was quickly absorbed by the nascent soul and withered away, and then it sneered coldly at the 2 of them. How dare you release me? It seems you 2 think of that stone coffer as a lifeline, don't you? Truly foolish fellows. I will never be sealed by you this time. After spouting nonsense for a long while, seeing that Sogun and the other were still standing there calmly, a seed of doubt began to sprout in the nascent soul's mind. But these 2 fellows have no reaction to my laughter. Those fellows aren't afraid of my threats either. What should I do now? Sogun calmly said to it. Senior, killing us will bring you no benefit. Please do not lose your precious freedom once again over a small immediate gain. If you could open your heart a little, wouldn't it be beneficial for both sides? As he spoke, he knowingly or unknowingly raised the stone coffer in his hand. The nascent soul sneered coldly after hearing this. Dream on, you're not wrong. Whether I kill you, ants or not, it's all the same to me. However, I really don't like that stone coffer. If you hand over the stone coffer to me, I will let you go. Sogun's expression hardened, and he thought to himself, It seems this negotiation has failed. He once again urged his spiritual power, preparing to open the stone coffer. In that case, there's no other way. We will have to rely on this stone coffer to deal with you. The nascent soul laughed loudly, turned its body, and flew toward the pile of treasures behind it. Haha, do you think you can defeat me with just that stone coffer? I will teach you a lesson. After I absorb all the spiritual energy of these treasures, my spiritual power will increase a little. A moment later, the pile of treasures had all been absorbed by it and turned into scrap. Unfortunately, these treasures would have been of great benefit to me as well. It's a bit of a shame that they've been absorbed and ruined, but if I can just get my hands on that damn stone coffer, these are nothing. After absorbing all the spiritual energy from the pile of treasures, the aura erupting from the nascent soul's body became noticeably stronger. Sogun watched it circle before him and sighed inwardly. Its speed has increased a lot. I don't know if I can succeed this time. I don't know if I'll succeed or not, but I can never give up. If I give up, all that's left is death. I can never give up. Sogun seized the opportunity as it rushed toward him, and once again urged his spiritual power to open the stone coffer, but the nascent soul was already prepared this time. As soon as he opened the stone coffer, it threw a stone. HMPH, do you think I'll fall for that again? Sogun was hit in the right hand by the stone and immediately dropped the stone coffer. The nascent soul took this opportunity to increase its speed and charge in. I'm finally going to get your body, little brat, rest assured. I will definitely make very good use of your body, Mok Chaiyong, who was far away, cried out in shock. Junior brother, no. Sogun was helpless and had no other choice but to close his eyes and wait for death. But just then, the bracelet Ni Qingsu had given him suddenly erupted with an intense blue light. The charging nascent soul was immediately blocked by it. Sogun looked at the bracelet, unable to hide his shock. Ni Qingsu's bracelet saved me. The nascent soul retreated, wailing in fear. A protective bracelet. How could a little brat like you have this bracelet? What is your relationship with those fellows who came here hundreds of years ago? Sogun paid it no mind and looked at the bracelet, analyzing. 2 more of the 8 crystals remaining on the bracelet have dimmed. The 4 crystals that had already dimmed before were probably used up when Ni Qingsu blocked the nascent soul. For this bracelet to be able to block the nascent soul, it seems this is no ordinary bracelet. Mok Chiong behind him shouted loudly. Junior brother, escape quickly while you have the chance. After speaking, she threw a revolving orb. The entire grand hall was immediately engulfed in black smoke. Sogun and the other took this opportunity to quickly run toward the outside, but they stopped after taking only a few steps. Damn it, the door won't open. It seems I have to deal with the nascent soul first. Sogun looked at the jade bracelet in his hand again. Can I defeat the nascent soul with the remaining 6 crystals? If I can control the crystals on the bracelet at will, I might be able to seal it successfully. When the bracelet just activated its spiritual energy, the consumption was like a flood. Could it be that I need to use a large amount of spiritual power to activate the bracelet? Let's eat all the remaining pills to replenish my spiritual power and try again. Damn it, only 2 crystals are reacting. My spiritual power is still not enough. Just then, Mok Chiong approached and grasped his hand tightly. Before Sogun's astonished eyes, she quickly transferred spiritual power to him. I told you I have more spiritual power than you. Have you forgotten? With the help of Mok Chiong's spiritual power, all the remaining crystals on the bracelet reacted, and the blue light once again erupted from within, quickly covering the entire palace. The nascent soul, which was far away, clutched its head and wailed in fear. There's nowhere to run. No, my power, my freedom. Sogun took this opportunity to urge his remaining spiritual power to grasp the stone coffer tightly, and then rush toward the nascent soul at an extremely fast speed. This is the last chance the bracelet has given me. Although it's very dangerous with my senior sister here, I should be able to succeed. The nascent soul in front of him, seeing him rush over, flew into a rage and roared loudly. You damn brat! Sogun paid it no mind and immediately jumped up. The final chance has come. As he jumped in front of it, he immediately opened the stone coffer. But just then, the nascent soul suddenly took a deep breath. Do you think I'll be caught obediently? Before Sogun could seal it, it spat out a giant ghost face and attacked him. Mok Chiong, who was below, saw it and was aghast. Junior brother, be careful. Sogun's body froze on the spot, trembling. His mind was filled with extreme confusion. My body won't listen. I clearly have enough spiritual power. Why is this happening? Could it be because of this skull? Even as the skull closed in right before his nose, Sogun didn't dodge and stood there blankly. Mok Chiong had no other choice but to fly up and summon a defensive light barrier to block this strike for him. But unexpectedly, as soon as the spiritual energy light barrier collided with the skull, it immediately scattered, and then it calmly passed through Mok Chiong's body and continued to rush toward Sogun. Sogun's body still wouldn't listen and he stood there blankly. For the first time he felt that death was this close to him. Mok Chiong, seeing the skull continue to rush toward Sogun, was aghast. She had no way to block it for the moment and could only shout madly. Junior brother, dodge quickly. Her mind raced. Junior brother taught me so many useful spells. When we were being chased to the death, he didn't abandon me. When I was injured, he took care of me with all his heart. He is the benefactor who saved my life. The foolish junior brother didn't abandon me until the very end, so I can never abandon him either. I feel a certain power surging in my body. This power is the same as before. I understand. I know how I should help my junior brother. I know how to subdue the nascent soul. Mok Chiong fell into a frenzied state again, and spiritual energy erupted fiercely from her body. The nascent soul's skull was temporarily blocked by her. The nascent soul opposite them also caught its breath a little at this time. That damn blue light has finally weakened, but when it looked at where Sogun and the other were, it was shocked. I'll have to block my skull. You woman were a celestial being, you damn spirit beast mongrel. I will absorb your inner core and drink all your blood. That damn bracelet almost depleted my spiritual energy, but as long as my skull can swallow those 2 fellows, I am still the winner. Skull, charge and swallow those fellows whole. Sogun, behind Mok Chiong, gradually regained his composure at this time. That pressure is gradually disappearing. The light on this skull is too terrifying, and it can even control spiritual power. Mok Chiong in front had also almost used up all her spiritual power at this time. Her heart was filled with extreme worry. Junior brother still can't move. I must hold on, but I don't know how much longer I have to hold on. No, I have to think of another way. Just then, Sogun flew up and jumped. Thank you, senior sister. Before Mok Chiong's astonished eyes, Sogun immediately rushed straight toward the nascent soul. Fortunately, senior sister acted in time, buying me a little time to recover my spiritual power. The nascent soul has already been weakened, so now is the perfect opportunity to seal it. The nascent soul, seeing Sogun rush over, couldn't help but be afraid. What, weren't you just being controlled? It didn't dare to face Sogun head-on and immediately turned its body to flee. Sogun gritted his teeth, grasped the stone coffer tightly and gave chase. Its speed has indeed slowed down. I should be able to catch up. The fleeing nascent soul suddenly turned its body and came back. Damn brat, don't be too happy. I will swallow you alive before you can open the stone coffer. Sogun's face was filled with determination. In terms of speed, I won't lose to you. As soon as the nascent soul rushed over, the stone coffer immediately opened and it was sucked in by the suction force inside. It had no way to resist and could only wail and beg madly. Wait, no, I was wrong, don't seal me. This won't do. A moment later, the nascent soul was finally sealed again. Only after carefully tying the stone coffer tightly with a rope did Sogun finally let out a sigh. Fortunately, senior sister acted, so I was able to successfully seal the nascent soul. I've locked it up with a high-grade magic tool, so nothing more should happen probably. Right? Is senior sister all right? Mok Chiong shook her head and smiled. I'm very tired, but unlike last time, at least I wasn't injured this time. I'll be fine after resting for a few days. How about you? Soun exhaled. I'm fine too, I'm just a little emotional. The events of the past few days have been like a nightmare. Sure if she was dreaming, Chaiyong stared at him with wide eyes, then reached out, pinched his cheek and pulled it a few times. Does it hurt? Soun clutched his face and smiled. It hurts, senior sister, it hurts so much I'm about to cry. I don't think this is a dream. Chaiyong smiled in satisfaction. What a relief, I was finally able to help you, at least a little this time. It would have been a bit of a shame if it had been a dream. Our urgent task now is to take some time to recover our spiritual power, so I'll share some of my spiritual power replenishing pills with you. Soun blushed for a moment at her lovely and endearing appearance. A moment later, the two had fully recovered. They approached the pile of spoils before them and marveled. It only took half a day to recover our spiritual power, but I never thought dividing the treasures would take more than half a day. Didn't it take a long time to divide the spirit herbs, spirit stones, and talismans in the pouches? I guess it did. Fortunately, there aren't many treasures left. There's the Yi Huang block and the Azure Spirit Earthly Fire Staff, 2 magic treasures and 1 spirit guiding compass in addition to the wind wheel carriage and 4 crimson maned celestial steeds in 4 storage pouches. I don't know how to use these 2 magic treasures, so I'll have to take a closer look. One is the Jade Clarity Ring, which has the effect of increasing the speed of spiritual energy recovery. The other is the Indigo Firm Jade Belt, which has the function of forming an external defensive barrier to protect the user. Soun couldn't hide his excitement inwardly. This Jade Clarity Ring is similar to the rings I saw at the secret trade fair before. I quite liked it back then. Chaiyong behind him was dejected and troubled. It seemed none of the items were ordinary. This is such a headache. If treasures are divided unfairly, it can easily lead to conflict, so I must be careful. Junior brother already has a powerful armor, so this Indigo Firm Jade Belt won't be of much use to him. Besides, he has always given the good items to me. After thinking for a moment, she pointed her finger and spoke. I'll take the Indigo Firm Jade Belt. What do you think, junior brother? You pick a treasure you like too. Soun smiled calmly. All right, as long as you're happy with it, senior sister. Soun then sat down and picked up the wooden box containing the Yi Huang block. Chaiyong asked, puzzled, do you want that? Soun nodded. Yes, this treasure is the most useful to me. He held the Yi Huang block and sighed inwardly. Thank the heavens, the Yi Huang block is safe. If I use this to enhance my origin sword and origin silver armor into magic treasures, it will be a huge benefit to me. Chaiyong continued. I chose first, so now it's your turn. Soun smiled to himself. Is senior sister being considerate of me? He did not refuse her good intentions and nodded. All right, since the remaining magic treasures are also easy to divide, how about I take the Jade Clarity Ring, and you take the Azure Spirit Earthly Fire Staff, senior sister. My weapon is a sword, so the staff is of little use to me, but for you who lacks an offensive magic treasure, it will probably be a great help. You have abundant spiritual power, senior sister, so you don't need the Jade Clarity Ring, whereas my spiritual power is rather low, so I need it more. Chaiyong nodded. I have no objection. However, after dividing all the treasures, the two left Guiyal and returned to Wurang Fortress. Soun looked at the pile of magic treasures on the table, lost in thought. Senior sister, let me have the spirit guiding compass, the crimson maned celestial steeds, and the wind wheel carriage. Just as she said, Wei Baiyu's belongings are too famous in this Wurang Fortress, so I can't use them openly in front of others, but they are all truly fine items. I would have felt uneasy if I hadn't given her those talismans, but senior sister didn't accept them either. The scene of them dividing the talismans flashed through his mind. After receiving the talismans, Chaiyong had split them in half and returned them to him. Soun was shocked, his eyes wide. Senior sister, what are you doing? Chaiyong smiled. They're for you, take them. Even after receiving the talismans, Sogun's face was still filled with doubt. Aren't these high-grade talismans? Why are you giving them to me? Chaiyong explained. Just keep them for now, you'll have a use for them sooner or later. Only then did Soun glance at the stone coffer sealing the nascent soul. I bought all the sealing talismans available in the market and stuck them on the stone coffer, so it should be fine. I've also refined all the spirit herbs into elixir pills. The only thing left is the Yi Huang block, but using this item will be quite difficult and will require no small amount of time. Before refining this, there are a few things I need to handle first. The reason I was able to successfully subdue the nascent soul and save my life was all thanks to meeting Ni Ching Su. If not for the protection of the jade bracelet he gave me, I would have died long ago. After his cremation, I must deliver his remains to his family. The only other intact item besides the bracelet was a letter, which is probably his last will. After meeting someone from the Ni family in Annam, I'll give them the jade pendant and the letter from his storage pouch. Then if I have time, I'll enhance my origin sword and origin silver armor. As soon as he returned to the tea house, the waiter ran over excitedly to greet him. Senior, you're finally back. Soun nodded and asked as he entered. Did anything interesting happen while I was away? The waiter explained. Lately, the most talked about topic is the matter concerning Madame Wei and Old Man Pyong. Many people are saying it's been a long time since something so strange has happened, with 2 young radiant stage practitioners going out for so long and not returning. A while ago, Byuki Manor even sent people to ask for news of Madame Wei. Soun sighed inwardly. Unless senior sister and I speak up, no one will know what happened to Madame Wei, but if someone saw Madame Wei and the wind wheel carriage entering the lake, and if that witness informed Byuki Manor, then we would have no choice but to leave Woolrying Fortress. After thinking for a moment, he continued to ask the waiter, I see. Other than that, do you know where the Ni family of Annam is? They are a prestigious family with a long history from which no small number of outstanding practitioners have emerged. The waiter lowered his head, dejected. I'm terribly sorry. I really don't know about that. Perhaps the elders would know, should I ask for you? Sogun shook his head and smiled. No, that's all right. I was just asking. Sighed to himself. How surprising. Even this clever boy who works at the tea house and seems to know everything has never heard of them. A moment later, the waiter returned to where Sogun was. I went around and asked, but no one knows of the Ni family of Annam. Sogun smiled. It seems the Ni family of Annam wasn't as famous a family as I thought. Thank you for your trouble. Unable to get any news of the Ni family, Sogun was at a loss for a moment. What should I do next? Seeing his sorrowful expression, the waiter felt very sorry in his heart. The honored guest has given me spirit stones every time, but this time I wasn't able to help him at all. How shameful. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he exclaimed, Ah, then quickly turned and ran. Please wait a moment. Sogun watched his departing back in surprise. Did he think of something? A moment later, the waiter returned with an old man. Elder, this is the guest. As soon as the man entered, he exclaimed, Oh, are you the guest who wishes to inquire about the Ni family of Annam? Sogun nodded. Yes, that's me. The old man came over and sat across from him. Young master, you are too modest. It's been a very long time since I've heard the name of the Ni family of Annam. I came to see since I heard someone was asking. Sogun smiled. If you would tell me about the Ni family of Annam in detail, Elder, this junior will listen attentively. The old man did not hide anything and quickly explained. The Ni family of Annam was the most prestigious family in Annam. The practitioners of the Ni family all wore robes with a Jiebian pattern embroidered on the shoulder, and they drew the attention of others whenever they appeared. I was one of those people. Sogun was shocked. Jiebian? Isn't that a spirit beast that exorcises demons and repels evil? The old man nodded. That's right. It is quite common for a family to use a spirit beast as their emblem. This is also a very ordinary matter, Sogun realized. Then that jade bracelet must be... After thinking for a moment, he asked again, if the Ni family of Annam was so powerful back then, why does no one know about them now? The old man sighed. This matter goes back about 300 years. As more and more practitioners from the Ni family went into Guiel and did not return, the Ni family gradually fell into decline. After losing too many outstanding practitioners, the Ni family was gradually ostracized by the other families in Annam. That is all I know. I am not sure about what happened afterwards. I heard there were several great wars later, and in the end the Ni family suffered a crushing defeat and fled Annam. Sogun asked again. Do you know where they went? The old man stroked his beard and replied, They probably went to Linsong back then. After that I don't know either. I've never been outside of Annam, so I don't know the news of other places. I only know that the Ni family disappeared from Annam. Sogun stroked his chin, lost in thought. So that's how it was. Thank you very much. He made a decision in his heart. I suppose I'll have to pay a visit to Linsong. Seeing the old man still sitting there not leaving, Sogun was a little puzzled. Is there anything else you'd like to say? The old man sighed. Back then many practitioners admired the Ni family of Annam because of their righteous actions. In those days many families claimed to be righteous, but very few actually performed righteous deeds. I do not know what relationship you have with the Ni family, young master, but I only hope you will not look down on them, even if they have fallen. Sogun stood up, cupped his hands, and bowed his head sincerely. This junior will take it to heart. The scene changes to Rongmen town in Linsong. At this time a large crowd was gathered in the town square. On a stage an old man was presiding over a martial arts tournament to select a son-in-law. To all the esteemed heroes, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Today is the day of our Ni family's martial arts tournament to select a son-in-law. I, Ni Daoming, will announce the rules of the tournament to everyone. Anyone who emerges victorious may take my niece as their wife. Hearing this, the crowd below began to murmur amongst themselves. This is the marital tournament for Ni Wenfei, the famous beauty of Rongmen. I wonder who will win in the end. I hear the Yuan family is participating as well. Sogun was also here, mingled in the crowd below. He looked at the two people on the stage and thought to himself, that old man is probably at the early celestial stage of cultivation. Besides, his niece is a renowned beauty, so it's no wonder there are so many people here. The old man on the stage spoke again. There is one thing I must make clear. Today's marital tournament is different from usual. My niece's cultivation is low and she may not be able to defeat the heroes gathered here. If that were the case, we would be unable to determine a final winner. Therefore, today's contest will be between the challengers. The last one standing will be the winner. Sogun was somewhat intrigued. The stage is quite well decorated. It seems this Rongmen town is quite fond of martial contests, but selecting a groom through a tournament is rather rare. I've seen numerous life and death battles, but this is the first time I've seen one for a marriage proposal. As soon as Ni Daoming finished stating the rules, a young man from the crowd immediately volunteered and jumped onto the stage. I'll go first, he thought to himself. I must scout out the opponent's skills for our young master. In a tiny town like this, there can't be many strong people. The people below saw him go up and began to shout, It's someone from the Yuan family. The rumors weren't false. A challenger has taken the stage. Soun sensed the aura emanating from his body and smiled. Celestial stage cultivation. Judging by his confident demeanor, his cultivation level must rank quite high in this wrongman. Quickly, the young man defeated his first opponent. After finishing him in a single blow, he taunted the crowd with extreme confidence. Next, Ni Daoming stepped to the side and announced loudly, "Are there any other challengers?" Soun in the crowd looked on with great interest. To think someone with a lower cultivation level than me could have such strong fighting ability. I'd like to test him a bit. Thinking this, he glanced again at the young woman of the Ni family. But although the Ni family of Annam has declined somewhat now, I never thought they would fall to this extent. To have to resort to a marital tournament to find a husband. These events are usually for highly skilled female warriors to find a desirable husband, but this Ni Wenfei's cultivation level is very low, so she can't make her own choices. This marriage is no different from selling one's daughter. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the stage again. "Ha, thanks to everyone's support, I have been victorious today. I thank all the passing heroes for their instruction." Ni Daoming looked at the young man, unable to hide his excitement. "Isn't this Yuan Lizing, the third young master of the Yuan family? He has a late celestial stage cultivation level, and is the young master of a renowned family in Rongmen Town. This marital selection has truly been worthwhile." Ni Wenfei on the stage was also astonished. "Although I don't want to marry a stranger, if my opponent is young Master Yuan who has a powerful family and no bad habits, that seems quite good. I suppose I wouldn't feel wronged." After a moment, seeing that no one else was coming onto the stage, Yuan Lizing spoke again. "It seems there are no more challengers." Hearing his words, Ni Daoming, who was behind him, was jolted to his senses. "Oh, why am I just standing here in a daze?" He quickly stepped forward and announced loudly, "Through today's marital tournament, I have had the honor of meeting heroes with outstanding martial arts and high cultivation levels. I am truly honored beyond measure, and my horizons have been greatly broadened. If there are no other challengers, I will announce the final winner." Just then, another old man leaped down from above and blocked him. "What's the rush? I haven't even participated yet." Seeing this old man's sudden appearance, everyone on stage frowned, and the audience below was shocked and cried out, "Matieji, what? Isn't that the elixir condensation stage practitioner, Matieji?" "That's him, no doubt, Matieji. I hear that fiend only takes concubines and never marries, and he already has dozens of young concubines at home." Ni Daoming's face grew extremely dark. For an old man over 300 years old to shamelessly participate in a marital tournament for a teenage girl, is this something a normal person would do? How thick-skinned and shameless. Moreover, I've heard that after he takes a concubine, he heartlessly casts her aside without a second thought once he grows tired of her. Yuan Lizing asked Matieji with a puzzled look. "As I understand it, Senior, you have never officially married, yet you've come to this marital tournament. Are you serious, Senior? If you win today, you must take her as your official wife." Matieji sneered coldly, not giving him a pleasant look at all. "Whether I take a wife or a concubine is my business, not yours to meddle in. I am here precisely to take the young fresh girl of the Ni family as my concubine. Wouldn't that be a good thing for the Ni family? How dare a punk like you tell me what to do?" Yuan Lizing was furious inside and sneered coldly. "There he goes again, speaking so arrogantly. He truly has no shame." Though he thought this inwardly, he still forced a smile on the outside and waved his hands. "You misunderstand, Senior. I was merely surprised that a senior like you would participate in such a match." Matieji snapped. "Cut the nonsense. If you want to fight, then hurry up and attack. If you want to surrender, then get lost." Yuan Lizing's eyes narrowed. "Damn it, ever since I met her by chance on the street that day, I haven't been able to get her out of my mind. I can't let Miss Ni become that shameless bastard's concubine. But if I fight him, my chances of winning are extremely low. It's no exaggeration to say I have no chance at all, but this is a martial tournament, so Matieji won't kill me. I have to try, no matter what. I'll use every talisman I have and give it a shot." Having made up his mind, he cupped his hands toward Matieji and said, "Senior, I ask for your instruction." Matieji immediately condensed a spell. "Since you've asked, I'll grant your wish. I just hope you don't lose too quickly and can entertain me a little. I was bored to death watching from the outside earlier." Yuan Lizing didn't say much and immediately threw several talismans. The talismans flew quickly toward Matieji, but just as they were about to reach his body, they were blocked by a mound of earth he had conjured. The remaining talismans met the same fate, completely unable to penetrate his defense. A cold sweat broke out on Yuan Lizing's face. "Those were the most powerful talismans I had, yet they couldn't even leave a scratch on him." Matieji waved his hand, cast a spell, and counterattacked. "Is that all you've got? How boring." Yuan Lizing had no time to dodge and was immediately struck by the attack, sent flying backward. Matieji walked up to him and laughed. "The winner has been decided. Does anyone else want to challenge me? If not, I must go and claim my little concubine." Ni Wenfei sat sadly to the side, looking as if she had already resigned herself to her fate. Matieji approached, grabbed her chin, and looked at her. "You truly are a pretty lady. If you become my 40th little concubine, you will live a very happy life. Ha ha." Just then, the murmuring of the crowd below was heard once again from behind him. "Wait, is that person going to challenge him? No way. Matieji is an elixir condensation stage practitioner. I've never seen this person before. Who is he?" The one who had stepped onto the stage was Soun. Just as Matieji turned around, Soun opened his mouth. "This junior impertinently wishes to challenge you, Senior." Matieji sighed in contempt. Where did this little brat whose snot hasn't even dried yet come from? But he was quickly shocked, his eyes wide. Not good, this kid is so young, yet he has the same early elixir condensation stage cultivation level as me. I can't afford to be arrogant with a kid like this, but I can't just let him off either. After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth. Who are you? State your name. Sogun's face was full of doubt. I don't think who I am is important. I am just a passerby who came to watch. Is there a rule that only people from Rongmen Town can participate in the match? Ni Daoming immediately spoke up. There is no such rule. Young hero, you are more than qualified to participate in the match, he prayed inwardly. Although I don't know this kid's identity, he must be much better than that old and ugly Matieji. Please let this young man win. Hearing that, Sogun nodded. Since you said so, senior, I ask for your instruction. I hope I will be fortunate enough to win. Matieji's expression darkened, and he was extremely displeased in his heart. I never dreamed I'd run into an elixir condensation stage practitioner at this marital tournament. He had no other choice but to agree to the match. Fine, let's begin. The two then quickly took out their respective magic tools. Below the stage, everyone was watching with extreme focus. Look, this is a duel between two elixir condensation stage practitioners. This is really exciting. I don't know who will win. I hope that young practitioner can knock Matieji down a peg. Sogun glanced down and fell into thought. There are too many spectators. I can't use the evil shattering sword art, I'll have to use that technique first this time as well. Thinking this far, he condensed two revolving orbs in his hands. Matieji gripped his magic treasure, charged forward and laughed loudly. Daring to challenge me without a magic treasure? Kid, you're truly arrogant. I'll finish you off quickly and head back to the east. He quickly swung his iron mace, then waved his hand and threw it into the air. Sogun saw it, his mind filled with doubt. What kind of attack is this? He quickly understood his opponent's intention. The iron mace flew into the air, then continuously struck down toward him. Sogun did not shrink back, immediately raising his shield to block. He also summoned a spiritual energy defense light barrier. The spectators below saw it, and everyone's jaws dropped in shock. The attack power is so strong, it's truly a meteor hammer. Is this the power of an elixir condensation stage practitioner? It's really too strong. Sogun, on the contrary, was full of doubt. Strange, why doesn't his attack feel that strong? Although the skill difference between the elixir condensation stage and the Yang Radiant stage is very large, compared to Wei Baiyu's Azure Flame attack, this is really far from enough. It seems an ordinary early elixir condensation stage practitioner can no longer threaten me. Matieji thought he still had the upper hand, constantly laughing loudly and taunting him. How long are you going to keep defending? Don't tell me you only know how to block and not how to counterattack. Sogun's lips curled up. I was originally going to use the clone art to disrupt his vision, but now it seems I don't need to. He then waved his hand and threw a revolving orb to counterattack. Matieji saw it and immediately cast a spiritual energy defense light barrier to block, but Sogun's attack was far stronger than he had imagined. As soon as the revolving orb hit his defensive barrier, countless cracks immediately appeared on it, showing signs of shattering. He was extremely shocked inwardly. What? How can this be? That guy didn't even use a magic treasure. Is that guy really at the early elixir condensation stage? It was clearly just an ordinary light orb attack, and yet my spiritual energy barrier can't withstand it. Sogun was quite satisfied after throwing that one attack. An attack using the principle of wood generating fire is quite powerful. He quickly continued to throw several more revolving orbs to attack his opponent. Matieji had no other choice and could only grit his teeth and endure. Just how many of those light orbs is that guy going to shoot? I have no way to counterattack, and my spiritual energy seems to be draining very quickly. To think this damn kid is so young yet has so much spiritual energy. I'm on a different level from that guy. Damn it, how dare he ruin my good time. I can't lose so miserably with so many people watching. After thinking for a moment, he withdrew his spiritual energy, waved his hand and smiled. Let's stop here, what do you say? I don't want to use my full strength and injure you in front of everyone. Sogun withdrew his spell, cupped his hands and smiled. This junior knows that senior was holding back. Matieji didn't dare to delay and quickly turned to flee. Let's have another match when we have the chance someday. Though he said that on the outside, he sneered coldly to himself. Look at that triumphant face of his. I really never want to see him again. After Matieji left, Ni Daoming asked the crowd below. This was truly a once-in-a-century duel. It has really broadened my horizons. Is there anyone else below who would like to challenge? The people below murmured and discussed endlessly. To make even that arrogant Matieji run away in fear, what a miserable wretch. That's right, what kind of sacred figure is that young practitioner? Indeed, does anyone know his identity? After waiting for a moment and seeing no one come up, Ni Daoming announced loudly, "It seems there are no more challengers. Then I will officially conclude the marital tournament now." At this time, the people below once again discussed animatedly. The match was really too brilliant. I didn't even dare to think of going on stage, right? This person is a true master. I feel a little sorry for Ni Wenfei. What's there to be sorry about? They are a truly talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Sogun, unlike them, turned pale and thought to himself, this is bad. A moment later, at the Ni family's villa outside Rongmen Town, Sogun had followed Ni Daoming here. It is a humble abode, young hero. Please come in. Sogun sighed and thought to himself, I didn't have a chance to tell him my purpose here just now, so I can only follow the host's arrangements for now, before this matter reaches a point of no return. I must quickly explain to them. After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth. That matter is related to the marital tournament, but before he could finish his sentence, Ni Daoming cut him off. You are my niece's ideal husband, so if there is any problem, just say it. I will answer everything I know. Soun sighed and explained. I only participated in the marital tournament to stop Matieji's atrocities. I had no intention of marrying. I am truly sorry I have disappointed you all. Ni Daoming's expression went blank. What on earth is this? His heart was extremely furious at this time. I really want to rush over, grab Soun by the hair and teach him a lesson. You don't want to get married, so a simple apology is enough? Just a moment ago, I thought I had finally found a good person and could marry off my niece with peace of mind, but in the end I'm left speechless. In any case, he is an elixir condensation stage practitioner, so I must not be rude. While he was lost in thought, Soun continued, and this is something I brought from Guiel. Seeing that jade pendant, Ni Daoming's heart immediately sank. There's no mistake, this is something only a member of the Ni family can possess, and he said Ni Qingsu asked him to. Then isn't that my granduncle? Lost in a daze, he stammered and asked, You mean you brought these from inside Guiel? Please tell me the detailed situation, please. No matter how long it takes, the more detailed the better. Please. After hearing the whole story, Soun spoke again. Ni Daoming sighed. So that's how it was. To hear that granduncle and the others fought to stop the nascent soul makes me sad, but at the same time very relieved. Granduncle had outstanding aptitude for the immortal path, and he was also a very reasonable person, a once-in-a-century genius of our family. But this last will is filled only with sorrow and regret. It truly saddens a person. Soun once again reached his hand into his storage pouch to find something. Right, there's this too. He took out a jade bracelet and placed it on the table. This was given to me by the elder Ni, but I think it is right to return it to you, the Ni family. However, the light on the crystals has disappeared, so please forgive me. Ni Daoming waved his hand and smiled. This is the protective spirit bracelet that my grandfather often used. Since granduncle already gave it to you, young hero, we of the younger generation naturally cannot take it back. Soun felt a little sorry in his heart. I really feel a little bad trying to return a broken item. Did not refuse and smilingly put the jade bracelet away. Then I will humbly accept it. This life of mine was saved by the protective spirit bracelet. It feels a little wrong to just accept it, so if there is anything I can do for the Ni family, please say anything. Ni Daoming shook his head. Young hero, you are our family's benefactor. How could we dare to trouble you? Rather, we should be the ones repaying your kindness. So please stay at our humble abode for a few more days and allow us to be your hosts. As the sky grew dark, Soun sat in his room, looked out the window and sighed. It's really hard to refuse their hospitality. I can only stay here for a while for now. I didn't know they had experienced such a miserable thing. And I ruined their marital tournament. It seems this is no small matter either. Although my connection with them isn't deep enough to stand up for them, I did receive help from the protective spirit bracelet, and on top of that I ruined their marital tournament. The conversation he had at that time came to his mind. Did the Huang family of Jiuan order you to move? Ni Daoming sighed. It's a long story. After the incident in Guiel, our family moved to various places in Annam. We finally settled in this Rongmen. In the process of moving, we lost all our spirit stone mines, spirit herb fields and the spirit wood forests that we had painstakingly cultivated. We had barely taken root in this small Rongmen for a few hundred years, but in the end we couldn't escape the fate of being wanderers. One day the Huang family suddenly declared that this place was their land. When I heard that, I felt like the sky was falling. But misfortune did not end there. They said this place was full of treasures, including countless treasures they had buried, and they pressured us to hand over treasures that didn't even exist. If we couldn't hand over the treasures, they said they would punish us. The authorities and other families, no one was willing to step forward and seek justice for us. That is why we used this last resort. We hoped to marry off my niece through a marital tournament to protect ourselves. If we could meet a practitioner with a high cultivation level, it would naturally bring 100 benefits and no harm. Or if we met a practitioner from an orthodox sect family, we might be able to borrow the power of her in-laws to help us find justice. Soun recalled this conversation and sighed softly. He said the Huang family has one mid-stage elixir condensation practitioner and one early-stage elixir condensation practitioner. If only Xenia's sister were here by my side now. While he was lost in thought, Ni Daoming came from outside with a pot of tea. Young hero, what are you thinking about? Soun replied. I was thinking about the Huang family. I just thought of a way, but I don't know if I should say it. Ni Daoming was excited. Oh no, you are so concerned about us. Whatever method it is, please say it right away. I am all ears. Soun turned to look at him. How about this? I will stay at the Ni family's residence for a while. After the news that I defeated the elixir condensation stage practitioner Matieji has spread everywhere. Brother Ni, you should spread a rumor again. Say that the practitioner who defeated Matieji has become the son-in-law of the Ni family. That I have become the son-in-law of the Ni family. No one here knows my identity, so other people probably won't suspect it. When that time comes, the Huang family will surely hear the news. An elixir condensation stage practitioner who easily defeated Ma Tieji has become the son-in-law of the Ni family. so even if they want to make a move against you later, they will have to think carefully. At the very least, they will first investigate my identity to confirm whether the rumor is true or not. This way, although it can't completely solve the problem, it can at least buy some time." Ni Daoming was moved beyond words. "Our family has fallen to this state, yet he is so enthusiastically helping us. What a broad-minded young man." After thinking for a moment, he lowered his head and cupped his hands. "For young hero Soun to have saved my niece alone, we are already infinitely grateful, and now you are helping us again. We really don't know how to repay this great kindness. For the future of the Ni family, I will brazenly and shamelessly thank you for your help, young hero. However, please reconsider this matter once more, young hero Soun." Sogun's eyes widened in shock. "What is it?" Ni Daoming explained. "We must ask for Wenfei's opinion on this matter. Once the rumor spreads, Wenfei will become a married woman. It will be very difficult for her to get married in the future. This is something that will affect Wenfei's lifelong happiness. So I think I must tell the child." Soun smiled helplessly. "I'm sorry, I was being short-sighted. I didn't think that far ahead. If Miss Ni is unwilling, then I can only stay here for a while as a guest. I just hope the young lady does not blame herself for this." Ni Daoming smiled. "No problem." After he left, Soun took out the Yi Huang block and began refining his magic tools again. After a period of arduous refining, he finally succeeded. "I've finally upgraded the Origin Silver Armor and Origin Sword to magic treasures. Since I'm not a young Radiant stage practitioner, I couldn't use Samadhi True Fire, but fortunately I had the talisman my senior sister gave me. Otherwise I really would have had no way to fuse the Yi Huang block into the Longsword. The earth-generating fire technique was also a great help. Without these two things I really would have had to make another trip back to Wachong Fortress." Just then, Ni Wenfei came in from outside. "Have you completed your great work?" Soun put away his longsword, turned his head and looked at her. "Yes, miss. Oh no, should I call you wife?" Ni Wenfei smiled. "When others aren't around, you may call me whatever you're comfortable with, young master." In the blink of an eye, half a year has already passed. Soun nodded. "Yes, thanks to your help, miss, I was finally able to successfully complete my secluded training." He couldn't help but marvel. "I didn't expect Miss Ni to agree to my proposal after only a day of consideration." Soun recalled what Ni Wenfei had said half a year ago. "Even if they are both elixir condensation stage practitioners, a passing traveler cannot compare to a husband. I agree to the young hero's proposal." Soun looked at her and thought to himself, "After our fake wedding I only focused on refining my treasures. I didn't pay attention to the remaining matters, so I was really a little thoughtless." Thinking this, he asked Ni Wenfei, "To make our act as convincing as possible, we should set a day to appear in public. Miss, shall we go out for a walk today?" "What do you think?" The two then went out to the street for a walk together. As she walked, Ni Wenfei said, "Thinking about it again, it's really very strange. During the marital tournament, they wouldn't even let people into Rongmen Town without paying a toll, but I never thought that after we took one stroll, we would suddenly become a major family of Rongmen Town and even have the toll waived for us." Soun was excited. "It seems the rumor has already spread. The Huang family won't be able to treat you as they please like before." Having said this, Soun sighed again. "But for now there are still no other families willing to help them." The two then suddenly turned their heads away awkwardly. This matter was originally very heavy, and on top of that, they had to pretend to be a married couple, which was really too awkward. After walking for a bit longer, Sogun's attention was drawn to a shop selling accessories. He turned and looked at Ni Wenfei. "We're married, yet we still haven't exchanged wedding gifts. Please pick something you like, madam. Consider it a gift from me." Ni Wenfei was startled. "I don't think that's a good idea," Soun urged her. "You don't need to worry about the money. I have plenty of spirit stones, so please choose with an easy mind." Ni Wenfei turned her body to avoid his gaze. "Please don't worry, young master. I will accept your kind intentions." Soun sighed inwardly. It seems to have gotten awkward again. Was this me doing something unnecessary? As the two walked a little further, a large crowd was gathered in front of them. Seeing this, Soun felt a little interested. "It looks like someone is having a martial contest up ahead. It should be quite a sight." Wait, isn't that brother Cogu? From the looks of him, he seems to have advanced to the mid-celestial stage. I didn't expect to meet him here. The Daewon Kingdom. I've come to the right place. The others are probably here too. Speak of the devil. Not far away, Coyi was shouting and cheering relentlessly from below the stage. "Brother, you're so cool, keep it up." Sogun greeted her. "It's been a long time, Miss Coyi." Seeing it was Sogun, Coyi ran over excitedly. "Young hero Sogun, is it really you?" Sogun smiled. "It's me. I didn't expect we'd meet here. This is truly fortunate." Coyi was thrilled. "Yes, my brother and I have always been looking forward to the day we would meet you again, young hero Sogun. I happened to hear that a young elixir condensation stage practitioner named Sogun had appeared in this Rongmen town. We were curious and came to have a look, but I didn't expect it to really be you, young hero." Ni Wenfei, who was behind Sogun, felt a little displeased in her heart. "No matter how you look at it, I am his public wife. For him to talk to a strange woman right in front of me in the middle of the street." Xiaoyi continued to press him. "I heard that the practitioner won the beauty of the Ni family through a martial tournament, so I was very suspicious whether it was you or not. Is this beautiful lady next to you that Miss Ni?" Sogun quickly waved his hands and explained. "This did indeed happen, but it's a long story." Seeing Sogun's reaction, Ni Wenfei couldn't hide her sadness and lowered her head, dejected. As night fell, the Xiao siblings followed Sogun back to the Ni family's residence. There are really no words to express my feelings right now. I'm so happy for the newlywed couple. Congratulations to you both. Marriage is a great joyous event. I'm truly envious. We've been slacking in our training during this time, so my brother and I were planning to start training again through sparring. This time we unexpectedly learned of young hero Sogun's good news, and my sister and I are truly happy. Sogun sighed inwardly. It seems I have to explain this to the Xiao siblings, otherwise they will misunderstand even more deeply. Sogun then quickly explained the whole matter to the two of them. After listening, Xiao Jiu understood. So that's how it was. Your family was weak, so no one would help. But Miss Ni must have suffered a lot as well. Ni Wenfei at the side waved her hands repeatedly. The young master is being too serious. After hearing about the misfortune of the young master's family, I think you must have had it much harder. We can be said to be in the same boat. I completely understand how you feel, young master. Xiao Jiu spoke sincerely to Sogun. Thank you for explaining the whole story to us, young hero Sogun. We almost fell for those Galgubang bastards' tricks. You are truly our family's great benefactor. Ni Wenfei, who was beside them, heard this, turned her head and looked at Sogun. A benefactor? That's right. The young master is our family's benefactor. Seeing her sudden excitement, Sogun's face was filled with confusion. Ni Wenfei, using a bit of liquid courage, poured out all the words in her heart in one go. She angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Thankfully, I have my good husband, so our family was able to escape our difficult situation. Thank you so much, but if it goes on like this, I'll never be able to get married, and I'll probably have to live a lonely life in an empty room forever. Marriage is something I can take or leave, but not wanting to get married and not being able to get married are fundamentally two completely different things. Do you understand?" Xiao Jiu smiled. Of course I do, but nothing in the world is absolute. What if what's fake becomes real? Ni Wenfei continued to make remarks that stung Sogun. That's absolutely impossible. My uncle hopes for that too, but what's the use? No matter how you put it, I'm his wife in name, but he doesn't care about me. HMPH, since you don't care, that's fine with me. Do you know that I'm the belle of this Rongmen town, loved by everyone? Countless people want to marry me. The third young master of the Yuan family originally won the marital tournament, and if that damn Ma Tieji hadn't shown up and caused a ruckus, I would have been married long ago. After getting married, he secluded himself for a year and a half, and as soon as he came out he was talking intimately with a strange woman, and then he says he wants to buy me a gift. Sogun was helplessly at a loss and turned to the Xiao siblings to change the subject. How is Daoist Jiao doing? Xiao Yi smiled and replied. He's still the same. His head appears but his tail is never seen. With our aunt's help we entered Guiyel. He went with us then but headed to the central lake by himself. When he'll appear is up to him. Sogun was a little surprised. You three went to Guiyel as well? It's a real shame we didn't meet in Guiyel. If you don't mind, could you tell us a bit about your experience, brother? Sogun was lost in thought. This matter? A moment later all three of them had collapsed onto the table. Seeing this scene, Sogun couldn't help but marvel. This much alcohol probably wouldn't be able to get a practitioner drunk. It seems they wanted to relax a bit today. By the way, who are you? As soon as Sogun finished speaking, an old woman entered from behind him. The branch manager is currently waiting for your presence in Rongmen town, young master. Sogun was horrified. This voice is very familiar. Are you from the Bosimbang Guild? The branch manager is looking for me. Your information network is truly vast. To be able to find me in such a small and remote place and summoning me around like this really doesn't feel good. That old woman spoke again. The Southern Kingdom, this is the message the branch manager asked me to deliver to you, young master. A moment later, at a guild near the inn, branch manager Sang spoke up to congratulate him as soon as she saw Sogun approach. Congratulations, young master, congratulations. I didn't expect you to get married so quickly. The great beauty of the Ni family, isn't she? Sogun nodded calmly. That's right, but what brings you to Rongmen town, branch manager? Branch manager Sang laughed. Of course I came to see you, young master. Previously you asked me to find out how to get to the Southern Kingdom, but at that time my ability was lacking and I couldn't satisfy you. For that, this girl was very ashamed. After I received a reply from the main branch, I felt that this matter wasn't so face-losing after all. Sogun felt a little curious. What kind of reply did you receive? Branch manager Sang smiled with extreme cunning. Before I tell you, I want to ask you a question that I've been pondering for a long time. Young master, who on earth are you? Sogun replied calmly. You are the head of an information agency, so you've probably already grasped the information about me, right? Is that still not enough? Who do you think I am? Branch manager Sang crossed her arms and shook her head. This is very difficult to say, but I can be somewhat certain. You are the person I have been most interested in recent years, and you have even made me very curious. That's why I was very much looking forward to coming to Rongmen town to meet you. Sogun's expression hardened. Hearing your tone, you don't intend to tell me the information about the Southern Kingdom, do you? Branch manager Sang stroked her chin. How could that be? I just want to take back my promise of exchanging information about the faceless murderer for information about the Southern Kingdom. If I made that exchange, I would be at a great loss. The reason is very simple. It's because that Southern Kingdom is not on our continent. Sogun's face was filled with shock. Don't tell me it's on another continent, branch manager Sang nodded. That's right. The Southern Kingdom is a country on another continent. It's like you unfamiliar practitioners suddenly risking your lives to go to another continent. From the start this has been a very interesting matter to me, Soun asked again. So you came all this way to find me for that? Branch Manager Soun shook her head. Not necessarily. I would like to ask you one more question. Soun was puzzled. What question? He sighed inwardly. It seems she's going to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise she definitely won't tell me that news so easily, Branch Manager Soun quickly explained. To be honest, our Bosimbang Guild sent quite a few practitioners to get the treasure inside Guiel. Among them was the young radiant stage practitioner Old Man Pyong. The result was that none of them returned. Someone saw them enter the lake, but no one saw them come out. I believe they met with misfortune inside. Soun put on a sad expression and sighed. That's truly unfortunate, Branch Manager Soun continued. We encountered many terrifying situations inside Guiel. In order to seize treasure, it is very rare for sects or families to send their own practitioners to such places. However, many people saw the wind wheel carriage of Byuki Manor. This means that the young radiant stage practitioner of Byuki Manor, Madame Wei, also entered the lake. The result is that Madame Wei has not returned to this day. I still think Old Man Pyong's death is related to Madame Wei, so I investigated tirelessly. But there has been no news of those two to this day. I can only surmise that the two of them fought fiercely inside the lake for the treasure and ended up perishing together. However, this possibility is also very low. Interestingly, I found a clue related to you, young master, in the investigation report. According to the investigation records, when the wind wheel carriage entered the lake, someone saw you, young master Soun, and a beautiful young lady enter the lake together. Sogun's face remained calm. What are you trying to say? Branch Manager Soun smiled. Even Old Man Pyong and Madame Wei could not return alive. So how were you able to get out of the lake, young Master Soun? This is also too strange. What on earth happened inside the lake? This makes me very curious. So curious I can't breathe. I really want to know the truth. Please tell me. Contrary to her expectations, Soun firmly refused. I cannot disclose it. Branch Manager Soun's face was filled with suspicion. Why? Soun shook his head. I am under no obligation to tell you. Besides, it was all a nightmare I don't want to remember. I don't want to bring it up again. Branch Manager Soun's expression darkened. Logically, with two young radiant stage practitioners present, you would have had no freedom of your own. Your life would not have been for you to decide, but the truth is, the ones who survived and came out in the end were you and that beautiful woman of yours. I have discovered that you have a very special ability, an ability that cannot be awakened unless one delves deep into you. In any case, that is what I think. Soun calmly exhaled. As you wish, whether you put it nicely or badly. If that's what you think, then so be it. Branch Manager Soun continued to explain. You may not be aware of this, young hero. Madame Wei of Byuki Manor and her husband Manor Lord Ha Dong Yopi have no feelings for each other. This is mainly because she had some scandals with her loyal servant Lei Shang. Their relationship is very abnormal. Soun realized in his heart. No wonder Old Man Pyong said something was going on between her and that man. Branch Manager Soun continued. After Madame Wei disappeared, the Manor Lord ordered his subordinates to find her whereabouts at all costs, but this was also just a show for the world. If he really wanted to find her, he would have come to us long ago. So you can rest easy about Byuki Manor for now. I will tell you two things about this Byuki Manor. A moment later, Soun returned to the inn from where Branch Manager Soun was. As soon as he entered, his eyes widened. He didn't know when the three of them had woken up, but they were staring at him intently. Soun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. They woke up this quickly. Why is everyone's face full of anticipation? After thinking for a moment, he walked over and sat down beside Ni Wenfei. She was sober by this time. Seeing Soun sit next to her, she immediately blushed with embarrassment and turned her head away. In her heart, she was relentlessly scolding herself. What on earth did I do to act so disgraceful? As soon as I drink, I'm so embarrassed I could die. How can I face young Master Soun again? Why did I drink so much? Yes, it's all because of that damn Matieji. Seeing her like that, Soun couldn't help but laugh bitterly to himself. It seems she still clearly remembers what she said when she was drunk. After thinking for a moment, he smiled at her. Miss Ni, in any case, I am your husband in name. So why do you seem to care so much about young Master Seo? I was so jealous. I had no choice but to go outside and get some air. Ni Wenfei was startled. No, it's not like that. Seo Jiu, who was opposite them, suddenly exclaimed excitedly. If you two are not husband and wife, then does that mean I have a chance? It's been a long time since I've met a kindred spirit like Miss Ni. I had a wonderful time today. We plan to stay at the Ni family's residence for a few more days to talk with Miss Ni. My aunt and younger sister are also nearby, so I plan to bring them here. Soun was lost in thought. If it's young Master Seo's aunt, isn't she that elixir condensation stage guardian of the transportation formation? It seems heroes really do recognize heroes. If they can really live here as guests, it will be a very big deal for the Ni family. Thinking this far, he nodded excitedly. The residence has always been empty, so if you all move in, it will finally be lively. That's a good thing. A short while later, on a night with a bright moon and a cool breeze, Soun walked around the residence and marveled. The Seo family's practitioners seem to have gotten used to this place, and Ni Daoming's whole body has relaxed a lot. This is truly a very fortunate thing. Just then, a servant ran in. Someone from the Huang family has come. They wish to see you, sir. Hearing this, Soun frowned, and the conversation he had with branch manager Soun that night came to his mind. Wei Baiyu is the treasured daughter of the Wei family. 2 days ago, the Wei family came to me and they took out a great deal of spirit stones. Don't you think I've leaked your information to them? Soun answered calmly. What if I did? Branch Manager Sang's expression darkened. You don't think this matter is important? Soun shook his head. Because you will never know what happened at the bottom of the lake. Only accurate facts are the life of information. Without any evidence, on what grounds will they bother me? Branch Manager Sang's 2 eyes went wide. What did you just say? You said what happened at the bottom of the lake? Soun sighed. It would be easier to understand if I put it this way. I am just a young man who was lucky enough to escape from the hands of 2 practitioners. Branch Manager Sang's face was full of interest. I just find this matter too strange. 300 years ago, the Ni family of Annam entered an irreversible decline, and now, through a martial tournament to select a groom, they have taken young Master Soun, the sole survivor of the Guiyel Lake, as their son-in-law. And after you came out of Guiyel, you especially came to a small place like Rongmen and participated in such a low-level marital tournament. Don't you yourself think this is very unreasonable? Soun answered calmly. My wife is a beautiful, virtuous, and gentle lady. I fell in love with her at first sight. What's so unreasonable about that? Branch Manager Soun spread her hands helplessly. Is that so? Why is it that I can't feel anything special about her at all? Soun sighed. Isn't your Bosimbang Guild an organization that specializes in handling and selling information? Why are you now bringing such groundless rumors to the negotiation table? In my opinion, you are not speculating, Branch Manager, but swindling. Branch Manager Sang's expression darkened. Then she smiled again. Understood, I misspoke just now. These speculations really have no factual basis, so I suppose it could be said that I was being one-sidedly stubborn. But now it seems there are things I can be certain of. Even if it's information I've speculated on one-sidedly, it's still information. And if it's information, it can all be traded. I have decided to tell the Wei family the information I previously withheld from them. I will tell them that you, young master, were the only person who entered the lake with Madame Wei, and that you were lucky enough to return alive. Soun didn't mind and slowly stood up. As you wish. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. My wife is waiting for me at home. Branch Manager Sang smiled. Are you really going to leave like that? I haven't even told you about the Southern Kingdom yet. If I leak information about another continent to you, I will be at a great loss. Soun didn't mind and still walked firmly. I have to go back. Branch Manager Sang's face was full of confidence. We will meet again. Recalling these events, Soun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster, but if it's a disaster, there's no avoiding it. Take me to meet our guest. Soun was quickly led to the guest hall by the servant. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw a middle-aged man sitting at a table smoking a long pipe. Seeing Soun enter, he didn't even turn his head to greet him and sneered. I never thought the once prosperous Ni family of Annam would come to this. Truly, the affairs of the world are unpredictable and time is fleeting. Soun sneered coldly to himself. How ridiculous. They clearly took advantage of the Ni family of Annam's weakness to secretly collude and overthrow them, and now they have the gall to stand here and pretend to be impressed. Soun saw that he still paid him no mind and coughed a few times. Only then did the middle-aged man act startled, feigning an apology as he looked at him. Oh my, I forgot there was another person here. I am Wei Jiaoying. You must know the purpose of my visit. Soun nodded. It's an honor to meet you. However, this junior does not know what you mean. Could you please speak directly? Wei Jiaoying smiled. Haha, all right. Then I'll speak directly. You know the wife of the master of Byuki Manor, Wei Baiyu, right? You entered the fissure with her at that time, didn't you? I want to know the reason why she has not returned to this day. Soun smiled and nodded. Understood. At that time, the madam wanted to deal with old man Pyong and needed the help of several elixir condensation stage practitioners. She happened to meet this junior, and we entered the fissure together. Wei Jiaoying nodded. Very good. Continue. Soun continued to explain. After that, we met old man Pyong at the bottom of the lake. An argument broke out, and then a fierce battle began. Those 2 young radiant stage practitioners were entangled in combat, and at that time I was dealing with 2 elixir condensation stage practitioners on the enemy's side. In the end, I ran out of spiritual energy and gave up, fleeing. Fortunately, they didn't pursue me, so I was able to escape with my life by a hair's breadth. This is the whole story of what happened. Wei Jiaoying clutched his head. The story you've concocted is quite good. I almost couldn't hear it. Aren't you underestimating me too much? Why would Baiyu and old man Pyong fight as soon as they met? And even if a dispute did arise, the other side had several more elixir condensation stage practitioners. So how could you have escaped so easily? Soun replied calmly. Whether you believe me or not is your business. I have said everything I know. Wei Jiaoying was angry and ground his teeth. Who would believe such nonsense? Even if I believe you, will the Manor Lord believe you? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? So if what you said is true, provide proof. Otherwise, you will have to take responsibility for Baiyu's death yourself in the future. Soun sneered coldly to himself. I escaped the battle by a hair's breadth, so where am I supposed to get proof? It seems this old man is determined to extort me. After thinking for a moment, he asked back, is that so? Then what kind of proof must I provide for you to believe me? Wei Jiaoying picked up his teacup and then replied, if you don't want to talk, I have no other way either, but I will tell you what you will soon face. Our family is still a great and righteous family. We will not lay a hand on you until the truth has been clearly investigated, but I happen to hear that you have become the son-in-law of the Ni family, and the Ni family is our family's rival family." Sogun's expression darkened. "The Ni family seems to have no relation to the matter we just discussed," Wei Jiaoying threatened. "I heard that there is a dispute between the Huang family of Jiyuan and the Ni family. Because of your sudden appearance, the Huang family has hesitated to deal with the Ni family. For a small family like the Huang family, this is a very difficult problem. But if at this time, several more elixir condensation stage practitioners suddenly appeared in the Huang family, what do you think would happen to the situation? Do you think they would reconsider fighting the Ni family?" Sogun realized in his heart. He means the Wei family will step in on behalf of the Huang family. By hiding their true identities and pretending to be mercenaries for the Huang family, they can deceive the eyes of others. This move is truly a high-level one. Wei Jiaoying laughed excitedly. "This will be a war of the century, and during the war many people from the Ni family will die, and you, including you, will die quietly along with them. When that time comes, who will care about a married elixir condensation stage practitioner like you?" Sogun smiled and nodded. "You're right, I'm a foreigner here, so few people know me," Wei Jiaoying praised. "You're very smart, but rest assured, I won't kill you immediately. After I take you back, I just hope you will tell me the whereabouts of the madam." Sogun smiled. "As you wish, it doesn't matter to me. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why do you want to drag the Ni family into this? To destroy a family for one person, do you think this is a very good thing?" Wei Jiaoying sighed. "There is something you don't know. To us, the Ni family is a thorn in our flesh, a nail in our eye, so we plan to use this opportunity to eliminate the Ni family. Only then can we completely eradicate the absurd rumor circulating in the martial world that the Wei family is in no way comparable to the Ni family." Sogun smiled and looked at him. "Why do I feel a sense of inferiority?" Wei Jiaoying continued to explain. "Our goal is to pull them out by the roots. In fact, this should have been done 300 years ago. We just didn't do it because we were afraid of what people would say." Sogun smiled. "You are truly vicious." Wei Jiaoying didn't mind and asked back. "After hearing this, you won't get scared and run away, will you?" Sogun analyzed inwardly. "Even if I fight alongside the Ni family, if the chances of winning are less than half, I will surely die. But if I successfully escape, they will chase me to the ends of the earth and not let me go." While he was lost in thought, Wei Jiaoying added another word. "You have few people, so if you fight for a long time, you will surely be at a disadvantage." Sogun looked at him with a solemn face. "Thank you for your concern. When that time comes, I will definitely fight with all my might." Wei Jiaoying slammed the table and stood up. "Truly a man. I think you're pretty good too. If you were given a little more time, you would definitely be able to break through to the young radiant stage. It's just a shame that you got caught up in a family feud and will lose your life at a young age." Sogun made a gesture to see him out. "Please go carefully. Please forgive me for not being able to see you off." Wei Jiaoying left quickly. "All right, and I hope we meet again soon. The transportation formation between Rongmen and Huaning has not been opened yet, so I still have to go up there once. Right, I won't meet the Ni family members one by one. You can convey my regards to them on my behalf." As soon as the other party left, Sogun's expression immediately darkened. He quickly returned to his room. "I'm sure branch manager Sang sold the information to the Wei family. If that's the case, senior sister won't be able to live a peaceful life either. It's only a matter of time before they find her. I think it's quite safe to stay with senior sister for a while. For now I have to go see Ni Daoming." Just as Sogun went to see Ni Daoming, he was startled by what he said. "The Huang family has sent people to declare war again?" Ni Daoming nodded sadly. "That's right, they said that if we don't satisfy their demands within 3 months, they will declare war on us." Sogun asked again. "So you have to fight no matter what? How did the matter I requested go?" Ni Daoming smiled. "Are you talking about spreading the news about the martial arts tournament in Huaning? I don't know if it's because it's so strange or so interesting, but in any case, the rumor has already spread to a few nearby towns. They say that the elixir condensation stage practitioner Sogun, who married through a marital tournament, has no interest in women, leaving the beautiful Ni Wenfei to live a lonely life." Sogun smiled. "Don't people who love to gossip like this kind of news the most, right? Are all the Ni family members gathered?" He lifted the tea and took a sip, thinking to himself, "I hope senior sister can come here and join me quickly after hearing the news." Ni Daoming replied, "They are all in the main hall. The family head, Ni Zucheng, has also come." Sogun ordered, "Understood, and let's go too." A moment later, Sogun was gathered in the main hall with the elders of the Ni family. Ni Daoming looked at Sogun and Xiu and was lost in thought. "Although there are many things I want to say, I don't know the thoughts of the Xiu family and young hero Sogun, so I don't know how to start the conversation." After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth. "The Huang family is not willing to let us go, so this war will probably be difficult to avoid. We have to deal with 3 elixir condensation stage practitioners from the Huang family." Sogun raised his hand and cut him off. "Excuse me for a moment, it's not 3 people. The people were shocked to hear this and murmured in discussion. "He said it's not 3 people, what does this mean?" Sogun quickly explained. "I heard that the Wei family of Huaning plans to support the Huang family, so there will probably be 7 or 8 elixir condensation stage practitioners then." The people were afraid. "Is what you're saying true?" Sogun nodded, very certain. "A few days ago, someone from the Wei family came and told me directly. Ni Daoming shouted in anger. Why are they helping the Huang family? Isn't attacking our family twice still not enough? Now they've even found a powerful backer. Are they trying to drive us to our deaths? Ni Zucheng, who was sitting in the main seat, sighed. What can we do when our skills are inferior to others? If the Wei family's practitioners step in, we fundamentally have no chance of winning. To think the Ni family would be destroyed in my hands, how sad. Anyone who wants to go, go. Baya, you go too. Everyone go your own ways and find your own means of survival. As long as we can escape Wulrang Fortress, our family still has a chance to rise again. Sogun's expression darkened as he looked at Ni Zucheng. Are you going to give up like that? Ni Zucheng helplessly clutched his head and sighed. Then what else can I do? Is there any other way? In the face of such a great disaster of extermination, it's enough if a few people can survive, Sogun continued to ask in a low voice. Ni Zucheng, how long have you been the family head? Ni Zucheng raised his head and looked at him with eyes full of doubt. Sogun still stared at him with a dark expression, waiting for an answer. Ni Zucheng hung his head and sighed. Probably over 100 years, Sogun continued to ask. Then in these 100 years have you fulfilled your duties as the family head? Ni Zucheng stood up agitated. Young hero Sogun, do you know how difficult it is to be a family head? Sogun replied calmly. Why should I know? To give up on the entire family over a slight difficulty. Don't you think you've lost a great deal of face yourself? If this wasn't the Ni family's business, it would be none of my concern, but aren't you the head of the Ni family? As the family head, instead of resolving the crisis for the family, you're taking the lead in giving up and making everyone fend for themselves. Even if there's only a tiny glimmer of hope, shouldn't you do your best and give it a try? As the person who holds the family's destiny, you do nothing. You truly deserve to be condemned. Your actions now are no different from sitting still and waiting for death. If you give up like this, not only you yourself but also the once powerful family that was renowned in Annam will perish along with you. Everyone, tell me, does such a useless family head have the right to continue to bear the family's heavy responsibility? The elders below all hung their heads in silence. No one refuted him on behalf of Ni Zucheng. Sogun slowly stood up. Why are you all tolerating such an ordinary family head? He shouted loudly to those below. Is there no one among you who will bravely seize the position of family head and lead the family to overcome this crisis? You are all members of the family. Surely you don't want to fall into depravity following this incompetent family head. Surely you haven't all given up as well. Ni Daoming, who was behind him, sighed. The opponent has 7 or 8 elixir condensation stage practitioners. So we really are at our wits' end. Sogun continued to speak. A Wei family practitioner has already spoken harsh words. He said that this time he will definitely pursue the Ni family to the end and exterminate them, not leaving a single person alive. You all have no way to retreat. Even if I die, I am prepared to face the enemy. Yet you are all just lamenting here. How can this be? The elders below just murmured and looked at each other, showing no movement, so Sogun sighed, said nothing more and went outside as night fell. Ni Zucheng along with Ni Daoming and Ni Wenfei came to Sogun's door and called out, Young hero Sogun, could we talk for a moment? Sogun pushed the door open and came out. What business do you have with me? Ni Zucheng quickly said. Our family's history has been full of pain and hardship and we have rarely received help from outsiders. I don't know why you are so concerned about our Ni family's affairs, young hero. Could you tell me the reason? Sogun thought to himself. It's better not to tell him about my entanglement with the Wei family. After thinking for a moment, he raised the bracelet and sighed. My life was saved by your father, Ni Qingsu. If he hadn't given me the protective spirit bracelet, I would have died at the hands of the nascent soul long ago. Ni Zucheng's face was filled with suspicion. If you didn't mention this, no one would know. So why did you come to us specifically? And at the same time, you brought the news of my father's death. And on top of that, you've been helping us all along. It's really hard to understand. Sogun smiled. The world is wide and full of strange things. It's not that rare for a stranger to help you with all their heart. Ni Zucheng sighed. We still can't understand you, young hero. In the past, we thought you had some other motive for approaching the Ni family. Sogun asked with interest. So what about now? Ni Zucheng lowered his head. If I may be frank, even now we cannot completely trust you. As a member of the Ni family, unless it is someone who has shared life and death with us, I still can't completely trust others. But in any case, in the face of the family's crisis of life and death, you are our only hope, young hero. Sogun's heart was filled with suspicion. Hope to come find me in the middle of the night, is this all he wants to say? What is his real intention? Unable to figure it out no matter how he thought, he asked directly, What do you mean by only hope? Ni Zucheng took out a jade pendant. There is something you don't know, young master. The jade pendant you brought is a family heirloom passed down through generations in our family. It is also a token that proves the identity of a member of the Ni family. Sogun felt even more puzzled in his heart. Since Ni Qingsu gave it to me, of course it would be used to prove his identity. What does this have to do with me? Ni Zucheng didn't keep him waiting long and quickly continued to explain. In fact, the jade pendants of the family head and the young family head have an additional special function. The jade pendant you brought, young hero, is a key that opens a secret passage. To be precise, this is the key to the family's secret chamber. But 300 years ago, after 2 of our ancestors entered Guiyel and never came out again, the secret chamber has never been opened. Even if one person had survived and brought back the jade pendant, they could have opened the secret chamber. But as you can see, this jade pendant had to be brought by you. Sogun realized in his heart. So that's how it was. The Juxin Academy also had quite a few secret chambers, so this is nothing new, but it's truly surprising. For 300 years no one has been able to open the secret chamber. Every time the family faced a crisis they must have placed their hopes in this secret chamber, right? It's a pity this secret chamber hasn't been opened until now. After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth. I really didn't know this jade pendant was a key. I have heard a lot about the glory the Ni family of Annam once enjoyed. There must be a very great treasure hidden in this secret chamber that will help defeat the Huang family. Ni Zucheng looked at the jade pendant in his hand and prayed. I hope so. Sogun asked again, there is one thing I don't understand. It has been over a year since I brought the jade pendant, yet you said you have not yet entered the secret chamber, you haven't opened it for a year. Ni Zucheng sighed. It's not that we didn't open it but that we couldn't. The jade pendant must be infused with a considerable amount of spiritual power to transform into a key. Daoming and I both tried, but the jade pendant didn't move in the slightest. I think it requires at least the cultivation level of the elixir condensation stage to react. It's truly a joke. The ancestors who created this jade pendant probably never dreamed that the Ni family of Annam today wouldn't even have a single elixir condensation stage practitioner. Hearing that, Sogun understood. Behind Ni Zucheng's misery was his helplessness and despair back then. I didn't know his situation and said such harsh words without even properly asking about right and wrong. I just shouted and encouraged him. Looking back now, I was truly ignorant. Sogun had misunderstood Ni Zucheng. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his head and sighed. So that's how it was, Ni Zucheng continued. Unfortunately, Daoming and I are only at the late celestial stage, but we made a promise beforehand. Whoever advances to the elixir condensation stage first will be responsible for opening the secret chamber. We were afraid that an unfamiliar outside practitioner with ill intentions might do something improper after opening the secret chamber, so we couldn't easily trust others. But now we don't have the luxury to be so particular. With the Huang family and the Wei family joining forces to annihilate us, we no longer have any other choice. Sogun looked at him with a solemn face. I will ask you, can you trust me? Ni Zucheng pointed to the person beside him. Daoming is the person I trust the most, and he also said you are a trustworthy person, young master. Let me be frank. Among the outside practitioners we are forced to distrust, you are the most trustworthy young hero. Sogun smiled and nodded. It's an honor. I will help you. When everything is over, just let me know. Ni Wenfei, who was beside them, couldn't hide her excitement inwardly. Although I still can't completely trust young Master Sogun, I believe he is definitely not a bad person. The day the secret chamber finally opens has come. Ni Zucheng smiled. We have already finished our preparations. We were just waiting for you to come, young hero. Sogun sighed inwardly. Ni Zucheng's pressure seems to have lessened a lot. To him, this is probably the first time he has seen a glimmer of hope. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, I have nothing to prepare, so I can make a move at any time. The four then immediately took a flying magic tool at night and headed toward the secret chamber. Sogun looked at the excited Ni Wenfei sitting on the flying magic tool and was inwardly pleased. That day at the market I wanted to buy her a gift, but she refused to accept it until the end. Fortunately, she gladly accepted the flying magic tool this time. This can be considered a small compensation for her. A moment later, they finally arrived at their destination. Sogun looked at the mountain peak in front of him, his heart filled with suspicion. Why can't I feel any spiritual energy? Well, since it's a secret chamber, this is probably what makes its depth unknowable. From the looks of it, all three of them are still very nervous. Ni Zucheng threw the jade pendant to Sogun. You will see a small crack in front of you where you can insert the jade pendant. Insert the jade pendant into it. And after that, if you urge your spiritual power inward, you can open the secret chamber. Sogun looked at the jade pendant in his hand and marveled. When I received the jade pendant from Ni Qingsu, I never knew this object had such a miraculous effect. To think this is the key to the secret chamber, it's truly surprising. Looking at the expressions of the three, it seems they are experiencing a very intense internal conflict. If I change my mind, those three alone won't be able to do anything. But if I really had bad intentions, I would have made a move before opening the secret chamber. Why would I need to wait until now? But to ease their worries, it's better to open the secret chamber quickly. He quickly flew in front of the stone door, inserted the jade pendant inside, and then urged his spiritual power, infusing it into the jade pendant. Quickly, his complexion darkened. There's no reaction. This amount of spiritual power should be able to shatter any object, right? It seems I have to use a little more strength. A moment later, the jade pendant finally reacted. The stone door quickly and slowly opened. At this time, Ni Zucheng suddenly ran over and stood in front of Sogun. In front of his suspicious eyes, Ni Zucheng said in a cold voice, Outsiders cannot enter the secret chamber. Then he changed his attitude and smiled. However, this secret chamber was originally opened by an outsider, so where is the law that says the one who opened it cannot enter? Young hero, please come in. He calculated in his heart. It's better to proactively invite him in. Only then can we express our trust in him. Sogun looked at the cave in front of him and fell into thought. The place that was once the secret chamber of the Ni family, renowned in Annam. I'd like to see what kind of peerless treasure is hidden inside. Right now I am the strongest practitioner here. So even if I had bad intentions, they would have no way to stop me, right? But why am I thinking like this? The words Zhonggan had said in his childhood suddenly came to his mind. Sogun, don't think that obtaining a treasure is as easy as flipping your palm. Such a person is no different from a fool. You must remember. Never trust anyone. For a single practitioner to become an immortal, they will surely use any means necessary. This is the nature of a practitioner. It is the same no matter how good the relationship between the two sides is. Friends who share hardship are easy, but sharing wealth is difficult. Your nature is kind, but you trust people too easily. This personality of yours is not good. Recalling this teaching, Sogun's heart was even more conflicted. Grandmaster, what should I do? Will this family struggle put me in danger? Although the Ni family practitioners pose no threat to me at all, if they were all people with high cultivation levels, would they have been as polite to me as they are now? So the reason they don't make a move against me and are extremely polite is because my ability surpasses theirs, isn't it? The teachings of Bang Sa-yun suddenly came to his mind again. Sogun, Zhonggan trusted you, so he told you these things. We all know that you are affectionate and righteous and have a passionate and kind heart. That's why Zhonggan told you those things so seriously. But you shouldn't look at the problem too narrowly. Think about the people who helped you. Sogun, you can be benevolent to the kind, but to the cruel you must be more ruthless than them. This is the wise choice. While Sogun was lost in a daze, Ni Wenfei called out in a loud voice, "Young hero Sogun, what's wrong?" Sogun came to his senses and looked at the three of them, thinking to himself, "It seems I just had a heart demon, the heart demon of greed. This is truly an evil excuse created to monopolize the treasure. Why did I have such a foolish thought?" They are still waiting for my answer. Thinking this far, he smiled and replied, "Yes, let's go in together." As soon as he entered, Sogun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It's so spacious inside. They didn't even put the treasures in boxes, they're all scattered on the floor. Looking at the pile of treasures here, it's really dazzling. If the Ni family can survive this crisis, these treasures alone will be enough to restore the family's glory. Not only are there high-grade elixir pills here, there are also many high-grade magic tools and even mid-grade magic treasures. But to use these treasures skillfully, they will have to hurry and improve their skills. Although elixir pills can increase cultivation and improve spiritual power, it takes too long. So I'm not yet sure if these items will be of great help in the immediate crisis. Oh, but aren't these spirit talismans? Spirit talismans don't require the consumption of spiritual power, so even elixir condensation stage practitioners can all use them. Basically all of them here are high-grade spirit talismans, and there are even some elementary spirit talismans. The power of elementary spirit talismans is not inferior to that of magic treasures. This item will be a great help in the upcoming battle. Besides that, there are also many rare and powerful magic art books over here. These are not as complicated as the Qigong techniques passed down through the family, so they can probably be learned in a short time. Ni Wenfei opened a wooden box and inside was a pile of beads similar to the ones on Sogun's bracelet. She quickly picked up a few and put them in her storage pouch. The pearls on young Master Sogun's bracelet seem to have lost their light. The protective spirit bracelet has 12 pearls, so I'll count out 24 more. Ni Zucheng at this time suddenly said to Sogun, "Although the credit for opening the secret chamber belongs to you, young hero, these are all family assets after all. Please understand that I cannot rashly give you treasures." Sogun smiled and nodded. "I understand," Ni Zucheng thought to himself. Daoming said this person is very trustworthy, but it's not like there's no need to be wary of people. Who knows if he'll suddenly turn on us? In the end, I didn't expect him to just glance at these treasures and not take anything for his own benefit. To think there is still such a loyal and righteous person in this world. Thinking this far, he pointed to the wooden box beside him and said, "However, you were the one who opened the secret chamber, young hero. If we were to send you back empty-handed, it would be cruel and unjust of us. Please tell me if there is any treasure you desire." Sogun shook his head. "You don't need to go that far." Ni Zucheng smiled warmly. "This is all something you deserve, young hero, otherwise how could I face the ancestors of our family in the underworld?" Sogun nodded and looked at the pile of treasures before him. "Understood, then I will humbly accept." His mind was in constant conflict. To be honest, these treasures are incredibly tempting to me. But if I can only choose one, I must take what I need most right now. My training has been stagnant ever since I reached the elixir condensation stage. Having made up his mind, he cupped his hands toward Ni Zucheng and said, "Could you give me an elixir pill that increases the spiritual power of an elixir condensation stage practitioner?" Ni Zucheng quickly stepped forward to search. "Please wait a moment, young master." Very quickly, he returned with 2 elixir pills. "This is the Taehyunbo Jongdan." Sogun accepted the pills, unable to hide his excitement inwardly. This was a top-grade elixir pill used to increase the spiritual power of practitioners. It was said that the lower the cultivation stage, the greater the effect. To him, at the elixir condensation stage, this was a divine medicine. "This is the exact pill I need. Thank you so much." Sogun then returned to the Ni family residence to cultivate. It seems the Ni family has a sufficient foundation to rise again. It will surely not be easy for the Huang family to defeat them this time. I can focus on refining the Taehyunbo Jongdan for the 3 months before the war begins. Just as he was about to begin his training, someone suddenly knocked on the door from outside. The visitor was Ni Wenfei, and as soon as she entered, she asked, "Young master, could you give me your protective spirit bracelet?" Hearing this, Sogun's eyes widened, filled with doubt. Although he didn't know what was going on, he still took out the protective spirit bracelet and gave it to her. After receiving the bracelet, Ni Wenfei immediately took out her own storage pouch. Long ago there was a spirit beast named Jiebian that specialized in exorcising evil and repelling demons. An ancestor of our family helped Jiebian defeat a demonic beast. To express its gratitude, Jiebian spat out a great many pearls from its mouth and gifted them to our family's ancestor. These pearls are the blue beads on the protective spirit bracelet. Soun realized. No wonder this bracelet was no ordinary item. It was made from pearls obtained from the body of a spirit beast. Fortunately, it was thanks to this that I was able to defeat that evil nascent soul. Li Wenfei slowly took out a few damaged pearls. The ancestor who helped Jiebian was a very beautiful woman. Unfortunately, her inner core was already damaged at that time. After that, Jiebian came to the Ni family residence many times to visit her. Even when our ancestor's health weakened and her eyes grew dim, unable to see anything, it never stopped visiting. Not until our ancestor passed away. Hearing this, Soun once again thought of Chaiyong in his mind. That's right, senior sister was like a celestial being born between a spirit beast and a human. He asked with a puzzled look, could it be that Jiebian had special feelings for your ancestor? Ni Wenfei smiled. Perhaps Jiebian was just acting out of gratitude. It must have felt indebted to our ancestor. I don't know if Jiebian had feelings for our ancestor, but I believe our ancestor loved Jiebian. It's all rethreaded. I've already told my father, so please accept it with an easy mind. I've also put 24 extra crystals in this silk pouch, just in case. Soun did not refuse and reached out his hand to accept it. Thank you, miss. Ni Wenfei smiled. Young master, you are the great benefactor of our Ni family. To face so many treasures without a hint of greed, it is truly admirable. Soun shook his head. You praise me too much, miss. After that he began to focus on his training, and it took him nearly a month to be able to digest the Taiyuanbojangdan as expected of a top-grade elixir pill for elixir condensation stage practitioners. Just one pill was able to improve my spiritual power by a great deal. If I use one more. Just then a servant came in from outside and announced, Young master, a guest has arrived. Soun said excitedly. She's finally here. Quickly show her in. He quickly ran to the guest hall. Senior sister, you're finally here. But the person who came surprised him. You brat, who's this senior sister? What kind of woman makes you come running in such excitement? It seems I wasn't the person you were always thinking of, was I? The person who came was not Chaiyong but Taoist Jio. Soun quickly approached, cupped his hands and greeted him. It was you, senior. Have you been well? Taoist Jio waved his hand repeatedly. I don't want to hear such things. I heard you got married and on top of that you have no interest in women, leaving your wife to live a lowly life. Are you crazy, you brat? What on earth is going on? Soun quickly waved his hands and explained, I used this last resort to find my senior sister who I had lost contact with. Haha. I didn't expect to startle you first, senior. Jio laughed coldly. Is that so, you brat? Weren't you a little disappointed to see me? But it's true you got married, right? I wouldn't believe it for a second that a thick-skinned brat like you could get married. Just then the servant came in again and reported, Young master, another guest has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, Chaiyong rushed in from outside. Junior brother, I heard you got married. You used to say you weren't interested in women, so I thought you weren't moved by this beautiful face of mine. It turns out you're not so indifferent to women after all. Soun hurriedly explained to her, Senior sister, please stop teasing me first. Have some mercy on me. I just got a lecture from Taoist Jio. Jio was shocked to see Chaiyong. I thought you were strong enough among the young people, but I didn't expect your senior sister to be even stronger than you. Which sect are you from? Soun replied calmly. We are both from the Iron Staff sect. Taoist Jio shouted in agitation. How can that be? How could the Iron Staff sect produce such outstanding disciples as you two? If you don't want to tell the truth, then forget it. After a moment he finally regained his composure and greeted Chaiyong. It's a pleasure to meet you. You can call me Taoist Jio. Chaiyong bowed her head in respect. It's an honor to meet you, senior. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Taoist Jio said to her in a low voice. I never thought a man like that who isn't into women would get married as his senior sister. You must have been very surprised too, right? Chaiyong nodded. That's right. I even heard that he doesn't love women but loves men and that he even left his wife to live a lonely life. The Co siblings quickly ran over as well. We heard Taoist Jio had arrived. It's been a long time, senior. I'm so happy today. We must drink until we're drunk today. Taoist Jio laughed loudly. Ha, I like the sound of that. Come here. The group then immediately began a drinking party. Soun took advantage of their drunken revelry to approach Chaiyong and Ji's side. Senior sister, I have something to tell you. After hearing the whole story from Soun, Chaiyong exclaimed, Oh, so their high and mighty purpose is to find out the cause of Wei Baiyu's death. It seems we can't avoid being involved in this matter. Count me in, Soun smiled. Thank you, senior sister, right. How has your training been lately? Chaiyong took out Wei Baiyu's magic treasure and sighed. You could say I've reaped quite a harvest. It's truly a shame I can't use the Azure Spirit Earthly Fire in the battle against the Wei family. A few days later, Soun flew through the mountains with the Ni family members, his mind racing. Seeing as the Huang family still hasn't accepted our duel proposal, it seems they plan to rely on the Wei family to fight a life-and-death battle with the Ni family. That makes sense. I wouldn't have rashly accepted either. After all, a duel has many restrictions, so their plan would have come to nothing. Fortunately, thanks to the Taiyuanbojangdan, I've advanced to the 4th stage of elixir condensation, so I'm not afraid of them now. Besides, young hero Soun provided some additional high-grade spirit talismans, so our side has enough confidence to hold them off. Young hero Soun, it seems we have not yet recovered our strength, so please forgive us for being unable to fight alongside you. This is a small token of my sincerity. I hope it will be of some help to you. As the group moved, they were suddenly ambushed. It seemed the battle between the Huang family and the Ni family had finally officially begun. While they were stunned by the opponent's sudden attack, Soun, who was behind them, reacted with extreme speed, leapt up, and all the opponent's attacks were blocked by his shield. After blocking the opponent's attack, Soun looked ahead with an ice-cold face. Taoist Jiao and Chiang also flew over and appeared behind him. Soun smiled inwardly. With those two joining the battle, we have more than enough ability to defeat the opponent. Ni Zucheng, who was behind them, sighed. To think the few of us can only rely on talismans to fight, it's truly a loss of face. Young hero Soun said he would deal with the enemy's elixir condensation stage practitioners, so we only need to focus on defense. Daoming and I are only at the celestial stage and have not yet reached the elixir condensation stage. But with the help of the talismans, we might just be able to deal with an elixir condensation stage practitioner. Now, the Ni family must rely entirely on those three's leadership. Our mission is to block the attacks of the other practitioners, so that those three can focus on dealing with the enemy's elixir condensation stage practitioners. Although we were lucky enough to avoid one of the enemy's attacks just now, we still cannot let our guard down. The three of them, Sogun's party, quickly charged forward in unison. Soun looked at the opponent's formation and analyzed inwardly. The three people at the front of the enemy line are the elixir condensation stage practitioners. They are probably the strongest in the team. Adding the practitioners from the Wei family, the enemy should have about 6 elixir condensation stage practitioners. The ambush just now can prove this point. As he flew closer, he became even more certain that his guess was correct, for he had seen Wei Jiaoying. As expected, there were indeed people from the Wei family mixed in with the celestial stage practitioner formation. Seeing Soun charge over, the people of the Huang family in front immediately took action as well. They split their forces into 2 groups and charged toward Sogun's party of 3 and Ni Zucheng's group behind them, respectively. Soun was a little surprised to see this. Are they planning to attack in 2 groups? The Ni family members behind them were also shocked to see the opponent charge over. A slight smile appeared on Sogun's lips. I don't know who came up with this ridiculous tactic. The Ni family has increased their combat power by relying on the talismans and magic treasures from the secret chamber. It probably won't be a problem for them to hold off the Huang family for a while. It would be very difficult for us to block the combined attack of the 6 elixir condensation stage practitioners on the enemy's side. But if the enemy splits up on their own, this is a good opportunity for us to defeat them. Although Wei Jiaoying is at the mid-stage of elixir condensation, if we fight one-on-one, I will definitely not lose to him. Wei Jiaoying flew in front of Soun and laughed coldly. It's useless even if you've called 2 more elixir condensation stage practitioners. Isn't that woman next to you the one who entered the lake with Bai Yu back then? Soun replied calmly. So what if she is? Wei Jiaoying laughed. In that case, I'll spare her life and then take her back for questioning. Sogun's expression hardened and he condensed a revolving orb. You have a good imagination. Do you think you can take her just because you want to? You'll have to get past me first. After speaking, he waved his hands and threw 2 revolving orbs toward the opponent. Wei Jiaoying was contemptuous and paid them no mind, summoning a spiritual energy defense light barrier and letting Sogun's attack strike it. HMPH, truly insignificant skills. But contrary to his expectations, Sogun's seemingly harmless attack was stronger than he had imagined. His spiritual energy defense light barrier quickly developed countless cracks. Wei Jiaoying's expression changed, and without a moment to think he immediately jumped up to dodge. He's just a brat at the early elixir condensation stage, yet one of his moves can break my spiritual energy barrier. How can this be? No, I must calm down. The ancient said that the best defense is a good offense. The golden chain is my most proud magic treasure. I must let this brat have a taste of my skills. Thinking this far, he swung his magic treasure and took the initiative to counterattack. But as soon as the spell was cast, his eyes widened again in disbelief. Wait, what is this? What kind of magic art is this? I can't sense his breath or aura at all. Which one is his real body? Unable to see through the mystery of Sogun's clone art, he waved his hand again and condensed a spell attack. For a mere snot-nosed brat to use such a high-level magic art, there's no other way. I'll just have to attack them all. Seeing the opponent's attack closing in, Soun quickly took out his own magic treasure. The power of his attack has been weakened by half. Victory and defeat will be decided in this very moment. After blocking the opponent's attack, he urged his flying sword to counterattack. Wei Jiaoying's face was filled with shock. What is this brat trying to do now? As he blocked Sogun's attack, his mind was filled with relentless curses. Damn it, why does it feel like I'm fighting 5 people at once? His clones were all destroyed by my golden chain, and only one final strike was left. Unfortunately, before I could make a move, this brat beat me to it, so now I have no way to counterattack. No, I must calm down. This brat really has some skill. But no matter how great he is, in the end he is just a brat at the early elixir condensation stage. After suddenly casting so many high-level magic arts, his spiritual energy will surely not last long. As long as I defend tenaciously, there will definitely be a chance to counterattack. When the opportunity comes, I will immediately use my golden chain to finish him off. Soun, who was opposite him, also saw through his intention. Is he waiting for my spiritual energy to be depleted? Not a bad idea, but unfortunately for me, who has used the golden pill and wears the jade clarity ring, such a thing will not happen. Did not miss the opportunity and once again madly urged his spiritual power to control his flying swords. This attack was even more ferocious than the last, and the longswords transformed into a vortex, flying toward Wei Jiaoying at an extremely fast speed. After casting this move, Sogun's body also felt a little strained. Releasing two moves at the same time has consumed too much of my spiritual power. I can't use all my spiritual power on Wei Jiaoying. I still have to deal with the others. Wei Jiaoying, who was far away, saw Sogun's attack once again madly rushing toward him and was so shocked his jaw dropped. Before he could even react, his defensive light barrier had already been pierced and shattered by the longswords. 3 longswords pierced through the light barrier and stopped before his neck, and for a moment he did not dare to move rashly. Sogun quickly appeared behind him and snapped, "You now have 2 choices. One is to die here and the other is to drink my scattering waste poison. This poison will only disperse your spiritual power, it will not take your life. I'll give you 3 seconds to think." Wei Jiaoying's face contorted like a monkey that had eaten ginger as he looked at the 3 longswords in front of him, and in the end, having no other choice, he had to lower his head and compromise. "Fine, I choose the second option." A Huang family practitioner not far away was also observing the situation here. How could Wei Jiaoying be defeated so easily? "I thought I only had to deal with 2 elixir condensation stage practitioners, but how did things get to this point? Besides, the remaining 2 are no ordinary people either. It will be difficult for our 5 to defeat those 3 unless we join forces." While he was lost in his thoughts, another person shouted loudly again. "Family head Huang, quickly call all the elixir condensation stage practitioners over here." Hearing this, the Huang family head immediately gave up attacking Ni Zucheng's party, turned and ran. "Although the enemy's talismans are very annoying, if we hold on a little longer we should be able to break through them. For now I'll leave them be. It's better to listen to the practitioner from the Wei family." As he ran, he ordered the disciples below. "You all continue the attack. The Ni family practitioners won't be able to hold on much longer, so everyone give it your all." The Huang family practitioners below all nodded their heads and smiled. The family head is right, they won't be able to hold on much longer. "We've won." On the Ni family's side, Ni Zucheng turned his head at this time and shouted loudly to the disciples of his family. 3 of the enemy's elixir condensation stage practitioners have withdrawn from the battlefield. Now is the time to counterattack with all our strength. Hearing this, the Ni family disciples each madly threw their spirit talismans. The people of the Huang family who had been rejoicing were all shocked, their jaws dropping. A moment later, including Wei Jiaoying, 3 elixir condensation stage practitioners were captured by Sogun's party, and 1 old elixir condensation stage practitioner sneered in contempt as he moved. That fellow Wei Jiaoying is only that good to be defeated at the hands of an early elixir condensation stage practitioner. Just then he suddenly sensed something was wrong, and immediately, a longsword from above struck straight down on his defensive light barrier. The old man then lost consciousness, was bound and thrown to the ground. The Huang family head saw this, his jaw agape. What? 3 of them were captured, and 2 of them were even practitioners from the Wei family. How can those 3 possibly face our 5, especially when our skills are similar? And on top of that, our other practitioners are being chased by that swarm of minnows from the Ni family. How did things end up like this? While he was lost in a daze, Sogun's 3 flying swords flew toward him. As soon as the longswords collided with the defensive light barrier, countless cracks immediately appeared. The old man was afraid beyond words. How on earth can he possess such terrifying power? Looking up, he saw Sogun floating in the air above his head. "So it was you brat. How can you possess such strong power at such a young age?" "That's right, isn't this brat the son-in-law of the Ni family? The fact that he could make Ma Tieji flee in fear proves he is a very skilled practitioner, but I never thought he would be strong enough to break my mid-stage elixir condensation spiritual energy defense barrier so easily." The more he thought, the less he could maintain his composure, and he immediately shouted loudly at Sogun, "Where did a damn bastard like you crawl out from? State your name." Sogun stared at his opponent and thought to himself, "I have very little spiritual energy left now. How can I have the strength to chat with that fellow? I have to end this quickly." After finishing his thought, he quickly and madly swung his sword, slashing at the opponent's defensive light barrier. "You are not qualified to know that." A moment later, all of the enemy's elixir condensation stage practitioners were captured alive by Sogun's party. Taoist Geo came up from behind. "I've gathered all the celestial stage practitioners of the Huang family as well." Sogun smiled and thanked him. "Thanks to your help, senior, we were able to achieve such a smooth victory." "Thank you so much," he sighed inwardly. I was originally going to have to trouble that old elixir condensation stage practitioner from the Seo family, but this way it actually saved me some trouble." He then approached Ni Zucheng and asked, "Family head, how do you plan to deal with them?" Ni Zucheng looked at the people bound before him and marveled. "Huang Zhongchun is a mid-stage elixir condensation stage master, and now he's been captured alive. We have always completed our missions in silence, but today, we finally have the opportunity to bring justice to the martial world. We have found our place in Annam again." After thinking for a moment, he asked Huang Zhongchun, "Family head Huang, do you have any last words? If you wish to go on the road with your family, I will help you with all my heart," Huang Zhongchun begged in fear. Family head Ni, although our two families have had some friction in the past. We don't have such a deep grudge, do we? Ni Zucheng nodded in agreement. You're right, our two families really don't have a deep grudge. If there's no grudge, then why did you seek out a master from the Wei family to annihilate our Ni family? This is what you would call reaping what you sow. Huang Zhongchun did not give up and begged loudly. Wait, I still have something to say. As long as you spare my life, I will agree to anything. I will give you our family's spirit stone, mine. Ni Zucheng paid him no mind and swung his sword. Huang Zhongchun saw the tip of the blade before his eyes, and for a moment he was so frightened his hair stood on end. Ni Zucheng pointed the tip of his sword straight at the opponent's face and said in a harsh voice, "Words are no proof, so if you go to the magistrate's office and sign a confirmation, I will spare your life." Huang Zhongchun lowered his head and sighed. "Fine, I agree." Ni Zucheng watched the people of the Huang family being led away and sighed in his heart. "I do not intend to annihilate them, I just want a guarantee. I only hope that hundreds of years from now both sides will not invade each other and can coexist peacefully. As long as we can train in peace for a few hundred years, by then the Huang family will not dare to look down on our Ni family." The Taoist Geo behind them at this time excitedly questioned Sogun. "You damn brat, I haven't seen you in a few years, and your swordsmanship has improved a lot again. I thought you were just spreading strange stories." Ni Zucheng turned his head to glance at them and smiled, thinking to himself, "I will never disappoint any of you. I will definitely raise the banner of the Ni family's revival once again." After returning to his residence, Sogun thought about what to do next. The dispute between the Huang family and the Ni family has come to an end. My business with the Wei family should also come to a close, but branch manager Sang's words have made me fall into deep thought. To think the southern kingdom is on another continent, could this be a smokescreen she deliberately created? Would a person who puts self-interest first say such nonsense? But probably not. He recalled the first time he met Juxin and Kong Bo. No wonder they didn't understand when I mentioned the southern kingdom at first. The southern kingdom is probably indeed a country on another continent. In a country with a vast territory like the Daewon kingdom, one must rely on transportation formations to move anywhere. Then what method must one use to cross continents? How wonderful it would be if I could find a transportation formation in the Daewon kingdom that can move to the southern kingdom. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes wide, and then he immediately sat up and stared intently outside. The aura of a young, radiant stage practitioner. He's finally here. Just as Sogun went out to the courtyard, a group of people was standing outside. Taoist Geo and senior sister, as well as the Seo siblings from Juxin, were all out. It seemed they had also sensed this killing intent. Sogun quickly walked up to the newcomers and bowed his head, cupping his hands. "Greetings, family head. You have graced this humble place with your presence. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you from afar." The old man paid him no mind and asked coldly, "I heard you have bound 5 of my family's practitioners. Is this true?" "Where are they?" Sogun replied calmly. "Rest assured, they are not lacking for food or drink right now." As Sogun hesitated, the old man flicked his finger and said, "Now only the 2 of us can hear this conversation. If you have something to say, say it." Sogun quickly explained, "To be frank, the origin of this dispute is due to the disappearance of your esteemed family's eldest young lady. Senior Wei Bai Yu, your purpose is to hold me accountable, and the innocent Ni family has been dragged into this. Regarding this matter, I already clearly explained the facts to your esteemed family that day. Unfortunately, the family head still cannot accept it. This junior impertinently implores you for 3 things. The old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Sogun. "At first I really didn't believe it, but seeing your outstanding skills today, it seems it wouldn't be impossible for you to escape with your abilities. Until new evidence emerges, I will believe you for now." Sogun smiled. "You are wise, my lord," the old man continued. "Don't be too happy. I will keep a close eye on you until the truth is revealed. If you are truly innocent, I will naturally not pursue the matter further." Sogun nodded. "Understood. Then please investigate clearly." He laughed coldly to himself. "Besides my senior sister and me, there are no survivors, and the gate to that imperial palace can only be opened again after 300 years. Even if they find the bodies, it was the nascent soul that killed them. So the Wei family head will never find anything." Seeing Sogun standing there in a daze, the old man spoke once more. "Then let's consider this matter over. Shouldn't you release the prisoners?" But Sogun's next words startled him. "I'm sorry, but I think you've misunderstood, my lord. Just now I was merely restating the whole situation once more. I have never agreed to release the practitioners of the Wei family." The old man's complexion darkened, and he said in a harsh voice, "You are truly pushing your luck. Tell me, what do you want?" Sogun reassured him. "Rest assured, the Wei family practitioners are all safe and sound right now. They haven't lost a single piece of flesh, nor has their strength been damaged in the slightest. They are just a little mentally shaken from losing the fight just now, but it hasn't affected them much." The old man shouted in anger. "What are you trying to say? Do you expect me to thank you? State your terms." Sogun smiled. "All right, and I won't beat around the bush either. Let's exchange 1 practitioner for 20 top-grade spirit stones. 5 practitioners would be 100 top-grade spirit stones. This price is very reasonable. I will return all of their magic treasures and belongings, and I will absolutely not break my word." Hearing this, the old man's face contorted like a monkey that had eaten ginger. "With this price I could buy a top-grade, mid-grade magic treasure. Isn't this an outrageous demand?" Sogun stroked his chin and sighed. "If you think so, I can't do anything about it, but in my opinion this price is very reasonable. The Wei family practitioners all carry magic treasures on them, so if you add them all up it's very expensive. Besides, an elixir condensation stage practitioner is incomparably more precious than spirit stones. I am entirely considering your face, my lord, and the reputation of the Wei family. This is already a discounted price. The original price is 100 top-grade spirit stones. No bargaining. This is a person's life, not a bunch of vegetables. The old man was provoked by Soun and trembled with anger, but he had no way to refute him. He stared at him and fell into thought. Although 100 top-grade spirit stones is not a small number, it's better than losing 5 elixir condensation stage practitioners. These useless bums, why didn't they just die at their hands? After thinking for a moment, he finally compromised and bought the people back with spirit stones. After handling this matter, Soun looked up at the sky and exhaled. With the proof and certificate from the magistrate's office, from now on the discord between the Wei family, the Huang family and the Ni family is completely resolved. I hear the magistrate's office in Huaning not only has great power but also a very strong voice. This should be enough to control them. I can finally rest assured. I'll take 40 spirit stones and senior sister and senior Geo will each take 30. With these spirit stones I should go shopping at the guild. Hee. Just then, Taoist Geo appeared from behind and slapped his shoulder. I just warmed up a little and earned 30 top-grade spirit stones. This kind of business is really too easy. It's 100 times better than being in Guiyao. If there's another good deal like this next time, don't forget to call me. Soun couldn't help but turn his head to look at him and smile. Actually, it was very dangerous this time. If a few more practitioners from the Wei family had come, or if their elixir condensation stage practitioners hadn't split their forces from the beginning, it would have been very difficult for us to win. Next time I ask for your help, senior, I will try my best to minimize the risk. Taoist Geo laughed coldly and said, "You talk a good game if you just protect yourself lazily. What's the point of being a practitioner? With this many spirit stones, I'm going to the market to look at some magic treasures. See you later." Soun watched his departing back and nodded. "Yes, then I'll see you later, senior." He sighed inwardly. I've never seen Senior use a magic treasure before, and it was a little sorry to see him using a high-grade magic tool which didn't suit his status. Seeing Senior go to buy a magic treasure so happily makes me happy too. To continue her training, Senior's sister also went to the Ni family's manor, although she didn't say it. I can still feel the burning desire for revenge in my senior sister's heart. In the end, I'm the only one left lonely. But this is good too. I finally have time to do that. Soun then went to the market to buy elixir pills. He stopped in front of a large shop and asked, "What kind of elixir pills are the most famous and precious in your shop?" The manager explained. "If you want to buy an elixir pill suitable for an elixir condensation stage practitioner, the price will be very expensive. Besides, even if we have them, they have already been reserved in advance by several families." Soun heard this and sighed sadly. Is that so? His heart couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I thought I could buy the elixir pills I needed as long as I had enough spirit stones, but in the end these elixir pills all had owners. It seems this trip was in vain. If I can't buy them, I can only refine them myself. Should I take this opportunity to make some snack pills for Ungon? Refining elixir pills for a spirit beast costs a lot of spirit stones, and if one is not careful, the spirit beast might die immediately after eating it. That's why very few people are willing to refine elixir pills for spirit beasts. But if a spirit beast can eat elixir pills, it can obtain a much greater auxiliary effect than spirit herbs. It can increase spiritual power and cultivation level very quickly. Besides, I have received the true teachings of my second master, so refining a few elixir pills for a spirit beast will not be a problem. After eating the golden pill fragment, Ungon has grown at an astonishing speed. That little thing's future is definitely promising. How wonderful it would be if that little thing could grow up like Taoist Geo's white cloud crane. His spirit beast can fight an elixir condensation stage practitioner alone. This is truly enviable. Just as he was about to leave, the old woman from the Bosimbang Guild suddenly appeared and blocked his way. "It's someone from the Bosimbang Guild again? What a buzzkill." The old woman paid him no mind, cupped her hands and said to him, "Young master, our branch manager has invited you." Soun had no other choice and had to go to the Bosimbang Guild one more time. As soon as branch manager Sang saw him, she opened her mouth to praise him. "To see you again after only 3 days, I must look at you with new eyes. To think that you, young master, could defeat an enemy force twice your size with only 3 elixir condensation stage practitioners. This is truly surprising." Soun calmly sat down in front of her. "It seems you know everything. What business do you have with me?" Branch manager Sang sighed. "I won't hide it. I always thought you would face an unavoidable disaster this time. That's why I was even sweating bullets on your behalf, young master." Soun feigned surprise. "Oh, is that so? Thank you for your concern." Though he said that on the outside, inwardly he was cursing. What a truly brazen and shameless woman. Branch manager Sang knew full well that he was mocking her, but she didn't mind and continued, "Everything I said was sincere. I just didn't expect your skills to far exceed my predictions, young master." Sogun's expression darkened. "Fortunately, with the help of that senior practitioner, we were able to subdue the Wei family's practitioners." Branch manager Sang laughed. "I know that well, but isn't the most important factor your own formidable strength, young master? You easily subdued the Mid-Yong Radiant stage practitioner Wei Jiaoying, and after that you captured 3 more practitioners. Didn't you also subdue and capture the Mid-Yong Radiant stage practitioner Huang Zhangchun? to be precise, you single-handedly defeated the Wei family members, which is truly an extraordinary feat. Soun shook his head and sighed. Did you summon me here just to praise me? Branch manager Soun took out a scroll. Of course not, I have a few more questions for you, young master. Following the address you gave me last time, we found the body of the faceless murderer. Although the body had decomposed, we were still able to find some clues there. The faceless murderer was killed by a potent poison, and his death was very gruesome. He was undoubtedly struck by a rare poison. When you faced the faceless murderer, you used an extremely rare poison, which shows that your skills at the time were inferior to his. A hint of interest appeared on Sogun's face. Go on, branch manager Soun did not drag it out and continued to explain. What's more interesting is what happened after that. How were you able to increase your skills in such a short time? I truly cannot understand it. Then I suddenly recalled something. For example, if you had obtained some kind of treasure inside the lake, wouldn't that explain it? I don't know what means you used to defeat Madame Wei and Old Man Pyong. Perhaps you reaped the benefits after the two fought to a mutual standstill. Or perhaps they suffered the same fate as the practitioners of the Ni family of Adam 300 years ago. And that is how you were able to escape that disaster, is that right? Sogun sighed inwardly. What made me stronger were the golden pill and the Taehyunbo Jongdan. It has nothing to do with the treasure in the lake. But I didn't expect her to know about what happened to the Ni family of Adam 300 years ago. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and shook his head. That's quite an analysis. If you became a storyteller, you would surely become very famous, branch manager Sang sighed. You're right, there are still 3 years until the next fissure opens, and one must wait another 300 years for the treasure in the lake to appear again. So this matter is a case of dead men tell no tales. Unless you or the woman who went with you speaks up, the world will never know the truth. Sogun shook his head and sighed. I have already told you the truth. What more do you want? Branch manager Sang smiled. You might not believe me when I say this, young master, but you really are popular with the young ladies. The reason I'm trying to dig deeper is purely out of curiosity, not to sell you out. I sincerely hope to be able to cooperate with you for a long time. Sogun was puzzled. Isn't the Bosenbang Guild a place that buys and sells information? What long-term cooperation could there be between us? Branch manager Sang explained. Didn't I tell you before, young master, we are looking for masters to go find the treasure in the lake. In fact, many practitioners are already working on behalf of our Bosenbang Guild. For example, killing demonic beasts, collecting spirit herbs, or finding treasures, among many other things. However, we are always short of masters to participate, so we usually entrust the task to skilled practitioners we have verified. Sogun shook his head. I'm sorry, I do not cooperate with people I can't trust. It's very regrettable, but as of now I still cannot trust you. Branch manager Sang cast a spell and created 2 dolls, one of herself and one of Sogun. Your principle is to cooperate with trustworthy people, and my principle is to discuss cooperation with capable people. Setting other things aside, you, young master, are a very suitable person for me to discuss cooperation with. You might think I'm a bit much, but this is my law of survival. In fact, I too hope to be a person of high utility value. Sogun sighed inwardly. It's true that I am in great need of spirit herbs, demonic beasts, and treasures, but I don't necessarily have to obtain them through branch manager Sang. The Wei family matter alone was enough of a headache, so it's better not to get involved with her. After thinking for a moment, he slowly stood up. As I see it, we are on different paths, so there's no use in talking further. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Just then, branch manager Sang spoke again. The southern kingdom is located an unknown distance east of the Daewon kingdom. Hearing those words, Sogun stopped his movement to stand up and froze on the spot. Is this all the information you have? Branch manager Sang smiled. Of course not. Didn't I say I want to be a person of high utility value? If I told you all the information, wouldn't my value be completely gone? Sogun continued to ask. What do you want to gain? Branch manager Sang shook her head. I haven't thought of it yet. If you like to cooperate with trustworthy people, I think I can give it a try. A moment later, Sogun came out from where branch manager Sang was. He walked lost in thought. A 7-spotted silver-scaled snake. She wouldn't lead me into a trap for no reason, would she? I'll go have a look first and then decide. It seems it will be very difficult to deal with a high-grade demonic beast without using poison, but I haven't been able to obtain any poison herbs to increase my resistance lately. I've only heard a little news about the Southern Kingdom and the conditions are not yet perfect. Besides, I have to read the memory recording scroll after that. Sogun quickly went to a merchant guild. As soon as he entered, he said to the manager, I've come to use the transportation formation. I want to go to Ulambu. The scene shifts back to when Sogun was with branch manager Sang. Once upon a time there was a practitioner who came from the Southern Kingdom. After passing through many countries he came here and finally settled in the Daewon Kingdom, taking a wife and having children, living a peaceful life. Hundreds of years ago he wrote many memoirs in which were recorded his journeys and some old tales from his memories. Those books were all recorded in an unknown script. People of this world fundamentally could not understand the contents of the books. Considering that he was a practitioner with a very high cultivation level, we thought the memoirs were probably treasures. So the main branch bought those books. For several years after that, we continuously searched for someone who could read the script in the books. But unfortunately we had no success, and no one could read what was recorded in them. After that, those books became useless things that no one paid any mind to. and in the end they were thrown into the main branch's library to gather dust. Only after hearing her story did Soun realize. So that's how it was, branch manager Soun snapped, a little angry. Isn't your reaction too cold, young master? You really disappoint me. Do you know how much trouble I went through to get this news? Soun sighed again. Oh, is that so? Then thank you for your hard work. Seeing his attitude, branch manager Soun was angry enough to grind her teeth, but having no other choice she forced herself to calm down and smiled. Fine, you will understand after you read those books. Recalling this, Sogun's mind couldn't help but make a judgment. It's highly likely those books were written in the script of the Southern Kingdom, which is why the people of the Daewon Kingdom can't read them. I originally didn't want to get too involved with branch manager Soun, but if it's news about the Southern Kingdom I can't just let it pass. The manager in front of him searched for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, Ulambu, ah, found it. This is a medium-sized transportation formation that can be used by 8 people. If you wish to use it alone, you will have to pay for all 8 people's spirit stones. Hearing this, Soun immediately waved his hand. Then I will wait at a nearby inn. Please let me know when all the people have gathered, he thought to himself. In any case, killing the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake is not that urgent, so it won't be a problem to wait a few more days. Time passed, and 2 days later, Soun was notified by the manager that the group was full. Seeing the few people in front of him, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. To think they gathered all 8 people in just 2 days, that place must be very rich in demonic beasts and spirit herbs, which seems to have attracted quite a few practitioners. The pattern on that person's clothes is a cloud shape. It turns out they are practitioners of the White Mountain sect. I hear this sect is very powerful and is quite famous as a prestigious orthodox sect. But this doesn't mean all members of an orthodox sect are righteous and kind gentlemen. The specifics depend on each sect's sphere of influence, qigong, magic arts, and the nature of various situations, for example, like Elder Fan of the Fan Manor. They are also a force belonging to an orthodox sect, but he was a cunning and vicious villain. But my senior sister is from the Iron Staff sect, yet she is gentle and kind, so I can't help but be wary of others. Even if the other party is from an orthodox sect, it's better for me to be cautious. The 2 old people are at the mid-young radiant stage and early young radiant stage respectively, and the man and woman are at the celestial stage. Are they senior and junior disciples? But why haven't the remaining 3 people come yet? Soun evaluated them inwardly, and those few people were also secretly evaluating him. This young man seems to be at the young radiant stage of cultivation. Quickly, the remaining 3 people came together. They chattered loudly as they walked. There will surely be a lot of rare spirit herbs. Haha, I hope you're not exaggerating this time. As soon as they arrived, all 3 of them bristled. Damn it, they're from the White Mountain sect. We're not late, are we? Soun looked at the 3 newcomers and thought to himself. It seems they fear the White Mountain sect from the bottom of their hearts. To make such exaggerated expressions, since everyone else is in a group, it's better for me to remain as a humble rogue cultivator. Quickly, the transportation formation activated. Soun entered with the others. 7-spotted silver-scaled snake, here I come. After arriving via the transportation, Soun immediately began hunting demonic beasts and collecting spirit herbs. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed, and after 5 days of non-stop moving and sweeping up treasures, demonic beasts and spirit herbs, Soun finally stopped by a stream. Purple and green willows, purple pine grass, and a small stream. This place is exactly as branch manager Soun described. The 7-spotted silver-scaled snake is a master of hiding, so rather than painstakingly searching for it, it's better to let it take the bait itself. It hunts through vibrations on the ground, so if I just walk around like this I should be able to lure it out of its cave. Besides, if I use a spell to hide my true skills, and pretend to be a practitioner with a low cultivation level, it will surely take the bait. A moment later, the corners of Sogun's lips curled up. It's working as expected. Just as he had predicted, the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake proactively crawled out to eat him. But before it could even pounce, Soun leaped away to dodge. The 7-spotted silver-scaled snake, seeing this, did not give up and continued to lunge with its mouth open. Soun once again used a movement technique to dodge, not in a hurry to fight it yet. After its successive attacks failed, the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake became a little angry. It did not charge and attack madly, but stood its ground, staring intently at Soun and roaring with extreme ferocity. Seeing the venom drip from its mouth, Sogun's eyes widened, and then, before the demonic snake's puzzled expression, he angrily raised his sword and charged. How dare you waste my precious venom? The 7-spotted silver-scaled snake was quickly cut in 2 by Soun, and he then collected its venom. The venom of the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake is a potent poison that can instantly paralyze the body and lead to death. Although its gold attribute inner core and silver scales are all high-grade materials, its venom is what I need most right now. As Soun sat and observed the demonic snake's corpse, its 2 eyes suddenly moved, then immediately opened its mouth and lunged at him. Soun was not surprised and nonchalantly waved his hand, swatting it away. How dare you act up? A demonic snake won't die immediately, even if its head is cut off. I know this very well. I have already cast a spiritual energy defense light barrier around my body. Since I've collected all the venom, I might as well pull out its fangs while I'm at it. After that, it's the scales and inner core. After collecting everything of value from the demonic snake's body, Soun immediately burned its body with fire. He himself quickly leapt away and left, branch manager Sang is truly untrustworthy, but her information is very valuable. After flying for a bit longer, he suddenly discovered a cave on a mountain peak. There's a cave over there. What kind of demonic beast cave is it? He quickly descended and went inside. This cave is too small. It doesn't seem like a demonic beast lives here. This place is quite suitable for setting up a formation, so I'll refine the pills for Ungon here. Fortunately, I bought enough spirit herbs in Wachong Fortress and Wyong, and Ungon also found some. Besides, the gold attribute inner core of the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake matches Ungon's gold attribute perfectly. This is truly a perfect pill refining material. My alchemy skills have improved quite a bit during this period. The purity of the flame has also improved a lot, so I should be able to refine a large number of pills right now. After a bout of arduous refining, Sogun finally finished. He looked at the pill box in front of him and exhaled. Even refining a large number of pills for a celestial stage practitioner wasn't this hard. Using the inner core of a high-grade demonic beast to refine pills really took too much energy. Now is the moment to witness a miracle. I'll feed Ungon 5 pills first and see what the effect is. Sogun quickly released Ungon. He then placed 5 pills in front of it. Seeing Ungon sit and observe without eating immediately, Sogun couldn't help but smile. This fellow has a habit of sniffing pills first, but why isn't it eating? Could it be that its palate has changed after eating the golden pill? Ungon, I know you're very picky, but your taste has become more refined since eating the golden pill. But the things I made for you are all top grade. Hurry up and try them. However, contrary to Sogun's expectations, Ungon still showed a look of disgust and refused to eat. Seeing this, Sogun couldn't help but stand up helplessly. If you don't eat, then don't. I won't force you. Truly, a kind heart is met with disregard, repaying kindness with enmity. If you won't eat them, I might as well just throw them away. Seeing him about to pick up and throw the pills, Ungon's eyes widened, and it then quickly got up and pushed his hand away. After that, it quickly lowered its head and ate them. Sogun was inwardly pleased. It gobbled down a few pills in an instant. I'll watch for a bit before feeding it the remaining few. There are 10 blue pills in total, and besides those, there are also pills made from the demonic snake's 7-spotted inner core, so I'll feed them to it slowly. I'm worried it won't be good for Ungon's body if it eats them all at once. It's been a while since it ate, so why isn't there the slightest change? Its palate really has become picky because of the golden pill. It seems feeding it a few more blue pills won't be a problem, but since I'm feeding them to a spirit beast, it's probably better not to rush. Let's feed it all the remaining pills in a week and see what happens. A week later, Sogun fed all the blue pills to Ungon. He looked at the red pill in his hand and thought to himself, now only one pill remains, the one I painstakingly crafted from the inner core of the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake. Ungon probably didn't even know this pill existed, but that was only what he thought. From the moment he took out the pill, Ungon's eyes were already shining. Taking advantage of a moment when Sogun was off his guard, it immediately lunged forward, trying to snatch the pill from his hand. Sogun, a little angry, scolded it. You little rascal, you certainly know a good thing when you see it, don't you? You can't stay still the moment you see something precious. He no longer hesitated and quickly threw the last pill to it. Ungon excitedly caught and ate the pill, then let out a breath of extreme satisfaction. Watching it lie down quietly to the side and fall asleep, Sogun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. You really have the disposition of a young master, only liking precious things. All right, now I should focus my mind and study the venom of the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake. This is the secret weapon of a top-grade spirit beast, and the most potent venom among the things I've recently made. I'm really looking forward to this. An ordinary person would die instantly if just one drop touched them, so I should test it first with diluted venom. After injecting the diluted venom into his body and waiting for a long time with no reaction, Sogun decided to increase the amount. This time, let's test the undiluted pure venom. As soon as he injected the poison into his body, Sogun had an immediate reaction. He endured the pain, unable to hide his excitement. Yes, this is the feeling. Should I inject a little more? A moment later his vision blurred, and his body felt a little drowsy. Quickly he collapsed beside Ungon and lost consciousness. After some time had passed, Sogun slowly woke from his dazed state. Why is it so sticky? I feel like I've experienced something like this before. Discovering that Ungon was licking his face, he quickly sat up and pushed it away. I really did fall asleep. I injected 1 drop of the pure venom and then 10 more drops in succession. My head hurts a little, but my body is fine. In any case, the venom of the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake is a paralyzing poison. So besides paralyzing the body, it can also paralyze the mind. This feeling is like having a beautiful dream. I had a very sweet sleep. For someone like me who almost never sleeps, this feeling is truly blissful. My body seems to be in great condition now. I must have become immune to this poison, right? But what's wrong with Ungon? Is it a little bored? Wait, it only scratched a few times lightly, yet it left such deep claw marks. Have the pills been digested and absorbed? I should observe it for a bit. A moment later he called Ungon. Seeing it completely ignore his words and continue to frantically scratch the rock wall, his expression hardened. He cast a spell, bound its limbs, pulled it toward him and sneered coldly. How about that? Have the pills started to take effect? To be able to struggle a little even when tightly bound by the seal of submission is quite interesting. Ungon, do you want to be free? First show me how much stronger you've become. Ungon, bound and extremely angry, wailed madly and thrashed its limbs. Seeing it could still move, Soun applied more force. Should I increase the strength of the seal of submission a little? A moment later, Ungon no longer wailed or struggled. Seeing its helpless state, a slight suspicion arose in Sogun's mind. Has it given up? But what followed shocked him. The seal of submission binding Ungon's body was shattered by it. As soon as it was free, its fur stood on end and it growled at Soun in anger. Soun summoned a spiritual energy defense light barrier and marveled inwardly. For Ungon to break free from the seal of submission on its own is truly unbelievable. To think it could escape the bonds of the seal of submission. It seems you've really become stronger. Good, come at me then. Ungon was still very angry and without the slightest hesitation swung its claws, attacking Soun several times. As Soun observed its attacks, he was startled. Wait, aren't these the moves of the origin sword? Though the color of the sword's body seems a little different. After blocking Ungon's assault, Sogun's lips curled up, filled with interest. Moreover, the way it wields the sword is like the flying swallow sparks, a war technique. Unfortunately, it lacks the power of the evil-shattering sword art, but this is still very impressive. What an interesting little fellow. You've secretly learned my techniques. Although you pose no threat to me, your performance really makes me see you in a new light. Your level can be said to have reached the highest tier. Even if it's not the absolute best, that's fine. For a young spirit beast lacking real combat experience, this is already a very great feat. The pills are indeed effective. Rest assured, I will continue to supply you with pills in the future. You just need to eat the pills and grow up quickly. Ungon was still extremely angry about being bound earlier. It ignored Soun again, turned, and continued to scratch the stone. Seeing its attitude, Soun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If this little guy surpasses me later on, what should I do? My feelings right now are truly complicated. After that, Soun left the cave and flew away on his sword. Took out the compass he had taken from way by you. I was too busy before to have a chance to use this item. I never knew this spirit guiding compass was a treasure. As long as the spirit guiding compass spins up and down, I'll definitely be able to find spirit herbs, spirit stones, or spirit beasts nearby. I finally understand how Wei Baiyu was able to reach the young radiant stage at such a young age. I also understand why Wei Baiyu dared to risk her life to enter the lake that even the people of the Wei family in Byuki Manor didn't dare to enter. It turns out she was relying on this spirit guiding compass. I always thought this item was far from ordinary. Now I see this treasure is a truly rare and good item for me. This item is different from Ungon. It can directly lead me to places with abundant spiritual energy, so I can double my efficiency in searching for spirit herbs. Excellent. I'm going to take all the precious spirit herbs in this forest, that's right. I'll sweep up all the spirit beasts and spirit stones too. Hee. From what I can see, this Ulambu region is much better than Annam. The land in Ulambu is much more fertile, so searching here will yield a greater harvest. Ever since I started using the spirit guiding compass, the quality of the spirit herbs I've collected has gone up by several grades. Before, I could only find elixir condensation stage spirit herbs. I had to be lucky to find celestial stage herbs, but now most of them are celestial stage, and if I'm lucky I can even find young radiant stage spirit herbs. I wonder what kind of spirit herb I'll find this time. As he was excitedly thinking about the future, he was suddenly startled. Killing intent. Is someone fighting a spirit beast? He quickly followed the direction of the killing intent. Quickly, he saw a group of practitioners struggling to defend against the assault of spirit beasts. 2 young radiant stage practitioners were casting a spiritual energy defense light barrier to envelop 2 celestial stage practitioners. You two stay behind and don't move. Soun immediately recognized them as the few practitioners from the White Mountain sect he had been transported with. Their situation doesn't look too good. It's better to observe for a bit first. In any case, reaping the spoils of others' fight is quite fun, and I can also gain combat experience, so there's no reason not to watch. Those monkeys seem to be Jagong spirit beasts. Their skill ranks among the top of high-grade spirit beasts. Even 2 or 3 young radiant stage practitioners would find it very difficult to block their wave-like attacks. Furthermore, with their violent nature and agile minds, they are very difficult spirit beasts to deal with. I originally thought those 2 young radiant stage practitioners would put up a great fight, but unfortunately they were too busy protecting their disciples and had no intention of counterattacking to protect their disciples no matter how much they're hit. Such masters are truly excellent. If those 2 disciples weren't there, those 2 young radiant stage practitioners would have counterattacked long ago, or they would have escaped the battle directly. Unfortunately, those 2 celestial stage disciples were holding them back. As the situation grew worse, the girl in the back couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "Masters, don't worry about us. Please counterattack. If this goes on, you will be in danger." The old man gritted his teeth and held on. "No, if I counterattack, you two will barely escape with your lives, but I don't know if this move will work." After speaking, he waved his hand and threw a few spirit talismans. The Jagongs in front couldn't react in time, and several were immediately hit and injured by him. Soun watched this and sighed inwardly. No, doing that will only further enrage those Jagongs, but in any case they are practitioners from the renowned White Mountain sect, so they must still have other tricks up their sleeves, right? Just as Soun had thought, the monkeys, having been counterattacked, became even angrier. They each howled and again picked up stones to throw at the White Mountain sect members. That old man didn't just sit there and take it either. He shouted loudly, "Deploy the Sahapaging." Soun was a little surprised to hear this name. Sahapagging, the four people quickly combined their strength, channeling their spiritual power into the body of the old man in the lead. Outside the light barrier, a massive stream of spiritual energy quickly condensed. The monkeys in front were immediately struck by his attack and sent flying in countless numbers. Soun, observing from the side, realized. So it was to enhance their attack power. They channeled the spiritual power of the early Yang Radiant Stage Practitioner into the body of the mid-Yang Radiant Stage Practitioner, and the person in the middle releases the spiritual energy to protect everyone, while getting more from the two Celestial Stage Practitioners in the back if their spiritual power runs low. His previous act of recklessly throwing spirit talismans made me underestimate them, but this formation and their magic arts are very powerful. Although their bodies will be under some pressure, they can cast a magic art that surpasses the late Yang Radiant stage. Unfortunately, such a magic art requires several people of similar ability to execute at the same time, so even if I wanted to cast it, I wouldn't have the strength. At this time, the 8 monkeys were enraged beyond endurance by them. They stopped throwing stones from a distance and jumped directly onto the spiritual energy defense light barrier, punching and kicking madly. The old man saw this and couldn't help but worry inwardly. There's still no sign of them retreating. It seems our pressure attack is not yet enough to drive them off. It turns out they are creatures of deep affection, willing to risk their lives to avenge their comrades. I miscalculated. If I continue to use the Sahapagging, my body won't be able to hold out, and there are still over 10 Jagongs surrounding us. What on earth should I do now? After thinking for a moment, he ordered the remaining 3 people. Disengage the Sahapagging and focus all our potential to wipe out the remaining Jagongs. The people quickly did as he said. A moment later, they finally succeeded in defeating the monkey troop. The young man asked the old man, "Master, are you all right?" The old man looked at his hand and sighed. "I'm fine. I've just lost some of my vital energy. I've taken a Taichongden, so I'll be fine after going back and recovering for a few more years." The young man heard that and exhaled. That's a relief. The old man looked at his disciple and thought to himself, "It seems Europe is also very weak right now. In any case, the Taichongdan is a secret family pill, so celestial stage disciples can't have it, but I am a master, so how can I not care for my disciple?" Thinking this far, he took out a pill and told his disciple to accept it. Europe quickly waved his hand. "Master, how could I possibly accept your pill?" The old man snapped. "Hurry up and take it. Isn't your goal to become the youngest Yang Radiant stage practitioner? What's the big deal about 1 Taichongdan?" Hearing that, Europe no longer refused and immediately accepted and ate the pill. "Then thank you very much, master." The remaining old man saw this scene and was shocked to his core. For senior brother to give a pill to his disciple, I'd be ashamed to drink mine. If I drink the Taichongdan alone, wouldn't I become a stingy master? Thinking this far, he took out his Taichongdan and gave it to his female disciple. "Minna, I'm fine, so you take this pill." The woman repeatedly waved her hands. "Oh no, master, you absolutely mustn't. Please use it yourself." Hearing that, he didn't force it any further and immediately ate the pill. Then I'll do as you say," he praised her inwardly. As expected, our Minna is smart. Unlike that Europe fellow who doesn't even know how to refuse, she's my good disciple indeed. Just then, while people were off their guard, Europe suddenly struck and killed his master. The remaining 2 people saw it and couldn't believe their eyes. "Senior brother, what is happening?" "Europe, you wretched scoundrel, how could you be so cruel to your own master?" Europe paid his question no mind. He directly turned and swung his hand to attack him. The old man used his remaining bit of spiritual power to summon a spiritual energy defense light barrier to block. Europe saw his pathetic state and sneered in contempt. "You're still trying to resist with such a thin spiritual energy defense barrier?" The old man stared at him, his heart filled with extreme anger. "That power just now, it turns out it was when we were using the Sahapagging. This brat was secretly hiding his strength, and on top of that he ate the Taichongdan, so not only has his spiritual power not been depleted in the slightest, it has actually increased by a great deal." The more he thought, the angrier he became. "You wretched scoundrel." Europe smiled and waved his hand. "I was truly moved by the spirit of sacrifice of master and martial uncle. When I return to the White Mountain sect, I will be sure to praise you both in front of all the disciples." The remaining Yang Radiant stage practitioner old man was quickly killed at Europe's hands. Minna at the side witnessed her master die a miserable death, her face filled with shock, and she immediately urged her spiritual power to rush toward Europe, intending to attack. Europe smiled and glanced at her. "Junior sister, it would be better for you not to struggle in vain." Minna still couldn't understand it, stopped her attack and asked with a puzzled look, "Senior brother, I never knew you were such a cruel person. Why did you have to do that?" Europe smiled and sighed. "Actually, I couldn't help it. I had no other way. We killed over 30 high-grade Jagong spirit beasts. If I didn't do this, how could I monopolize all those inner cores? Besides, think about the number of spirit beasts we killed in the forest. It's truly tempting." Minna berated herself in her heart. "I thought he was a rare peer with outstanding talent and a kind character, but I was truly blind. To think I fell for a beast like him, and even helped him kill demonic beasts. I'm so angry I could die." After thinking for a moment, she asked him, "What will you do with me?" Europe replied calmly. "Do you still have to ask about something like this? Of course I have to kill you to silence you. If this gets out, it will be very troublesome. The problem is that if I go back like this, I will have to hand over the storage pouch obediently. This is also a very troublesome problem. If I leave the sect right away, that's not appropriate either. I can't waste what I've built up over the years so in vain. Junior sister, do you have any good ideas?" Minna sighed. how could you do such a thing as betraying your master and killing your teacher? This is truly a sin that heaven will not forgive." Irip immediately became angry and kicked his master's body towards her. "Those guys from the Radiant stage only raise useless mild-mannered people, and on top of that, they act all high and mighty all day long calling themselves seniors. I can't develop any further in such a rotten place. And in the end what happened? Didn't I just get insulted by nameless nobodies? I have no reason to return to that disgusting White Mountain sect anymore. With my skills I don't have to worry about not finding a sect to join. I'm going to take everything here and start a new life." Minna was horrified inwardly. "I'm screwed. Since he said all this so frankly, he will definitely kill me in a moment to silence me. I really regret believing in a human being more vicious than this beast. For my master and martial uncle to be killed by such an evil person, they surely couldn't close their eyes. I really want to avenge them, but I used up all my spiritual power because of the sahapagging just now. It seems I really have to die here today." Irep smiled and raised his hand, condensing spiritual power. "Farewell forever, junior sister." Just then another stream of spiritual power grazed past his head. Before Minet's shocked eyes, Irep died on the spot. When she turned, she saw that the one who had acted was Sogun. Sogun walked slowly toward Irep's body with a dark face. "Originally, their grievances and love-hate relationship had nothing to do with me, but this time is different. I can't stand by and watch." Minne, still not recovered from her shock, stood blankly and watched Sogun snatch Irep's storage pouch. What on earth just happened? Did this person just kill Irep? Seeing that there's not the slightest fluctuation in his face, I thought he was just a passerby. I can't sense his aura. He seems to be a young Radiant stage practitioner. Surely I haven't escaped the wolf's mouth only to enter the tiger's den. I don't know the other party's intentions yet. It's better to probe first. He doesn't seem to have any ill intentions, otherwise he would have made a move long ago. After thinking for a moment, she immediately opened her mouth and asked, Did you just save me?" Sogun stepped on Irep's body. "No, I just wanted to kill him." Minne's face was filled with helplessness. "Ha, isn't that the same thing?" Sogun turned his head to glance at her and explained. "I just couldn't stand by and watch a guy who betrays his master and kills his teacher, so I took action." Minna nodded in agreement. "That's right, absolutely right. I hate him very much too." Sogun continued to walk toward the bodies of the two old men. "The value of 30 Jagong inner cores is by no means low, but to me the storage pouch of a young Radiant stage practitioner is what's truly valuable." After thinking for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth again and asked, "Besides that kid, did your martial uncle have any other disciples?" Minna explained. "No, unless there's a special reason. One master can only take one disciple. This is the rule of our White Mountain sect." Sogun asked again, "Does he have a family?" Minna replied, "Martial uncle has always been single and has never taken a wife, so he is still a bachelor to this day." Sogun continued, "Then how should we handle martial uncle's storage pouch?" Minna stroked her chin and fell into thought. "It probably has to be handed over." While she was in a bind, Sogun offered another opinion. "In that case, wouldn't it be reasonable for me to take his storage pouch?" Minna was startled. This is, please wait a moment." She clutched her head and thought quickly. "He's trying to take my martial uncle's storage pouch. If I go back with their bodies and the sect members ask about their storage pouches, how should I explain it? By then, I won't be able to explain it even if I had 100 mouths." After thinking for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "That is, excuse me for being frank, but if you really take the storage pouch, I don't know how I'll explain it to the sect when I return. They might even suspect me. If I don't point you out, senior, I'll have no way to explain it to the sect." Sogun realized. "You're right." Spiritual power secretly flowed from Minne's body as she thought to herself. "If he kills me now, my storage pouch and my martial uncle's and master's storage pouches will all become his spoils of war. If I die here, my body will surely be eaten by a demonic beast, and what happened here will never be known by anyone. So I have to think of a way to survive, no matter what." After thinking for a moment, she took out her own storage pouch. "Please wait a moment. How about this? We have a custom in the White Mountain sect. When a young Radiant stage practitioner takes a disciple out for training for the first time, the sect will provide them with the location of a high-grade demonic beast. Although the body must be handed over, the inner core can be kept, and it's also permitted to be gifted to the disciple. As for today's matter, I can report it to the sect like this. Before killing the demonic beast, Irip committed a crime and killed his master. In that case, the inner core and the body won't need to be handed over, and they will naturally all become yours." Sogun was a little puzzled. "But logically, part of the inner core should be your share, right? Why are you giving both shares to me?" Minne's face was filled with helplessness as she stammered. This is. Sogun saw her expression and thought to himself. Could it be that she's afraid I'll kill her to silence her? So she's trying to shut my mouth with this method, although I just happened to pass by and killed that evil disciple because I saw an injustice. But after taking her master's and martial uncle's storage pouches, I feel a little uneasy in my heart too." After thinking for a moment, he reached out his hand and accepted the inner cores. "All right, then I will take the demonic beast's body and the inner cores, but I will only take one share. The remaining share was originally yours, so you should take it." Minna watched Sogun's departing back, and only then did she finally let out a breath. Fortunately, this person wasn't a bad person. Sogun headed toward where the monkey corpses were and said, "It seems I have to deal with the bodies of these Jagongs a bit." Minna looked at Sogun and analyzed inwardly. The inner core of a high-grade demonic beast is very rare even for a young radiant stage practitioner. For him to leave some and only take half, he is at least not a bad person like Europe, but considering he tried to take my martial uncle's storage pouch and even the inner cores and the demonic beast body just now, it seems he's not a person who does good deeds completely either. After thinking for a moment, she went over and closed the eyes of the two old men. Master Martial Uncle, you two died too unjustly. With your cultivation levels, you shouldn't have died at the hands of a celestial stage practitioner. The words her master had said in his lifetime came to her mind. Minne, the higher a practitioner's cultivation level, the harder it is to die, but a practitioner's lifespan has its limits after all. So while I'm alive, I hope you can quickly raise your cultivation level to the young radiant stage so that I can see your magnificent appearance. Minna waved her hand. It will still be another 100 years before my cultivation level can break through. Master, stop talking nonsense. The more she thought, the more her heart ached, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Sogun was searching the surroundings when he suddenly found a pill in the grass. He quickly brought the pill and returned to where Minna was. Have you finished tidying up the bodies? This is a pill your master didn't have time to swallow. Minna saw the pill, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind. It's a Taichongden. Since I exhausted all my potential at that time, it seems my spiritual power can't be recovered for a while. If I have the help of the Taichongden, I should be able to recover my spiritual power very quickly. But it's not poison, is it? But if he wanted to kill me, he would have made a move long ago. Why would he need to waste time like this? It's not good to suspect him for no reason either. Sogun saw her standing there in a daze and again took out 2 spiritual power replenishing pills and gave them to her. After thinking for a moment, she thanked Sogun and then accepted the pills and ate them. As soon as she swallowed the pills, she immediately felt a stream of spiritual power flowing through her body, and its efficacy was not inferior to the Taichongden. To give me such a high-grade pill, but very quickly, her vision blurred and then she collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Sogun was shocked and immediately supported her. Hold on, let me check your condition first. Sweat poured from Minne's body like rain. Her body trembled constantly in pain. After a brief examination, Sogun was startled. I never thought the spiritual power replenishing pills would have a counter effect on her. Her body seems to be suffering from extremely terrible pain right now. It's because she took a pill containing too much spiritual power, and her body couldn't fully absorb it. So the remaining spiritual power is constantly running rampant in her body. There's no other way. I have to quickly remove the spiritual power from her body. I'll have to compress my spiritual power to the maximum and absorb her spiritual power. With Sogun's help, Minne's complexion very quickly began to improve. Seeing that she was no longer trembling, Sogun finally let out a breath. Alright, the immediate danger is over for now. The effects of the Taichongden and the replenishment pills will probably last for a month, so for now I can only slow down. The surroundings here are all dense forests, so there are many eyes and ears, and not a few demonic beasts. I have to find a safe place to treat her. Sogun then brought Minna and returned to the cave on the mountaintop from the previous day. Minna was laid inside by him to rest and refine the medicinal power. After some time had passed, she finally woke from her coma. Waking up and finding herself lying in a cave, she cried out in shock, "Where is this?" Sogun immediately came to her mind. What happened after I met that senior? Why can't I remember anything? Could he have done something to me? But my body doesn't seem to have anything wrong with it. It turns out he saved me. I really want to say thank you to him. Right, I have to report my master's matter to the sect quickly. If that senior agrees to be a witness, I can prove Irup's evil deeds. A moment later, she got up and went outside the cave. Right, where is this and where did that senior go? She did not leave right away but sat at the entrance of the cave and waited. Very quickly night fell, but Sogun still hadn't appeared. She was a little disappointed inside. Did he really leave? When I recover, I'll leave this forest and return to the sect. I have to return to the White Mountain sect no matter what. Just then, Sogun approached and asked, "Are you all right on your own?" Seeing Sogun return, she couldn't help but get up in excitement. "Senior, it turns out you were the one who set up the formation in the cave," Sogun smiled. "It seems you're in very good condition too." Minna looked at Sogun with a serious pleading expression. "Senior, please go to the White Mountain sect with me." Sogun heard her ask him to go to the White Mountain sect with her and be a witness, and he fell into thought. I don't want to go to the White Mountain sect yet. Although I killed Irup, he betrayed his master and killed his teacher. I think the White Mountain sect won't pursue me for this matter. The problem is the 2 dead young radiant stage practitioners. They will surely want to investigate this matter clearly, and they might even investigate me. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. It seems it would be all right to go to the White Mountain sect once. Minna clapped her hands in excitement. You've agreed. Have you been to the White Mountain sect before? Sogun shook his head. No, Minna was agitated. Then you must not miss it this time. Our founding patriarch traveled to every corner of Wolrang Fortress to find a place with beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy to establish the sect, and finally he came to this White Mountain. Sogun was puzzled. Founding patriarch? Minna nodded. Yes, he was a void return stage practitioner, and I hear he later attained the Tao and became an immortal. He was a very outstanding person. As the two flew to the front of the White Mountain sect's mountain gate, a young man from below came out to greet them. Junior sister. You're back. Where are martial uncle, master, and senior brother Yi? Minna sighed. It's a long story, let's go in and talk. The young man heard her and knew that the matter was not simple, so he nodded. All right, come in quickly. As soon as Mina entered, she introduced, this is Senior Soun, who has come to discuss something. After they walked for a bit, they met a middle-aged woman who led them to the front of a long stone staircase and explained, the use of flying magic tools is prohibited from here on. Please understand, no one is an exception, not unless you have the permission of the sect master. Soun didn't care much and nodded. Understood. Soun looked at the stone staircase that led straight to the mountaintop for a moment, then flew up with Mina. They very quickly arrived at the grand hall on the mountaintop. As soon as Mina landed, she cupped her hands toward the inside and shouted loudly, Disciple Akyo Min greets the hallmaster. Immediately, someone from inside pushed the door open. Soun stood beside her silently from beginning to end, observing. An old man was sitting in the main hall, and on his left and right side stood a few other old men. As soon as Soun entered, he cupped his hands in greeting. I am Soun, greeting senior, the old man replied calmly. I am Sun Uk, the hall master of the law enforcement hall of the White Mountain sect. He observed Soun and thought to himself, strange, I know all the young radiant stage practitioners of Wolrang Fortress, so why do I have no impression of this person? When did such a young radiant stage practitioner appear in Wolrang Fortress? After thinking for a moment, he asked Akmin, Speak, what have you come for? Akmin stammered in reply, It's like this. A very terrifying thing happened in the Ulambu forest. There are 3 bodies outside now. Sun Uk was shocked. Bodies? I must go and see for myself. After waiting for his subordinate to examine the bodies, Sun Uk asked, What on earth happened? That person replied, After examination, Zheng Peng and Wen Se Yang were killed by Baek Tan. Sun Uk was shocked to hear this. Isn't this a magic art of the White Mountain sect? That old man continued to explain. The 2 young radiant stage practitioners suffered serious internal injuries before they died, and the traces of Baek Tan are very obvious, so it's certain that a disciple betrayed their master and killed their teacher. The problem is that we need to find out whether this disciple is Irip or Akminimum. Akmin heard this and became agitated, wanting to shout and explain. We were attacked by a troop of Jagungs and barely managed to fight them off with all our might. But we never expected Senior Brother Yi to turn on us. He grievously injured my master, my martial uncle, and myself, intending to steal their storage pouches. He tried to harm us and then he planned to kill us to silence us. It was at that moment that Senior Soun appeared in time and saved my life. Hearing this, Sun Uk immediately turned his head and glanced at Soun. Are you saying this young man killed the traitor Irip and saved the disciple Akmin? Soun nodded. That is correct. Seeing him about to kill someone to silence them, I had no choice but to step in and stop him. I used a subduing art to overpower him. The old man beside Sun Uk nodded. He is right. There are no signs of internal injury on Irip's body. After hearing this, Sun Uk cupped his hands toward Soun and said, The matter is clear. You subdued that traitor in time and saved a disciple of our sect. On behalf of the sect I thank you. However, this is only a preliminary conclusion. All matters must be decided by the sect master and only then can a final decision be made. Therefore, young Soun, please stay here for a few more days. It will not be too late to leave after our sect master has reached a conclusion. Soun had no objection and nodded. Understood. He glanced at Akmin, who was letting out a small sigh of relief beside him, and thought to himself, It seems Miss Ak's matter has been smoothly resolved, so it's better for me to keep a low profile here. He cultivated his internal energy quietly, trying not to cause any friction with the people of the White Mountain sect. A few days later, as Soun was cultivating in his room, an old man approached from outside and said, Excuse me, the sect master summons you, sir. Soun nodded and stood up. Please lead the way. Quickly, under the old man's guidance, Soun arrived at a mansion on the mountain. The old man guarding the outside bowed his head and said, Before you see the sect master, you must leave your storage pouch outside the door. Please forgive me. After waiting for Soun to put down his storage pouch, he stepped aside and invited him in. The sect master has been waiting for a long time. Please come in. As soon as Soun entered, he cupped his hands in greeting. This junior Soun greets the sect master. The old man looked at him with a benevolent smile. Are you the young hero, Soun? I am Ling Xian, the sect master of the White Mountain sect. Please have a seat. I have long wanted to meet you, but I never thought you would come to our sect yourself. To meet the young master who defeated several young radiant stage practitioners from the Wei family, it is truly my good fortune. Soun walked over and sat across from him. You flatter me, senior, he thought to himself. The Wei family would not have publicized their own embarrassing affair, and the Ni family would not have spread it around either. So how does he know about this? Ling Xian clenched his fists in excitement. I have already heard about the good deeds you have done for our sect. I cannot describe how happy I was at that time. For a young radiant stage practitioner like you to subdue 4 veteran young radiant stage practitioners. This is truly astonishing, and what's more, 2 of those 4 were at the mid-young radiant stage. Soun shook his head. You praise me too much, senior. This junior was merely lucky, Ling Xian reminded him. But you must be careful in the future. After all, the Wei family will not give up so easily. Soun nodded. Thank you for the reminder, sect master. Ling Xian looked at Soun and thought to himself, this young radiant stage practitioner looks very ordinary, but the things he has done are astounding. It seems the information was true. To have such a high cultivation level at a young age and to be so modest and upright is truly excellent. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Excuse me, young man, but to which sect do you belong? Soun's eyes widened, full of doubt at his sudden question. A moment later, he smiled and explained, I belong to no sect. This body of skills was all taught to me by my master since I was a child, Ling Zian exclaimed in shock. Oh, so you are a private disciple. May I know your master's esteemed name? Sogun shook his head. My master and I are not from the Daewon Kingdom, and my master lived in seclusion deep in the mountains, so you probably would not know of him, senior. Besides, my master passed away many years ago, so very few people in the world know of his existence, Ling Zian nodded. So that's how it was. Seeing that Sogun did not want to speak much on this matter, he changed the subject to something else. Having stayed at the White Mountain sect for a few days, what do you think of it? Sogun praised. From what this junior has seen, the sect is well structured and orderly from top to bottom, befitting its name as a century-old prestigious orthodox sect. Ling Zian laughed loudly. Haha, is that really so? His expression darkened as he thought to himself. But the current situation of the White Mountain sect is truly not very good. This unexpected incident has cost us 2 young Radiant stage practitioners, and what's more, the disciple with the most potential in the sect has betrayed us. This matter is a very big blow to our sect. Furthermore, our sect is being suppressed by the Sokdungbang near Wulryang Fortress, so the pressure is immense. If a talent like young Sogun were to join at this time, the chances of our sect's revival would be greatly increased. After thinking for a moment, he extended an invitation to Sogun. You could be called our sect's lucky star. To have handled a great disaster on behalf of our sect, your merit is truly immeasurable. Have you any thought of joining our sect? Hearing this, Sogun's face was filled with shock. A moment later, Ling Zian continued in a loud voice. I no longer need the dignity of a sect master. If you are willing to join our sect, I guarantee a sufficient supply of elixir pills. Needless to say, there will be no shortage of spirit stones. And what's more, after you reach the late young Radiant stage, an elder's position will be waiting for you. With your current cultivation level, it probably won't even take 100 years to reach the late young Radiant stage, and I will be a strong supporter to help you break through. Sogun thought to himself, this is a bit difficult. I only wanted to build a good relationship with the White Mountain sect this time. I had no intention of joining at all. I prefer my current free and unrestrained life, but if a sect like the White Mountain sect were to support me, it would definitely be a great benefit to raising my cultivation level. After thinking for a moment, he sighed. This matter is really a bit sudden. Ling Zian laughed. Haha, I understand you don't have to decide right away. By the way, our sect has 3 young Radiant stage grandmasters, 2 of whom are busy with cultivation and do not show themselves, and the remaining one is currently at the Shangqing Palace. I would like to introduce you to my grandmaster and ask him to guide you to help raise your cultivation level. Sogun was once again in a bind. This proposal is truly very attractive, but I can't just wait around in the Daewon Kingdom. I must go to the Southern Kingdom to avenge my masters. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and refused. I am grateful for the sect master's good intentions, but this junior has no intention of staying long in the Daewon Kingdom. It seems I must leave the Daewon Kingdom for a while. I hope the sect master will forgive me. Ling Zian frowned upon hearing that, and Sogun continued to explain. If this junior were to truly join the White Mountain sect and later receive a great deal of support from the sect, only to suddenly leave without a word one day, would that not be letting down the sect master's kindness? Ling Zian heard this, smiled and stroked his beard. One day, that means there's also a possibility that you won't leave. After thinking for a moment, he proposed an idea. Then how about this, you become an outer disciple? That way it won't matter if you leave the Daewon Kingdom, and you can come and go freely. The White Mountain sect is currently actively recruiting many outer disciples, and we treat our outer disciples very fairly, doing our best to protect and support them. It is only that a few exclusive secret manuals are not permitted to be passed on to outsiders. Although I cannot look after you as comprehensively as an inner disciple, I will do my best. If you change your mind later, you can come back at any time. The elder's position will still be reserved for you, Sogun asked back. After becoming an outer disciple, it's all right for me to be abroad as long as I wish. Ling Zian nodded. Of course. Receiving his confirmation, Sogun let out a sigh, picked up his teacup and took a sip. A moment later, he smiled and nodded. Since the sect master has said so, then I will respectfully obey. Ling Zian took out a box and gave it to him. Excellent, this is for you. Sogun received it, opened it, and couldn't help but be surprised. This is, Ling Zian smiled and explained. This Taeyun Bojangdan is my first meeting gift to you. Accept it. After you reach the late young Radiant stage, even if you are not an inner disciple of the White Mountain sect, I will give you the position of an honorary elder. I hope you will do your best to raise your cultivation level as quickly as possible. Sogun looked at the glistening elixir pill before him and marveled inwardly. I never thought I would obtain a Taeyun Bojangdan because of this decision. I am not one to forget a kindness, so this Taeyun Bojangdan is enough to prove the sincerity of the White Mountain sect. Sometime later one morning, with a thick fog and dampness seeping into the houses, Akmin was walking alone through the forest, dejected and lost in sorrow. I'm so sad. After losing my master, my relationships with my martial uncles and brothers feel more and more distant, although they all comforted me. This is only a moment's concern. It's no different from dying at Irip's hands. Just then, Ungon appeared from somewhere and lipped onto her shoulder. Akmin was shocked to see it. Aren't you a scented ermine? No demonic beast has ever appeared on Chungyeo Peak before. Where did you come from? Just then, Sogun handed her a surin fruit from behind. This is Ngon's favorite surin fruit. If you cut it in half and feed it to him, he'll be very happy. Akmin stared blankly at the young man across from her. Are you Senior Sogun? So the scented ermine is yours. Such a demonic beast is very difficult to find and even harder to tame. You are truly amazing, Senior. Its name is very cute too, Ngon, right? Sogun smiled. This little fellow doesn't listen and is very stubborn. So I gave him that name. By the way, are you planning to hide behind your senior and junior martial brothers for the rest of your life? Hearing that, Akmin was startled and then turned away sadly. Senior Sogun reached the 5th stage of the Yang Radiant stage in less than a year after joining the sect. Reaching the mid-Yang Radiant stage is something any young practitioner would want to achieve. Senior, you are now a famous person in the sect, and even the sect master praises you endlessly. What's more, everyone is saying lately that you have the hope of becoming the youngest Yang Radiant stage practitioner in history. But what about me? I have lost my master and I no longer have any hope of becoming a Yang Radiant stage practitioner. Sogun spoke again. You have already learned everything you need to learn, so does it matter so much to you whether you have a master or not? Don't forget that you have the inner core of a top-grade demonic beast. Are you afraid of ruining that precious inner core? If so, I can refine it into an elixir pill for you. If anyone asks later, just say I gave it to you. Then others won't ask any more questions. Sogun sighed inwardly. I was just preparing to make some pills for Ngon so I can make Miss Axe as well. I've been too indifferent to her lately, truly a little thoughtless. Akmin looked at Sogun and was lost in thought for a moment before finally taking out the inner core and giving it to him. Then I will trouble you, Senior Sogun. Thank you so much. Sogun patted her shoulder and encouraged her. When my master passed away, I had only reached the celestial stage. As the saying goes, a master can lead you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Therefore, your destiny is in your own hands. Your master has laid a solid foundation for you, so you must not give up. If you cultivate diligently, you will surely succeed in the future. After speaking, he leapt and flew away. Akmin watched his departing back, an indescribable feeling welling up in her heart. Sogun left Akmin and went to the library. This place was known as the treasure house of the White Mountain sect. The library would surely have a great many records and techniques left by the seniors. Before refining the pills, I must first come in here to see and learn a bit. As Sogun stepped inside, he saw the disciple on duty dozing off and went over to knock on the desk. The young man was startled awake by the sound and was even more surprised to see that the person who had come was Sogun. Senior Sogun, what can I do for you? Sogun didn't mind much and asked, I hear that outer disciples can also view the books in the library, is that correct? The young man nodded repeatedly. Of course. Apart from the books in the preservation vault, you may borrow and read any book you wish, Senior. Sogun asked again, You mean I can borrow the books and take them back? The young man nodded. Practitioners with a cultivation level of Yang Radiant stage or higher can borrow 100 books, however, they must only be used within the country, and if the books are leaked to the outside or damaged, you will be punished accordingly as per the regulations. Sogun turned and walked inside. Understood. I'm going to look at some books. You can go about your business. You seemed very busy just now, so I won't disturb you any longer. The young man scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Haha, you're teasing me, Senior Sogun. He watched Sogun reading diligently and couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart. Usually the practitioners of the sect are all very busy with their cultivation and few come to the library to read. I didn't expect Senior Sogun to have an interest in this place. A moment later, Sogun returned to where the young man was. He piled a stack of books in front of the young man. Wang Piang, this is 100 books. Wang Piang was shocked to see him borrow so many. Senior, the library has a rule that borrowed books must be returned within a month. Sogun nodded. Rest assured. I will return them on time. Sogun then went to the alchemy room. He studied the books and thought to himself, looking at it now, the greatest gain from becoming an outer disciple of the White Mountain sect was not the Taehyun Bojangdan but the ability to freely enter and exit the library. In my opinion, the value of this library is far greater than the treasures or spirit stones they possess. This is what one would call the true precious asset of a 1,000-year sect. I should read a few books in my spare time while refining pills. Sogun then spent his time in the alchemy room refining pills and reading books. 15 days later, he had finally finished reading all 100 books. Wang Piang was indescribably shocked to see him bring the books back for return after only 15 days. You finished them all so quickly? Sogun then borrowed another 100 books to take back and read. Wang Piang's expression just now was really interesting. He probably never imagined I could read them so quickly. The ice reflection art was really a great help, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to read so fast either. Why does the rule only allow borrowing 100 books at a time? What a shame. Oh, in this book. I cannot believe the words and stance of the founding patriarch Wu Zhongying. This was a book written by a mid-Yang Radiant stage practitioner named Zhang Shuiping. One day, Wu Zhongying suddenly appeared in Wulrang Fortress. At that time, his cultivation level was at the void return stage. This person was kind and upright, earning the respect of countless practitioners. Not long after, he established the White Mountain sect on White Mountain, and then defeated the strongest Taoist temple in Wulrang Fortress with the Baektan magic art. When I was young, I happened to see an elder of the Shangshan sect perform the White Dragon sword art, and this move was very similar to the sect's Baektan technique. At that moment, a bold idea immediately popped into my head. Could it be that the founding patriarch was really from the Shangshan sect? Wu Zhangying, why did he come to Wolrang Fortress? Was he trying to make the White Mountain sect the #1 sect in Wolrang Fortress and rule the martial world? Just as he read this far, the book ended, and Sogun was extremely angry. Damn it, what is this to write this far and then stop? What kind of book is this? Well, whatever, I'll just continue refining the elixir pills for Miss Ak and Umgon. A few days later, Sogun couldn't bear it any longer in his heart. This book by Zhang Shuiping that starts with a dragon's head and ends with a snake's tail is truly infuriating. He once again left his residence and went to the library. Wang Piang, you seem very free today. He approached the young man and took out a spirit stone. Look, this is a high-grade spirit stone. Wang Piang's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Why did the senior uncle suddenly take out a high-grade spirit stone? Sogun asked with a solemn face. Have you ever heard of Zhang Shuiping? Wang Piang scratched his head. I don't know him well. I don't think he's a disciple of our sect. Are you asking me to find this person? Sogun nodded. That's right, I want to find books related to this senior. He was someone who had contact with the founding patriarch when he was still alive a long time ago. Wang Piang immediately ran inside. Zhang Shuiping, senior uncle, please wait a moment. A moment later, Wang Piang returned. Senior uncle, I found him. However, Sogun was puzzled. However, what? Wang Piang explained. It seems I found his book on the list for the preservation vault. This is really strange. Sogun's face was once again filled with doubt. The preservation vault. Wang Piang stroked his chin and fell into thought. Yes, the sect master ordered me to store it there. It's very strange, because ordinary records are not stored there. Sogun asked again. The sect master you mentioned, are you talking about the current sect master? Wang Piang replied. Yes, the sect master is always very meticulous in his work. I think he must have his reasons. Hearing that, Sogun nodded. Understood. Is it correct that an outer disciple cannot borrow books from the preservation vault? Wang Piang replied. Yes, only elders or those of equivalent rank are qualified to borrow them. Sogun asked again. How many volumes are there in total? There are 3 volumes in total. After asking, Sogun immediately turned to leave. Understood, then I'll be going first. Just then, Wang Piang spoke again, stopping him. Senior uncle. It's not like there's no way. Hearing that, Sogun immediately stopped, turned his head to glance at him and said, Speak. Wang Piang quickly explained. The preservation vault's door is opened on the first day of every month. This is because no one usually pays attention to the records inside, so they need to be managed regularly. At that time, I can secretly bring out the books you need, senior uncle. Hearing that, Sogun frowned and stared intently at him. Seeing his gaze, Wang Piang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. A moment later, Sogun turned his head and continued to leave. How do I know you won't sell me out? Wang Piang hurriedly explained. Senior uncle, if this matter is exposed, it will be no good for me either, so I know very well what I should do. Sogun no longer hesitated and took out a handful of spirit stones, giving them to him. All right, here are 5 high-grade spirit stones. I will give you 5 more after the job is done. Wang Piang's eyes shone as he stared intently at the spirit stones. With 10 high-grade spirit stones I can buy a top-grade magic tool. Senior uncle, please rest assured and wait for the good news. Very quickly, the first day of the month finally arrived. As promised, Wang Piang secretly stole the books and brought them to Sogun. Looking at the 3 books before him, he couldn't hide his joy. I've finally gotten my hands on Grandmaster Zhang Shuiping's records. Let's see what's written inside. After the duel with the Taoist from the Wolrang Fortress Taoist Temple, the White Mountain sect immediately became famous. For many years I was also busy and exhausted dealing with challenges from other sects. Only later was I finally able to live a free life. I then returned to my hometown, Wanam Fortress. The purpose of this journey was to go to the Shangshan sect and investigate Wu Zhangying's identity. Unexpectedly, this journey was truly fruitful. I discovered that an elder of the Shangshan sect at the Void Return stage had killed the other elders and his 2 senior martial brothers before disappearing. Although I was never able to find this person, I am certain that he is Wu Zhangying. Why would Wu Zhangying do such a thing? The most reasonable explanation is that the 4 of them discovered a very great treasure. In order to monopolize the treasure, Wu Zhangying killed the remaining 3. After returning to the sect, I went to see him, but unexpectedly he had already left. I don't know where he went. But isn't this matter obvious? He has already reached the mid-void return stage, so he is probably trying to gather spiritual power to become an immortal, to abandon his responsibilities to become an immortal. Then why did he establish the White Mountain sect in the first place? This question has troubled me for many years. A person who would kill his fellow sect brothers for a so-called treasure is a person who would absolutely do anything. Why did he establish the White Mountain sect? Why on earth? What benefit is there in this for Wu Zhangying? Everything related to him is filled with doubt. In fact, the Baek-Tan move that Wu Zhangying passed down to the sect is identical to the White Dragon sword art. Is the Wu Zhangying that the disciples of the White Mountain sect worship in the ancestral hall the real one? But in fact, this luxurious ancestral hall was indeed built by Wu Zhangying, and he even forbade entry to Chaheng Peak. To this day it is still forbidden. Although I know I won't find anything, I still have lingering feelings about this ancestral hall being sealed here. What is the relationship between the ancestral hall on Chaheng Peak and Wu Zhangying, who founded the White Mountain sect? What secret lies within? Time passed like that, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of years had gone by. Looking back, I suddenly feel that I wasted too much time trying to find Wu Zhangying's secret, and I truly regret it now. Before my death I only want to leave these words for my descendants. Even in death I do not believe him. After reading everything Zhang Shuiping had written, Sogun stood up and sighed. This record was written 7,000 years ago, and there is now no way to discern its authenticity. It is unknown whether Wu Zhongying ultimately became an immortal. If Zhang Shuiping's judgment is correct, then why did that Wu Zhongying kill his own senior martial brothers? If it was truly for a treasure, then why did he establish the White Mountain sect? Although Chahang Peak is a forbidden area, I must go and investigate it now. As soon as the thought occurred to him, he immediately flew off on his flying sword. Very quickly he arrived in front of the palace on Chahang Peak. Sogun dismounted and went inside, his heart filled with doubt. Although it's a forbidden area, there isn't even a single patrolling Taoist inside. There are no formations set up around either. So could it be that this place has been forgotten by everyone? After thinking for a moment, he released Ungon. You've eaten elixir pills refined from the inner core of a top-grade demonic beast, so isn't it time for you to repay my kindness? After waiting for Ungon to sniff around for a moment, he asked, "Do you smell anything strange?" It seems there's no reaction. It seems there's nothing special here. Go back to the spirit beast pouch. On the wall hung 2 portraits, and since the book said Wu Zhongying was a handsome man, the one on the right seems to be him. Could something be hidden in the altar in front? If it were really that easy to find, Zhang Shuiping wouldn't have had to waste dozens of years searching for an answer. Could it be under the altar? There's nothing special on the roof either. Could it be under here? After circling the room once, Sogun helplessly returned to the front of the altar. I've searched every nook and cranny, but I haven't found anything at all. I've looked around once and I can't sense any difference with my spiritual energy either. Could there really be nothing here? Just then, he suddenly thought of something. That's right, the spirit guiding compass. It was thanks to the spirit guiding compass that Lei Shang was able to find the palace inside Guiyao Lake. Inside the palace, he used the spirit guiding compass again to find the direction of the ancient palace. Let's use this to investigate this place. The needle in the spirit compass is pointing here, and the spiritual energy here is thicker than in the ancestral hall, so it seems it's not the ancestral hall. Then is the real secret hidden on Chahang Peak. The needle is pointing in that direction and the vibration has become very fast, so I should go over there and take a look. Thinking this far, he immediately flew in the direction the needle was pointing, and a moment later, he arrived at Chahang Peak. This is probably the place. First, I'll deal with the snow on the surface and then think. Sogun then quickly cast the wind-riding art and blew away the snow in front of him. A thick layer of ice was revealed below. He bent down and touched the surface of the ice, thinking to himself, Chahang Peak is a forbidden area, so probably no one has ever come here. This thick layer of snow is the best proof. The layer of ice and snow formed by 7,000 years of snow is very hard, so even if there really is something inside, it would be very difficult to find. After thinking for a moment, he took out his longsword, and then, without the slightest hesitation, forcefully stabbed the ice surface. Very quickly, a deep hole leading straight to the ground was pierced through the ice surface. Looking at the pit in front of him, Sogun couldn't help but be surprised. As expected, a spirit guiding compass's speed has increased, so there must be something inside that gray stone. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and cast the seal of submission, and his spiritual power transformed into countless ropes that wrapped around and secured the rock below. Sogun then used his strength to try and pull it up. The rock very quickly couldn't withstand Sogun's strength and began to move. It was then directly pulled out of the pit by him and thrown upward. Sogun jumped down, unable to contain his surprise. It turned out there was a cave under the rock. He quickly lit a fire to illuminate it and observed the situation. This cave is man-made, so there must be a world-shaking secret hidden inside. As soon as he walked a few steps in, a bone-chilling coldness emanated from within. Except for the time I was in the demonic beast forest as a child, I've never encountered such a terrifying coldness. The spirit guiding compass is spinning too fast. The spiritual energy here is really too dense, and the speed of rotation is getting faster and faster, so just in case I should take out the origin silver armor. After walking a little further, his eyes widened. In front of him was a body sealed in ice. Sogun approached and observed it, his heart filled with doubt. What is this? There's an old man inside, but he looks different from the person in the portrait. Zhang Shuiping described Wu Zhongying's appearance, so this old man is not the person in the portrait. If it's not Wu Zhongying, then who on earth is this person? Could it be that he was trapped here after encountering another Taoist? After walking a little further, he was once again surprised. On a cliff was a spirit herb, its entire body covered in ice. Although he didn't know what it was, Sogun knew at a glance that it was very extraordinary. No matter how he thought, he couldn't identify the origin of this spirit herb, so he called Ungon. Take a look at this ice and snow. What do you think this is? Ungon stared blankly at it for a moment, and then sneezed repeatedly. Sogun saw it shivering and sighed. It seems you can't stand the cold either. Alright, go back quickly. After retracting Ungon, Sogun once again fell into thought. The spiritual energy here is so heavy it must be related to this ice and snow, but an hour and a half have passed and I still can't figure out what it is. I don't dare to touch it either. If I end up frozen like that old man, I'm finished. Just then, someone approached from outside and asked, "What are you doing here?" Sogun was shocked to see someone arrive. This is bad. I was so engrossed in the ice and snow that I let my guard down. The ones who came were the sect master and elders of the White Mountain sect. They stared intently at Sogun and asked with solemn faces, "This is a forbidden area, so why have you appeared here?" Sogun looked at the people behind him, feeling extremely nervous. They were also staring intently at him, waiting for an answer. After thinking for a moment, Sogun cupped his hands and smiled. So it was the sect master, the elders and the hall master of the law enforcement hall. "Forgive my impertinence, disciple," Ling Zian smiled. "You haven't been in the sect for long, so it seems you're still not familiar with the sect's rules, are you? This is not a place you can easily enter. Even I, the sect master, cannot enter this place rashly. Hall master of the law enforcement hall, tell me, what punishment should a disciple who violates the sect's prohibition receive?" Sun Yukei, who was at the side, immediately replied, "Their inner core is shattered and their limbs are cut off. Then, to prevent secrets from leaking, their tongue is cut out." Ling Zian asked again, "Oh, is that so? Is that the punishment even if one enters carelessly?" Sun Yukei replied, "If one enters unintentionally, it can be handled through the sect master's authority, and the punishment can be reduced depending on the circumstances." Ling Zian smiled. "In that case, Sogun's little life is in my hands." Hearing that, Sogun couldn't help but clench his fists, extremely nervous. Just as he thought the other party would make a move and deal with him, Ling Zian continued, "But I don't want to punish him. On the contrary, I want to reward him. Because Sogun has solved a doubt I've had for many years. Do you know, in fact, every disciple who guards the library has a secret mission that no one knows about, and that is to immediately report to me if someone who wants to read the records of Grand Master Zhang Shuiping appears. A few have appeared before, but they were all ordinary people, but you are different. Tell me quickly, why did you find this place? How were you able to find such a secret place?" The burly man behind him couldn't help but cut in loudly. "Sect Master, how long are you going to drag this out? Didn't we come here to investigate this cave? It won't be too late to punish that fellow after we're done." Sun Yukei, who was at the side, retorted. "Elder Sok, can't you see the sect master is speaking?" Elder Sok shouted angrily. "The sect master, dragging this on like this is a waste of time. Did you call us here in the middle of the night just to listen to his trivial stories?" The remaining few people also opened their mouths one after another. "In my opinion, it's better to find the treasure first. Elder Sok is right. If the Grand Patriarch's treasure is really buried in this cave, the immediate priority is to find the treasure." Ling Zian gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "What a bunch of stupid fools. You know how difficult it is to find a treasure in this cave. Being with fools is really a headache. I really want to kill all of them. If I had enough skill, I would have done so long ago. I have no choice. I can only postpone punishing Sogun." After thinking for a moment, he smiled at the people behind him. "Haha. If the elders have reached a consensus, then I have no choice but to follow. Let's join forces to find the Grand Patriarch's treasure and this cave. No matter what, we must find the treasure left to us descendants by the Grand Patriarch. This is also a heaven-sent gift to help our sect become a top-tier sect in one step." After speaking, he glanced at Sogun with a solemn face. "You heard me, didn't you? If you dare to leave this cave, you will become a criminal, understand?" After a long while, the disappointed voices of the people rang out one after another. "We've been searching for a long time, but there's nothing here." "That's right, Sect Master. What on earth is this? Since you are so knowledgeable, please explain it to us." "Elder Sok, you flatter me. Please forgive me for not being able to answer. I don't know what this is either." Elder Sok stroked his chin and fell into thought. "If we don't know its origin and use, even if it is a treasure, it's of no benefit to us. Let's try picking it first and see." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out to pick the flower, but before his hand could even touch it, it was frozen by the cold. He was horrified and immediately withdrew his hand. "What on earth is this? This is too strange. Why would he leave such a treasure for his descendants? Didn't you say you know the founding patriarch very well, Sect Master?" Ling Zian sighed. "I only know what is recorded in the books. Let's just say this is all speculation based on reading books and records." Elder Sok sneered coldly. "How disappointing. In the end, we're not even sure if there's a treasure or not. Don't forget that our founding patriarch was a profligate man who abandoned the sect to roam the world alone." Ling Zian shouted in anger. "Elder Sok, those words are a bit too harsh. We found a man-made cave, which proves my predictions were quite accurate." "What's the rush?" He then glanced at Sogun and asked, "Who is that person? If you have the ability to find this place, you must also know about that old man in the ice and snow, right? You'd better tell the truth." As he finished speaking, the others all shot menacing looks at Sogun. Sogun cupped his hands and explained, "I'm truly sorry. It was like a blind man stumbling upon a door handle. I only found this place by chance. I really don't know anything about this object, but it seems to have some kind of resonance with spiritual energy. If you inject spiritual energy into it, there will probably be a reaction, and then we can study how to use it. This disciple would like to give it a try." After speaking, he approached the ice and snow. He urged his spiritual power and thought to himself, "I should save some strength just in case and only use 30 of my spiritual power to test it first. There's no movement. Was my guess wrong?" A moment later, the ice and snow finally reacted. Seeing this, Sogun thought to himself, "There's a reaction. What happens after this is none of my business." After thinking for a moment, he turned his head and said to the others, "This disciple's spiritual power is insufficient, so I cannot continue any longer." Ling Zian nodded. There really was a change after injecting spiritual power. The only thing left to do now is to continue injecting spiritual power. My cultivation level is similar to Sogun's, so the effect will probably not be very ideal. Hearing that, Elder Sok immediately volunteered. Then I'll do it. After speaking, he madly urged his spiritual power. He became more and more frantic, and just as it seemed he could no longer hold on, Ling Zian went over and stopped him. It's almost done, so why are you still trying to use all your spiritual power? You've worked hard, so rest first. You three elders and the law enforcement hallmaster, please cast the Sahapaging immediately. Hearing his words, the others cast the spell without the slightest hesitation. The four of them combined their strength and once again urged their spiritual power, infusing it into the Hyunbing. Ling Zian observed from the side, inwardly horrified. I was worried the ice and snow would shatter just now, but unexpectedly not even a crack has appeared. It seems it's not an object that can be used like a magic treasure, but the fact is that this ice and snow can withstand the spiritual power of 4 late Yang Radiant stage practitioners. It seems this object is very special. The opportunity to raise our sect's prestige has come. A moment later, the elder in the lead could no longer hold on and shouted, I'm about to give out, we should stop. Having absorbed a vast amount of spiritual power, the ice and snow now fully bloomed. Seeing this, the people could not hide their joy. It seems the ice and snow has bloomed. Look quickly, there is also a transparent jade bead inside. I'll go and investigate. Ling Zian approached the jade bead and observed it, thinking to himself, the cold is too strong. I don't know what will happen if I touch it carelessly. It seems there's only one jade bead, so is there no elixir pill? But I've never heard of an elixir pill made of ice and snow. After thinking for a moment, he did not dare to touch it and couldn't help but sigh and shout, we still don't know how to use this item, so let's leave it here for now. Let's talk again after we've investigated the Grand Patriarch and the ice and snow. This is probably just an ice pearl. This Taoist was probably frozen here after coming into contact with it. That's right. I thought he was a senior elder of the sect, but unfortunately there's nothing to prove his identity. Sogun sighed to himself from behind. To take all his clothes, these people are really too much. I should find him some clothes. Very quickly he brought a set of robes and covered the old man's body, but a surprising thing happened. Just as Sogun approached him, he saw his eyebrows twitch. He was horrified and fell backward. This person is still alive. Elder Sok seemed a little excited. It really wasn't in vain. Let's wait for him to wake up and ask him about everything. Sect Master, do you have any Taechongdan left? Ling Zian snapped. To feed such a precious elixir pill to a person of unknown identity, what on earth are you thinking? Elder Sok sighed. Forget it. I'll use my Taechongdan. Elder N tied him up with a rope. Let's wait for him to wake up and then ask. Instead of waiting here, why don't we take him out of the cave? What do you all think? While the people were discussing from a distance, Sogun suddenly sensed something, and when he turned his head he was even more horrified. He didn't know when the old man had woken up. As soon as he woke, he went over, picked up the jade bead and observed it. The sect master's party had already noticed by this time and each turned their heads to look. It seems that old man has woken up. I wonder if his mind has become muddled from sleeping for too long. To pick up that ice jade with his bare hands. At this time the old man in front suddenly became angry, glared at them and shouted loudly, was it you who woke me? Seeing the other party's attitude, Ling Zian's party's faces darkened. This person doesn't seem like a good person. A moment later Ling Zian opened his mouth and replied, that's right, we saved you. The old man sneered coldly. Saved me? How amusing, as if I need your help. Are you disciples of the White Mountain sect? Ling Zian nodded. That's right, I am the 38th sect master of the White Mountain sect. Ling Zian, the old man sneered in contempt. With a mere mid-Yang Radiant stage cultivation level, you can become the sect master of the White Mountain sect? Hearing his words, Ling Zian's party frowned, revealing their anger. May I be so bold as to ask who you are, senior? The old man laughed loudly. You want to know? Then listen carefully. I am Wu Zhongying. Hearing this, Ling Zian's party all frowned. Elder Sok laughed loudly. Old men don't make such jokes, it's not good to impersonate others, and on top of that you're pretending to be the founding patriarch of our White Mountain sect, and that jade bead, hurry up and put it down. Sogun at the side analyzed inwardly, could he really be Wu Zhongying, to be able to live for thousands of years relying on this ice jade? He's not even a nascent soul, so who would believe his words? If he really is a void return stage practitioner, isn't it more likely that we'll die than live? Wu Zhongying didn't explain but lowered his head and sighed. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, but you have disturbed my rest and this matter is unforgivable. I will kill troublesome fellows like you, who just gave me a Taechongdan and clothed me. I can consider not killing those two. Ling Zian's party were all silent, and for a moment no one came forward. Sogun came out from the side and cupped his hands. This junior clothed you? Wu Zhongying nodded. Very good, brat, you may stand aside. Ling Zian shouted loudly. Look here, old man. We have no intention of harming you. If you put down the jade bead and apologize now, we will not hold you responsible. Wu Zhongying smiled coldly. It seems you're the one who wants to die first. In that case, I will grant your wish. After speaking, he took out a longsword from within his body. Seeing this, Ling Zian's jaw dropped in horror. That's an internal treasury. This is the symbol of a void return stage Taoist. It must be. This person is definitely the founding patriarch of the White Mountain sect. Wu Zhongying, thinking this far, he completely lost his arrogance and immediately knelt and begged. This unworthy disciple was blind and failed to recognize the founding patriarch. Please quell your anger. This disciple has offended the founding patriarch and deserves to die. Please spare my life. Wu Zhongying, without the slightest mercy, dealt with him in one strike. You yourself said you deserve to die, so what's the point in living? You truly disappoint me. To think a mid-young radiant stage fellow could become the sect master of the White Mountain sect. At this time none of the others dared to voice any dissent, and they immediately followed Elder Sok, each kneeling and kowtowing. Wu Zhongying walked up to them and nodded. "It seems you have more sense than that fellow." Elder Sok raised his head slightly. Quote, "It was me. I gave you the Taichongden." Wu Zhongying nodded. "Is that so? Then very well, you may step aside. I can spare 2 of the remaining 4, but there is a condition. You 4 will fight each other, and the 2 who survive will get the chance to live." Hearing his words, the 4 people immediately looked at each other with wary eyes. Sogun at the side analyzed inwardly. After waking up just now, he didn't start a massacre. If he really were a void return stage Taoist, we would have lost our lives long ago. He only cast the internal treasury technique to reveal his void return stage identity. But he hasn't revealed his true strength. Besides, Ling Zian was suddenly killed without any defense. This level of attack is something even a celestial stage practitioner could do. What he's done now is just this. He didn't act himself to make these people kill each other. Why is that? Seeing that the people still weren't moving, Wu Zhongying opened his mouth and urged, "What are you still standing there for? Can it be that none of you want to live?" Sogun from behind opened his mouth to probe. "Thank you for sparing my life, founding patriarch." Wu Zhongying glanced at him and snapped, "What are you talking about? When did I spare your life? I said I would give you a chance to live, not that I would spare your life. After those 4 are done fighting, you will have to compete with the 2 of them to be able to live." Hearing his words, Sogun couldn't help but let the corners of his lips curl up. "So that's how it was. I understand why he won't make a move. His spiritual power probably hasn't recovered yet. So that's why he's acting so exaggeratedly. His scheme is to reap the benefits after we've killed each other." Thinking this far, he shouted loudly, "Understood, elders, did you all hear that? Even if 2 of you win, there will be no benefit. You will still have to continue fighting after that. And after that, do you think he will let us live?" Wu Zhongying frowned and shouted in anger. "You damn brat, do you want to die right now?" Sogun smiled coldly. "Don't misunderstand. I just want to live, in my opinion. You're trying to kill people to silence them." Wu Zhongying was angry enough to swing his sword and shout loudly, "How amusing. If anyone kills this damn brat, that person can have their life from me." Sogun sneered coldly. "This time again you won't make a move yourself but will borrow someone else's hand to kill. That must be because your spiritual power has not yet recovered, so you are trying to avoid a direct confrontation, right?" Wu Zhongying was angry enough to grind his teeth. "It seems you don't want to live." Sogun took out his magic treasure and assumed a battle stance. "If you really are Wu Zhongying with your spiritual power and cultivation level, you could kill me without even making a move, but why aren't you making a move? Elders, if I can block one of his moves, please join forces and fight with me." After speaking, he gritted his teeth and raised his shield. "Fifth Master, give me strength. The dazzling light is too strong, but I can see his position clearly." Very quickly, his shield was struck by the opponent and a corner was shattered. The attack did not stop, and when one dragon head could not break through Sogun's defense, Wu Zhongying this time directly cast 3 to press him. Sogun, unafraid and not retreating, threw 2 spirit talismans. The talismans transformed into 2 wooden blocks, blocking 2 dragon heads, and the remaining one struck straight at Sogun's shield. A single dragon head was completely unable to break through Sogun's defense. After successfully blocking the opponent's attack, Sogun sneered coldly, "You can't even break through this level of defense. This proves that Wu Zhongying is not the founding patriarch, you know. No. I should probably say that he is not the legendary void return stage Taoist with outstanding skills. If you don't fight now, when will you? Elders and law enforcement hall master, please quickly join forces." As he shouted, his heart was still extremely nervous. Although I said that, his skills are not weak either. If I focus my mind and sense it, I can know the direction of his attack. Fortunately, I just used a top-grade spirit talisman and the Yi Huang block, otherwise an ordinary magic treasure would not have been able to block his attack. Elder Sok took out an elixir pill and ate it, cursing in anger, "Damn it, I wasted a Taichongdan on him. Otherwise it would have been much easier to defeat him." Everyone, don't be stingy with your elixir pills, use them quickly, whether he is the founding patriarch or not. If he has the intention to kill us, we can't just sit here and wait to die. Another person opened his mouth. "As far as I know, the founding patriarch was open and upright, honest and incorruptible, and moreover very compassionate and kind, and would absolutely not kill innocent people indiscriminately." The old man beside him nodded in agreement. "Elder Qian, I'll lend a hand too," Sun Yukei continued. "The founding patriarch no longer exists. He has abandoned the White Mountain sect." Everyone attacked together. For a dignified void return stage practitioner to be unable to defeat a young radiant stage 1, this fight is worth a try. Wu Zhongying, who was opposite them, couldn't hold back and burst into loud laughter. "Haha, amusing. Truly amusing beyond compare. I originally intended to spare you 2, but since you 4 want to die quickly, I will grant your wish." Elder Sok sneered coldly. "You damn old man, stop with the nonsense and hurry up and attack. I believe that if we use the Sahapagging, we can definitely stand against that void return stage Taoist." Wu Zhongying smiled coldly. "The Sahapagging, haha, don't tell me you intend to face me with that move? Haha, truly amusing. The Sahapagging is like Baek Tan to me. I'm not afraid of this level of skill in the slightest. It's just a technique that forcefully unleashes power." Elder Sok sneered coldly. "Too much nonsense, don't bluff. You ate my Taichongdan, so hurry up and spit it out." The 4 people didn't waste any more words and immediately cast the Sahapagging attack. Wu Zhongying sneered and swung his sword to counter. Truly a bunch of fellows who don't know their place. Though he said that, his white dragon move was unable to block the combined attack of the four people, and on the contrary he was pushed into a disadvantage. Seeing this, Elder So couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Haha, the amusing one is you. I thought you were some great void return stage Taoist, but it turns out you're just that good. If you use that Beck 10 move again, you'll probably have to kneel and admit defeat. Although I don't want to bully a sick old man like you, it would be better for us to end this fight quickly. Wu Zhongying was so angry he clenched his fists. Damn it, it's all because of that damn brat. Otherwise, why would I have fallen into such a miserable state? These fellows suddenly disturbed my sleep and now they're trying to climb on top of my head. Are you some brat sent by the heavens specifically to deal with me, you damn little bastard? There's no other choice. I have to use this last resort. Thinking this far, he shouted loudly, "You people have no idea what this thing is. If you get your hands on this item, raising your cultivation to the void return stage will be a piece of cake." Sun Yukei sneered coldly. "We can study that bead slowly after we've dealt with you, so there's no need for your nonsense." Wu Zhongying smiled coldly. "You will never figure out how to use this treasure, because this is a treasure handed down from ancient times." Hearing those words, the people were startled and for a moment couldn't act. The ancient era refers to a very distant past, an era so remote that no records can be found even in books. The treasures of today are not as miraculous as those discovered in the ancient era. Wu Zhongying laughed excitedly. "This is the kind of treasure everyone wants but can never have. That year after I got the information, I found this ruin, and I never thought it would be a ruin from the ancient era. Later I spent a great deal of effort to finally obtain this treasure. It was a single extreme yin ice flower, the very ice stone you just awakened. The extreme yin ice flower can absorb a large amount of cold energy. It's like a flower blooming in a land of ice and snow. It took me a whole year to find a place with extreme cold energy in the Daewon Kingdom. Chahang Peak of the White Mountain is the place I found. It takes at least 10,000 years for the extreme yin ice flower to bloom. So I sealed Chahang Peak and made this place a forbidden zone. That's why I established the White Mountain sect here and made it the most powerful sect in Wolrying Fortress. The mission of the White Mountain sect was singular, to guard the seal of this Chahang Peak in my stead, but to think that disciples like you would ruin my good work, you truly disappoint me." Elder Sok waved his hand and condensed his spiritual power. "What nonsense are you talking about? Your babbling is clearly to stall for time and recover your spiritual power. Do you think I'll let you have your way?" Hearing that, Wu Zhongying gritted his teeth and continued, "This cold tear bead is a crystal formed by the extreme yin ice flower absorbing countless amounts of cold energy. A true cold tear bead is not transparent but an opaque milky white. It's all because you interfered that it couldn't form properly." Elder Sok smiled coldly. "Then that's truly a shame, but enough with the useless talk, let's get straight to the point. What are the effects of using the cold tear bead?" Wu Zhongying shouted in anger. "You idiot, if you use it your cultivation level will increase several dozen times, and as soon as the cold tear bead is formed it will allow you to reach the Heavenly Palace stage from the Void Return stage. Not only that, this treasure will also significantly enhance your Qigong and techniques." Elder Han spoke with suspicion. "What you just mentioned are the effects of a perfectly formed cold tear bead. Then what are the effects of this yet-to-be-formed cold tear bead?" Wu Zhongying smiled coldly. "It has no effect on me, but this yet-to-be-formed cold tear bead has a great effect on you, because the power it has condensed is not suitable for high-level cultivators. But it is quite suitable for you young Radiant stage cultivators, as it can raise your cultivation level, allowing you to directly break through to the late young Radiant stage." Hearing those words, the people's expressions all changed, and each of them wanted to obtain the cold tear bead. Sogun worried inwardly from behind. This has become a bit troublesome. Wu Zhongying is clearly trying to sow discord. After thinking for a moment, he shouted loudly, "You can't believe what he said. It doesn't sound real, and it's probably half-truths and half-lies to lure us in." Wu Zhongying replied calmly. "Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but there is one thing you can't deny. You are probably wondering why a void return stage cultivator would so desperately protect a treasure. Since this unfinished cold tear bead is of no use to me anyway, I might as well give it to you. Come. Whoever gets this cold tear bead, it will be theirs." Elder Sok smiled and glanced at the few people behind him. "All right, everyone knows the effects of the extreme yin ice flower and the cold tear bead. We must now join forces to deal with this fellow first." But unexpectedly, the remaining few people no longer had any intention of fighting. Each of them had different calculations in their hearts. This fight to seize the cold tear bead seemed difficult to avoid. Who could refuse the temptation of a treasure? If I foolishly expend my spiritual power to fight Wu Zhongying, I will just give the other guys a chance to reap the benefits. Besides, only Elder Meng is stronger than me here. He remained calm, observing without moving, preserving his strength, and did not use all of his spiritual power. Seeing these people hesitate, Elder Sok shouted loudly once more, "What are you thinking? The most urgent task at hand is to deal with this old man. If we can't deal with him, we will all die here, let alone the treasure." Wu Zhongying, who was opposite them at this time, decisively threw the cold tear bead at him. "Or how about I just give the treasure to you?" Seeing him throw the cold tear bead to him, Elder Sok unconsciously reached out and caught it. Just as he caught the cold tear bead, the old man behind him spoke. "Elder Sok, please put down the cold tear bead quietly." Elder Sok shouted in anger. What do you mean by that? Are you worried I'll take it for myself? That person calmly nodded. That's right. If you dare to swallow it, I will definitely step in and stop you. Hearing that, Elder Sok became even angrier. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Whereas our long-standing friendship gone? Damn it, if it's so rare, then I'll just give it to you. After speaking, he threw the cold tear bead to the other party without the slightest hesitation. The old man looked at the bead in his hand, unable to contain his excitement. So this is the cold tear bead. I never thought it would fall into my hands. Elder Meng spoke at this time. Elder and you? The old man laughed loudly. That's right, I really want this treasure. Suddenly he shouted loudly toward their backs. No, that old man Wu Zhongying. Hearing him suddenly say that, the people were startled and turned their heads in unison. Elder Un took this opportunity to immediately escape on his flying magic tool. Elder Meng and his party saw it and chased after him. Elder Un, stop right there. What a damn bastard. Stop right there. The corners of Wu Zhongying's lips, who was behind them, couldn't help but curl up. A cultivator is still just a cultivator. Elder Un, who was running in front, looked at the bead in his hand, his heart extremely tense. Damn it, the cold energy of the cold tear bead seems to be fluctuating very unstably. If this continues, they will definitely catch up to me. Elder Sok behind him was seething with anger at this time, his eyes bloodshot, and then he struck without mercy. You damn bastard, you're really courting death. Elder Un didn't have time to react and was immediately hit by the move. He was struck by Elder Sok and fell to the ground dead, and the cold tear bead also fell beside him. Elder Sok went over and bent down to pick up the cold tear bead. What a letdown. I'll have to rely on the remaining few people to deal with that old man. But before he could even pick up the cold tear bead, another attack came from behind. He had no other choice but to jump up and dodge. Seeing clearly who had attacked, he asked with a face full of suspicion. What are you doing, Elder Qian? Elder Qian sneered coldly. There's no need to attract attention with the cold tear bead. Just then he was suddenly struck from behind by someone else. The one who had acted was Elder Meng, and in an instant 2 elders were killed. Sun Yukei, who was behind them, also made a move. Since things have come to this, I have no choice but to kill them all. Wu Zhongying, who was on one side, was so excited he didn't know what to do. The fight is really noisy. Seeing Sogun still standing there lost in thought, he glanced at him and asked, What's wrong? Can it be that you don't want the cold tear bead, or are you planning to reap the benefits after the fight is over? Sogun sneered coldly. I'm not a fool, so I will never fall for your trick. Wu Zhongying smiled with interest. Oh, is that so? Aren't you afraid they will run away with the cold tear bead after the fight is over? Sogun replied calmly. I know the value of the cold tear bead very well. It is a very precious treasure, so I will never believe that you would willingly hand it over. Wu Zhongying nodded. That's right, but unfortunately, with the treasure right in front of them, there isn't a single cultivator who isn't greedy. Sogun sneered coldly. Just like how you killed all your fellow sect brothers that year. I read about the evil deeds you committed in Grandmaster Zhang Shuiping's records. Wu Zhongying was a little surprised. Zhang Shuiping, are you talking about that fool who was loyal to me, that damn bastard, to suddenly become disloyal to me? And on top of that, to dare to investigate me secretly? Sogun frowned. From what I see, Grandmaster Zhang Shuiping is not a fool. It was thanks to him that I was able to find this cave and wake you from your deep sleep. Wu Zhongying shouted in anger. You damn brat, are you trying to anger me right now, to dare to ruin my 10,000-year plan today? I will definitely tear you to shreds. Sogun sneered coldly. Is that so? But I don't want to die yet. Outside the cave, the battle between Sun Uk's 3 was still extremely fierce. Elder Sok had already lost an arm by this time. How did things get to this point? There's no turning back now. I must get my hands on the cold tear bead no matter what. Just then, Wu Zhongying came out again from inside. Haha, well done. It's really a spectacle to see you kill each other. Elder Sok cursed in anger. Old man, if you don't need the cold tear bead, get the hell away from me. Otherwise I won't let you off. Wu Zhongying sneered in contempt. You only have one arm left and you can't even perform Baek Tan, yet you still want to fight me? Elder Sok's expression darkened. Damn it, if Elder N hadn't been greedy, I wouldn't have made a move either. I told them to deal with Wu Zhongying first. After thinking for a moment, he said to the remaining 2 people, Although we have killed each other, we must not let that old man benefit. I have decided to give up the cold tear bead. After we get rid of that old man, we 3 will decide who this cold tear bead belongs to. Sun Yukei glanced at the distance. Among us, only Sogun has yet to make a move. If Sogun can strike first, then the tide will already be turned. Elder Meng nodded. I agree. When the time comes, I will help. Sogun sneered inwardly in contempt. Don't fool me. Are you trying to use me as a shield? Dream on. They want me to use up my spiritual power now, and after I get rid of Wu Zhongying, they'll make a move and snatch the cold tear bead. They've already lost their humanity and killed each other, so they're more than capable of doing such a thing. Just then another voice came from outside. What on earth is going on here? The people followed the sound and saw another old man slowly approaching. Seeing this old man, the people of the White Mountain sect were shocked. Grandmaster Wang Gan. The old man paid them no mind and continued to question. What happened here? What happened to Chaheng Peak? Have you all gone mute? 2 elders are dead, yet you still won't tell the truth. Wu Zhongying, who was behind them, laughed loudly. What other reason could there be? These fellows killed each other to snatch a treasure. Wang Gan looked at him with suspicious eyes. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? The elders would not kill each other for no reason, so it must be your old man's trick. Wu Zhongying's expression darkened, and he snapped with an arrogant voice. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? I am the one who founded the White Mountain sect, Wu Zhongying. Wang Gan's face was filled with disbelief. Where did this crazy old man come from? He asked Sogun. Who is this person? You tell me. Soun cupped his hands and explained. "We found a cave on Chahang Peak together, and inside we discovered the ancient treasure, the cold tear bead. Unexpectedly, several elders killed each other because of it." Sun Yukei, who was not far away, explained loudly. "Grandmaster, although these words are not false, there is still a reason for what happened. It's impossible to explain clearly in just a few words. After we resolve this matter, we will definitely tell you everything in detail." Wang Gan shouted in anger. "What is there to explain? Isn't it obvious that you killed 2 elders to seize the cold tear bead?" Wu Zhangying, who was on one side, couldn't hold back and burst into loud laughter. "From what I can see, your cultivation level is at the early young radiant stage, so if you have the help of this treasure, the possibility of you advancing to the void return stage will be very high. I don't believe you won't be moved." Wang Gan shouted in anger. "Shut up!" Wu Zhangying waved his hand and continued his psychological warfare. "There is only one way to obtain the cold tear bead, and that is to kill all your competitors. They are all people who have killed their fellow sect brothers, their eyes blinded by greed. What's the use in keeping such people?" Wang Gan shouted loudly. "Your debts will be settled slowly, but for now you must join forces to deal with this disaster. That way you might be able to atone for your crimes with your merits." Hearing those words, the 3 of Elder Sok all bowed their heads in unison to follow the Grandmaster's teachings. Wang Gan then stared intently at Wu Zhangying. "I will never let him have his way." Wu Zhangying still smiled with a relaxed attitude. "You fools, the cold tear bead will surely fall into the hands of that young radiant stage cultivator. If that happens, I will send you fools to enlightenment." Sanuk's 3 were still hesitant, glancing at the cold tear bead, and for a moment had no intention of joining forces. Seeing that, Wang Gan immediately urged his spiritual power and enveloped the cold tear bead. "Have you still not come to your senses?" Then, without the slightest hesitation, he waved his hand, intending to destroy the cold tear bead. A powerful explosion immediately erupted. "That is not a treasure, but rather a wicked object that made the elders of our sect kill each other. Do not be mesmerized by it any longer." But as the dust settled, the people were shocked beyond belief. Wang Gan's attack had had no effect on the cold tear bead. At this time, the area around the cold tear bead was covered by a blue light barrier. Soun, who was far away, saw it and was inwardly shocked. Grandmaster Wang Gan's attack didn't even leave a scratch. Wu Zhangying laughed loudly in contempt. "Haha, you thought you could destroy this treasure like that? How naive." He then put his hand into his body, intending to take something out. With one more young radiant stage cultivator joining, there's no other choice. The people were shocked to see the object he took out. "That's a blood pill." Wu Zhangying smiled. "That's right, it seems your eyes aren't just for decoration." After speaking, he immediately put the blood pill in his mouth and swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the blood pill, an extremely intense killing intent immediately emanated from his body. The so-called blood pill refers to an elixir pill refined from the small amount of spiritual power in blood. The refining method is extremely complicated, and moreover it requires a living person as a material, so very few people can refine such an elixir pill. The problem is that the material for refining a blood pill does not distinguish between a cultivator and an ordinary person. If one refines a cultivator, at least several hundred are needed. If one refines an ordinary person, it could take the lives of several 100,000 people. A blood pill refined from the spiritual power of several 100,000 people will definitely not be pure. So after using it, there will be serious side effects, and it will take a long time of cultivation to recover. After swallowing the blood pill, Wu Zhangying's spiritual power soared to an extreme degree. His mind also became more berserk. He looked at the people and shouted madly, "All of you die!" Soun, who was behind them, was so overwhelmed by the killing intent emanating from him that he could barely endure it. The killing intent is too strong. It seems we have no choice but to join forces. After thinking for a moment, he immediately waved his hands and urged 3 longswords to attack the opponent. Wu Zhangying didn't even look, waving his hand to summon a spiritual energy defense light barrier. As soon as Sogun's attack struck his spiritual energy light barrier, it could advance no further. Sanuk's party also no longer hesitated at this time and immediately charged in to attack together. Wang Gan also took out a gauntlet-shaped magic treasure, equipped it, and then urged his spell to attack Wu Zhangying. This time, none of their attacks could break through Wu Zhangying's spiritual energy defense light barrier. He sneered at them in contempt. "Is this all the skill you have?" He then raised the longsword in his hand high and immediately awakened the man Sang Jiam. The killing intent from his body quickly condensed into the sword's blade, and then without the slightest hesitation he waved his hand and slashed. This strike was extremely powerful, causing nearly half of the cave to collapse. When the dust settled, the bodies of 2 of Elder Sok's party could be seen. Under such a terrifying technique, they had no chance of dodging and lost their lives on the spot. Soun, who was behind them, was fortunate not to be the target of the attack, and after witnessing this move he couldn't help but be horrified. That sword strike just now was too strong. If he had slashed directly at me, it would have been over. Sun Yukei was the only one among the elders to survive thanks to Wang Gan blocking the attack. Covered in wounds, he looked at Wang Gan, who stood protectively in front of him, and asked with concern, "Grandmaster, are you all right?" Wang Gan did not answer, focusing on urging his spiritual power to heal the wound on his chest. Seeing him face death without retreating, Soun thought to himself, "Grandmaster Wang Gan is truly tenacious. It seems he has made up his mind to eliminate Wu Zhangying." A moment later, Wang Gan opened his mouth and ordered, "Sun Yukei, stand behind me. I will activate my final move. He then asked Sogun, young man, I will use my final attack to break his spiritual energy defense. Can you help me? Sogun immediately condensed 2 revolving orbs in his hands and shouted loudly, no problem. The longsword and the spell then struck Wu Zhongying in unison. Just like last time, his attack had no way of breaking through the opponent's defensive light barrier. Wu Zhongying sneered contemptuously. Weren't you all so confident? You intend to defeat me with just this? Seeing that, Sogun gritted his teeth and once again urged his spell. Opposite him, Sun Yukei was also channeling all his spiritual power into Wang Gan, preparing to unleash the final move. Sogun attacked Wu Zhongying again to draw his attention, buying time for the two to cast their spell. But when the spell was only half cast, Sun Yukei could no longer hold on and collapsed. Wang Gan glanced at his junior, clenched his fists, and then without further thought risked his life, clenched his fists and charged forward. The battle between the three was so fierce that it shook the heavens and the earth. A moment later, Wu Zhongying knelt on the ground, covered in wounds. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the remaining people. Wang Gan was lying on the ground, and Sogun was likewise lying on the ground, unconscious and his fate unknown. The corners of Wu Zhongying's lips curled up unconsciously. What a bunch of useless fellows. He stood up and slowly walked toward the extreme yin ice flower. 10,000 years, I have to wait another 10,000 years. To think I have to cast the Mahanajian Debop again. It's all because of you damn bastards that my good work was ruined. 10,000 years, that's right, there are still 10,000 years left. I just have to start over. He then turned and walked away. Just then, Sogun woke up again and shouted, Hukya Seomjan Pasa Jiam Biop. A longsword immediately shot up from under the ground, and Wu Zhongying, caught off guard, was pierced through the heart in one strike. He immediately collapsed to the ground unconscious and his fate unknown. Only then did Sogun slowly tremble as he barely managed to stand up. He was already exhausted and panted as if he were dying. He went over, picked up the longsword, and then approached Wu Zhongying's body. His complexion was extremely dark, and after staring intently at his opponent, he, without the slightest hesitation, stabbed him a few more times. Still not feeling at ease, he used a talisman to seal his body, and then used a fire talisman to burn his corpse. He then looked at the bodies of the White Mountain sect members. I owe nothing to the sect master and the elders, but on the contrary, I am indebted to Grandmaster Wang Gan. If he hadn't risked his life to fight, how could I have killed Wu Zhongying? To thank the Grandmaster, it's better for me not to touch their belongings. I am satisfied with just obtaining Wu Zhongying's Mansang Jiam and the extreme yin ice flower. While the people fought for a whole night, the sky had already begun to brighten, and the sun was starting to show its face. Very quickly, Sogun leapt out of the mountain cave on his flying sword. In this battle, the White Mountain sect lost its sect master and a young Radiant stage grandmaster, and even 4 elders and the law enforcement hall master lost their lives under Wu Zhongying's sword. The future of the White Mountain sect is truly worrying. The cave has already been exposed, so it's only a matter of time before the White Mountain sect discovers it. Before that, there are a few things I must do. Sogun found a cave on a mountain peak in the forest, set up a formation, and went inside to treat his injuries. Where did the clothes Miss Ju gave me go? I'm sure I put them here. There, this is it. Only after treating his wounds and changing his clothes did he take out the cold tear bead to observe it. To think this item would end up in my hands. Grandmaster Wang Gan said this was a wicked object, but in my opinion it doesn't seem so. What truly made it a wicked object was only humans' excessive greed. It has nothing to do with this. How should I handle this? Should I just swallow it directly and see? But seeing Ungon's reaction makes me a little hesitant. This item doesn't seem to be a spell, a magic treasure, a magic tool, a spirit talisman, or an elixir pill. Suddenly he thought of something. Wait, Ganshin Qigong and Hyonium Qigong. The Ganshin Qigong has always overshadowed the Hyonium Qigong, making me overlook the flexibility of the Hyonium Qigong. What if I use the Hyonium Qigong, which has a yin-cold attribute? A moment later, Sogun exclaimed joyfully, I really don't feel the cold, it really works. Then that's great. Wu Zhongying said that using the cold tear bead can increase the flexibility of spells and spiritual power. Not only that, this treasure will also significantly enhance the power of Qigong and techniques. If I use the Hyonium Qigong to absorb all the cold energy of the cold tear bead, it will be a great help to my cultivation. Besides increasing my spiritual power, there will be other effects. This cold tear bead is a semi-finished product, so if I operate the Hyonium Qigong well, I might succeed. The moment he put the cold tear bead in his mouth, Sogun's eyes widened. I can feel an extremely extraordinary coldness in my mouth. I must operate the Hyonium Qigong and gather all the spiritual power in my body to my glabella. After that, I must slowly digest the cold energy of the cold tear bead. After I've melted all the cold energy, I will slowly swallow the cold tear bead. A coldness I've never experienced before is penetrating my body. This is a very critical moment, so I must not be careless. I absolutely cannot let my body freeze. Relying on the Hyonium Qigong, I must slowly absorb it. Sogun sat in the cave like that, slowly absorbing the cold energy of the cold tear bead. After some time his head began to feel dizzy, and it seemed he would soon be unable to hold on. After a fierce struggle, the cold tear bead finally settled in his dantian. The spiritual power that had been condensed in his glabella returned at this time. Sogun slowly came to his senses and exhaled. That was really close. I have to cast the Hyonium Qigong again. I must activate the spiritual power in the inner core and focus my mind to absorb it. This is the first time I've known that the ice manifestation art can enhance the effect of the Hyonium Qigong. My body is starting to get cold, but the cold tear bead has not yet been digested. I can't give up, I must endure. If the cold tear bead were digested and absorbed as quickly as an ordinary elixir pill, I would probably be an ice sculpture frozen here by now. This must be absorbed slowly, so I absolutely cannot rush it. With the thought of slowly absorbing it, Soun refined the cold tear bead in the cave. After an unknown amount of time, he finally came to his senses again. I finally absorbed it all. This feeling, could it be? His words were indeed not wrong. I feel a very large stream of spiritual power flowing through my body. It seems there's really great hope. The opportunity to challenge the Yang Radiant stage gate has finally come. He slowly approached the door to the Yang Radiant stage breakthrough. This time was different from before. After a moment of sensing, the spiritual power in Sogun's body began to condense. The spiritual power was transmitted to the door along his arms. Very quickly, countless restrictions and spiritual power appeared on the stone door. Very quickly, the door was shattered by Sogun's power. Soun looked at the sky behind the door with a blank expression, and then he slowly walked forward. I've finally broken through to the Yang Radiant stage. Besides being able to create high-grade magic treasures and elixir pills, I can now cast the Samadhi True Fire myself, having burned the impurities in my body. I should go and see how the White Mountain sect is doing. I wonder how they've dealt with the aftermath. As soon as Soun returned, a disciple came out to greet him. Senior Uncle Soun, it's been over a year. Soun bowed in return. Yes, it's been a long time. The person asked again, where have you been during this period? We thought something terrible had happened to you, Senior Uncle. Soun sighed. It's a long story. I really had some business, so I came back late. What do you mean by something terrible happened? The person lowered his head and explained sadly. The previous sect master and the elders were involved in some kind of fight, and they all lost their lives. Soun feigned surprise. Such a thing happened? I'd better go see the sect master first. A moment later, Soun went to where the new sect master was. This junior Soun greets the sect master. This person was the 38th sect master of the White Mountain sect, Tang Jian. Are you Soun? You've heard what happened to the White Mountain sect, right? The sect is about to fall apart. Soun nodded. This junior understands. If there is anything I can do to help, just say the word, sect master. Although I am an outer disciple, the sect has treated me very well, so it is only right that this junior should obey and repay the sect. Tang Jian sighed. You're too modest. The loss of several masters has had a very great impact on our White Mountain sect. Now the people of the Sokdong sect have begun to threaten the disciples of our sect, and moreover, we did not have a good relationship with the Wulrang Fortress Magistrate's office in the past, so the Magistrate's office is turning a blind eye to the evil deeds committed by the Sokdong sect. This has put us in an extremely passive situation. Furthermore, the Sokdong sect took this opportunity to initiate a duel to challenge us. This is no ordinary duel. They proposed that the loser must be sealed for 1,000 years, which is clearly to eliminate us. Soun was shocked. 1,000 years? Tang Jian nodded. That's right. I originally intended to ignore them, but the magistrate's office intervened and declared that they would be the mediator for this match. They forced us to accept the opponent's challenge. I'm really at my wit's end, Soun thought to himself. Because of the fight on Chahang Peak a year ago, the White Mountain sect now has no one they can deploy. I don't care about the others, but I want to treat Grandmaster Wang Gon well in any case. I can't pretend I don't know about this matter. After thinking for a moment, he said to Tang Jian, then please let me participate in this duel. Tang Jian smiled. I deeply value your sentiment. The next day, Soun and Tang Jian met again. Tang Jian said to Soun, I have good news for you. The opponent thought 1,000 years was a bit too much and has changed it to 500 years. Soun shook his head. In my opinion, 500 years is still very long. Tang Jian sighed. You are an outer disciple. Logically, you shouldn't have to get involved in this. During the duel, both sides will send 10 people to fight. Once the Sokdong sect is at a disadvantage, they will definitely send a young Radiant stage practitioner to counterattack. Unfortunately, we lost all our masters a year ago. With the sect's current situation, it is very difficult to find 10 practitioners with a cultivation level of mid-celestial stage or higher to go out and fight. Soun cupped his hands and replied seriously, I will do my best. Right, I've noticed that it has suddenly become very quiet within the sect. Where did everyone go? Tang Jian sighed. Many people were injured during the last fight with the Sokdong sect. They have all gone for treatment. Hearing that, Sogun's expression changed in surprise. Many people were injured. Then where is Akmin? Soun then immediately went to see Akmin. She was extremely seriously injured, still in a coma and needing someone to look after her. The disciple behind them explained, Senior Sister Ak was seriously injured in the last duel. Soun nodded. How is she now? The person lowered his head and sighed. Her internal injuries are very serious. She almost lost her life. Soun looked at the woman on the bed and sighed inwardly. She almost exhausted all her potential in the battle at Ulambu, so she needs a period of recuperation to recover. She must have hidden it from everyone and forced herself to participate in the duel. I didn't expect so many people to be injured. A moment later, Soun asked the person again, was all of this done by those vicious bastards from the Sokdong sect? the person replied angrily. That's right, they constantly challenge us and cause friction, they're truly lawless. They even made many unreasonable demands for the duel, which is truly extremely wicked. Senior Sister Ak participated in the duel as a late celestial stage practitioner, but the opponents sent a celestial stage practitioner to fight. After hearing the explanation from the other party, Sogun instructed him, I understand. Please trouble yourself to prepare a few types of spirit herbs for me. I'm going to the alchemy room for a bit. Sogun then went to the alchemy room. He sighed inwardly. Fortunately, my young radiant stage identity has not been discovered by anyone yet. If it were discovered, it would surely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble, but as long as the opponent is not at the void return stage, probably no one will find out. Right now I need to refine a lot of elixir pills, so how about I try refining them with the Samadhi True Fire? Sogun then distributed what he had brought to the people and Akmin. After some time, Akmin began to sense the changes outside. Sogun's calling voice constantly echoed in her ears. Miss Ak, Miss Ak. Akmin sat up with a start. Senior Uncle Sogun. Sogun smiled when he saw her wake up. You're awake? I didn't expect so many things to have happened while I was away from the White Mountain sect. This is a 9-leaf injury healing pill. Hurry up and eat it. Although it's not as precious as the Taechongdan, its ability to heal internal injuries is not inferior. The other senior martial brothers have all used it, so you should use it quickly too. Akmin looked at the elixir pill in her hand and nodded sadly. Thank you, Senior Uncle. Sogun saw her state and comforted her. Actually, you've already done your best. You've worked hard. Akmin lowered her head. Unable to hold back her tears, she blamed herself in her heart. My body was already not in the best condition. After losing the duel, I've constantly felt like I've let down the sect and my fellow senior and junior martial brothers. I didn't expect Senior Uncle to not reprimand me, but instead to comfort and encourage me. This has truly moved me so much. Besides, it was thanks to Senior Uncle Sogun's elixir pill that I was able to break through to the late celestial stage, so I will absolutely not let down his love for me. Seeing her firm resolve, Sogun's eyes widened, not understanding the reason. Sogun then once again put his hand inside his clothes to search for something, and after a moment he took out a wooden box. Every time I see you, you're injured somewhere. This box contains a few injury-healing elixir pills, so take them out and use them when you're hurt. Akmin received the wooden box and hugged it tightly to her chest, thinking to herself, the grace Senior Uncle has shown me is as vast as a mountain. How can I ever repay this kindness? Thank you so much, Senior Uncle Sogun. A few days later, on the peak of Bijong Peak, this was the venue for the duel between the White Mountain sect and the Sokdong sect. The disciples of the White Mountain sect had already gathered below the stage at this time. Sogun, representing the White Mountain sect, now stood majestically on the stage. He glanced at Tang Jianwen beside him and sighed. Everyone seems very nervous. Tang Jianwen nodded in agreement. That's right, after all, today's duel will decide everyone's fate. Everyone hopes the White Mountain sect will win. If we really lose and are sealed for 500 years, the ones who will suffer the greatest loss are the disciples, Sogun snapped. That's truly ridiculous, Tang Jianwen nodded and sighed. I think so too. He looked outside the door and was a little angry. It seems the Sokdong sect is late again. They're truly too arrogant. An elder beside them smiled and continued. It would be better if they didn't come. Wouldn't that be good for everyone? Sogun stroked his chin and fell into thought. Things don't seem to be that simple. The government officials who came to watch haven't arrived yet either. Looking at this situation, it seems the Sokdong sect and the government officials will come together. I hear the Sokdong sect has quite a few unique secret techniques, so I'm really curious to see their skills. I hear the Sokdong sect's rules are also very lax, and one can freely come and go from the sect, Tang Jianwen nodded. That's right, formal disciples of the White Mountain sect can only leave the sect after their inner core is shattered, but the Sokdong sect prioritizes benefits, allowing disciples to come and go freely, which has attracted many masters who chase fame and fortune. Sogun nodded. A sect for profit, that's quite interesting, Tang Jianwen sighed. This is why they constantly strive to become stronger. Just then, someone from below shouted loudly again. They're here. The government officials have indeed come with the Sokdong sect, Tang Jianwen frowned. It seems the magistrate's office plans to side with the Sokdong sect. He quickly stepped forward and instructed Sogun, you watch from here. Keep an eye on every move of the magistrate's office. Sogun had no objection and immediately nodded. Understood. Sect Master, you should also be careful. Tang Jianwen quickly went to where the two heads of the magistrate's office and the Sokdong sect Master were. Thank you, sirs, for coming to watch the duel. I hope you will uphold justice and judge fairly. A middle-aged man laughed. You worry too much. The government always prioritizes fairness. I will once again emphasize the rules of the duel. Only the 10 practitioners on the list may go on stage to compete. Furthermore, the duel is a round-robin format, so a contestant can only be changed after a winner is decided. This means that one person could even face all the opponents. Tang Jianwen frowned and thought to himself, this rule is very disadvantageous for our side. It seems that even if we're lucky enough to win a few rounds, it will be useless. The other side has a young, radiant stage practitioner holding the line. Sogun remained silent from beginning to end, observing from the side and did not reveal the slightest emotion. Akmin looked at his back from the audience and thought to herself, Senior Uncle Sogun is an outer disciple, so he originally didn't have to participate in the duel. So why is he personally taking such a risk? After discussing the rules, the duel began. As soon as the disciple of the White Mountain sect went on stage, he was beaten by the Sokdong sect member to the point of struggling to endure. Tang Jianwan below angrily snapped. Damn those Sokdong sect bastards to think they would be so ruthless. The disciple who had just been defeated was indescribably aggrieved. And the people from the magistrate's office are really too much. To see the Sokdong sect being so ruthless and not even call for a stop, not even a single warning. The opponent is a young radiant stage practitioner. So they should stop here, but why aren't they stopping? I really can't watch this anymore. Tang Jianwan was angry and thought to himself, if this continues, we will all be defeated before we even see the face of the Sokdongbang Yang Radiant Stage Practitioner. On our side, besides me, there are only 2 practitioners with a cultivation level of mid-celestial stage or higher. Should we fight with all our might and continue, or should we stop here? What on earth should I do? Just then an elder stepped forward again. Sect Master, I will go up this time. The Sokdong sect practitioner on the stage sneered in contempt. Hee, truly just a bunch of nobodies. Who's next? Hurry up and get on stage. As soon as he finished speaking, someone from below immediately went up. I am Yukjung Ryo of the White Mountain sect. The fat man smiled and replied. I am Mokhan Wi of the Sokdong sect. Is it that the White Mountain sect has no talent? Why is the person who came up later weaker than the one before? Truly shameful. Our sect ranks its members by skill, and I can be considered the last. The people behind me are much stronger than me. You'd better be prepared. Today I'll save you some face. After I defeat you and your sect master, I'll stop and the remaining people will be fought by someone else. For more than 10 of you to be unable to defeat 3 of us were too pathetic. Haha. Yukjung Ryo remained silent and did not answer. He quickly took out his magic treasure. For the honor and survival of the sect, I must risk my life. It seems the hope for the next few rounds can only be placed on Sogun. After thinking for a moment, he took the lead and flew up, proactively attacking first. Seeing the opponent flying at him with a spear, Mokhan Wi still stood calmly with his arms crossed, making no move. But just as Yukjung Ryo's attack reached right in front of him, he opened his eyes wide. The opponent had suddenly disappeared right before the tip of his spear. As he was trying to figure out where the opponent had gone, Mokhan Wi was already descending from the air to attack. He waved his hand and stabbed a finger toward Yukjung Ryo's back. Yukjung Ryo was completely unable to dodge, and took the opponent's attack straight to his back. A moment later, his back was covered in wounds. He angrily turned his head and shouted loudly at his opponent. Damn it, do you think a duel is a joke? Fight fair and square. Mokhan Wi laughed. I'm not fighting seriously. Fine, then I'll grant your wish. Yukjung Ryo cast a spiritual energy defense light barrier, gritted his teeth and tried to block the opponent's attack. Mokhan Wi once again stabbed with a finger, and this attack was much stronger than the last. Having been prepared this time, Yukjung Ryo was able to block his attack. He then swung his spear to counterattack, but just as his attack reached right in front of Mokhan Wi, the opponent once again disappeared at an extremely fast speed. He's gone again. Damn it, I can't see his movements. Mokhan Wi flew behind Yukjung Ryo and once again urged his attack, stabbing with a finger. Yukjung Ryo's spiritual energy defense light barrier very quickly couldn't hold on and developed countless cracks, and his body was constantly hit by the opponent's moves, but he still gritted his teeth and held on, absolutely not giving up. The disciples of the White Mountain sect watched this scene, each extremely nervous, their cold sweat pouring like rain. After attacking for a long time, Mokhan Wi finally stopped. Yukjung Ryo at this time was still barely standing on the stage, leaning on his long spear. Mokhan Wi smiled and taunted. Don't fall so quickly. Weren't you representing the White Mountain sect? Hee. Sogun, who was below the stage, thought to himself, truly too cruel. Yukjung Ryo is about to give out, yet he has no intention of stopping the fight. It seems the Sokdong sect's plan is to use ruthless tactics to suppress the White Mountain sect's morale. Although Yukjung Ryo was very tenacious, he was really too seriously injured, and very quickly he could no longer hold on and collapsed helplessly onto the stage. The judge's voice then rang out. The winner is Mokhan Wi of the Sokdong sect. I'll give Mokhan Wi a warning this time. If you continue to be so vicious in the duel, I will disqualify you. Mokhan Wi didn't seem to care much and smiled. Understood. As Sogun, who was below, was about to go on stage, Tang Jianwan suddenly came over, patted his shoulder and advised, if you can't block it, don't force yourself to fight like Yukjung Ryo. Give up when you have to. Sogun smiled and nodded. Understood. After speaking, he quickly went on stage. Mokhan Wi smiled and taunted, are you putting on an unpleasant face? What's wrong? Are you very angry to see your fellow sect member injured by me? Sogun replied calmly. No, I'm just thinking about how to deal with you. Hearing that, Mokhan Wi's expression soured, and he became extremely angry, immediately condensing his spiritual power. Deal with me? Did you just say you want to deal with me? I was planning to go rest after defeating you and your sect master, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. It seems I have to take back what I just said. I'll show you my skills and make you suffer 100 times more than Yukjung Ryo. Seeing Sogun standing there with no intention of making a move, he asked with a puzzled look. What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting back? Sogun replied calmly. You go first. Mokhan Wi laughed loudly in anger. Haha, fine, in a moment I'll make you wish you could cry but can't. Where are you, you little brat? After speaking, he cast a movement technique and circled around Sogun. Let me show you my reverse body clone art. I'll play with you to my heart's content and then kill you after you've suffered enough. As he moved, he waved his hand and attacked with his finger, but this strike was completely dodged when Soun took a slight step back. Manhwa was extremely shocked in his heart. What, could it be a coincidence? He then continued to attack Soun with his finger, but Soun still stood calmly, and his attacks had no way of hitting him. Manhwa couldn't help but shout, "You damn little brat, how on earth did you dodge that, or did you use some kind of dirty trick?" Soun spoke coldly. "Are you done with your moves?" After speaking before the opponent's shocked eyes, he appeared behind him. Manhwa couldn't react at all and was struck straight in the back by Sogun's fist. This punch contained an extremely terrifying power. Manhwa was hit directly, spat out blood and lost his ability to fight. Tang Jianwan, who was below, also had his jaw agape at this scene. "What on earth is this? Soun, which deity are you?" Soun looked at Manhwa, who had collapsed helplessly on the ground, his expression still dark and cold without the slightest emotion. A moment later, Manhwa barely trembled as he raised his hand intending to surrender, but Soun did not give him the chance, immediately waving his hand to condense his spiritual power and striking his chest straight with one palm. Manhwa was unable to surrender, and was hit by this move again, screaming in extreme pain. The judge saw it and shouted loudly, "The winner has been decided, stop immediately," but it was already too late. Soun had already made his move. The judge went over and examined Manhwa's body, falling into thought. What kind of cold energy is this, for a late celestial stage to be so overwhelmed by a mid-celestial stage? With such serious internal injuries, he'll probably need to recuperate for several years to recover. After a brief examination, he stood up and shouted, "The winner is Soun of the White Mountain sect. However, you were a little too ruthless, so be more careful next time. If you continue to be like this next time, I will disqualify you. Understand?" Soun smiled and nodded. "Understood." Tang Jianwan, who was below the stage, marveled. "Elder brother Sogun's skills are truly extraordinary. I had heard he was very outstanding, but I had never seen it myself. Seeing him in action today, I didn't expect him to be so truly remarkable." Akmin was also incomparably shocked in her heart. "Senior uncle is too amazing. If only I were a little stronger so I could be even a fraction as good as him. If only I could also defeat my opponent as stylishly as senior uncle Soun. I really want to become stronger. I want to become a master too. I must follow in senior uncle's footsteps. I must cultivate diligently to break through my cultivation level quickly. There are stronger enemies ahead, so I hope senior uncle Soun won't push himself too hard." After defeating numerous practitioners of the Sorrowful sect in succession, Soun at this time glanced into the distance and thought to himself, "Only the young radiant stage practitioner is left in the Sorrowful sect." Just as he had thought, a young radiant stage practitioner of the Sorrowful sect very quickly went on stage. He looked at Soun and marveled. "I originally thought it wouldn't be my turn to act. What a surprise. I am Bungang Majiju of the Sorrowful sect." Soun smiled and cupped his hands in respect. "This junior is an outer disciple of the White Mountain sect. Soun hopes for senior's guidance." Majiju laughed. "How modest. I originally had no intention of going on stage today. Logically, it shouldn't be my turn, but you have surprised everyone here, but it's a shame. No matter how outstanding you are, you cannot change the fate of the White Mountain sect being sealed." Soun smiled. "That is why this junior must try his best." Majiju laughed loudly. "Haha, a young man is a young man after all. Your thoughts are truly naive. He who understands the times is a wise man. After you are sealed and unable to be active for 500 years, wouldn't it be a waste for an outstanding practitioner like you? If you come to our Sorrowful sect, we will give you an important position and guarantee you abundant resources. I can introduce you. Do you want to join?" Soun smiled. "I am grateful for senior's good intentions, but the White Mountain sect is not insignificant to this junior, so I cannot betray their hearts. If I win this duel today, it will be considered repaying the grace of the White Mountain sect, and only then can I consider senior's proposal. What do you think, senior?" Majiju laughed loudly. "Haha, are you really trying to struggle to the end? Are you asking me to lose on purpose? This idea is very good, but I cannot lose in front of so many people and be disgraced just to accept a disciple. I want to protect my own face," Soun explained. "Senior has misunderstood. This junior absolutely did not mean that. I just think that I will win, so I dared to make such a suggestion." Majiju's face was filled with doubt. "Win, fine. Since you are still young and don't know the ways of the world, I won't argue with you. But since it has come to this, I'll have to teach you a lesson." Sogun's face was solemn. "Then I will ask for senior's guidance." He then took out his 3 long swords. "Senior, forgive me. This junior has been rude." Majiju laughed with interest. "Interesting. The first move you used was the revolving orb where you condense and shoot spiritual power. That move is too simple. It's quite boring. I didn't know you could use swords. Were you hiding them from the start to fight me?" Soun nodded his head. "That's right, a trump card is not something you bring out easily. If you show all your cards, you'll have no way to fight." Majiju reached out and took down the magic treasure from his back. "Oh, is that so? It turns out you were preparing to fight me from the beginning. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. Prepare yourself, brat." After speaking, he gripped 2 large axes tightly and charged toward Soun. Soun did not dodge and likewise cast a spell, charging forward to fight back. Seeing him charge, Majiju immediately threw the 2 large axes in his hands. Soun cast a spiritual energy defense light barrier, leapt up to dodge, and thought to himself, I have already defeated 6 celestial stage practitioners in a row. If I keep fighting seriously now, my opponent will discover my cultivation level. I'll dodge first and think later. Seeing that Soun didn't dare to block his attack directly, Majiju sneered coldly, then once again urged his magic treasure to pursue him. 2 phantoms suddenly appeared above the 2 large axes. As soon as they appeared, they simultaneously urged their spiritual power and attacked Soun. Sogun's reaction speed was not slow. As soon as they made a move, he leapt up once again to dodge. Majiju below laughed loudly. Even if you defeated Makhon Wi with speed, it's no use. You and I are on completely different levels. Soun took out a few talismans and began to cast a spell. It seems this won't do. He then threw the talismans at Majiju, launching a counterattack. Seeing this, Majiju sneered and laughed loudly. Haha, are you trying to obstruct my vision? But unfortunately it will be useless. As soon as the dust scattered, Sogun's 3 longswords struck right in front of him. Majiju sneered coldly, waved his hand and urged his spiritual power. Don't think you can defeat me with a method like this. Sogun's 3 longswords were immediately blocked by his spiritual energy light barrier, but something unexpected happened. A cold energy emanated from the longswords and penetrated Majiju's spiritual energy light barrier. Seeing this, he couldn't help but frown. What on earth is this move? I've never seen such qigong. Soun took this opportunity to fly behind him, then once again waved his hand and threw a few revolving orbs to attack him. Although he was protected by the spiritual energy light barrier, this time Majiju was also struck by Soun and struggled a little. His brows furrowed and cold sweat began to form on his forehead. This cold energy is too strange. It seems I won't be able to fight normally. In that case, I'll have to concentrate all my spiritual power and deal with that fellow in a single attack. Thinking this far, he gritted his teeth, urged his spiritual power and also summoned his 2 magic treasures to his side. Soun, who was far away, did not miss the opportunity and continued to urge his longswords to attack. The spiritual energy defense light barrier is gone, so this is my chance. The longswords quickly hid within a mist. Majiju continuously dodged the attacks from the longswords, and suddenly he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. What is this now? Damn it, there's a huge amount of cold energy hidden in this mist. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to use my spiritual power. If this continues, it goes without saying that my spiritual energy will be blocked, and I won't even be able to use my magic tools. No, there might still be a chance. If I can just clear away this mist, there will be hope. After thinking for a moment, he collected himself and shouted, "Are you trying to defeat me with just a small cloud?" Soun sneered coldly. "Is that so? The mist cannot defeat you, but by this time the winner has already been decided. Go." Hearing those words, Majiju's eyes immediately widened, and he instantly felt a chilling energy rise to the top of his head. As the mist scattered, Sogun's 3 longswords were surrounding and aimed at him, though it was unclear since when. If Soun had wanted to kill him, a single thought would have been enough. Majiju had no other choice and could only stand frozen on the spot and curse. Damn it, this is fucking ridiculous. The people of the White Mountain sect below were so moved they couldn't hold back their tears. The judge quickly announced in a loud voice, "In the duel between the Sokdong sect and the White Mountain sect, the winner is Soun of the White Mountain sect." The news quickly reached the Bosimbang Guild. Branch manager Sang was shocked beyond belief upon hearing her subordinate's report. Did such a thing really happen? Young Master Soun has really captured my attention. Whatever he does, it shocks me to the core. It seems I must act quickly. I must make him an offer that he'll find very interesting, one he can't refuse. The scene returns to the peak of Bijong Peak. The judge's voice continued to ring out endlessly. The winner is Soun of the White Mountain sect. This matter was mediated by the magistrate's office. So according to the contract, the Sokdong sect must be sealed for 500 years starting now. If this sect is discovered to be active outside, they will be sent to the magistrate's office of Annam Prefecture. They will even have to face the judgment of the Wulrang Fortress Magistrate's office. Majiju approached Soun and praised him. "Your skills are truly astounding. I finally understand why you hid your skills in the previous few fights. Your attack methods are also very surprising. If we were to fight again, I would definitely win. But the duel is over, so I sincerely admit my defeat. Congratulations, brat." Soun smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your praise, senior." Majiju coolly turned and left. "The winner is king and the loser is a thief, so I have nothing more to say. Let's go." Watching the people of the Sokdong sect leave, Soun finally let out a full breath. From below, the cheers of the White Mountain sect disciples erupted noisily. A few days later, just as Soun was coming out of the sect master's residence, Akmin's voice suddenly reached his ears. She ran over hurriedly, unable to hide her excitement. "Senior uncle, I heard you have become an honorary elder of the sect. Congratulations. The White Mountain sect has never had a mid-celestial stage honorary elder before. You are truly amazing." Soun nodded his head. "That's right, but it seems you've been waiting for me." "What is it?" Akmin replied. "Yes, now that you're an elder, you must change your residence. I have prepared Elder 1 Sok's residence to be your new one, senior uncle. Please follow me." After speaking, she immediately leapt up to lead the way. Next to Chungyo Peak there is a place called Soun Peak. This is the residence of the elders, a place within the White Mountain sect with extremely abundant spiritual energy, where even spirit herbs grow. This fine place is spacious and extremely clean. After guiding Soun to his new residence, Akmin explained for a moment and then left. "If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." Soun nodded. "Yes, thank you for your hard work." After waiting for Akmin to leave, Soun finally looked at the room before him and thought to himself, I should take this opportunity to deal with the origin silver armor and the shoulder armor that Wu Zhongying damaged. I have Zhang Gui's armor and the scales of the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake in my hands, so it seems I have enough materials. During this period, rumors about Sogun spread throughout the entire White Mountain sect. There was no disciple who did not know that a mid-celestial stage practitioner had defeated 7 late celestial stage practitioners and 1 young radiant stage practitioner from the Sokdong sect. This news would soon spread throughout all of Annam Prefecture. Everyone would exaggerate it, but once this matter was proven, it would undoubtedly shake the entire Annam Prefecture in an instant. Some time later on a clear day, Sogun had finished his training and was sitting in his room drawing talismans. All matters have been handled, so now I should start drawing spirit talismans with a brush made from the fur of a demonic beast. That way I can raise my talisman-making ability to its maximum. Only by raising my cultivation level will I have the ability to create treasure talismans. A treasure talisman can display a power of endless potential, just like a magic treasure. Just then, someone came from outside and announced, "Senior uncle, you have a visitor." Sogun's face was filled with doubt. Who could it be? Could it be Senior Sister Ju or Taoist Jiao? He quickly went out, opened the door and asked, "Who is it?" Akmin smiled and replied, "A very famous person from Annam." Hearing that, Sogun was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, a famous person wouldn't come looking for me. Who could it be?" Akmin nodded. "I was really surprised too. The branch manager of the Bosenbang Guild's Huning branch has come in person." Hearing that, Sogun was startled and sighed inwardly. "I knew we would meet again soon, but I didn't expect her to come all the way here in person. What is she plotting this time?" Very quickly, branch manager Sang was invited inside. As soon as she entered, she smiled brightly and offered her congratulations. "I heard you have become an honorary elder of the White Mountain sect, young master. Congratulations indeed. You have also upgraded your residence. This is truly a joyous occasion. After all, you rendered great service in the duel with the Sokdong sect." Sogun sighed. "Thank you for your praise. For you to visit in person, branch manager, I am truly at a loss." Branch manager Sang laughed. "Aren't you a famous figure who has even defeated a young radiant stage practitioner? It is only natural that I come to congratulate you. After I gave you the news about the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake, I heard nothing about you. When I later heard that you had become a famous honorary elder throughout Annam Prefecture, I was truly happy for you, young master." Sogun's brows furrowed and he asked with a solemn face, "Is that so? Then what is your business for coming in person this time?" Branch manager Sung also became serious. "All right, let's get to the point. There is one thing I would like to ask you, young master. This is a matter I have thought about for a long time but could find no way to understand. Whether you used a new method or used that astounding yin-cold technique, this is not something a mid-celestial stage practitioner can do," Sogun replied calmly. "Whether you believe it or not is your business," branch manager Sang shook her head. "This is a completely impossible feat in my view. Young Master Sogun is definitely hiding his true skills. Besides me, many people suspect as much." Sogun didn't want to explain too much and sighed. "Think as you please. Can we get to the main point now?" Branch manager Sang nodded. "All right, after this, the Sokdong sect will surely disappear. All the practitioners in this region had gone there, so I have thought a lot about this matter. Now things are fine, so there's no need to think too much anymore. After the Sokdong sect is disbanded, many rogue cultivators without a sect will appear. This is a very big benefit for our branch's recruitment of practitioners. Thank you for bestowing this blessing upon us, young master. We finally have an opportunity to do something interesting." Sogun was puzzled. "Something interesting," branch manager Sang explained. "In Gajong Fortress there is an area with very dense spiritual energy. This is one of the few places in the Daewon Kingdom not managed by any power. Most areas with dense spiritual power are controlled by some powerful faction, except for the place I just mentioned. That place is Jondokji. As its name implies, deadly poison is spread everywhere there. It is filled with poisonous herbs and even the insects use poison as a weapon. But precisely because of this, no one is interested in this place. Therefore the spirit stones, spirit herbs and demonic beasts here are countless. This is also what makes Jondokji so attractive. It is for this very reason that many practitioners have frequented this place in recent years. But no one has returned alive," Sogun realized. "So you deliberately told me the location of the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake to test my poison resistance?" Branch manager Sang nodded. "It is not wrong for you to think so, young master. My recent interest in Jondokji is because of a story from a certain practitioner who returned alive." Sogun became more puzzled. "What story is that?" branch manager Sang quickly explained. "I heard that Jondokji is the home of a certain special group. The members of this group are said to number over 100. They wear strange clothes and the magic arts they cast are just as strange. Moreover, I heard that this group possesses countless rare treasures. So our guild is gathering people to enter Jondokji and explore. The headquarters has demanded that all branches participate. So our branch is also participating." Sogun nodded. "That is indeed an interesting story. But unfortunately I am not interested in this matter. If there is something more interesting there, please continue. Perhaps my interest will be piqued." Branch Manager Sang suddenly remembered something. That's right, there's one more thing. I heard the White Mountain sect is looking for a missing Grandmaster, is that correct? Soun nodded. That is correct, we have not yet found the whereabouts of the 2 Grandmasters who were traveling outside. It seems you have obtained some information, Branch Manager Sang sighed. That's right, I find it very regrettable as well. After all, it was a young Radiant Stage practitioner who went missing, so it was not easy for me to investigate, but recently I really did receive a piece of information. A hint of interest began to appear on Sogun's face. Could you tell me what information that is? Branch Manager Sang quickly explained. I heard that a while ago, a young Radiant Stage practitioner entered Jandakji. Judging by his attire, he is very similar to Grandmaster Gong 1 of the White Mountain sect. Wouldn't you like to cooperate with me, young master, to enter that place, find the Grandmaster, and while you're at it, inform him of the sect situation? Soun shook his head and sighed. If this was his personal decision, there is no need for me to go in and investigate. Branch Manager Sang laughed. Really, young master, you're making me exaggerate the matter again. After this is over, I will give you a diary recorded by a practitioner from another continent. Of course, this is only a copy, not the original. Hearing about the diary of a practitioner from another continent, Soun was indeed interested, and after thinking for a moment he spoke. Bring out the record and then we'll talk. I can't trust you. First, tell me what you want to do in Jandakji and also tell me what the reward is. Branch Manager Sang stood up to leave. All right, our intentions have been clearly stated. Regarding the details, I will send someone later to deliver the news, and at the same time I will have them bring a portion of the copy's contents to you, young master. At that time, you can verify its authenticity yourself. Soun watched her departing back and thought to himself, what treasure could the people of Jandakji possibly have to make the branch manager of the Bosimbang Guild so anxious? Although it's a bit suspicious, I have no choice but to agree because of that record. It seems I'll have to prepare properly to enter that Jandakji. A few days later at the manor of the Ni family, Soun descended from above and smiled brightly, greeting the person below. It has been a long time, Miss Ni. Ni Wunbi came out to greet him. Young master, welcome back. I heard you have become an official honorary elder of the White Mountain sect. Congratulations indeed. Soun smiled. Thank you, but it seems you have also advanced to the mid-celestial stage, Miss Ni. Ni Wunbi nodded excitedly. This is all thanks to you, young master Soun. Young master, please come inside. My father and the family head are waiting in the guest room. Soun then went inside, sat down and drank some tea. A moment later, Ju Cheom approached. Seeing her, Soun could not hide his joy. Senior sister, have you been well? Cheom smiled and approached him. I've been well. It seems your cultivation has reached the young radiant stage in the short time we haven't seen each other. I truly didn't expect you to advance to the young radiant stage in such a short time. Soun sighed. Indeed, I can't hide anything from you, senior sister. I heard you've been cultivating with your life on the line. Is that true? Cheom shook her head. No, it's all thanks to you that I've finally reached the 10th star of the elixir condensation stage. Soun was astonished. Then you mean to say you now have the skills of a late elixir condensation stage practitioner, right? How is Miss Ni doing? She seemed to have something on her mind. The family head didn't mention anything about it either. Cheom sighed. You mean her, now that you mention it. I feel truly sorry for you. What should I do about this? Hearing those words, Sogun's face was filled with doubt. How you feel sorry for me? What on earth happened? A moment later, he asked with a puzzled expression. You feel sorry for me? Cheom turned her head and snorted coldly. I don't know if I should tell you this or not. Soun felt extremely frustrated and hurriedly asked. What on earth happened? Cheom stammered. Aren't you and Miss Ni husband and wife? You may have lost your wife. Sogun's mouth fell open, not understanding a word. What do you mean by that? Cheom didn't drag it out any longer and quickly explained. It's like this. Miss Ni and young Master Seo fell in love at first sight. After a long time they finally got together. Young Master Seo was very shameless and persistent. He was rejected by the family head several times, but he finally succeeded. Hearing this, Soun was at a loss for words. Cheom approached him, smiled and mocked. Junior brother, is the shock too great? Even though you were a fake couple, you must have had some feelings, right? Soun shook his head. No, I just felt that this was a bit sudden. I suppose I should go congratulate this new couple. Hearing that, Cheom's eyes widened. Junior brother, you're not even a little bit jealous? Soun shook his head. Let's talk about this later. I have something more important to tell you, senior sister. After hearing Sogun's explanation, Cheom couldn't help but be shocked. Jandakji? Soun nodded. Yes, it's a place near Gajong Fortress with very dense spiritual energy. It's very dangerous there. It's hard to come back alive if you go in, Cheom said seriously. If you want to go there, I'll go to Jandakji too. Soun was startled and loudly tried to stop her. Senior sister, the poison in Jandakji is too dangerous for you, Cheom replied nonchalantly. So what, aren't you going in too? Soun sighed. In any case, I'm a young radiant stage practitioner now, so the level of risk I'll face will be much smaller, but for an elixir condensation stage practitioner like you, it's very dangerous. Cheom still didn't give up. But I can't let you go to that dangerous place alone. If we go in together, we can at least look out for each other. Besides, I need a lot of elixir pills to break through to the young radiant stage, so there are probably a lot of rare spirit herbs and spirit stones there. Soun thought to himself, what should I do? It seems senior sister is very determined this time. A moment later he said to her, Senior sister, this matter is related to the White Mountain sect. Cheom still wanted to say something, but before the words could leave her mouth, Soun cut her off. I want to take you with me, senior sister, but I can't let you get involved in the sect's affairs, so please forgive me. Cheom lowered her head and didn't answer, looking sad. A moment later she turned her head and sighed. I know you're an honorary elder of the White Mountain sect now. All right, if it's a matter related to the sect I can't follow you. After all, this isn't the Ironstaff sect. Sogun sighed inwardly. There's no other way. This matter is related to branch manager Sang, so who knows what unexpected things might happen in the middle. Many dangerous situations could arise, so it won't be safe for senior sister to go there. After thinking for a moment he smiled again and said, speaking of the Ironstaff sect brings back many memories. It's been a long time since I've sparred with you, senior sister. I happen to have learned a new move and I'd like to show it to you. Hearing that, Cheom got a little excited. Spar? Alright, I've been wanting to see the skills of a young radiant stage practitioner. Sparring with you is exactly what I wanted. Some time later, a group of people had gathered at the entrance of Jondokji. A middle-aged man in the lead explained, this is the entrance to Jondokji. As you can see, this place is filled with poisonous fog everywhere, and there are very few safe places. The poisonous fog at the entrance is nothing to a young radiant stage master, but it can affect elixir condensation stage practitioners, so I will distribute antidotes to you all first. Sogun was also standing among the people. He looked at the middle-aged man and thought to himself, this person is from the Bosimbang Guild, so it's better for me to hide my young radiant stage identity. Besides, he was sent by branch manager Sang, so I definitely can't reveal my identity. The conversation from the night before departure came to his mind. Branch manager Sang had smiled. Everyone's here, let me introduce you. This is Chu Jasing, a member of our guild. He is an expert in using poison, has rich experience in Jondokji, and has outstanding detoxification skills. This time he will assist you and lead you into Jondokji. Sogun looked at the few pieces of paper in his hand and thought to himself, although I got a copy of the memoir from Miss Pikran, what is her real intention? While Sogun was lost in thought, someone suddenly came up from behind and tapped his shoulder. Oh, who is this? Sogun was startled and turned his head to look. The person who had come was Ma Jiju. He smiled and said to him, isn't this the young hero Sogun who made me famous overnight in Annam Prefecture? I didn't expect you to be here too. Now I'm more confident, Sogun smiled. The same goes for me, I'm more confident having you with me, senior. But what wind has brought you to this Jondokji, senior? Ma Jiju pointed to the old man behind him and explained, I'm a reclusive practitioner now, and Brother Young introduced me to this place. The old man laughed. Although I'm a servant of the Sokdung sect, if I were to fight with you, I don't know if I could win. Brother Ma, surely you're not still holding a grudge about that fight? Ma Jiju laughed loudly. Haha, how could you say that, Brother Young? It's all in the past, the old man smiled. Then that's good. In any case, this matter is an absolutely great opportunity for us. The branch manager of the Bosimbang Guild is a person who buys and sells information, so she values honor and credit very much. She promised us that if we handle this matter well, we will receive a very generous spirit stone reward. Besides us two, there are 2 other young radiant stage practitioners, so our safety is doubled. Hearing that, Sogun immediately turned his head and followed his gaze. Ma Jiju opened his mouth with a puzzled look. Is his name Yom Jang? He has no eyebrows or beard on his face, so it seems he is a practitioner who cultivates a special young radiance qigong. His body hair was probably all burned away by flames. Sogun observed the other party and analyzed inwardly. He really seems to be a mysterious practitioner. Since he doesn't speak, I can't understand him at all. He then quickly walked forward. I'll take some antidotes. A moment later, the old man Yung came forward and said in a loud voice, I will lead the way, you follow right behind me. I suggest you search ahead and just take any spirit herbs and demonic beasts you encounter. What do you all think? The people replied in unison. We'll do as you say, senior. Ma Jiju walked side by side with Sogun in the back and marveled. Your yin cold qigong level is very high. Sogun glanced at him and smiled. You flatter me, senior. Ma Jiju continued to praise him. Your swordsmanship is also very outstanding and you have a lot of practical combat experience. Sogun smiled. Not at all. If you had really made a move, senior, I would have lost this little life long ago. Ma Jiju laughed loudly. Haha, you're quite good with your words, young man. Thank you, Sogun explained. I didn't lie, senior. Just then, a strange sound came from the front again, attracting everyone's attention. One of the old men in the group had a poisoned finger. Chu Jasing saw it and quickly ran over. Let me see. The old man was terrified to see his finger had turned purple. My hand, Chu Jasing glanced back and reminded him. It seems you've touched a poisonous herb. Do you see those red leaves? That's thorn grass. It looks very ordinary, but it's actually a poisonous herb. Fortunately, I brought an antidote. Sogun walked up to a few thorn grass plants and looked at them, thinking to himself, to be able to poison an elixir condensation stage practitioner. This poisonous herb is too dangerous, but it doesn't seem to pose any danger to me. I'll pick it first and think later. Ma Jiju always walked near him, and seeing him pick the poisonous herb with his bare hands, he couldn't help but be shocked. That's really strange. How are you not affected at all? Sogun smiled and explained. My body's poison resistance is quite good, so it's fine. Besides, I know a lot about poisonous herbs too. Ma Jiju exclaimed in shock. Oh, is that so? I thought I had to rely on Chu Jasing for everything, but now that you're here, I'll have a few less things to worry about. Sogun couldn't help but laugh. You think too highly of me, senior. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the people in the group, analyzing inwardly. 15 elixir condensation stage and 3 young radiance stage. With this composition, it will take a lot of effort to know who suddenly disappears. The group walked a little further, and everyone's complexion darkened. They could all sense something approaching. The group immediately stopped, stood still, and no one dared to act rashly. Very quickly, a few red dots hidden in the fog in front began to appear, and the red dots grew more and more numerous very quickly, reaching several hundred. The old man Jung saw it, and although he didn't know what it was, he was still extremely nervous and shouted loudly, "Everyone be careful, gather quickly and prepare for battle." Ma Jiju's complexion was just as tense. "They're coming." Soun remained silent from beginning to end, but his tension could be clearly seen on his face. The group very quickly saw clearly what those red dots were. They were a swarm of demonic insects that lived in Jandokji. A few elixir condensation stage practitioners in the back screamed in fear, "Senior Jung, what are those? There are so many of them." Tens of thousands of densely packed demonic insects quickly approached the group. Ma Jiju and the other man couldn't help but be terrified to see such a terrifying number of demonic insects. Soun quickly took out a shield from the back. The elixir condensation stage practitioners behind them at this time all shouted, "Please decide quickly whether to fight or flee, seniors." The old man Jung turned his head and shouted resolutely, "Retreat quickly. Everyone gather and retreat together." The group then didn't waste any more words and quickly flew away on their respective flying magic tools. The old man Jung thought to himself as he fled, "Demonic insects usually like to attack in groups, but the scale just now was too exaggerated. If we fight them wrongly, the entire army will surely be annihilated. What? This is impossible. I can't believe they can fly so fast." He quickly flew to Ma Jiju's side and said, "Brother Ma, it seems a fight is unavoidable. I'll have to rely on you in a moment." He then glanced back and asked, "Chu Jasing, have you ever seen such a formation of demonic insects before?" Chu Jasing shook his head. "No, if I had, I probably wouldn't be alive today." After fleeing for a while longer with no way to shake off the demonic insects, the old man Jung had no other choice but to grit his teeth and stop. There's no other way. The demonic insects are about to catch up. Elixir condensation stage practitioners, retreat to the second line. Brother Ma and Brother Yum, follow me. Although I don't know the situation of the demonic insects, from my many years of experience, insects are definitely afraid of fire. Those who know Young Radiance moves cast fire technique. The rest of you, use spirit talismans for a saturation attack. Brother Ma, Brother Yum, are you two ready? Soun quickly urged a fire spell from the back. A moment later, waiting for the demonic insects to approach, the old man Jung shouted loudly, "Everyone attack at the same time." The three Young Radiant stage practitioners in the lead simultaneously cast the Samadhi True Fire, and the swarm of demonic insects indeed afraid of fire were immediately burned as soon as they came into contact with the flames. But their numbers were too great, and no matter how the group fought, they couldn't end the battle. Soun was extremely puzzled. After throwing so many thunderflame bombs, there are still so many of these bugs. Soun was shocked to see the swarm of demonic insects clinging to his spiritual energy defense light barrier. So they were golden-toothed locusts. I hear this insect can eat anything alive, not even leaving behind iron. No, if this continues, my spiritual energy light barrier will surely be neutralized and dispelled. This can't go on. Thinking this far, he immediately waved his hand and cast an ice spell. The swarm of demonic insects hit by the ice flew away one by one, not daring to sit on the barrier. Seeing this, Soun breathed a small sigh of relief. It seems I can only disperse them for a while. They'll come back in a bit. But why is the speed of the golden-toothed locusts so fast? They shouldn't have been able to catch up to an elixir condensation stage practitioner. Just then, the practitioners in the back once again shouted loudly, "Senior Jung, Senior Ma, please save us, just spare our lives. We've reached our limit." Ma Jiju's group was surrounded by the demonic insects at this time and couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they have the time to save them? Seeing that the spiritual energy light barriers of the elixir condensation stage practitioners in the back were about to be breached by the demonic insects, Soun was extremely nervous. No, if this goes on, all the elixir condensation stage practitioners will die here. He quickly took out a few formation flags. He then flew straight to the ground. He landed in the center of the formation flags and sighed, "I really want to be alone, but if I leave like this, I won't get that memoir. Besides, this is only the first hurdle. If I surrender now, it's not my style." Illusory transformation formation, activate. Soun cast the formation and shouted loudly, "Everyone, can you hear me? If you follow my voice, you'll have a chance to live." Hearing that, the group ran toward where Soun was without the slightest hesitation. When the old man ran near Soun, a crack began to appear in his light barrier. Just then, Soun, who was inside the formation, reached out and pulled his clothes. After pulling him inside, he explained, "Don't be nervous. You can release your spiritual energy defense light barrier. Just wait for me here." After speaking, he flew out of the formation. The old man watched his departing back and shouted sincerely, "Thank you for saving me." Soun carried the formation like that, running around to save the remaining practitioners. A moment later, a great many people had entered the formation. Ma Jiju and the other man also entered at this time. "Did you set up this formation? Thank you. Not only is your moral conduct high, I didn't realize your skill in formations was so exceptional." Soun modestly shook his head. "Not at all, it's just a meager talent." Soun looked at the group of practitioners in the distance and sighed inwardly. The Young Radiant stage practitioners all seem fine, but unfortunately only 9 elixir condensation stage practitioners remain. I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. While Sogun was lost in thought, Elder Jung approached again and patted his shoulder. I know you're an outstanding practitioner, and you manage to do things that amaze people every time. Thank you so much. I'll have to rely on you more in the future. Sogun cupped his hands and smiled. I will follow your orders, senior. Elder Jung then turned to the back and shouted angrily, Chu Jasing, tell me the truth. How long have you been in Jondokji? Chu Jasing lowered his head. About 3 months. Elder Jung asked again, have you never encountered such a dangerous situation before? Chu Jasing sighed. No, this is the first time. Elder Jung covered his face and sighed. This is truly a headache, understood. Go and rest to the side, I'll call you if I need you. Ma Jiju came to his side and asked, Brother Jung, should we continue to venture into this Jondokji? Elder Jung replied nervously, I have a bad feeling. This is truly a predicament. Ma Jiju asked again. I've never worked with Deputy Branch Manager So Byung before. If we give up midway, won't there be problems? Elder Jung sighed. If she were just an ordinary Deputy Branch Manager, I wouldn't be this hesitant. After saying this, he whispered into Ma Jiju's ear. Actually, So Byung is the daughter of the Bosimbang Guild's Branch Manager. Sogun was close to the two of them, so he could hear these words. He couldn't help but be shocked inwardly. Deputy Branch Manager So Byung is the daughter of the Bosimbang Guild's Branch Manager? No wonder she was able to become a Deputy Branch Manager at such a young age. Ma Jiju understood after hearing this. So that's how it was. Elder Jung sighed. That's why we can't easily give up on the mission she entrusted to us. So Byung despises people who mess things up. She's very serious and meticulous in everything she does. Suddenly, he looked outside the formation again. Look, the golden-toothed locusts have flown away. This formation is really effective. Chu Jasing, aren't you from the Bosimbang Guild? I have something to make clear to you. Chu Jasing nodded his head. Yes, please speak. Elder Jung said quickly. Please trouble yourself to go back and tell her. If something like this happens again, I will leave Jondokji immediately. I'm sure the Deputy Branch Manager is a person who can distinguish right from wrong. Chu Jasing nodded his head. I will remember, please rest assured, Senior. Sogun observed from the side and thought to himself, Yomjang and Chu Jasing were sent by So Byung, so I'd better be careful. A moment later, after waiting for everyone to fully recover their spiritual power, Elder Jung shouted loudly, we will continue to explore Jondokji. If anyone wants to leave now, feel free. We will absolutely not stop you, but those who leave must find their own way back. No one will guide you. Now, is there anyone who wants to leave? The people all fell silent upon hearing his words, and no one spoke. Elder Jung reassured them. Everyone rest assured. If something like what just happened occurs again, Brother Mon, I will immediately halt this mission and leave Jondokji. If no one is leaving, then everyone please continue to act with us. The people replied in unison. Yes, we will follow your will, Senior. The group thus continued to venture deeper into Jondokji. A few days later, they no longer encountered any major dangers. They walked hunting demonic beasts and gathering spirit herbs. Elder Jung approached, took out the inner core of the demonic beast just killed by Ma Jiju and marveled. To have put in so much effort and only have this to show for it, it's really not worth it. Ma Jiju retrieved his magic treasure and nodded his head. Brother Jung is right. Elder Jung put away the inner core and sighed. It seems there's no other way. We'll have to attack the central area of Jondokji to get good spoils. Sogun on one side silently agreed. That's right, we've been here for over a month. During that time, 2 more elixir condensation stage practitioners have died, and now there are less than 10 left. Although I've secretly gathered quite a few spirit herbs and poisonous herbs, this kind of harvest is really nothing. And I haven't found the people of Jondokji that So Byung mentioned. Not even a clue. It's really frustrating. Just then, Chu Jasing came up behind him again and asked, Are you very bored? Sogun glanced at him and asked with a puzzled look, Bored? This place is dangerous everywhere, so it's very difficult just to stay alive. Where would I find the time to be bored? Chu Jasing smiled. Our Deputy Branch Manager said that before we meet them there's nothing here that can threaten you, young Master Sogun. I heard you're not an ordinary practitioner, and that other elixir condensation stage practitioners are no match for you at all. Sogun sighed. Did you hear that from Deputy Branch Manager So Byung? Isn't she exaggerating a bit? Why is she suddenly thinking so highly of me? Tell me, what on earth are you trying to say? Chu Jasing smiled. You probably know that for this Jondokji mission, the headquarters and every branch have sent people to contribute. Actually, this matter is aimed at the descendants of a certain family. The descendants of Milmun Valley are the people in this Jondokji, and this is our real target. Sogun thought to himself. Why are your hands so dark? This is truly a headache. Chu Jasing continued to explain. They went missing a very long time ago, and it can be said they vanished without a trace. Sogun nodded his head. Is that so? If they vanished without a trace, how would you know? Chu Jasing shook his head. You don't need to know much. If it's really necessary, the Deputy Branch Manager will tell you herself. Although I'm just a nameless grunt, I know quite a lot. I'll tell you a little. The main force sent by the headquarters arrived here a month ago. Sogun was so shocked to hear this that his eyes widened. They arrived a month ago. Why are you telling me now? Chu Jasing smiled. Haha, it seems you understand a little, don't you? Actually, we are not the main force. Sogun was extremely worried in his heart. What on earth is this? If his words are true, the possibility of me getting the memoir has become very low. A moment later he opened his mouth. If this is true, Senior Young and Senior Ma will surely be very angry for you to use such methods to pressure them. Xu Jasing smiled. Pressure perhaps, but what if they know the truth? The two are no longer members of the Sokdong sect. They still want to be treated as they were before. Now they're just wandering practitioners with a little skill, so even if they have some opinions they wouldn't dare to go against the Bosimbang Guild. Sogun asked again. Was it Deputy Branch Manager Sobiang who instructed you to say these things to me? Xu Jasing replied nonchalantly. That's right. Sogun's eyes narrowed. Good, and can you find those descendants and lead the way? Xu Jasing smiled. As long as you agree, young master, we can go at any time. A moment later, Xu Jasing went to where Elder Jung was. Elder Jung turned his head in puzzlement and asked him, What is it? What happened? Xu Jasing explained, Although the fog here is still very thick, I am quite familiar with this path. I think I can find the right direction. Elder Jung stroked his chin and fell into thought. Are you saying you can lead the way now? Xu Jasing nodded his head. Yes, if we're lucky, we might even find a clue. Elder Jung nodded his head. This is truly good news. Good, then you lead the way. The people then followed behind Xu Jasing and continued to advance. Sogun walked and thought. I'm relying on the ice reflection art to remember the path, but it's much more convenient to have Xu Jasing lead the way. But it's really strange. The fog is so thick, yet this Xu Jasing isn't the least bit scared. He seems very familiar with this path. A moment later, Elder Jung shouted in excitement. Oh, we're finally out of the foggy area. The path ahead is clear. The remaining people were all so stirred they didn't know what to do. We're out of the fog. We're finally out of the fog. Elder Jung instructed the people. Everyone can finally take a breather. Everyone rest for a bit. After resting and recovering, let's start exploring again. Sogun thought to himself, what time do we have to rest? But this is a good opportunity for me to explore on my own. Thinking this far, he immediately turned to quietly enter the forest. But just as he turned, Majiju approached again and asked, Where are you going? Sogun was startled, turned his head to glance at him, and replied, I'm going to look around a bit. Majiju smiled. I'd like to go with you, would that be all right? Sogun hesitated for a moment, then had no choice but to nod his head. All right, Majiju sighed. From your expression it doesn't seem like you welcome me much. In that case forget it, I won't bother you anymore, I was just thinking of you. Although your abilities are very outstanding, don't forget that this is Jondokji. Sogun nodded his head. I will keep that in mind. Thank you, senior. After speaking he quickly entered the forest. After walking for a bit he stopped, looked left and right and surveyed the situation. I don't sense the presence of any practitioners, then this place will be good. He then leapt up and flew into the air. Acting alone is really convenient. He quickly took out the spirit guiding compass and started searching for treasure. The spirit guiding compass is pointing west, so I'll use the flying swallow steps to move in this direction. The spiritual energy over there seems quite thick, for Jondokji to have such thick spiritual energy. It might prove that its poison is very potent, but why is there such a fragrant smell? It turns out it was a surin flower. This flower is very beautiful, but its toxicity is so high that it makes the surrounding ground crack. My luck is really too good to discover such a precious poisonous herb as soon as I arrived. Just as Sogun reached out to pick the poisonous herb, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he glanced behind him. There's movement. When he turned his head he was even more shocked. What is this? It's just a deer? Seeing it was just a deer grazing, Sogun no longer paid it any mind and quickly turned to continue picking the poisonous herb. I'd better focus on gathering the poisonous herb. Each stalk is extremely poisonous, so I have to pick it carefully. Otherwise the poison inside will be wasted. Very quickly, Sogun pulled out the poisonous herb by its roots. At this time he finally glanced back and thought with a puzzled expression. Strange. This is Jondokji, so why is there such an ordinary wild beast? Where did the deer go? It was clearly over there just now. While Sogun was lost in thought, not knowing where the deer had gone, it suddenly appeared beside him. Then at an extremely fast speed it snatched the poisonous herb from his hand and ran away. Sogun was extremely angry that the poisonous herb was snatched away and shouted, Damn it, you damn deer, stop right there. No matter how Sogun shouted, it still ran with its head down with no intention of stopping. Sogun didn't think much and quickly leapt up to chase after it. Where did this deer come from? It looks no different from an ordinary deer, but for it to snatch the poisonous herb and run, what on earth is going on? It doesn't look like a spirit beast, and besides its speed is extremely fast. No, it's about to enter the fog. I have to catch it before it goes inside. Thinking this far, he immediately cast the seal of submission to try and catch it. Deer running in front also sensed it and turned its head to look. Just as it turned its head, Sogun's seal of submission tightly bound its 2 horns and 2 legs. I've got it. But the spiritual power is too strong. In that case I have no choice but to use that move. Sogun then transformed the seal of submission into a giant golden net and cast it over it. Let's see you run now. The deer had no way to escape and was very quickly caught and bound by Sogun. He approached it full of suspicion. I finally caught you. Where on earth did this deer pop out from? Unexpectedly the deer then transformed into a human figure. Sogun was shocked to see it and his eyes widened. He looked at the woman before him and asked with a puzzled expression, Are you a human or a demonic beast? The woman shouted angrily. Are you blind? Do I look like a demonic beast to catch and tie up such a beautiful flower-like girl with a net? You are truly too rude. Sogun took out his longsword, pointed it at her and snapped. Good, you don't look like a demonic beast. What demonic beast would carry a storage pouch on its body? But if you dare to play any tricks, you'd better watch your little life. The woman gnashed her teeth in anger, but she didn't dare to act rashly. Seeing that she knew her place, Sogun continued. If you obediently hand over the Surin flower, I will spare your life, the woman snapped angrily. In your dreams, you thief, Sogun was startled. What a thief? Did you just call me a thief? The woman retorted angrily. That's right, is there another thief here besides you? You tried to snatch the Surin flower that someone else painstakingly cultivated. What is that if not a thief? Sogun was filled with doubt. What do you mean by that? Why painstakingly cultivated? The Surin flowers in this Jandakji grow naturally, so how could they have an owner? It was clearly you who took the opportunity to snatch it from my hand and run. You are the thief, the woman shouted. You're a fool, an ignorant fool. Do you know how much effort I put into raising it? Sogun was startled. Effort? The woman nodded her head. That's right, effort, Sogun continued to ask. Tell me, how long did it take to raise it? The woman held up 2 fingers. At least 20 years, Sogun was shocked. You're saying you've been cultivating the Surin flower in this Jandakji for over 20 years? The woman put on a pitiful expression and nodded repeatedly. Sogun sighed. If you put it that way, this Surin flower is really yours. The woman couldn't hide her excitement upon hearing that. You finally understand? Sogun asked again. Then you mean you've been in Jandakji for 20 years? The woman was startled to hear that, and her eyes widened. I misspoke just now. I didn't plant this Surin flower. I was really trying to steal the Surin flower. I'll give it back to you now so you can take it. Sogun was puzzled. Why are you suddenly changing your tune like flipping your palm? The woman became a little impatient and exploded again. I told you it's yours, so I'll give it back to you. Sogun explained. No, I have no intention of taking other people's things. Let me ask you, are you a descendant of Milmon Valley? The woman gnashed her teeth when she heard him ask this question and shouted. From what I can see, you're not a good person either. The aura from her body suddenly changed, and she used her strength to break free from the seal of submission that was binding her body. Seeing this, Sogun immediately raised his shield and assumed a defensive stance. The woman, having broken free, continued to shout loudly. You're in league with those bad guys too? Sogun was puzzled. Bad guys, what do you mean? The woman snapped. Nonsense. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and released a poisonous fog to attack. Sogun immediately cast the wind-riding art and blew the poisonous fog away. The woman was horrified to see the poisonous fog coming back at her. It had been countered. She quickly leaped into the air to dodge the poisonous fog. Sogun waved his hand again and urged his 3 longswords. Seeing the longswords rushing at her, the woman was not the least bit flustered. She immediately waved her hand and released a few demonic spiders, shouting loudly, Stop him! Seeing these spiders, Sogun couldn't help but think of the spider in the demonic beast forest. The giant spider he had met in the demonic beast forest had looked very terrifying. But the spiders she released spewed yellow poisonous webs, so they must be golden silk spiders. Under the woman's control, the golden silk spiders immediately spewed webs in unison and attacked Sogun. Seeing this, Sogun immediately retreated. My guess was right. This golden spider silk is tougher than a rope. Why does a young girl have 2 such spiders? How on earth did she do it? Sogun didn't think much and immediately released Ungon. Go quickly and cut that fellow's spider silk. Ungon leapt forward and rushed over, then opened his mouth and spewed countless lightning bolts. Rushing spider silk was immediately broken by its move. The woman was horrified to see this and thought to herself, what for such a small high-grade demonic beast to break the web of a golden silk spider so easily? Sogun took this opportunity to shout loudly at her. Wait, I don't want to fight you. I just want to ask why the people of the Bosimbang Guild are targeting you. The woman sneered coldly. I have nothing to say to a thief. Sogun was helpless. But I want to talk to you. Just then he sensed something again and his eyes widened as he glanced behind him. Someone's coming this way. 1 elixir condensation stage and 1 young radiant stage practitioner. This mid-elixir condensation stage girl won't be able to escape even if she wants to. After thinking for a moment, he shouted loudly at the woman. A young radiant stage practitioner is coming from that way. Quickly retrieve the golden silk spiders and then turn into a deer. The woman's face was filled with disbelief. What, aren't you trying to catch me while I'm unprepared? Sogun painstakingly explained. I'm not tricking you. If you run now, they will definitely use some means to catch you. Very quickly, Chu Jasing and Yom Jang approached from behind. What's going on here? Sogun turned his head to look at them and smiled. So it was Senior Yom? Yom Jang frowned and snapped. I'll ask again. What happened here? The woman had already turned back into a deer by this time and stood beside Sogun. Sogun was not the least bit flustered when he received his question. What do you mean by that for you to ask so suddenly? I'm a little flustered. Yom Jang glanced at his side and asked again. What is that deer? Hearing that, Sogun immediately explained. Ah, you mean this fellow? I just caught it and I was just about to use it to train my spirit beast. This is the fellow. Yom Jang was a little shocked to see Ungon. Isn't that a scented ermine? Sogun nodded his head. That's right, this fellow is also very difficult to serve. As you can see, brother, I'm training it how to attack right now. Chu Jasing was once again shocked at this time and exclaimed, Oh, isn't this a Surin fruit? This is a very rare poisonous herb. Did you pick it, young master? Sogun nodded his head. That's right, I saw it growing alone in a place with extremely strong spiritual energy. It was very strange, so I picked it. According to what you said, I can probably sell it for a good price, right? Why have the two of you come here? Surely you haven't been following me all this time. Chu Jasing smiled and explained, look at you. Didn't I already explain last time? Our final goal is to find the descendants of Milmun Valley. The practitioners of our guild have also met the people of Milmun Valley before, and they all appeared in such clear and open places, so we came to take a look. Sogun raised his head to look at the sky and sighed, is that so? In my opinion, this place doesn't seem to have any special points. Chu Jasing stroked his beard and smiled. It really doesn't have any special points, Sogun frowned. What on earth are you trying to say? Chu Jasing smiled. If you don't understand, young master, then I'll explain again. Milmun Valley is inhabited by a very special group of people. They have cultivated a very special ability, which people call the blue eyes and purple glow, that is to say, their pupils are blue. When they are illuminated by sunlight, their entire bodies will emit a purple light. They also have the special ability to transform into animals. They can transform into bears, wolves, birds, and many other animals. It is said that the abilities of the animals they transform into are enhanced after transformation. Sogun sighed. Enhanced after transformation, it's really hard to imagine. His heart became clear. No wonder that girl ran so fast. Chu Jasing nodded his head. That's right, at first I didn't believe this either, but after seeing it with my own eyes I couldn't help but believe it. Sogun was puzzled. You saw it with your own eyes? Chu Jasing nodded his head. There's no mistake, we caught one at that time. That person looked like a leopard at first glance, but he could transform into a beastman when fighting. Sogun nodded his head. So that's how it was? Didn't you get any information out of him? Chu Jasing sighed. We did our best, but that fellow would rather die than surrender and didn't say a word. Since torture was ineffective, we changed our method of interrogation. For example, wouldn't it be more effective to torture their comrades in front of them than to torture them directly? For the sake of their comrades, it's possible they would obediently confess. Sogun frowned. That's too miserable. Chu Jasing laughed loudly. Haha, it's also very effective. Fortunately, our guild has a few people with interrogation skills, so although there will be some after effects, it won't take their lives. Alright, now you can hand over this deer to me. Hearing that, the woman couldn't help but retreat. Yomjang frowned, raised his hand, cast a spell, and attacked her. The woman was immediately surrounded by his flames. Seeing this, Ungon immediately leapt off the woman's body and returned to Sogun's side. Only after retrieving Ungon into the storage pouch did Sogun angrily snap at Yomjang. What are you doing now? Chu Jasing laughed loudly. Young master, how long are you going to pretend you don't know? This deer is the transformation of a descendant of Milmun Valley. Isn't it really too much of a waste to use it to train a demonic beast? You might as well hand it over to us. I'll use some means to get important evidence out of its mouth. After speaking, he immediately waved his hand and threw a net toward the woman. Sogun had no other choice but to use his hand to block it. Chu Jasing's net was immediately knocked away by the seal of submission he used. Chu Jasing sneered coldly. So you did know? Sogun frowned. I don't know whether she is a descendant of Milmun Valley or not. All I know is that since I caught her, she's mine. To try and snatch my things so wantonly in front of me. How could I not make a move? Don't underestimate me so easily. Chu Jasing smiled and explained. Haha, you misunderstand, young master. I have no such intention at all. I didn't come to fight with you for credit, but to help you. The goal of our guild is to obtain the treasure of the descendants of Milmun Valley. If this mission fails, you probably won't get those books either, young master. Sogun thought to himself, this person is very good at lying. If I let him take her back, he will definitely torture her to death. After thinking for a moment, he finally sneered coldly and opened his mouth. Is that so? In my opinion, this deer has no strange points at all. Yomjang on one side shouted angrily, You're pissing me off. Then I'll prove it to you. After speaking, he once again waved his hand and struck a palm toward the woman. Seeing the opponent's attack rushing over, the woman hesitated. Should I use a move? She no longer hesitated and quickly returned to human form, casting a spell to block the opponent's attack. This damn old man. Although she cast the spell very quickly, it was still too late. The opponent's attack had already reached her body. Damn it, I'm a step too late again. A fierce explosion immediately erupted with her as the center and dust scattered everywhere. Seeing that she was fine, the woman sighed inwardly. Did I block it? Very quickly she realized that it was not her who had blocked the opponent's attack, but Sogun who had blocked it for her. It was you. Why did you help me? Sogun didn't answer and stared coldly at Yomjang. Yomjang, who was opposite him, also frowned and looked at him. Chu Jasing on one side thought to himself, Deputy Branch Manager Sobyung said this brat was not ordinary, and it's really true. He actually used a spiritual energy defense light barrier to easily resolve Yomjang's minor flame art. He's really very strong. After thinking for a moment, he said to Sogun, Thank you for your help, Senior Yom and Young Master Sogun. Now I can be sure that this person is a descendant of Milmun Valley. Sogun glanced at him with a solemn face. How do I know if what you said is true or false? Chu Jasing smiled. Haha, I can understand that this situation is easy to misunderstand. In any case, we've found her now. It's time to take her to Senior Young and Senior Ma. Don't you think so? We'll ask for their opinions and see what method we should use to get information out of her mouth. Right? Since young Master Sogun has rendered great service, I will report this matter truthfully to Deputy Branch Manager. Sogun glanced at the woman behind him and thought to himself, I can't enter Jondokji without the help of Senior Young and Senior Ma. If Chu Jaesing tries to take her directly back to the Bosimbang Guild, I will definitely stop him. But if he hands her over to Yung Yin and Ma Jiju, I have no legitimate reason to stop him. Seeing Sogun standing there in a daze, Chu Jaesing smiled and approached the woman. Then I'll take it that you've agreed, young master. Just then, Sogun reached out again, grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. Wait, since I caught her I'll interrogate her. The woman standing on one side was so angry she gnashed her teeth when she heard that. What, this bad guy? She was then captured, tied up and dragged away by them. Sogun's thoughts were constantly spinning in his mind. What should I do? I came to this Jondokji for the memoir, but it's a bit bad to achieve my goal in this way. The woman walking in front suddenly turned her head and glanced at him. She opened her mouth and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "The leopard that was taken away is my older brother." Hearing that, Sogun was shocked as if he had been struck by lightning. The woman continued to ask, "I have one last question. Can I trust you?" Hearing her question, Sogun froze for a moment. They very quickly returned to where Ma Jiju's group was. Yung Yin was puzzled to see them bringing back a woman. "Are you back? Who is this woman?" Chu Jaesing smiled and explained. "Senior, this woman is a descendant of Milmun Valley. As long as we get information from this woman and find the location of their stronghold, we can successfully complete the mission." Yung Yin was shocked and exclaimed, "Oh, is that so, young Master Sogun? Is what Chu Jaesing said true?" Sogun sighed. "This is a complete coincidence. I don't know if what he said is true either." Chu Jaesing glanced at the woman and smiled. "Senior, Jondokji is so dangerous. How could a weak woman like her live here alone? As you can all see, her purple hair and blue eyes are completely consistent with the identifying features of those descendants." Yung Yin approached the woman and asked, "Miss, excuse me, but are you really someone who was born and raised in Jondokji?" The woman turned her head and sneered coldly, not answering. Yung Yin reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Can you tell me your name?" Chu Jaesing approached and said, "Senior, if you ask like this, you won't speak. I have two plans. What do you think, Senior?" Yung Yin was puzzled. "What plans?" Chu Jaesing quickly explained. "Plan 1 is to feed her a confusion pill. After she swallows the confusion pill, she won't be able to come to her senses for a few days. This will be very beneficial for our interrogation." Yung Yin asked again, "Then what is plan 2? Chu Jaesing replied, "Directly hand her over to the Bosimbang Guild's headquarters. There are many interrogation experts there, so there will surely be a way to open her mouth." Hearing that, Yung Yin sneered coldly in his heart. "Either way, she will be tortured. What should I do about this?" After thinking for a moment, he sighed and said, "Handing her over to the headquarters will delay time, so it's better to use the medicine. If it's ineffective, we'll think of another way then." The woman glanced at Sogun behind her with a depressed expression. Just then, Sogun's voice once again echoed in her ears. "Listen to me and use the medicine." The woman was startled and asked back, "What if I accidentally say something after I'm in a coma?" Sogun reassured her. "Don't worry, I have a way." Yung Yin continued to ask Chu Jaesing, "Then how long will it take for the medicine to take effect?" Chu Jaesing stroked his chin and replied, "About 5 days." Yung Yin turned his body. "I'll give you 3 days. If it still doesn't work after that, I will personally step in." Chu Jaesing approached, grabbed the woman and smiled extremely ferociously. "All right, I'll feed her the pill immediately and we'll see again in 3 days." After feeding the woman the pill, he locked her in an iron cage and then assigned 2 practitioners to guard her. Sogun thought to himself, "I have to wait for an opportunity. When it's my turn to guard, I'll make a move. If something goes wrong, it will anger everyone, and it will be very troublesome then. This cage is really strange. Why does she have to be locked in a cage for demonic beasts? Besides, this cage is made of a material that absorbs spiritual energy, so it's not easy to destroy either." Just then, Chu Jaesing came to his side again and asked, "Why do you always stare at her? This seems to be an unnecessary thing, doesn't it?" Sogun sighed. "I'm afraid someone will break her out of prison." Chu Jaesing also sighed. "I think you're overthinking it, young master." Sogun glanced at him with a puzzled look. "I'm overthinking it. What if the people of Milmun Valley come and attack us?" Chu Jaesing replied nonchalantly. "If they really come, it will be very beneficial for us." Sogun's face was filled with doubt. "You're too confident. Since you're so relaxed, I think you already have a plan to deal with it, don't you?" Chu Jaesing smiled. "A way to deal with it. It's not too late to think about it then. It will be useless even if they come. They can't destroy the cage themselves. Don't forget that we also have the main force practitioners from the headquarters. This medicine will start to take effect in an hour." As he said, the woman very quickly began to show signs of being drugged and drooled. Chu Jaesing approached, smiled and asked, "Is there anything you want to say?" "Be good, that's right. If you speak earlier, you'll avoid the pain of having your flesh torn apart." But unexpectedly, the woman was still conscious. She waited for him to approach, then immediately opened her mouth and spat in his face. Chu Jaesing wiped away the spit and smiled extremely sinisterly. "You damn girl, it seems you have no intention of complying. It wouldn't be fun if things went too smoothly. This way I like it." As soon as he finished speaking, he started slapping the girl's face and torturing her. Soun frowned as he watched from the outside. A moment later, Chu Jaesing came out from inside. "Let's see how long you can last." The tortured woman knelt on the floor of the cell, collapsed. She slightly raised her head and looked toward Soun. Soun saw her gaze and reassured her, "Trust me." A moment later, taking advantage of a moment when people weren't paying attention, he quietly approached the cell and placed his hand on it. He urged his spiritual power and sensed it, thinking to himself, "It really is made of a material that absorbs spiritual energy. I'll have to think of another way. Just then an old man approached and asked, Young Master Soun, what are you doing? It's still a long time before the shift change. Soun ignored him and turned to leave. How should I deal with this cell? Fifth Master, if it were you, what would you have done? Zhang Gan's teachings began to surface in his mind. Soun, from now on I will teach you the art of the golden cicada shedding its skin. Later, when you reach the young radiant stage, if you are ever trapped, you can use this technique to escape. Soun sighed. The young radiant stage, I don't know when I'll ever reach that realm, Zhang Gan taught. You damn brat, you must calculate everything in advance. Don't fear the 1 in 10,000, but fear the what if. Who knows if this move I've taught you today might save your life in the future. Recalling Zhang Gan's teachings, the corners of his lips unconsciously curled up. Thank you, Fifth Master. I will do it your way. Very quickly, night fell. When the moon was high in the sky, the old man guarding the cell looked back with a puzzled expression and asked, Young Master Soun, why are you so late? Soun smiled. I apologize. I was just scouting the area, so I'm a bit late. The old man's face was filled with suspicion. What on earth have you been so busy with lately? It was the same yesterday. Soun was startled. Yesterday, he smiled and recalled yesterday's events. Chu Jasing had begun to get some information from the woman through interrogation. Oh, so your name is Gwakmi, and you are the younger sister of the leopard, Gwak Sin? This is truly good news. Good, then quickly tell me the location of your hideout and the number of your comrades. Gwakmi hesitated and did not answer. Well, that is, Chu Jasing continued to apply psychological pressure. Don't worry, just speak your mind. What are you trying to say? Speak slowly. Unexpectedly, Gwakmi had not yet completely lost consciousness. She waited for him to lean his ear close, then immediately opened her mouth and bit his ear. Chu Jasing screamed in pain, then threw her to one side. Seeing that she wouldn't speak until the end, he was about to wave his hand and slap her a few times. But just as he swung his hand, it was caught and stopped by a stream of spiritual power. The one who had acted was Soun. Chu Jasing's expression darkened as he shouted, Young Master Soun, what is the meaning of this? Let me go at once. Soun sighed. As the proverb goes, a gentleman uses his words, not his fists. Besides, your medicine has not yet fully seeped in. And look, it's not like she actually bit you. Chu Jasing laughed. Sometimes, Young Master Soun, I can't help but wonder if you're on our side or not, especially on a day like today. Soun replied nonchalantly. On the same side, you and I were never of the same mind. We just happened to meet and get along. I have never once considered myself to be on the same side as you. Hearing those words, Chu Jasing was momentarily at a loss for words. A moment later, he said in a sharp voice, What nonsense, what on earth are you trying to do? I'm warning you, if you continue to act like this, you will pay the price. And it's not your turn to stand guard yet, so don't be an eyesore and go scout the surroundings. That old man sighed and said, You went too far today, Young Master Soun. Senior Yon was here just now and it almost became a big incident. If you keep this up, you'll bring harm to us sooner or later. I hope this doesn't happen again next time. Soun turned and walked away. Understood, rest assured. The old man was so busy talking to Soun's clone in front of him that he didn't notice Soun's real body quietly approaching the cell at this time. He told Gwakmi through voice transmission to step back, raised one hand to condense his spiritual power, and then without the slightest hesitation gripped the iron bars tightly. Seeing the cracks on the iron bars, joy welled up in his heart. Good, the iron door is starting to contract. The old man guarding from a distance suddenly felt something was strange. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? When he turned his head, he was horrified. Soun had appeared by the iron door at some point and was urging his spiritual power to strike it. He couldn't understand it at all and shouted, Young Master Soun, what are you doing now? Seeing that Soun was ignoring him, he immediately threw a magic tool and attacked him. But unexpectedly, before his attack could even reach him, Soun vanished from the spot without a trace. The old man was extremely shocked in his heart. Where did he disappear to? While he was distracted, Soun had already appeared behind him. The old man discovered him and turned to look, but it was already too late. Soun, without the slightest mercy, kicked him away. Then he immediately opened his mouth and spewed out the Samadhi True Fire to strike the cell. By alternating between the extreme Yin Cold Art and the Samadhi True Fire, the iron door contracted. Just a little more, almost there. The scene returned to when Soun was in the demonic beast forest. Soun was beaten by Zhang Gan until smoke rose from his head and he lay sprawled on the ground, sighing. Even the Samadhi True Fire can't melt it. What's the point of trying any further? Master Zhang Gan snorted coldly. You damn brat, the master is speaking. Why are you interrupting? Didn't I tell you you're not just using the Samadhi True Fire, but you must combine the two energies of yin and yang. You must be patient, careful, and speed up. After that, it's up to your own creation. Soun asked with a puzzled look. What if I can't do it? Zhang Gan laughed. If you can't do it, you can only die in prison. Therefore, you must remember my words. The heat of the Samadhi True Fire and the cold of the extreme Yin Cold Art each have their own unique properties. What would happen if these two were combined? They would surely clash and reject each other. If these two forces grow stronger and stronger, they will eventually explode on their own, just as Zhang Gan had said. Soun finally succeeded in breaking the cell. Gwakmi, who was inside, was utterly shocked to see this. To save time, Soun immediately ran to save her, but just as he had taken a few steps, Chu Jasing's voice reached his ears. Stop right there. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his spell and struck at him. Soun did not dodge but cast a spiritual energy defense light barrier to block it, and his pace did not flow in the slightest, immediately jumping into the cell and carrying Gwakmi out. Trust me, leave the rest to me. As he turned around, his body was already engulfed in flames. Chu Jasing shouted angrily, How dare you destroy my nine-form prison, Soun realized. Ah, so that's what it's called, the nine-form prison? Do you think such a thing is suitable for imprisoning people who have lost their spiritual power? It looks completely useless to me. If the old doesn't go, how will the new come? In my opinion, it would be better to replace it with a new one. Chu Jasing was so angry he burst out laughing, just as expected of young Master Soun. In fact, I never considered you to be on our side in the first place. I found you very disagreeable from the beginning. Now that's good, I no longer have to waste my breath on you. You'd better be prepared. Soun smiled. Be prepared, then you'd better prepare to fight. Yom Jang heard those words and gnashed his teeth in anger, immediately condensing a spell in both hands. Flames that covered the sky immediately swept toward Soun. Soun cast a spiritual energy defense light barrier to block it, thinking to himself, if I continue to get entangled with these two and waste time, the other practitioners will surely rush over. Thinking this far, he immediately leapt up to leave. Chu Jasing and his companion were momentarily stunned to see his movement, and then without the slightest hesitation they leapt up and gave chase. Soun glanced at them and thought to himself, they're really chasing me, but with this turtle-like speed it won't be easy to catch up to me. The two also knew that for the moment they had no way of catching up to Soun, so as they flew they waved their hands and attacked him, trying to slow him down. Soun cast a spiritual energy defense light barrier and let their attacks hit him, only focusing on flying forward. A moment later, he came out of the foggy area. The foggy area is ahead, so as long as I enter the fog they will have no way of catching me. Chu Jasing, who was behind him, also realized his intention and immediately shouted loudly, Stop right there. If you dare to take another step, I will make you the target of the entire Bosimbang Guild's pursuit. Once you are pursued by the Bosimbang Guild, no matter which corner of the Daewon Kingdom you hide in, the Bosimbang Guild will surely find you. You will become the hunting target of the entire Bosimbang Guild. Soun stopped for a moment, glanced at them, and thought to himself, that's really a big price to pay. It will make me a direct enemy of the Bosimbang Guild, but I probably don't have to worry too much about that. Thinking this far, he ignored them and quickly flew into the fog. Chu Jasing and his companion were furious to see Soun disappear before their eyes. Damn it, now that he's entered the fog there's no way to catch him. Soun, I will definitely make you and those around you pay the price. As he flew into the fog he glanced down slightly. Ma Jiju and Yung Yin were standing below looking up. They had no intention of making a move upon seeing Soun. Both pretended not to have seen him and turned their heads in another direction. Soun saw this, and the corners of his lips unconsciously curled up. Very quickly, Soun disappeared into the fog without a trace. After an unknown amount of time, there was a carriage in a valley within Jondok-ji. GWAKMI was lying unconscious inside when she suddenly woke up with a start. As soon as she woke up, she sat up and held her head. The pain had not yet completely subsided. A moment later, she jumped out of bed in surprise. Where is this? Very quickly, Soun's voice came from outside. Are you awake? Soun had been waiting outside the carriage for her to wake up all along. When GWAKMI came out, he went over and asked how she was. Seeing that you can walk normally, your body seems to be fine now. GWAKMI turned her head a little unnaturally. Why did you save me? Soun sighed. Didn't I tell you must trust me? It's just that this Bosimbang Guild has many people and is very powerful, so I don't know how to deal with them in the future. Hearing those words, GWAKMI immediately shouted, What, are you a fool? Soun calmly explained, I am different from them. I don't have the habit of snatching other people's things. GWAKMI frowned helplessly. You really are a fool. Soun couldn't help but smile at her cute appearance. He slowly walked up to her and said, Is that how you treat the benefactor who saved your life? GWAKMI lowered her head and fell into thought. Then a moment later she turned her head shyly and said, Thank you, you fool. Soun smiled at her. All right, that one word from you is enough. Ha, just thinking about how to deal with them in the future gives me a headache. GWAKMI suddenly held out her hand and demanded, That's right, hurry up and give me back my thing. Soun looked at her with a puzzled expression. What thing? GWAKMI replied nonchalantly. The Surin fruit, of course. Soun's eyes widened, his mind filled with doubt. What on earth is this child thinking? After thinking for a moment he asked, The Surin fruit, why? GWAKMI explained. That was always raised by me, so it was originally mine. I have to take it home quickly, so hurry up and give it back. Soun cut her off. Wait, this was picked by me and at that time you voluntarily gave it to me. GWAKMI replied nonchalantly. At that time you were asking too many questions, so I just agreed with you. This poisonous herb is very important to me, so I must have it. Soun was a little angry. Why don't you keep your promise? GWAKMI's face was filled with an uncomprehending expression. What do you mean it was originally mine? Soun was at a loss for what to do. What kind of person is this? Isn't that too shameless? GWAKMI shouted angrily. What do you mean shameless? I am its owner. It was originally mine. Soun asked again. Did you plant it yourself? GWAKMI stroked her chin and fell into thought. Well, if you put it that way, no. It originally grew there on its own, and I just took care of it after I discovered it. Soun laughed. Hey, at most you just took care of it for a while, so it's not entirely yours. Therefore you can't be so unreasonable. If you really want it, you can negotiate with me or take it back with your own skills. Or isn't that clothing you're wearing made of golden spider silk? GWAKMI looked at the clothes on her body with a puzzled expression and nodded her head. That's right, how did you know? Soun explained. The color of the clothes is similar to the color of the spider silk, and besides, when I cast the flame spell your clothes were fine, so that's how I knew. GWAKMI nodded her head. I see. Soun proposed an idea. How about this, you make me a set of clothes out of golden spider silk and I'll give you back the surin fruit. How about that, isn't that okay? Hearing that, GWAKMI was excited and clapped her hands. Really? Soun nodded his head. Of course it's real. How about that? Isn't this deal very reasonable? GWAKMI laughed extremely ferociously and shouted, Do you take me for a fool? The surin fruit is a very rare poisonous herb, and compared to that, a set of clothes made of golden spider silk is worthless, Soun sighed. So you knew from the beginning? GWAKMI asked again. But do you really need this golden spider silk? Soun nodded his head. Well, when you're wandering the Jianghu you can't always have things your way. With this set of clothes it will be easier to travel in the future. GWAKMI stroked her chin and fell into thought. Well, if I were to draw silk from my golden spider it would take some time. What should I do now? After thinking for a moment, a good idea came to her. How about I take you to my house? My house has a lot of golden spider silk, so I can give it to you when we get there. Soun was shocked in his heart. Go to GWAKMI's house. After thinking for a moment he nodded his head. Of course, that's good, let's set off quickly. GWAKMI exclaimed excitedly. That's great. I haven't fully recovered my spiritual power yet, so I was worried about going back alone. That's right, why don't you come a little closer? As Soun approached, she raised both hands. Soun saw this and his face was filled with an uncomprehending expression. What are you trying to do now? GWAKMI explained. What am I doing? Of course I'm fulfilling our promise. Quickly raise both hands and face my palms. Although Soun didn't understand what she meant at all, he eventually raised his hands and faced her palms. GWAKMI laughed excitedly. People say that the palm is the weak point of a practitioner. This part cannot be used to attack others. Clasping hands means trusting each other. I have already shown my trust in you. What about you? Soun understood when he heard that, and he smiled as he looked at her. Well, me too. GWAKMI couldn't hide her joy. Then that means we both trust each other. The two then flew off together on a cloud. A moment later, Soun sighed. It seems we'll have to take a detour. GWAKMI looked puzzled. A detour again? We've already circled around 5 times. Soun explained. There are too many practitioners ahead. GWAKMI asked again. How many are there? Soun's face was solemn. Roughly 50, and there's a young, radiant stage practitioner among them. GWAKMI's jaw dropped in horror. What, you're not trying to trick me, are you? Soun replied calmly. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. I won't stop you. GWAKMI sighed. Forget it. Since we have a contract, I'll trust you. Soun smiled and nodded. Yes, that's how it should be. Is there no other way? GWAKMI sighed. After flying a little further, she asked with a puzzled expression. Are you okay? Hearing her ask that, Soun didn't understand what she meant at all. What about? GWAKMI explained. This is the area in Jiangdakji with the densest poisonous fog. Are you not affected at all? Soun replied calmly. Yes, I received very special training since I was a child, and I especially learned how to resist poison from my grandmaster. GWAKMI marveled. You have a good master. Soun nodded. Well, if it weren't for my master, I wouldn't be here today. How are you not affected at all? GWAKMI replied calmly. I live here, so naturally I'm immune to the poison here. After the two had flown a little further, GWAKMI suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Soun also stopped and glanced at her. GWAKMI asked him, There are probably no practitioners here, right? Soun nodded. Yes, why? GWAKMI put her hand inside her clothes to search for something. From now on you have to follow me closely. And you have to cover your eyes. Soun was puzzled. Why do I have to cover my eyes? GWAKMI explained. I'm doing this all for your sake. If you find out where we live, you'd better not think about ever going back. There are countless bewildering formations on the way. You will never be able to escape this place. After speaking, she took out a piece of black cloth and handed it to him. If you would, after he covered his eyes, she asked again. How is it? Did you tie it tightly? Soun nodded. Yes, I can't see anything. GWAKMI took his hand. Good, now hold my hand. Remember, you have to follow me closely and you must never let go of my hand or you'll get lost. Soun followed her closely, thinking to himself. It feels like we're going down, we keep going down. How long do we have to go down? It sounds like lava moving. A moment later, GWAKMI finally untied his blindfold. We're here. As soon as Soun opened his eyes, he saw that he was standing inside a cliff. Countless caves made into residences were bored into all sides of the cliff. GWAKMI instructed him. Wait a moment, I'll go and call my father and the others, but I don't know if they'll welcome you. Soun nodded. Don't worry about me, go ahead. Soun saw a pile of spirit stones stacked to the side and couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. GWAKMI wasn't even the slightest bit moved seeing so many high-grade spirit stones. If this place were exposed to the outside world, not to mention the Bosimbang Guild, even the practitioners would be extremely greedy for it. Very quickly, someone from a distance noticed him. As soon as that person saw Soun, he immediately turned and shouted loudly. Very quickly, countless practitioners appeared in the air in front of Soun. Soun couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. I didn't expect there to be so many people, and it seems they don't welcome me very much. A moment later, someone opened their mouth. Are you the one who saved my daughter? Soun looked at the middle-aged man beside GWAKMI and thought to himself. Is this person GWAKME's father? The middle-aged man quickly approached and cupped his hands to Soun. Thank you, young master, for saving my daughter. I am GWAK Young. Soun politely cupped his hands in return. I am Soun. You are too modest, senior. It was just a small matter, GWAK Young explained. Since you are an outsider, young sir, the people here might not like you very much, so please forgive them. I hope you can be generous and forgive them. Soun nodded. It's all right. I have already come prepared. GWAK Young turned and made an inviting gesture. The central area is quite spacious. Let's go there and talk. Young master, please follow me. Soun then immediately followed GWAK Young into the central area. Good, since everyone is here, let's begin. As soon as he sat down, GWAK Young asked, Young Sir Soun, did you come alone? And young sir, forgive me for being direct, it's useless to lie here. We have countless informants and scouts outside, and we are aware of all the movements in the outside world. Soun replied calmly, everything I said is true, and besides, Miss GWAK and I have already made an oath. Hearing that, GWAK Young looked at GWAKMI with a puzzled expression. An oath? What oath did you make with him? GWAKMI replied calmly. It's an oath to trust each other. GWAK Young sighed. An oath to trust each other. Mia, what happened to the promise between us? Did you keep it? How many times did I tell you not to go outside, but you didn't listen? Do you know how much we worried every day because of you? I have already lost a son. I can't lose you too. It's one thing that you made everyone worry, but now you've even brought an outsider here. GWAKMI lowered her head and said sadly, I'm sorry for making everyone worry. I won't do it again in the future. I swear to the heavens. GWAK Young stroked her head. But business is business, and it's good that you've returned safely. You did very well to blindfold him. GWAKMI, seeing that he wasn't reprimanding her, immediately looked happy again. GWAK Young then turned to look at Soun again. All right, let's get back to the main point. Young Sir Soun, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Lord of Milmun Valley, GWAK Young, and people in the martial world usually call me by the title of Two-Faced Lord. My mission is to protect my people and eliminate outsiders. I have one thing to ask of you, young Sir Soun, and please do not refuse. If you refuse, our people will surely be very heartbroken. In fact, it's not such a big deal. I hope you will stay in Milmun Valley forever. Hearing that, Soun's face darkened. What does this mean again? From the current situation, it seems I have no choice but to agree to their request. After thinking for a moment, he asked GWAK Young, Are you worried that I will secretly report you to the Bosimbang Guild after I leave? GWAK Young nodded. That's right. Soun cupped his hands. I am an outsider, so according to the rules here I should have been dead long ago. But you did not lay a hand on me, so thank you for the grace of not killing me. I will respectfully obey your command. GWAK Young smiled. I quite like your attitude. We will do our best to provide you with convenience, so please forgive us. Then turned to GWAKMI again and asked, All right, now you can tell your father what happened outside. After telling GWAK Young everything, GWAKMI left with Soun. As she walked, she sighed. It's a good thing you listened to my father. Do you have any grievances? Soun nodded. This is the best solution, GWAKMI said worriedly. I was really worried at that time that you would refuse our proposal. After all, most of the people in Milmun Valley still don't trust you very much. If you had tried to leave by force, it would have been very dangerous. Soun sighed. That's right, if you had only told them the story of you saving me, there wouldn't have been so much suspicion. But you told them the story of Nanchanguk and being captured. On top of that, you even told them that I work for the Bosimbang Guild, so how could everyone trust me? GWAKMI shook her head repeatedly. No, are you a fool? Soun's face was filled with doubt. I'm a fool? What do you mean by that? GWAKMI explained. A person's heart is hard to predict. Who can know what kind of person you are just by looking at your appearance? So this matter cannot be hidden. If others find out later that you hid things, it will be difficult for you to explain yourself even if you want to. So it's better to tell everything from the beginning to make things easier to talk about later. This is a matter of attitude. Trust needs time to be built, so I believe everyone will gradually come to trust you later. Soun smiled and looked at her. If I'm really a fool, then you must be a smart fool. GWAKMI's face was filled with an uncomprehending expression. Ha, a smart fool? Soun nodded. That's right, sometimes you seem very dazed, but at other times you can say things that are beneficial to others. GWAKMI got a little angry. Is this a compliment or an insult? A moment later, she got excited again and made a suggestion. That's right, let's go see Brother Hogwang together. Oh, aren't you going to see Qianyugun? I still have to deal with Nanchanguk. Let's talk about the golden spider silk after the matter is over. Let's deal with the matter at hand first, Soun made a suggestion. How about this, you go find your Qianyugun and I'll go get my golden spider silk. How about that? GWAKMI shouted sharply. No, I can't let you mistreat my cute children. Besides, you are now my surveillance target, so I have to follow you like a shadow. Soun sighed helplessly. Who can't leave whom? GWAKMI said proudly. Let me tell you, Brother Qianyugun is the most outstanding practitioner. He is a genius demonic beast tamer, and it is all thanks to him that most of us can have 2 or 3 demonic beasts and can obtain rare demonic beasts like the golden silk spider. Soun was astonished. Most people have them, GWAKMI didn't explain and quickly ran off. Let's go quickly. He is sometimes quiet and a few words, but at other times he can be very sociable. Soun quickly chased after her. Qianyogun, I'm really looking forward to it a little. Fifth Master, this world is truly vast. After walking for a bit, Gwakmi opened her mouth again to remind him. Hey, don't be too scared, Soun asked with a puzzled look. Scared of what? Gwakmi explained. In a moment you will see a nightmarish sight, but rest assured there is no danger. Soun's face was still filled with doubt. What does she mean by a nightmarish sight? Very quickly his face scrunched up. This feeling is too familiar. This sound is the sound of golden-toothed locusts. Gwakmi was astonished. How do you know this insect? Soun replied calmly. Of course I know. It seems we couldn't get to know each other without a fight. He looked at the swarm of golden-toothed locusts in the hall and thought to himself, in a moment I'll be able to meet their master. Gwakmi very quickly ran down excitedly. Brother Hagwon, I'm here. It's me, Gwakmi. The young man was casting some kind of spell, but when he heard her call, he immediately stopped and turned his head to look. The Lord asked you to. But he stopped halfway through his sentence, narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Soun. Soun also frowned at this time and stared intently at him. Gwakmi quickly went up excitedly and introduced them. Brother, this is young Master Soun. He is the benefactor who saved my life, so please don't harm him. Hagwon snorted coldly. Don't harm him? Then how should we calculate the debt of him killing over 20,000 of my golden-toothed locusts? Soun replied calmly. Not just 20,000, even if it were 200,000, wouldn't it be self-defense? Hagwon shouted sharply. If you hadn't made a move I would have killed all those Bosimbang guild trash long ago. Since you let them go, then you can die in their place. Soun did not show the slightest weakness and replied, Is that so? Then I would also like to ask for your guidance on how great an early young Radiant stage opponent is. Seeing the two of them drawing their swords and facing off, Gwakmi immediately stepped forward to mediate. Wait, Brother Hagwon and my older brother are very close. It was only after my brother was captured that he became like this. As soon as a practitioner enters Jondokji, he will attack without a second thought. That's right, Brother Hagwon. I have something to ask you and you must answer me. Hagwon was puzzled. What is it? Gwakmi said quickly. I need a Beto earthworm very badly right now. Hearing that, Soun was shocked in his heart. Isn't the Beto earthworm in the demonic beast forest? Hearing that, Hagwon immediately shook his head. No, these are all my treasures, so I can't give them to you. Gwakmi painstakingly tried to persuade him. Why not? I'm just borrowing it for a while. I won't kill it. Soun was shocked in his heart. It won't die after its lifespan is taken away. Aren't they supposed to die? Why does she say there's a way for it not to die? After discussing with Hagwon for a moment, Gwakmi held out her hand to Soun and said, All right, give me the Nanchanguk. I'll give you as much golden spider silk as you need, so hurry up and take out the item. Hearing that, Soun immediately put his hand into his sleeve to search. A moment later, Gwakmi held up the Nanchanguk and asked Hagwon, Do you know what I'm going to use this for? I'm going to find Grandfather Chondokgun and ask him to make Swabiokdok. Brother, you also know how difficult it is to make Swabiokdok. Now all the preparations are done, only the lifespan of the Nanchanguk is left. Hagwon replied calmly. Then you can just take the Nanchanguk to a place with sufficient spiritual power and continue to raise it and then wait a few more years, can't you? And Gwakmi had told you long ago not to run around like that. Gwakmi explained. Brother Hagwon, I made this poison to deal with the Bosimbang guild. It will surely be useful then. And in the future, don't tell me to wait quietly. My older brother was taken away by people. To you, it might just be the loss of a friend. To me, it's the loss of a family member. The person who was taken away is a resident of our Milmun Valley, and the one who will inherit the position of the Two-Faced Lord. I am now a mid-elixir condensation stage practitioner, and I no longer want to live those days of hiding in the east and west. Hagwon frowned and stared intently at her but said nothing. Gwakmi also did not show the slightest weakness and stared intently at him. A moment later, Hagwon finally turned his head and sighed. All right, I'll give you the Beto earthworm. And I agree to you making the Swabiokdok. Go and ask that old man Chondokgun to concoct it for you. After you're done, don't forget to return it to me. All right, go. Gwakmi, a little disbelieving, asked again excitedly. Oh really? Hagwon took out a storage pouch and handed it to her. Take it. The problem is, how much do you need to increase the lifespan of the Nanchanguk? Gwakmi stroked her chin and fell into thought. The current lifespan of the Nanchanguk is 800, so I just need to increase it by another 200 years. Hagwon got a little angry and shouted sharply. Gwakmi, didn't you say you only needed a little more? Is 200 years a little? All right, go and ask that old man Chondokgun to concoct it for you. After you're done using it, don't forget to bring it back and return it to me. I still have to feed the Beto earthworm to help it recover. Gwakmi laughed happily. Hee, I know what to do even if you don't tell me, brother. All right, I'll be going then. Hagwon then glanced at Soun again, and seeing him look, Soun immediately cupped his hands in praise. To have witnessed the profound and vast knowledge of Qianyogun is a blessing upon 3 generations of this humble one. Hagwon snorted coldly. This brat, your attitude changes too quickly. Soun was dragged away by GWAKMI and laughed awkwardly. Haha, I failed to recognize Mount Tai, though I have eyes. I hope Qianyu-gun will offer much guidance in the future. Enough, stop with the nonsense and let's go. Thank you, brother Hagwang. After waiting for them to leave, Hagwang finally turned and sighed. Soun ran with GWAKMI for a while, then couldn't hold back and asked, right, are we going to the place of that Chandokan you just mentioned? GWAKMI nodded. That's right, he's the person we're going to meet now. Soun asked again, since he's Chandokan, he must be very proficient with poisons, right? GWAKMI replied proudly. Yes, more than just proficient. You could say he's the greatest poison master in the world. Somewhere inside Mangodong, an old man was sitting below a cliff, then suddenly smiled and muttered, hey, it seems a distinguished guest is on their way. Soun ran with GWAKMI for a while, then suddenly saw a few pieces of cloth hanging from the cave ceiling and asked with a puzzled look, what are those? Are they some kind of slogan? GWAKMI explained, it's a warning. Do not come near. From here on is a domain with thousands of types of poisonous herbs. There are many kinds of poisons here, so if you enter carelessly without any knowledge or preparation, you probably won't be able to leave again. Hearing that, Soun broke into a cold sweat without realizing it. Is that so? The two then continued up the stairs. A moment later they arrived at Chandokun's place, and as soon as they entered, GWAKMI shouted loudly, Grandfather, I'm here. It's GWAKMI. When no one answered, she muttered with a puzzled look, where did he go? He's usually always here. Grandfather Chandokan doesn't usually leave this place. Soun glanced into the distance and said, isn't that him over there? GWAKMI looked in the direction he was pointing. Ah, that's right, Grandfather Dang Munjio, it's me. I've gathered all the ingredients. She ignored the restriction and ran recklessly, but her body immediately hit the barrier and was pushed back. Dang Munjio said nothing, just nonchalantly raised his hand and waved. Soun, who was behind GWAKMI, saw this and immediately moved forward quickly. GWAKMI was shocked to see him pass through the restriction. How did you do that? Just as Soun entered, Dang Munjio asked, how did you do that? Soun was puzzled. This junior doesn't understand what you mean. Dang Munjio explained, this is a poisonous herb area. To prevent others from getting hurt, I deliberately set up a restriction to isolate it from the outside, but it seems to have no effect on you. Soun cupped his hands and smiled. To be honest, this junior is immune to all poisons. Hearing that, Dang Munjio couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, this brat, you're quite the joker. It seems Mia has brought a very interesting fellow. GWAKMI listened to their conversation from outside with a blank face, not understanding what they were saying at all. Dang Munjio came out and instructed, I'll talk to you again after I've taken care of Mia's business. GWAKMI immediately laid out a pile of poisonous herbs. Grandfather, what do you think? Dang Munjio nodded. Very good, you've gathered all the ingredients. It's a shame the Nanchanguk's lifespan is insufficient. GWAKMI smiled. You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, you'll help me make the Swabiokdok, right? Dang Munjio nodded. Of course. If you plant the Nanchanguk in the ground and then wait another 200 years, I'll help you. GWAKMI put her hand inside her clothes and rummaged around. 200 years? Please wait a moment. Very quickly, she took out the storage pouch Hagwang had just given her. These are the Beto earthworms I got from Brother Hagwang. Seeing it, Dang Munjio couldn't hide his surprise. Beto earthworms, that fellow obediently gave you these worms? GWAKMI smiled. Hee, of course, Brother Hagwang is very fond of me. Dang Munjio received the cloth pouch and sighed. It can't have been that simple. Doesn't that fellow need the Swabiokdok too? When the worms didn't come out no matter how he poured, he marveled and muttered, these fellows are all very shy and don't want to come out. Very quickly a giant worm came out from inside and wrapped around his hand. He quickly took them to the garden. Does the light here make you uncomfortable? I'll return you to the ground right now. Soun at the side nodded inwardly. Beto earthworms really hate the light. He looked up at the ceiling and couldn't hide his surprise. Those are pure spirit stones. Things like this are usually used to create or activate teleportation formations. Is this Mangodong so rich in resources that they use these things for lighting? GWAKMI was excited and followed Dang Munjio, extremely intrigued. Very quickly the Nanchanguk was planted in the ground. The Beto earthworms were also released beside it. After finishing everything, Dang Munjio exhaled. Now all we have to do is wait. I've provided rich spirit soil on top, so it will be very beneficial for them to absorb. These worms raised by that fellow Hagwang are very plump. If they absorb a little more spiritual energy, it will probably be a great success. Soun's eyes widened, unable to hide his amazement. He truly couldn't believe he was witnessing this scene with his own eyes. This is really getting more and more interesting. The more Soun watched, the more interested he became. But GWAKMI was the complete opposite. She watched for a moment, then turned and sighed. So boring. A moment later, Dang Munjio waved his hand and moved his spiritual power. All right, I should begin. Seeing his movement, Soun asked with a puzzled look, are you drawing out spiritual power? Dang Munjio nodded. That's right. The characteristic of Beto earthworms is that they move along with spiritual energy. I have to lure them into the roots of the Nanchanguk and wait for them to excrete. I have to guide them slowly. If I'm too fast, it will be counterproductive. Aren't you bored? I still have more to do. Soun continued to watch with extreme concentration. I'm not bored, it's very interesting. The more Soun watched, the more engrossed he became, unable to look away. This is truly amazing. If I could get Beto earthworms, I could increase the effects of elixir pills several times over. I really want to see what's happening underground. I feel like sticking my head in the ground to see for myself. If I could also have Beto earthworms, it would be a huge gain. A moment later, he was surprised once again. The Nanchanguk seems to have grown bigger than before. Is it growing? It really is growing. It got bigger, and the flower's color has deepened. I didn't expect its growth rate to be this fast. Dang Moongeo nodded in satisfaction. It's almost done. After waiting a little longer, he waved his hand and extended a finger. The Beto earthworms in the ground were immediately drawn out to him again. He then quickly caught them and put them back into the spirit beast pouch. Done, I can collect it. However, that fellow Hogwon will have to take care of the Beto earthworms for a few more years. GWAKMI ran over excitedly from one side. Grandfather Dang, did it succeed? Dang Moongeo nodded. The Nanchanguk's lifespan has reached 1,000 years. Now I can start making the Swabiokdok. It will take about half a month. GWAKMI was a little sad. How that long? Dang Moongeo got angry. What do you mean long? Do you know how long it takes others? If it were you, you probably wouldn't finish even in 10 years. GWAKMI laughed. Hee hee, alright, I was just joking. Dang Moongeo coaxed her. Mia, why don't you take this opportunity to learn how to make poisons from me? I'm worried that you'll end up wearing that mask in your brother's place later. That mask is not something you can wear easily. You have to pay a very big price to wear it. Soun heard their conversation and thought with a puzzled look. A mask? Hearing that, GWAKMI's expression immediately darkened, and then she shouted excitedly, What are you talking about? My older brother will definitely come back. The only person who will inherit the Lord's position is my brother. Soun analyzed inwardly, two-faced Lord and a mask. What on earth is the relationship between these two? Seeing her get excited, Dang Moongeo cleared his throat. Alright, it seems I was overthinking it. He suddenly turned his head to look at Soun. Hey, you said you were immune to all poisons earlier, right? Soun nodded. Yes, senior. Dang Moongeo ordered. Then come here and test my poison, Soun thought to himself. After testing the poison of the 7-spotted silver-scaled snake, I haven't encountered a similar poison. I should take this opportunity to test it. GWAKMI shouted loudly with concern. Grandfather Dang, you must be gentle. Dang Moongeo laughed. Alright, rest assured, I'll control it. Very quickly, Soun was led to the place where he stored poisons. A pile of poison pills was placed before him at this time. Dang Moongeo explained, each wooden bottle here contains one poison pill. The toxicity gets stronger from left to right. Although they aren't lethal poisons, after eating one you will live a life worse than death. How about it? Do you have the courage to try? Do you want to challenge yourself? A moment later, Dang Moongeo smiled, his face full of interest. Interesting. To be able to challenge up to stage 7. No, he's enduring stage 8 too. This brat is pretty good. After testing 8 of his poison pills in a row, Soun at this time could barely endure it and was panting as if dying. A moment later, he barely calmed down a little and said, Senior's poison pills are indeed worthy of their reputation. Although it was very difficult, I was still able to endure it. Dang Moongeo frowned. You can still endure it. Do you know what this stage 8 poison signifies? Soun's face was solemn. I ask for your guidance, Dang Moongeo quickly explained. Then I'll put it simply. The stage 1 poison pill is to study how strong one's poison resistance is. The stage 4 pill is to study whether you have the ability to survive in Jandokji. The stage 8 pill is to study the inherent ability to accept the Jiryongqian, that is, the poison spring near spirit stones. Even the people of Mongodong cannot enter there easily. Our Mia easily passed the stage 1 poison pill, and after that she conquered stage 4. GWAKMI laughed smugly from the side. Hee hee, it was a piece of cake. Soun was surprised, glanced at her and exclaimed, Oh, are you that amazing? Then what stage did you ultimately reach? GWAKMI replied proudly. Me, I reached stage 7. Soun nodded. Oh, not bad. GWAKMI heard his tone, which clearly seemed to look down on her, and snorted coldly. Damn it, what do you mean by that? Dang Moongeo, who was in front, spoke again. Actually, there are higher stages above stage 8. Do you want to continue testing? Soun smiled. This junior would be delighted. This is the stage 9 poison pill. Soun reached out, received the poison pill, and thought to himself. That's right, I'm at the Young Radiant stage now, so I should be able to try Wasik. After swallowing this pill into my body, can't I just burn it with Wasik? But as soon as he swallowed the pill, his whole body convulsed. This poison is much more potent than the last one. I feel like I'm about to vomit. The spiritual power in my body is trying to push the poison out. No, I must endure. I must control this poison with the poison resistance I've built up over many years. Soun desperately held his mouth shut to prevent the toxins from spewing out and endured. Dang Moongeo, who was standing in front, watched him struggle like that and laughed loudly with interest. But very quickly, Soun returned to normal again. Other than panting as if dying, he no longer struggled like before. Seeing that, Dang Moongeo was a little surprised. Did you detoxify it? Soun stammered in reply. I think I survived. Dang Moongeo nodded. You're a really special fellow. Your complexion has also returned to normal. Soun slowly stood up. Then can I continue to challenge the next stage? Dang Moongeo frowned. This brat really? Seeing him stand there blankly, Soun asked again. If you don't mind, may I continue to the next stage? An opportunity like this is really rare. Dang Moongeo got a little angry. You damn brat, why are you an outsider so tenacious? Fine, I'll give you stage 10. I know you always rely on your internal energy to resist poison, but I'm afraid it won't be so easy this time. Soun received the pill bottle and opened it. It didn't look much different from stage 9. Seeing Soun immediately put the pill in his mouth, Gwakmi's eyes widened. My goodness, you're just swallowing it like that? After swallowing the pill, Soun said, indeed there's no difference. Oh wait, I think. Dang Moongeo stood silently to one side, closed his eyes and fell into thought. He said nothing, and Soun very quickly succumbed to the medicine's effect, lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. A moment later, Soun and Gwakmi went to Chundong in So Wanjung's place. She was shocked after hearing everything Gwakmi said. You're saying he challenged the stage 10 poison? Gwakmi smiled and nodded. Yes, grandmother. Although he didn't pass in the end, he lay down for a while and then got up on his own without an antidote. During the test, his body swelled up like a balloon, but it returned to normal after a moment. So Wanjung nodded and praised him. For you, an outsider, to pass the stage 9 poison and recover without an antidote, this is truly no simple feat. Mia, what do you mean by bringing him to see me? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to him. You don't need Ogwang anymore and plan to marry him? Gwakmi blushed and shouted. What are you talking about? Why are both grandfather Dang and grandmother So saying that about me? It's so annoying. So Wanjung snorted coldly. Don't mention that old geezer's name along with mine, alright? I just need to give this brat a Sogyoden right. After speaking, she took out an elixir pill and gave it to Soun. As soon as he received the pill, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Gwakmi, and then without the slightest hesitation he waved his hand and cast a spiritual energy defense light barrier, sending her flying. What are you doing? Gwakmi ignored him and smiled as she looked at So Wanjung. What do you think, grandmother? Did you see? So Wanjung nodded. I saw. Is it because of the Geomdun you lost before? But this doesn't prove anything. This golden spiritual energy defense light barrier only appears after using a Geomdun, but if one's training is deep and their lightning energy is sufficient, they can also produce such an effect. Gwakmi excitedly retorted loudly. It's definitely not lightning energy. I saw it myself. What he controls are fire energy and cold energy. If he hadn't used a Geomdun, that golden spiritual energy defense light barrier could never have appeared. Soun thought to himself. My Geomdun was definitely obtained from the Faceless Fiend. Could it be that the Faceless Fiend's Geomdun has some connection to Mangodong? Seeing Soun standing there with a thoughtful expression, So Wanjung spoke again. Judging by your expression, it seems you really are related to the Geomdun. Soun lowered his head and sighed. This is my private matter, so please forgive this junior for being unable to speak of it. So Wanjung nodded. Your words are a bit blunt, but they make sense. The materials needed to refine a Geomdun golden pill are too difficult to obtain, and the alchemy process is extremely arduous, making the Geomdun very rare. It is so rare that even in our Milmun Valley, only the Lord and the kin who are successors to the 3 lords can use it. Others are fundamentally unable to consume this item. The materials used to refine a Geomdun are also very difficult to find in Jondokji. Gwakmi approached Soun and asked, Tell me the truth, you weren't raised in Jondokji, were you? Or did you pick up something like a jewel outside? Soun shook his head. Don't be absurd. Let's drop this and talk about it later. A mysterious person like you needs a more detailed investigation. So Wanjung spoke again. We've been talking for so long, yet I still don't know your name. I am the Chundongan Lord of Heavenly Pills. So Wanjung. Soun clasped his hands and replied respectfully. I am a junior, Soun, you can call me that. So Wanjung nodded. Very well, young hero. I have one last thing to ask. Soun nodded. Please ask, senior. So Wanjung asked directly without the slightest hesitation. What is the current level of your alchemy? From what I can see, your alchemy skills are very high. Did you master it on your own without a teacher? Soun nodded. Yes, although I cannot tell you every detail, senior, it is true that I have refined most of my elixir pills myself. So Wanjung nodded. Good. Are you interested in living here? There are many spirit herbs here that you can use to refine elixir pills. Soun thought to himself. I dare say my alchemy skills are second to none, but if I can work for her, I might be able to learn the detailed method of refining a Geomdun. So Wanjung continued her psychological warfare. Where I am, there are many spirit herbs collected from the outside and planted in Mangodong. You can refine many kinds of elixir pills with them. Mia, you come and say a few words too, Soun replied. Then this junior will respectfully obey. Gwakmi's eyes widened from the side. What? This wasn't the scenario. Seeing Soun leaving with So Wanjung, she shouted loudly, Young hero Soun, wait a moment, but I still have to watch the process of refining the Swabiokdok. A few days later, Gwakmi came out of Dang Moongio's place with a bottle of poison. I've finally refined the Swabiokdok. Father will surely be very happy when he finds out. Thinking this far, she immediately ran to tell her father this happy news. But Gwakmi was not as happy as she had thought. Instead, he seemed sad, shaking his head and sighing. Seeing him like that, Gwakmi couldn't help but feel depressed. She stayed by her father's side for a while, then quietly left. Soun approached and glanced at her. Did something not go smoothly? Gwakmi asked back with suspicion. How did you know? Soun laughed. It's written all over your face. Seeing you go to the Lord with the Swabiokdok, I already guessed, Gwakmi exclaimed. Oh, don't tell me you've been watching me this whole time? Soun helplessly scratched his face and laughed, not knowing what to say. This girl is really too narcissistic. Gwakmi continued to ask. Do you know the effect of the Swabiokdok? Soun shook his head. I do not know what effect it has, GWAKMI instructed. Cast a spiritual energy defense light barrier. I'll show you. Hearing that, Soun couldn't help but be suspicious. A spiritual energy defense light barrier? GWAKMI didn't explain and continued to urge him. You'll know once you see. Soun smiled and nodded. All right, as soon as Soun cast the spiritual energy defense light barrier, GWAKMI immediately poured the Swabiokdok on it. The moment Soun's spiritual energy defense light barrier touched the Swabiokdok, it immediately vanished. Soun was shocked to see it. The spiritual energy defense light barrier just disappeared, GWAKMI asked excitedly. How was it? Are you very surprised? Soun nodded. I didn't expect the Swabiokdok to be able to eliminate a spiritual energy defense light barrier, GWAKMI explained. That's right, in fact this can't even be called a poison. It poses no danger to the human body. Soun sat and examined the remaining poison on the ground, marveling. This thing is truly amazing. If we were to fight the Bosimbang Guild, it would definitely be a huge help. GWAKMI was so excited she didn't know what to do. Is that so? Do you think so too, older brother? But why does father only say no? Soun stroked his chin and fell into thought. I can understand what your father is worried about. After all, your older brother is imprisoned by the Bosimbang Guild, so if there were some way. Having said this much, Soun was startled, his eyes widening. Seeing him standing there in a daze, GWAKMI approached, waved her hand and called out, Hey Soun, why did you suddenly stop talking? Are you listening to me? Soun came to his senses and asked GWAKMI, when making important decisions in Mangodong, who participates in the discussion? Seeing him suddenly ask that, GWAKMI was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to answer. A moment later, Soun and GWAKMI went to see GWAK Yang. He was extremely puzzled and asked, Tell me, for what matter have you summoned us? Soun quickly explained to GWAK Yang and the three Chang'an Heavenly Lords. I was briefly at the Bosimbang Guild at first, and at that time I overheard that young lord was imprisoned at the headquarters, GWAK Yang realized. So the fellow was imprisoned at the Bosimbang Guild headquarters. No wonder we couldn't find him. Soun continued, I will get straight to the point. If you will infiltrate the Bosimbang Guild headquarters with me, I will help you rescue the young lord. Hearing that, GWAKMI was startled. Hey, what are you trying to do now? The three Chang'an glanced at each other, exchanging opinions with their eyes. A moment later, Dang Moonjio sighed and spoke. Mia, you should take young hero Soun back. Don't waste the lord's time here. Soun did not give up and continued to explain. I know this proposal is a bit absurd to you all. After all, the Bosimbang Guild headquarters is not a place just anyone can invade, but now is the best time to do this. They have sent a great many people to Jondokji to find you and plunder treasures. Although the headquarters has a great reputation, there are few skilled practitioners inside. GWAK Yang nodded. Continue, Soun continued. Not only the headquarters but also members from all branches have been mobilized for this operation. Since they have sent so many masters to Jondokji, the headquarters must be empty right now. GWAK Yang sighed. You must know how important Jondokji is to us, yet you are now proposing that I abandon Jondokji. You should know, for the sake of Mangodong, I gave up my own son that year. This time too I will not put all of Mangodong in danger because of that child. This is the decision of me, the Two-Faced Lord. Furthermore, I now suspect that you saved Mia at first to gain our trust, and then used this opportunity to lure us out of Jondokji and wipe us out in one fell swoop. Do you think I'm thinking too much? Soun nodded. Not at all. I am trying to enter the Bosimbang Guild this time because there is something I must do. I want to find the memoir of a certain practitioner at the headquarters. GWAK Yang was startled. A memoir? Soun nodded. Yes, after meeting GWAKMI, I learned one principle from her. That is, for a person who is doubted like me to escape suspicion, they must treat others with sincerity. Because trust must be built slowly, I will now tell you why I did not refuse Bosimbang Sobyang's proposal at first and chose to go to Jondokji. After hearing Soun's words, GWAK Yang marveled. I can't believe it. To think you came from a continent so far away. Soun smiled. I know this is hard to believe, but everything I said is true. So Wanjung asked with interest. Since you've agreed to tell the truth, then I will ask, is that golden spiritual energy defense light barrier of yours because you used a Jiamden? This time, Soun did not hide it and nodded. Yes, so Wanjung smiled and nodded. It seems the lost divine medicine, the Jiamden, has found its way to you. If this happened, there must be a reason for it. But Mia said that your cultivation level is the late celestial stage, yet you can use both fire and ice type techniques. Hearing that, Soun couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Actually, I used a high-grade technique to hide my original cultivation level. GWAK Yang was startled to hear that. Soun continued to point to himself and explain, in fact, my current cultivation level is the early Yang Radiant stage. GWAKMI, who was beside him, was shocked to hear that. GWAK Yang smiled and nodded. That is sufficient. Let's return to the main topic. I want to hear the details of your plan. Knowing that the other party believed him, Soun couldn't help but smile. He quickly stated his plan. My plan is to take the Bosimbang Guild's deputy branch manager So Byung hostage to pressure the Bosimbang Guild master. A moment later, in Annam Prefecture's Gajong Fortress, an old man led a group of prisoners toward the teleportation formation. This middle-aged man was a celestial stage practitioner from the Yaman's Kojong BU department. He saw the old man and said, "Hey senior, I've told you several times. Every time you go to Weizhong, you have to pay a very large fee, so you might as well hand these criminals over to me. That way you can save a lot of money." The old man got angry and shouted loudly, "I don't need to." Seeing him so agitated, Kojong Bu sighed inwardly, "Truly stubborn, I won't speak to you again next time." Unable to persuade him, he decisively turned and stepped aside. "All right, go in, fine. It's better not to get on the bad side of a young radiant stage practitioner over such a trivial matter. If I get into a dispute with this old man now, I can't win, so the only one who loses is myself. I just didn't expect the prisoners this old man caught to be so extraordinary. Even I can't recognize anything. Could it be?" A moment later, in Annam Prefecture's Weizhong city, although it was night, the streets were brightly lit with lanterns and crowded with people. Suddenly an extremely strong gale blew, breaking this peace. The people on the street murmured and looked in the direction the wind was blowing. "Why is such a strong wind suddenly blowing?" Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, the old man who had just been teleported entered an alley and took off his cloak. "This should be safe." Very quickly, the old man transformed into Soun's appearance. He turned to the few people behind him and asked, "How is the outside world?" Those few people also quickly took off the hoods they were wearing. Truly strange, but what's important now is to save time and go rescue Shin'e Chandogun and Chianyogun. What are your thoughts?" Hogwang and Dang Moonjio heard those words and immediately replied, "You are right, there is no time to delay, so it's better to start acting quickly." Gwak Yang glanced at Hogwang and thought to himself, "Chianyogun, I can understand how you feel right now. After all, Shin'e is your old close friend, so it's only natural that you want to save him quickly." He then turned to Soun and asked, "Young hero Soun, how far is it from here to the Bosimbang Guild's Weizhong branch?" Soun pointed behind him and replied, "It's right in front of us. That tower is the Bosimbang Guild's Weizhong branch. Although there are no people there recently, if a commotion arises it will become very troublesome." Dang Moonjio looked at the tower before him and nodded. "Then it's simple, we just have to sneak in and subdue them. It's just a shame that we won't be able to see Chianyogun display the might of the golden-toothed locust army this time," Hogwang replied nonchalantly. "It's fine, I still have other demonic beasts." Soun approached and spoke, "In that case, let's begin our operation." The three said no more and all nodded in unison. The four then quickly and quietly entered the Bosimbang Guild. As soon as they entered, the formation here sensed them. So Byung was meditating in her room when the candle behind her was immediately extinguished. She was startled and awoke from her cultivation. "Someone has broken in." She quickly and quietly left the room. After sensing for a moment, she immediately left. To have acted stealthily, there must be a problem. The masters in the branch have all gone to Jondokji right now. For these fellows to take this opportunity to break in, they must have some scheme. There's no other way. I have to either hide in the formation or leave this place. Fine, it's better to leave this place than to hide in the formation. I have to buy time before they find me. A moment later, in the central courtyard of the Bosimbang Guild, So Byung hid behind a tree in the middle of the courtyard, peeking out as she thought, "If I run outside, I'll have to rely on the Yaman patrols." After thinking for a moment, she was about to move and leave when a scream reached her ears. Immediately, an old man was struck and collapsed unconscious in the courtyard. Seeing that, So Byung was horrified and immediately retracted her leg. When she saw the person who had acted, she was even more horrified. "It's Soun, shouldn't he be in Jondokji right now? Why did he appear here? Could it be that he's trying to leave? Now is not the time to think about such things. I must first think of a way to leave this place. As long as I get over the opposite wall, I'll be safe." Soun slowly walked through the courtyard toward So Byung's room, completely oblivious to the fact that she was now hiding behind the tree in the courtyard. So Byung stood there tensely, waiting for Soun to go far away, and then took the opportunity to quickly fly up, intending to escape outside. But just then, Gwak Yang descended from the sky and blocked her. Seeing him, So Byung was horrified in her heart. "It's a descendant of Milmun Valley." Gwak Yang looked at her and smiled. "Since you were so desperately looking for us, I came to see you myself." So Byung gritted her teeth and took something out from her bosom, and then without the slightest hesitation threw it at him. Instantly, the area around Gwak Yang was engulfed in smoke. So Byung took this opportunity to fly up and continue to flee. "I am no match for him at all, so I must flee quickly. I must flee quickly. As long as I reach that place I can be safe, but life is not like a dream." And just then a few strands of golden silk flew from behind. Before So Byung could react, she was caught by the golden silk and dragged away. Very quickly she was pulled down and fell to the ground, her face extremely tense. She turned her head to look at the group behind her. Soun took the lead and approached with a smile. "It's been a long time, Deputy Branch Manager So Byung." So Byung trembled with anger and gritted her teeth, saying, "Soun, what are you doing now?" Soun laughed. "You look very tired, so please rest a bit." "Sweet dreams, Deputy Branch Manager." A moment later, the entire Bosimbang Guild fell silent again. All the servants and guards were tied up along with So Byung. Soun reassured the group. "Everyone rest assured, every grievance has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. The person we need is So Byung." Deputy Branch Manager Sobyang, can we talk now? Sobyang sat up and laughed coldly. Young Master Soun, I didn't expect you to handle the matter I entrusted to you so wonderfully. I feel a little proud of you. Soun smiled and did not answer. Sobyang continued, hee, but what I want is not the descendants of Milmun Valley, but the treasure in their hands. Soun was a little puzzled. What on earth is the treasure that has you so mesmerized? Sobyang laughed with extreme interest. It is a treasure that all practitioners desperately want but cannot obtain. So I intend to give young Master Soun a chance to change his ways. Soun shook his head. Thank you, but there is no need. Everything I am doing now is the right thing to do. Sobyang laughed. Is that so? In that case, it's truly a bit of a pity. If you're willing to join hands with me again, not only can I give you the memoir, but I can also offer a very valuable treasure as a reward. Soun remained extremely firm. You don't need to concern yourself with my affairs. Sobyang did not give up and continued to tempt him. It is a treasure from the ancient era. Soun was shocked inwardly when he heard that. A treasure from the ancient era? Could it be something with an ultra-powerful effect like the Halioju? Although he thought for a moment, he still did not agree. That is their possession. Sobyang laughed coldly. Rare treasures belong to those with the ability. This is a natural principle. Therefore, the Bosimbang is the most suitable place to possess this treasure. In any case, we are far superior to the descendants of Milmun Valley, and we know better how to utilize that treasure. Soun sighed. Truly beyond saving, this is just the thinking of an ordinary practitioner. She asked again, aren't you curious? Don't you want to know the true value of that treasure? Dang Moonjio, who was beside them, shouted with a dark face. It would be wise for you to know your place. If you spout nonsense one more time, I will use poison to ruin your internal organs and make you live a life worse than death. Sobyang was angered by his words, coldly turned her head and glanced at him. Just then, Gwak Yang spoke again. Chandok-gun, I think it's fine to let her continue. I'm very curious as to just how much this woman knows. All right, continue. Sobyang quickly explained. From what I know, the treasure Milmun Valley possesses is a single mask. I hear it is a treasure passed down from the ancient era, and it can be called a special treasure. The person who wears the mask can read the thoughts of the previous owner, that is, the thoughts of the practitioners of the ancient era. It will allow you to know the affairs of the ancient era. Moreover, when a descendant wears the mask, they can rapidly accumulate spiritual power. Many are young, but because they possess the mask, their cultivation level is very high. It is because they have learned the Qigong techniques recorded in the mask. This is also the reason why their pupils are blue and their hair has turned purple. Gwak Yang sighed. No doubt, the people of the world call it the Wanjisan Gong. Moreover, we practitioners of Milmun Valley are very skilled at taming demonic beasts. Naturally, this is also knowledge passed down from that mask. Sobyang glanced at Hagwang. This young practitioner is probably at the young radiant stage cultivation level, right? The reason you are so strong is probably because you have obtained knowledge related to alchemy recorded in the mask. Hagwang's complexion darkened, and a faint killing intent emanated from his body. Gwak Yang waved his hand and smiled. That's enough, let her continue. Sobyang continued. Moreover, I hear that the poisons of Milmun Valley are also very difficult to deal with. They make it impossible for others to defend against them. I think this is also a poison created by combining the materials of Jandokji with the knowledge in the mask. Dang Moonjio cut in. You are wrong on that point. Our poison has nothing to do with the mask. Our detoxification methods were accumulated through many experiments. Sobyang laughed. Haha, is that so? Then I was being rude. Young Master Soun, the mask I spoke of is a peerless treasure. Can you imagine how many valuable things can be created with that mask? So it's not too late for you to regret it now. Soun was silent, staring intently at her, but did not yet open his mouth. Sobyang's voice continued to apply psychological pressure. As long as you agree to help us, I can give you a suitable position and share a portion of the treasure obtained. In addition, I will give you the complete memoir that you've always wanted to read. Don't forget that what you need is now in our sect. Soun couldn't help but burst out laughing, as expected of the deputy branch manager. You are right, I do need the memoir very much, so you will have to take us to the Bosimbang headquarters. Sobyang was shocked to hear that, and her eyes widened. What are you saying? Soun laughed coldly. Did I not speak clearly enough? From now on you will do as we say, otherwise I will kill you. Upon hearing that, Sobyang seemed to realize something and was startled. Wait, does that mean they can't kill me for the time being? Thinking this far, the corners of her lips unconsciously curled up and then she shouted madly, taunting them. Fine, kill me right now. Seeing her attitude, Soun and his group's faces were filled with incomprehension. Sobyang continued to sneer and taunt them. I'd like to see what you can do to me. I hear Milmun Valley is famous for using poison. So are you going to torture me with poison next? Jang Moonjio laughed loudly. Haha, this woman is surprisingly frank. This will be interesting. Sobyang still maintained her sneering attitude. Come on, come here and use poison on me. At worst, I'll just lose my life. Ha. Bangnan, who was tied up to one side, suddenly spoke at this time. Young Master Soun. Soun approached her with a look of doubt. Miss Bang, what is it? Bangnan thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Since you saved my life once, to repay the grace of you saving my life, I will agree to perform the Yosimyeong on Deputy Branch Manager Sobyang. Sobyang's sneering expression immediately vanished upon hearing that, replaced by an expression of disbelief and shock. She angrily turned her head and shouted at Bangnan, Bangnan, you lowly wench, I fed you and clothed you and made you into a Chiantegi practitioner, yet you dare to side with an outsider and betray me." Soun stroked his chin and said, "Miss Bang, if you do that you will become an enemy of the Bosimbang. In my opinion, this is not something a young lady like you can handle, so it would be better for us to think of another way." Bangdan shook her head firmly. "It's alright. The result for a woman trained to practice the Yosimyong at the headquarters is only one thing, to become a tool of the Bosimbang. In the end she will be given as a companion to a designated practitioner." Gwak Yang opened his mouth. "In that case I can help this young lady. If things go smoothly, depending on the young lady's contribution, we can accept her as a member of Mangokdong." Soun heard that, exhaled and stepped forward. "It seems all problems have been resolved." Sobyang's complexion turned pale and her body trembled unconsciously. "No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. I absolutely cannot surrender." Soun stepped forward and smiled. His smile was extremely sinister. "Excellent, I missed the opportunity last time, but this time I can finally witness the power of the Yosimyong in person." The next day, Baekhyangbu Pyeongcheon-sung, this was the location of the Bosimbang headquarters. Outside the city a carriage was stopped at this time waiting for inspection. The guards outside opened their mouths in doubt. "This is the first time I've seen the deputy branch manager of the Weijong branch riding in a carriage," Soun, who was driving the carriage, explained. "This is a new carriage that the deputy branch manager recently bought, so it's only natural that you haven't seen it. I've never seen the deputy branch manager travel by carriage before either, but this is a Pungrian carriage pulled by Jiajingma, so it would be strange if the deputy branch manager wasn't tempted. Alright, can we go in?" That person approached, observed the few Jiajingma, nodded his head and marveled. "This carriage is indeed very extraordinary. Then, according to the rules, I must inspect the cargo hold." Hearing that, Soun frowned. The person put his hand into his storage pouch to look for something. "I almost forgot, you must also be inspected." Very quickly he took out a mirror and brought it before Soun. Soun did not dodge and stared straight at the mirror, thinking to himself, "This is probably a magic tool that can detect disguises. It seems to be made of the same material as the mirror in Sobyang's room." After a moment the young man finally put away the magic tool and nodded his head. No problem. Next I'll just check the carriage once and you can go in." He then immediately approached to inspect the carriage. Just then Bangdan came down from the carriage again. "Stop for a moment. The deputy branch manager has been troubled by many things lately, so please do not disturb her too much." The young man's face immediately turned red upon seeing her, extremely mesmerized. "Miss Bangdan, you came too?" Bangdan lowered her head and pleaded. "Please let us pass. Just this once. This is a very important matter." The young man scratched his head. If you put it that way." After thinking for a moment he gave up the idea of getting on the carriage to inspect it. Instead he approached and opened the window. "Deputy branch manager, forgive me." Sobyang, who was sitting inside, suddenly opened her eyes wide and stared at him. The young man was startled by her appearance. "She looks just like the branch manager. Is she his daughter? I shouldn't be too harsh and anger her." After a moment he came to his senses and opened his mouth nervously. "Deputy branch manager, this subordinate must confirm your identity." After speaking he held up the mirror and shone it directly on Sobyang's face. After finding no problems he finally backed away. "This subordinate has completed the check. If there was any offense, please do not blame me, Your Excellency. Please pass." Soun, without the slightest hesitation, quickly drove the carriage in. After they had been inside for a while, and waiting until he felt it was completely safe, Soun finally closed his eyes and began to move his spiritual power to sense his surroundings. Although there are about a dozen practitioners here, there is only one young radiant stage practitioner. Our skills should probably be enough to deal with this group. After confirming everything he knocked on the carriage door. "Alright, it's safe now, you can come out." Sobyang, who had the Yosimyong cast on her, sat blankly in her seat from beginning to end. Hagwang and his group very quickly crawled out from under the wooden box where she was sitting. "Fortunately, we passed the guards outside without being discovered." Dang Moon-jio glanced at Gwak Yang and asked, "Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Gwak Yang shook his head. "No, everything is normal." Seeing Dang Moon-jio smile at him, Hagwang's face couldn't help but show a bit of suspicion. Dang Moon-jio then opened his mouth and mocked him. "I didn't expect the dignified Qianyugun to be huddled in a wooden box. This is truly a rare sight." Although Hagwang was angry, he still replied calmly, "Isn't this for the sake of the mission?" He then sneered and mocked him back. "That's right, I didn't expect the old man to be so worried about his child." Dang Moon-jio shouted in anger, "Hey, I didn't cry. I only endured it because I saw that your eyes were blue and your hair was purple, otherwise I would have dealt with you long ago." Hagwang sighed. "When did I say you cried, old sir? You confessed it yourself." After a moment Hagwang finally spoke seriously again. "Old man." Dang Moon-jio couldn't help but be puzzled to see him suddenly become so serious. "What is it?" Hagwang's complexion darkened. "After we rescue Gwak Sin, I will wash this place in blood. What do you think, old sir?" Gwak Yang heard that, shook his head, and sighed inwardly. "It seems those two have been suppressing their anger all this time. Sinao, I hope you are still safe." Bangdan approached and reported, "We're almost there." Gwak Yang glanced at her and nodded his head. "Thank you very much this time. Shinao, wait a little longer. We'll be there to save you soon, so you must hold on a little longer." The group very quickly arrived at the second checkpoint. The soldier on guard was startled to see the carriage rushing over. He quickly came out and stopped them. "Stop." Soun, who was sitting in the carriage, said nonchalantly. It is the deputy branch manager. If you have any business, report it. The person was shocked to hear that. The deputy branch manager? Sobyong came out from inside the carriage and replied, that's right. Didn't you capture a prisoner a few days ago? I have a few things to ask him. The soldier shook his head. This person is under extremely tight surveillance and there are orders from above that no one is allowed to see him, Sobyong said sharply. Not even me. Just as the soldier was in a predicament, an old man came out from behind again. So it was the deputy lord. I did not hear you were visiting. What brings you here? Sobyong continued. Is that you, Chang Yaoi? I have recently found a few clues related to their hideout, so I need to go to him and confirm this information, the old man realized. If that's the case, it's not impossible to let you see him. However, it will probably be very difficult to get information from him. Sobyong replied nonchalantly. That is not your concern. The old man's face was solemn. Deputy branch manager Sobyong, why do you, someone so intelligent, pretend not to understand my meaning? Sobyong frowned. What do you mean? The old man replied nonchalantly. GWAK Sin is now beyond help. His body has been tortured to a pulp. Hagwang and his group in the carriage were extremely angry to hear that. The other two could restrain themselves but not Dang Munjio. As soon as he heard the words, he immediately got up and was about to go out for blood. Hagwang, seeing him so agitated, immediately stepped forward and stopped him. Calm down. Dang Munjio gritted his teeth and replied, What do you mean calm down? How can I calm down? GWAK Yang shouted in a low voice with a solemn face. Calm down and follow the plan. We have to endure a little longer. Outside, Sobyong still insisted on seeing GWAK Sin. I came all the way from Weizhong. I can't return empty-handed. Regardless of his condition, I must see for myself, the old man sighed. All right, you're really stubborn. I'll lead the way for Deputy Branch Manager Sobyong. Before leaving, Sobyong did not forget to turn her head and order Soun, You come in with me. Soun smiled and nodded his head. Understood. He raised his head to look into the distance and thought to himself, We've finally reached this stage, just hold on a little longer. The two were very quickly led by the old man into the prison. Soun walked observing his surroundings and marveled inwardly. The prison of the headquarters is indeed very terrifying. Seeing it is truly better than hearing about it 100 times. The group passed through layers of prisons and finally arrived at the center. The guard stopped them and told them to wait while he himself went forward to open the door. When the door opened, they went up the stairs again. After walking for a little longer, they finally arrived at the place where GWAK Sin was imprisoned. Sobyong nodded her head. All right, you wait outside. The two quickly pushed open the door and entered. There was not a single bit of light inside and it was pitch black all around. Soun quickly lit a flame. He saw the young man collapsed on the ground and said, I am from Mangokdong. I have come to save you. But no matter how he called, GWAK Sin did not move at all. Soun approached, sat down in front of him and continued to ask, Can you get up? GWAK Sin still did not move at all. Soun sighed inwardly. His entire body is covered in wounds. Only the thumb and index finger remain on his left hand. The shape of the wound is very strange. It probably wasn't cut by a sharp weapon. What kind of torture did he suffer? It seems that to prevent himself from losing consciousness during the torture, he cut off his own fingers. I should treat his wounds first. He put his hand inside his clothes to search and very quickly he took out a pill box. This is the Okrochungsum Wan. This pill is very effective for people who have suffered great mental trauma. After using it on Ni Qingsu last time, I've always carried it with me, and today it finally comes in handy. It would be better to feed him a Taichongdan and the Baeksanpa's Gyosangdan as well. There isn't a single intact spot on his body. He has truly suffered all kinds of torture. After briefly treating his wounds, Soun immediately carried him on his back. He then nodded towards Sobyong. All right. Sobyong immediately shouted loudly to the subordinate outside. All right, I've dealt with the guards outside. Hurry up and open the door. The soldier waiting outside was extremely displeased in his heart. She's really looking down on me. Although he was very angry, there was nothing he could do. He still had to quickly go over and open the door. As soon as the door opened, 3 long swords immediately flew out from inside and pierced through his body. To prevent his corpse from making a sound as it fell to the ground, Soun immediately cast the seal of submission to pull him over, then quietly laid the body down. Just lie there quietly. The two of them quickly went down the stairs. We're halfway there. Once we get to the carriage, our mission will be complete. Until we succeed, we absolutely cannot let our guard down. The two of them came out of the center of the prison very quickly, and as soon as they were outside, a voice immediately reached their ears. Deputy Branch Manager Sobyong, this old man has a question, if you please. But halfway through his sentence he fell silent, unable to believe his eyes. Seeing Soun coming out carrying GWAK Sin on his back, he became agitated and shouted loudly. Sobyong, you've really got some nerve. Are you doing such a reckless thing because you have the branch manager's support? Release GWAK Sin immediately or I will report this to the branch manager. Soun smiled. This junior also has a question. How is the soundproofing of this tower? The old man was startled to hear that. What do you mean by that? Suddenly he sensed something and turned his head to look behind him. As soon as he turned his head he saw Hagwang, who was standing not far away, urging his golden-toothed locust to attack. He was a person from Mangokdong. Hagwang quickly flew down and joined the battle. The soldiers below each summoned a spiritual energy defense light barrier to block the locusts. Seeing this, Hagwang immediately took out the Swabiokdok. then threw it at them without the slightest hesitation. As soon as the Swabiokdok hit the group's spiritual energy defense light barriers, it immediately corroded everything. No longer hindered, the golden-toothed locusts once again attacked frantically. Soun took advantage of this chaos to quickly fly out, and before leaving he didn't forget to speak to Hagwang. "I'll leave the inside of the tower to you." Hagwang nodded his head. "Rest assured." Outside the prison gate, Bangnan was already standing and waiting. "Young Master Soun, this way quickly." Outside, GWAK Yang and the other person were shocked to see Soun coming out carrying GWAK Sin. How did he end up in such a miserable state? Soun handed GWAK Sin over to him. "Fortunately, I have successfully completed the task you entrusted to me. The situation inside the tower will be handled very quickly, so we should also prepare to depart." GWAK Yang sighed. "Understood." His body was filled with killing intent as he slowly took his son back to the carriage. GWAK Sin was then carried into the carriage by him. He then called out to Bangnan again. "Miss Bangnan, I entrust Sinna to you." After speaking, he immediately turned and went outside. Bangnan watched his departing back and nodded her head firmly. "Lord, rest assured." A moment later, Hagwang also ran out from inside the prison. "Everything has been taken care of." Soun nodded. "Good, then let's go quickly." The group then immediately flew away on a cloud. "If we just get past that place, we'll be safe." Dang Moongeo smiled as he flew. "This was too easy. If I'd known, it probably would have been better for us to just barge in directly." "Haha," Hagwang exhaled. "Fortunately, there were only a few young Radiant stage practitioners. Otherwise it wouldn't have been this easy." Soun reminded them, "We should leave this place before the practitioners from the headquarters come after us." Just then a voice reached their ears again. Hearing this voice, Soun was shocked beyond belief. A green-haired woman who looked very much like Sobyung had appeared before them at some point. She smiled as she looked at the group. "I didn't hear we had guests today. Shall we talk for a moment? Let me introduce myself. I am Jarian, the branch manager of the Bosimbang headquarters. I didn't expect the descendants of Milmun Valley to walk right into a trap like this. This truly surprises me." Soun's complexion was one of extreme shock. She is a void refining stage practitioner. Jarian waved her hand and the carriage window immediately opened on its own. Sobyung, who was inside, quickly flew to her side. She examined Sobyung and sighed. "Sobyung, you really are a useless thing to be controlled by a mere Yosimyung." She then immediately struck her with a palm. Sobyung came to her senses and couldn't hide her shock seeing the person before her. "Mother," Jarian frowned and snapped. "Mother?" Terrified, Sobyung bowed and corrected her form of address. "Branch manager, I have brought 3 descendants of Milmun Valley to the headquarters." Jarian sneered coldly. "Brought them? It would be more accurate to say you were captured and dragged here by them. After I deal with them, I will deal with you slowly." "Stand back." Below, Soun's thoughts raced. "We can't control Sobyung anymore. What should I do now? Is there another way?" At this time, GWAK Yang spoke in a dark voice. "I am the Lord of Mangokdong, the two-faced Lord GWAK Yang. Your guild carelessly captured my son, so I have come today specifically to retrieve him. If you know what's good for you, it would be best not to stop me." Jarian smiled. "Is that place called Mangokdong now? Letting you go is also fine. I have a proposal. How about you consider it? Let's have your son and my daughter Sobyung become husband and wife. After we become one family, I will protect Mangokdong. What do you think of this?" GWAK Yang sighed. "That would be difficult." Jarian stroked her chin. "Oh, then that's too bad. Lord Two-Faced, if you have 2 faces, the other one is probably a mask, right? Or how about this, you hand over the mask and then I can spare your life." GWAK Yang sneered coldly. "Do you think that's possible?" Jarian sighed. "Oh, is it like that again? If negotiation is impossible, then I'll have to take matters into my own hands." After speaking, she immediately cast a spell and struck at GWAK Yang. The spiritual power she cultivated was of the ice element. The spiritual energy transformed into countless small ice daggers and flew toward GWAK Yang. Hagwang, who was behind, shouted loudly with concern, "Lord, be careful." GWAK Yang gritted his teeth and put his hand into his chest to search for something, then immediately threw a smoke bomb to obscure Jarian's vision. Without even looking, she waved her hand. "Stop with the useless tricks, it's no use. A late young Radiant stage practitioner like you can't defeat a void refining stage practitioner like me no matter what you do." As the smoke scattered, she was once again shocked and cried out, "Oh, you put on the mask just as I wanted. It seems this mask won't be getting away today." After speaking, she once again urged her spell and attacked. GWAK Yang did not dodge and let her attack hit his body. Soun was shocked to see it. Lord dodged quickly, but unexpectedly, Jarian's attack did not injure GWAK Yang in the slightest. He smiled at her with contempt. "Haha, you want to hold us back with mere pieces of ice? How ridiculous. I will burn you to ashes." Soun felt a little doubt in his heart. It's like the Lord has turned into another person. He seems a bit unrestrained. Besides, those two look very calm. This sight is probably a common occurrence. GWAK Yang quickly condensed flames in front of his mouth, and spiritual power was constantly drawn in from all directions with him at the center. Soun was shocked inwardly. "Dangerous. If I get caught up in that, I will surely die." Very quickly, a powerful explosion erupted in the air. Soun flew to Dang Moongio's side and shouted loudly, "Now is a good opportunity. If we attack together, we can definitely defeat her." Dang Moongio shook his head. "There's no need. The Lord in this state is enough." Seeing him so confident, Soun's face was filled with incomprehension. Dang Moongio explained, That Wyongmian the Lord is wearing is an extremely rare treasure. It can allow the user to exert several times their own power, but the drawback is also very clear. The longer it is used, the more the body is damaged. If the Lord were to fight for a long time wearing this mask, it would be a life and death situation for him. Besides, look at that woman. Her attitude is very relaxed. She handles everything with ease and doesn't even need to use a magic treasure. This alone is enough to prove her skill. After blocking GWAK Yang's attack, Jaryan sneered. Your bluff is a bit much. Hearing that, GWAK Yang didn't understand. What do you mean? Jaryan explained. The magic art you used is terrible. I'm sorry to be blunt, but you have no way to bring out the power of that mask. Your body is gradually stiffening, so how long can you last if this continues? GWAK Yang shouted in anger. Shut up. Do you think I need to use my full strength to deal with someone like you? That was just a warm-up, you wench. The warm-up is over. The real fight starts now. Seeing the opponent proactively attack again, Jaryan sneered coldly, then waved her hand to block GWAK Yang's flames. She then took out an ice bead again. Fine, I won't play with you anymore. Let's end this. After speaking, she flew toward GWAK Yang. Although GWAK Yang's flames were extremely terrifying, they had no way of touching her body. Very quickly, she struck right in front of him. If you have the ability, try and block this move. Hogwang's group, who was behind, couldn't help but worry when they saw this. Lord, be careful. Another earth-shattering explosion spread out. Soun was also extremely worried in his heart. Is the Lord all right? As the smoke scattered, the figure of GWAK Yang, standing completely unharmed within a spiritual energy defense light barrier, was revealed. Haha, you want to defeat me with such a petty trick? Jaryan laughed extremely slyly. Oh, is that so? Soun, who was below, noticed something and narrowed his eyes. Seeing GWAK Yang's spiritual energy defense light barrier slowly freezing over, he immediately shouted loudly, Lord, be careful, the cold energy is rapidly freezing your defense light barrier. Only after hearing Soun's reminder did GWAK Yang get startled and look down. Soun no longer hesitated and quickly flew up. If this continues, the Lord will surely be frozen solid. If the Lord is captured, Milmun Valley is truly finished, and it will be difficult for me to escape this place myself. I must stop her. Seeing Soun about to go up, Dang Moonjio was terrified and shouted loudly, Young hero Soun, don't go there, it's dangerous. Soun gritted his teeth and quickly went up. There's no time to think about such things now. I must think of a way to resolve the situation before me. Whether it's effective or not, I'll act first and think later. If it's this item, it will surely be effective. He took out the extreme yin ice flower, then aimed it straight at the two of them. As soon as the ice flower came out, it sensed the cold energy and immediately bloomed. Countless snowflakes and cold energy immediately spread out around it. The group there couldn't hide their shock seeing this scene. The blizzard filled with cold energy was sucked in. Soun sighed inwardly. It's effective as expected. The cold energy is gone now. The ice covering the outside of the spiritual energy defense light barrier will also disappear soon. Seeing this scene, Jaryan frowned, then waved her hand and struck at Soun. Where did this brat come from, daring to interfere with me? Soun was immediately hit by her cold energy and sent flying backward. Dang Moonjio and Hogwang quickly rushed over and stood in front of him, blocking the cold energy for him. Hogwang shouted loudly, You go and help the Lord, leave this to us. Soun immediately turned and flew away. Thank you, sirs. Soun flew over and gave the extreme yin ice flower to GWAK Yang. Lord, I give this to you. When you fight, this will surely be of use. GWAK Yang received the ice flower and exclaimed in admiration, An extreme yin ice flower, to think you possess such a treasure. This item can truly help me. I will remember the effort you all have put in today. Jaryan, who was opposite them, sneered. What a bunch of trash. A young, radiant stage practitioner who doesn't know his place. Do you think you can stop me with just a few petty tricks? I will take the lives of each and every one of you. After speaking, she raised her head to the sky and shouted loudly. The spiritual power around her immediately exploded with extreme ferocity. Hogwang's group, who were nearby, immediately couldn't endure the cold energy. Even Bangnan in the carriage far away screamed continuously in pain from the cold energy. GWAK Yang held the extreme yin ice flower and quickly went up. You damn wench, stop, I will deal with you next. As he rushed forward, he condensed flames and began to counterattack. Sky-covering flames immediately erupted from him and burned away Jaryan's freezing cold. Seeing the opponent's might, Jaryan couldn't help but frown, and another earth-shattering explosion spread out. After waiting for the smoke to scatter, Jaryan's figure was finally revealed. Her complexion at this time had become extremely dark, and a wound had begun to appear on her face. She slowly raised her hand to wipe the bloodstain from her face and did not yet make her next move. GWAK Yang, who was opposite her, laughed coldly. Surely you haven't failed to see the situation clearly yet. This is the treasure from the ancient era, the extreme yin ice flower. It can absorb all kinds of cold energy in the world. It is a heaven-sent treasure that is your nemesis. I advise you that it would be best to let us leave obediently while you still have the chance. Jaryan thought to herself. It's just as he said, although I'm reluctant, this item really is my nemesis. I was so close to succeeding, but I didn't expect such a variable to appear. If I continue to fight, I will definitely lose out. To think a mere little ice flower could put me in such a difficult position. After thinking for a moment, she smiled and sighed. Fine, I will let you go. In any case, we won't be able to decide a winner in a short time. Gwak Yang laughed loudly. Haha, still all talk enough. This fight is too boring. If we have a chance to fight again later, you should prepare a little more. Jarian laughed coldly with contempt. How dare you put on that proud face again? Without that ice crystal, you are just trash. Just a young radiant stage practitioner. Gwak Yang paid her no mind and turned to leave. Think whatever you want. Sobyang approached Jarian and asked, Branch manager, how could you let them leave like that? I will go and summon masters immediately. Jarian shouted in anger. Shut up. In any case, they can't leave Jondokji either. They are just rats in a jar, not even worth considering. But that damn brat, this branch manager, will definitely capture you alive with my own hands and make you live a life worse than death. The two then immediately turned and left. Both sides tacitly withdrew without fighting. Soun sat inside the Pungrian carriage and asked Gwak Yang how he was. Lord, are you all right? Gwak Yang quickly took off the mask, and his face was covered in sweat at this time. As soon as he took off the mask, he exhaled, weakened, and almost collapsed. Soun quickly supported him and asked, I have a few injury-healing elixir pills. I'll give them to you. Gwak Yang shook his head. There's no need. After using the Wayang Mian, it's best to remain in a state of weakness. To obtain any kind of power, one must pay a corresponding price. After using the Wayang Mian, my consciousness merges with the consciousness of a practitioner from the ancient era. This makes me feel very powerless, so the person who wears the mask must have a different personality from the consciousness within the mask. Only then can they observe the changes in themselves after putting on the mask. Otherwise, their own consciousness will naturally be swallowed by the mask. The reason I chose Sin A as my successor was not only because of his innate talent, but also because I considered his personality. That's right, thanks to the consciousness within the mask, I even knew how to use the extreme yin ice flower you gave me. This time, thanks to you, we not only escaped danger but also successfully rescued Sin-e. I am truly grateful. Soun smiled and said, It was nothing. If the Lord and the seniors hadn't helped, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. A few days later, the group finally left the territory of the Bosimbang Guild and returned safely to Mangokdong. Under Bangnan's devoted care, Gwak Sin's wounds began to gradually heal. After enduring all sorts of hardships, their family was finally able to reunite. From then on, Mangokdong no longer needed to hide from the Bosimbang Guild. But this did not mean that all matters were resolved. First of all, I still haven't obtained the memoir. Moreover, the conflict between me and the Bosimbang Guild has now become difficult to reconcile, so as long as they exist, the threat will still hang over my head. After thinking for a moment, Soun turned to go outside. Seeing this, Gwakmi asked with a puzzled look, Soun, where are you going, young hero? Soun smiled. I have someone to meet. I'll be back soon, so please don't worry. Gwak Yang patted his daughter's head and smiled. Let him go. Deep into the night, at the Ni family's manor, Cheom stood by the window gazing at the moon. She admired the cotton flowers in the courtyard outside. The flowers have bloomed so beautifully. A moment later, just as she was about to turn and go to bed, Soun's voice reached her ears again. Senior sister, hearing this voice, she was startled and turned her head. Soun was sitting by the window, smiling. It's been a long time. Your skills are still improving as quickly as ever. Cheom ran over excitedly. Of course, I always train hard. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Did you finally leave Jondokji? Soun shook his head. No, I only came out for a moment. I have to go back, Cheom asked worriedly. Where are you going again? Soun sighed. This is something I find difficult to tell you, senior sister. Cheom became agitated and shouted loudly. Why do you never tell me? Do you know how worried I am? Don't you think of me at all? Soun raised his hand and stroked her head. I'm sorry. I know you feel wronged, senior sister, but everything I'm doing is to protect you. Cheom wanted to say something, but Soun quickly cut her off. Senior sister, once this is resolved, I will definitely come find you, I swear. Tears were already streaming down Cheom's face. If you dare break your promise, I won't let you get away with it. Soun suddenly approached and hugged her. Senior sister, do you still not know my feelings for you? Cheom also moved, hugged him tightly. Soun, you must come back alive. Soun smiled. Don't worry. You must also take care of yourself, senior sister Cheom. After letting Cheom know he was safe, Soun returned to Jondokji. Gwak Zin walked beside Soun and asked, Have you finally decided to go to the Ocarine Dam of Jiryangqian today? Soun nodded. Yes, I need to prepare to fight the Bosimbang Guild. And it is time to unlock the secret of this ring. Please don't worry, everyone. I will be back soon. Gwak Sin cupped his hands. I understand. I hope Gwakmi and the other descendants of Mangokdong are not too saddened by this news. Young hero Soun, I wish you luck. Soun smiled and said, Take care. After that, he immediately leapt up and flew away. He thought to himself, I don't have much time left. There are still so many unresolved matters. First, I must avenge the masters who raised me. Right now, the only clue is the memoir within the Bosimbang Guild. I also have to find the elder of the White Mountain sect. And there's senior sister Cheom and the others. In any case, I must return alive, for I am the 1000-year Fangshi.